Volume 3, Chapter 1 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 1. War is a game which, were their subjects wise, kings should not play at. Nations would do well to extort their truncheons from the puny hands of heroes, whose infirm and baby minds are gratified with mischief, and who spoil, because men suffer it, their toy, the world. Cowper. Chapter 1. Orlando could not, though he attempted it, conceal the anguish of his heart during the day, for though he had arranged with this new confidant the means of seeing Monimia, it was far from certain these plans would succeed, or could he be content with the means which he had used, however desirable the end. Monimia, who, while she yielded to his earnest entreaties, had always felt, from the natural rectitude of her understanding, the impropriety of their clandestine correspondence, would, he feared, be more than ever sensible of her indiscretion, when she found that a servant was entrusted with it; and on thinking over what had passed between him and the under-keeper, he found more reason to entertain a good opinion of his acuteness than of his integrity, when to these reflections were added the sincerity of his immediate departure, and the uncertainty of his return, the mournful looks of his mother, who could not behold him without tears, the deep but more silent sorrow marked on the countenance of his father, and the pensive expression of regret on those of his sisters, he could with difficulty go through the forms of a melancholy dinner, at which the General in vain attempted to call off the attention of his hosts to topics of common conversation, and to divert them from private misery by those public topics which then interested none of them. The expulsion of the Americans from the province of Canada, which had happened the preceding August, and the victory gained by the British fleet near Crown Point against a small number of their gondolas and galleys in the course of the following October, successes of which exaggerated official accounts were just received, were matters whereon the General triumphantly descanted, and on which he obtained more attention from his audience, because he asserted very positively that in consequence of these amazing advantages the whole continent of America would submit, and the troops of course return as soon as they had chastised the insolent colonists sufficiently for their rebellion. Orlando then, he assured his family, was not at all likely to join his regiment, which would almost immediately be ordered home, but would be the safe soldier of peace, and perhaps return to them in a few weeks, no otherwise altered than by his military air and a cockade. The only smile that was seen the whole day on the faces of any of the family was visible on that of Mrs. Somerive, on the General's description of an American flight, though none had a more tender heart or a more liberal mind; but having heard only one side of the question, and having no time or inclination to investigate political matters, she now believed that the Americans were a set of rebellious exiles, who refused on false pretences the tribute to Caesar, which she had been taught by scriptural authority ought to be paid. Thus considering them, she rejoiced in their new defeat, and was insensible of their misery, though had not the new profession of Orlando called forth her fears for him, she would probably never have thought upon the subject at all, a subject with which, at that time, men not in Parliament and their families supposed they had nothing to do. They saw not the impossibility of enforcing in another country the very imposts to which, unrepresented, they would not themselves have submitted. Elate with national pride, they had learned by the success of the preceding war to look with contempt on the inhabitants of every other part of the globe, and even on the colonists, men of their own country, little imagining that from their spirited resistance the child would rue that was unborn the taxing of that day. At length the hour arrived when Orlando obtained permission to return to the Hall. He told his father that as he meant to take leave of Mrs Rayland that night, in order to pass the greater part of Sunday with his family, it was necessary for him to pay her this last compliment. Mr Somerive acceded to the necessity he urged, but at parting from him fixed his eyes on those of his son, with a look which expressed solicitude, sorrow, and pity. It questioned his sincerity, and yet seemed not to reproach him. Orlando could not bear it. He hurried away, and rode as speedily as he could to the Hall, where he sent up for leave to wait on Mrs Rayland to tea, and then went in search of Jacob, who easily found a pretence for attending him in his study. Orlando, with a palpitating heart, questioned him. "Have you," cried he, "discovered any means by which I can obtain access to Monimia, or get her downstairs, without the knowledge of Mrs Lennard?" "Faith, sir," answered the man, "'tis no easy task, as your honour has set me, I can tell you. However, I've contrived to speak to Miss—" "Have you?" cried Orlando eagerly. "There's an excellent fellow! And what does she say?" "Ay, sir," replied Jacob, "that's the thing. She was in a sad twitter when she knowed you had told me, and said it was impossible to do what you desired, for the room where she sleeps is a closet within Madam Lennard's, hardly big enough to hold a bed, by reason that her room doors are locked, and for the window it is barred up with a long iron bar, so that if Miss had courage to get down a ladder, she could not get out, or if she did, she could never get back again. Her aunt, she says, finds her being there vastly inconvenient, and as soon as you are gone, reckons to send her back to her own room." "I shall be driven out of my senses," exclaimed Orlando, as he traversed the room. "If I cannot see her before I go, I shall be distracted. How did you obtain admittance to her? Cannot I speak to her by the same means?" "Why, hardly, for you must know that I was forced to get one of the maids to help me. The new housemaid that Madam have hired this morning upon trial is an old acquaintance of mine. I gave her an item of the matter, and so she contrived to take me up to mend the window shutter, which she had broke on purpose, and bid me I should take a hammer and nails, and make a clatter if Madam Lennard came. I took care to make my job long enough, and when the old housekeeper asked me what I was doing, and had an excuse, you know, Pat, and it passed off very well, and not only so, but she said to me, says she, 'When you have done that, Jacob, I wish you would just look at the wainscot under the window, and under them there drawers of mine, for it's as rotten as touchwood, and the rats are for ever coming in,' says she. And says she, 'I never saw the like of this old house. It will tumble about our ears, I reckon, one day or another, and yet my lady is always repairing it,' says she. 'But the wainscoting of this here end of the wing,' says she, 'has been up above 100 years, and we may patch it, and yet be never the nearer. But for my part, I suppose it will last my time,' says she. Orlando no sooner heard that another person, the new housemaid, had been incautiously admitted to participate a secret which he had hitherto so anxiously guarded, than his vexation conquered the pleasure he had for a moment indulged, in learning that it was possible for another, and therefore for him, to see Monimia. To the latter part of the gamekeeper's oration he could not attend, occupied with the idea of the new uneasiness this circumstance must give to Monimia, and agitated by innumerable fears of anxieties. He remained a moment silent after his companion had ceased to speak, and then he said, "She told you, I think, that after I was gone, her aunt would suffer her to return to her former apartment?" "Yes, that was what she said." "Well then, I will go. Indeed I am going by daybreak to morrow. Nay, I am going from this house to night, and therefore I shall take leave of Mrs Rayland this evening." He paused a moment, and then added, "I suppose it is possible to convey a letter to Monimia, though I despair of seeing her." "Oh Lord, yes, sir, that you may do for certain; for I told her that if she would let down a letter for you by a string at 7 o'clock, I would be there to take it, and you might send her one back the same way." "What is o'clock now?" cried Orlando. "Almost 6, sir." "It is time then for me to go to my appointment with Mrs Rayland, whose tea I am afraid is ready. Do you be punctual to 7 o'clock, and if I can escape, I will be with you at the window. But I beseech you, Jacob, to remember that all the obligation I shall owe you on this occasion will be cancelled if you are not secret. I wish you had not mentioned this matter to any other person, especially to a woman. You know they are not to be trusted." "Aye, that I know well enough. They'll cackle, I know they will, if life and death depended upon it. But Lord, sire, how a name of fortune was I to get at Miss, unless I had done so? And I do believe Nanny is as trusty as most." It was equally useless to argue on the necessity of the measure, or the discretion of Nanny. The die was cast, and to meet Monimia safely after so much hazard had been incurred, was all that it would now answer any purpose to think of. Orlando, during his short conference with his own thoughts, had determined to take that night his last leave of Mrs Rayland, and to say to her before Mrs Lennard that he was to set out the next morning early, with General Tracy, for London. He hoped by thus acting to persuade the aunt of Monimia that she might safely send her back to her former apartment, and that by making an appointment with her for Sunday, when he would by the people at the Hall be believed on his way to London, he should enjoy without interruption the melancholy pleasure of bidding her adieu, and settling the safest method for their future correspondence. For this purpose he wrote to her, and sealing the letter, he put it into his pocket, and repaired to Mrs Rayland, who, understanding he was come to take his leave, received him with great solemnity, yet not with less kindness than usual. Her conversation consisted chiefly of good advice. She declaimed against the vitiated state of modern manners, and related how much better things were in her time. She warned him to beware of the gamesters and bad women, who she said were the ruin of all young people, and gave him, though obliquely, to understand that his future favour with her depended on his behaviour in this his first appearance in life. With her the age of chivalry did not seem to be past, for she appeared to consider Orlando as a damoiseau now about to make his first essay in arms. Indeed, while she talked much of modern immorality and dissipation, she knew very little of modern manners. seldom seeing any of those people who are what is called people of the world, and forming her ideas of what was passing in it only from newspapers and the ladies' magazines, or some self-publication, which excited only wonder and disgust, while her recollection came to her relief and carried her back to those days she herself remembered, and with still greater pleasure to the relations her father had given of what passed in his. The freedom and modern life suited so ill with the solemnity of respect that was shown towards her in her youth, that she shrunk from the uneasiness it gave her, and made her around her a world of her own, of which, when Orlando became an inhabitant, all that regarded him was assimilated to her own antediluvian notions. In answer to her long and sage lecture, Orlando assured her, and with great sincerity, that he had no wishes that were not centred in the spot and neighbourhood he was about to leave; that, new as he was to the world, he yet believed it would offer him no objects that could a moment detach his affection from his family and his friends. There was so much earnestness, and something so impressive in the manner of his saying this, as not only enforced belief, but sensibly affected Mrs Rayland. She almost repented that she had ever consented to his going, but to detain him now without acknowledging him as her heir, which she had determined never to do, was not to be thought of; and General Tracy had succeeded in convincing her not only that it was a justice due to her young relation to give him an opportunity of seeing more of mankind, but that, as he would not quit England, he would enjoy all the advantages of an honourable profession, without losing the advantage of her protection. Without giving implicit credit to the tales by which Pattenson attempted to prejudice him in her favour, she thought enough of them to let them influence in some degree her determination; and she believed that if he had formed any improper attachment, nothing was so likely to break it as sending him from the country and into the scenes of life which would, she supposed, occupy his mind without injuring his morals. It seemed as if towards the close of her life Mrs Rayland had acquired, instead of losing, her sensibility; for she, who had hardly ever loved anybody, now found that she could not without pain part from Orlando. She felt her pride and pleasure equally interested in exerting towards him that generosity which from the rest of his family she had withheld; and the apparent dejection of his spirits, the reluctance with which he left the Hall, made him appear to her more worthy than ever of her favour. When therefore she had exhausted every topic of advice she could think of, and received from the manly simplicity of his answers all the assurances that words could give of his gratefully receiving it, she presented him with a bank note of £250, which she told him was for the purpose of purchasing what he would have occasion for on his first entrance into the army. She had, however, so little idea of modern expenses, that she considered this a very great sum; and such as it was an amazing effort of generosity in her to part with, yet, while she made this exertion, her kindness towards him was so far from being exhausted, that she told him he should find her always his banker, so long as he continued to give her reason to think of him as she thought of him now. Orlando kissed the hand of his ancient benefactress, but the tears were in his eyes, and he was unable to speak. He tried, however, to thank her for this last, and for all her former favours to him, but the words were inarticulate, and the old lady herself, albeit unused to the melting mood, was now so much affected that she could only faintly utter the blessing she gave him. "You had better not say any more, sir," said Mrs Lennard, who seemed disposed to weep too. "Much better not, for indeed it will make my lady quite out of spirits." Orlando, very willing to shorten such a scene, turned to Mrs Lennard, towards whom in a few hurried words he expressed his thanks for her past kindness, and his wishes for her health and happiness, and then hastened away, his heart oppressed by the scene that had passed, yet beating tumultuously with the thoughts of that which was to come. He hardly dared, however, give himself time to think. He had told Mrs Rayland a falsehood, for which his ingenuous heart already smote him. He was about to act in direct violation of all he had promised, and all she expected of him. He knew that, were he detected lingering about the house, after what he had just said of his intentions of leaving it immediately, he should lose for ever all the advantage of that favour which Mrs Rayland now so openly avowed for him, and that if his attachment to Monimia were known, it would excite more anger and resentment than almost any of the errors against which she had been warning him. But all these considerations, strongly as they ought to have operated against any other indiscreet indulgence, were powerless when put in competition with his tender affection for Monimia, and to leave her without being able to speak to her and console her was what he could not for a moment have endured to think of, if poverty, disgrace, and exile from every other human being had been the alternatives. On entering his room he found it wanted only a few moments of 7. He glided therefore round the house, and found his punctual confidant already waiting for the signal. "We need not both be here," said Orlando. "Go, Jacob, and wait for me in my room. I have asked leave for you to go with me to night, to carry a portmanteau to West Wolverton." Jacob obeyed, and Orlando, almost breathless with fear lest he should be disappointed in this his forlorn hope, waited under the window. The casement at length softly opened, and Monimia appeared at it. He spoke to her and bade her to let down the string for a letter, "on the success of which," said he, "more than my life depends. Read it then, Monimia, read it quickly, and give me an answer." The trembling girl, whose hurry of spirits alone supported her, now hastened away with the letter, and in an instant threw down a piece of paper on which she had written with a pencil: "If I am suffered to go back to my own room to night, I will be ready on the usual signal; but if I am not, I cannot write. If I am not, farewell, Orlando, farewell for ever, for I shall be too wretched to make it possible for me to live. Remember, oh dear Orlando, your poor friend, and may you be very happy, whatever becomes of me. Go now, for heaven's sake. I am sure my aunt will be here in a few moments, and all depends on her believing you gone." As it was too dark for Orlando to discern these words, he was compelled to go back to his own room to read them. The doubt they left upon his mind distracted him, but it was a doubt which, if he attempted to remove it, would become a certainty that would destroy this faint ray of hope. He went back, however, to the window in hopes that he might yet speak one word to Monimia, but he saw that there was now another candle in the room, and retiring a little further, so as to be able to see more of it, he distinctly saw Mrs Lennard walking in the room, and apparently busied in the usual occupations to which she dedicated Saturday nights. To stray therefore was not only useless but dangerous, and he thought it better to make a great bustle in going, that all the inhabitants of the hall might be appeased of his absence. He sent Jacob into the kitchen to give some further orders about forwarding his trunks and baggage to the next market town, as they were to be sent to London by waggon, and then mournfully and reluctantly prepared to leave the room where he had passed so many happy hours, the room where his mind first tasted the charms of literature and his heart of love. It was indeed possible that he might once more revisit it, once more that evening with Monimia, but it was also possible, perhaps most probable, that he might not see her again. 1,000 painful reflections presented themselves. He left her exposed to numberless inconveniences, and his late rashness had, perhaps, added to them by putting her into the power of servants. Yet he might be denied an opportunity to put her upon her guard against any of the circumstances he foresaw, or even to settle how she might receive his letters. He traversed the library, yielding to these tormenting thoughts, and by the light of the solitary candle he had set down in the window seat, everything appeared gloomy and terrific. Every object and every sound seemed to repeat the sentence that constantly occurred to him: Orlando will revisit this house no more. It is difficult to say how long he would have indulged this mournful reverie, notwithstanding his resolution just before taking to quit the house with as much noise as possible, if he had not been alarmed by the sound of a female step in the adjoining parlour. He started. It was perhaps Monimia. He flew to the door, and there, with two evident marks of disappointment in his countenance, he discovered it to be Mrs Lennard herself, who, with a candle in her hand, and much perpendicular dignity in her air, stalked into the study. I am glad, Mr Orlando, you are not yet gone, for I have a message from my lady. Orlando would have faced a cannon with less trepidation than he waited for this message, which his conscience told him might relate to Monimia. It proved, however, to be only that he would give to Lennard the keys of the rooms, and that she might see the window safe and barred. To this, though it disappointed him wholly of his hopes of meeting Monimia there, it was impossible to object. The cautious housekeeper therefore barricaded every avenue to this apartment, without forgetting the door that led to the chapel, and then, formally inquiring if Orlando had taken out everything he wished to have, to which he answered yes, as his boxes had been moved the preceding day, she said she would follow him, and he left the room with an additional pang, while Mrs Lennard locked the door and marched solemnly after him. Towards the middle of the great parlour through which they were passing he stopped, and said in a voice that betrayed his emotion, You will be so good, dear madam, to assure Mrs Rayland of my grateful respects, and to accept yourself a repetition of my good wishes. Thank you, sir, answered the lady. I am sure I wish you very well, but Mr Orlando, since we part friends— I hope we always were friends, madam, said Orlando, attempting to smile and turn the discourse, which he feared tended to the subject he most dreaded. I hope so too, sir, but I must say that I am afraid in regard to that girl my niece there has been some wrong doings. It was not right in you, Mr Orlando, I must say, to hold a secret correspondence with her, which I am very sure you did, by means of that sad slut Betty, who latterly has been always giving me hints of it. But I, who did not think Monimia so cunning and artful, did not understand them, and even to this day I cannot imagine how you contrived so often to talk to her out of the window, without being seen or heard. However, it is all over now, I hope, and I am willing to let it be forgotten as a childish frolic. When you return here, sir, you will by that time have seen too much of the world to think about such a chit as Monimia, if indeed she should happen to be here so long. Orlando divided between his joy to find that the real avenue by which they conversed was unknown, and the pain the last hint gave him. Knew not what to reply, but, confused and hesitating, he stammered out a sentence which Mrs Lennard did not give him time to finish. Come, Mr Orlando,' she said, 'I know you are above any false representations. Besides, I assure you, you cannot take an old bird with chaff. However, as I said before, there is an end of the matter. I shall take care of young madam here, and I dare say you will find plenty of ladies where you are going that are worth looking after.' Orlando, utterly unable to answer this raillery, now wished her once more health and happiness, and said, again vainly attempting to appear unconcerned, 'I really do not love to contradict ladies, my dear Mrs Lennard, so you must have your own way, however your suspicion may wrong me.' He then hastened away to mount his horse, with which Jacob waited for him at the door of the servants' hall that opened towards the stables. But as he passed through, he found all the servants assembled at it to take leave of him. Even Pattenson was there, but, by the expression of his air and manner, with very different sentiments from the rest, for they all testified their concern, while the old butler, with a contemptuous sneer on his countenance, appeared to be delighted by his departure. At once flattered and pained by the good wishes and prayers for his prosperity with which they crowded around him, while most of the women shed tears, Orlando spoke kindly to each of them, assured them that he should rejoice in any good that might befall them. 'But,' added he, 'I hope, my kind friends, we do not part for great length of time, and that on my return I shall find you all here, unless any of you lasses should be carried off by good husbands.' Then, again wishing them all well, he mounted his horse, and Jacob following, he rode away from the hall, but not with a design of going to the house of his father. He rather meant to linger about the woods till the hour when he thought there was a chance of finding his Monimia once more in the turret. End of Volume 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 2. Orlando, already repenting, though he hardly knew why, that he had told the gamekeeper so much, was very unwilling to entrust him with more. He had not so exactly described the way of his communication with Monimia as to enable any other person to find it, and he wished rather to recall than to increase the confidence he had placed in a man of whom he knew very little, and who might perhaps make an ill use of his confidence. A new difficulty therefore arose. He knew not what to do with Jacob and the horses, which he now repented that he had used. If he sent them on to his father's, it would be suspected by a family who were every hour looking out for him that he had stayed behind with Monimia. If he left them in the wood, the man would probably be discontented, and if he sent them to an alehouse near the mill at the extremity of the park, Pattenson, who was the great friend and patron of the man who kept it, or some of the other servants, might be there, whose inquiries could neither be satisfied nor evaded. Determined, however, as he was to open his heart to his father before his last adieu, he after some deliberation resolved to send them home; and he thought the inquiries his father would make would give him a good opportunity to put an end, at least as far as he could, to a mystery of which he felt ashamed as unworthy of himself and of the object of his affection. Thus resolved, he told the gamekeeper he meant to return back to the Hall in the hope of seeing Monimia for 5 minutes, and that he should go to West Wolverton with his horse and portmanteau, whither he would himself follow in about 2 hours, as he should tell his father, if he asked after him, on hearing or seeing the horses arrive without him. The man obeyed, and Orlando, making a circuit through the woods in order to return to the Hall by their least frequented way, and to have as little of the open part of the park to cross as possible, arrived once more at the mansion, which he had so lately quitted as for the last time. He walked very slowly on purpose, and his thoughts were such as brought them with only dejection and sorrow. He could not help recollecting with regret those hours, now gone for ever, when in his early youth he traversed these paths, happy in the present and thoughtless of the future, when he had no passion to torment, no fears for its object to depress him, but went to Monimia with the same simple eagerness as any of his sisters or his other playfellows, and was unconscious that the rest of their lives would be embittered with anxiety and disappointment, perhaps remorse. Orlando already felt something like it. With the most candid and ingenuous temper he had lived some time in a course of deception. He had taught it to the innocent, unsuspecting Monimia, and had sullied the native candour and integrity of her character. The sophistry by which he had formerly prevailed upon her to consent to their clandestine meetings now seemed mean and contemptible; but perhaps in thinking thus, Orlando was too much like other transgressors, who repent because they can sin no more. He thought himself, however, firmly determined that, had he stayed at the Hall, he would, at whatever hazard, act with more openness; but as he was going from it, there could be no harm in this last adieu. In writing to Monimia there could be nothing wrong, especially as he meant not to make a secret of it to his father and Selina, nor indeed to any of his own family, while the peculiarities of Mrs Rayland and the watchful malignity of Mrs Lennard seemed fully to justify his not revealing to them what would be so hazardous to Monimia and himself. Amid these disquieting and contradictory reflections he at last reached the Hall. It was the darkest of December nights, but calm and still. Orlando walked slowly round the house, which, save a glimmering light from the window of Mrs Lennard's room, bore no appearance of being inhabited. His longing eyes, which had anxiously watched for some consoling beam from the turret, whither they had so often been turned with transport, now sought for the propitious ray in vain. Still it was possible Monimia might be there, but from her aunt's late suspicions, deprived of a light; and as the house seemed perfectly quiet, he ventured up to the well-known door, and listened a while, tapped at it. No answer was given. He repeated the signal louder. Still no delicious sounds were heard in return, and convinced at length that his project had wholly failed, and Monimia was still a prisoner, he became half frantic, from the reflection that he had hazarded their secret in vain. He had in vain imagined a finesse, and asserted a falsehood, and perhaps must at last go without seeing her, his heart torn at once by his own sufferings and by the idea of hers. In stepping back to return down the stairs, when after a long stay all hope had forsaken him, his foot struck something before him which seemed to be a parcel, as not a ray of light entered the place where he was. He felt for this with his hands, and at length finding it, he discovered it to be a small book. It was tied with a pack-thread, and Orlando immediately supposed, what was indeed the truth, that Monimia, not being permitted to return that evening to sleep in her former apartment, had however on some pretence or other entered it, and deposited at the door that book, which contained a letter. He opened the book with trembling hands, and found what he had expected by the seal, but to read it was impossible, where he had no means of procuring light. He therefore put it into his pocket as eagerly as if he was afraid somebody would take it from him, and then ran towards home, where, hardly feeling the ground as he went, he arrived in a state of mind so uneasy and confused, that he no longer was capable of caution or reserve, but hastening into the kitchen, where he first perceived a light, he snatched up a candle without speaking, and was hurrying with it to his own room, when his father, who had been anxiously waiting his arrival, opened the door through which he was preparing to pass upstairs, and seeing him pale and breathless, his eyes wild and his hair dishevelled, he concluded that something very terrible had happened to his brother. The rash, unthinking, and vehement character of Philip, his wild profusion and unsettled principles, had of late so harassed the imagination of his father, that he now thought only of committing suicide, and the sudden appearance of Orlando in such an agitated state struck him with the idea that this fatal event had happened. "Almighty God!" cried he, as he seized the arm of Orlando, who, muttering something, would have passed to his room. "Almighty God! What I have dreaded has happened!" Orlando, who thought at that moment only of Monimia, and was impatient at every interruption, was however so struck with this exclamation, and with the look of anguish that accompanied it, that he stopped, and, with terror equal to that with which he had been addressed, cried, "What, my dear sir? For heaven's sake, what has happened? My mother, my sisters—" "Oh, your brother!" interrupted Mr Somerive. "Tell me the worst at once. It cannot be more dreadful than my fears represent it." "Indeed, sir, I know nothing of my brother. Nothing has happened to him that I know of. I hope you have heard nothing?" "No," cried Mr Somerive, a little recovering from his apprehensions. "Speak low, Orlando. I would not for the world alarm your mother, who is in bed; but your looks, your haste, your staying out, and your sudden appearance, gave me I know not what idea that some dreadful accident had happened to poor Philip." "Dear sir," replied Orlando, "you will really destroy yourself if you give way to such horrible apprehensions. Philip, I am persuaded, is well. Pray compose yourself. I am extremely sorry I alarmed you, and beg you will make yourself easy." "Ah, Orlando," said Mr Somerive, as he sat down in the parlour, whither he desired his son to follow him, "Ah, Orlando, you relieve me from one misery only to plunge me into another, less insupportable indeed, but still most painful to me. What is the meaning, my dear boy, of these haggard looks, of this disordered manner, of these late walks, and this breathless return? Some mystery hangs over your actions, which cannot but be injurious, since those actions, were they not such as your own conscience condemns, need not be concealed from your family, from your father." "They shall not, sir," replied Orlando warmly. "I will not leave you in doubt about my conduct. You will find nothing in it that need make you blush for your son. Spare me but this one night, and to morrow there shall not be a wish of my heart concealed from you." "Alas, poor boy!" said Mr Somerive tenderly, "I guess but too much of them already. But, Orlando, I depend on your integrity. I have never known it deceive me. Go therefore now, and let me not see to morrow that wild and unsettled look, that pale countenance, and so many symptoms of suffering, which I, my son, see but too plainly, and yet dare hardly say I pity, for fear I should encourage what I ought to condemn." Then, with a deep sigh, he added, "Good night, dear Orlando. I will go and endeavour to compose myself, or at least conceal from your mother the uneasiness that devours me. Ah, my child, many and many nights I do not close my eyes. The sad image of Philip bringing ruin on himself, on my wife, and on my poor girls, haunts me eternally. And then, Orlando, when my expectation rests on you, when I think that I have another son who will protect and support them when I am gone, for I feel that I shall not live long, then, on the apprehension of some fatal entanglement that will ruin all our hopes, comes over my heavy heart, and I see nothing for my wife and my dear girls but poverty and despair." "Ah, this is too much!" cried Orlando. "I cannot indeed bear it. What shall I say, what shall I swear, to quiet these distracting apprehensions? Good God, sir, what have I ever done, what selfish actions have I ever been guilty of, which could lead my father to suppose that, to gratify myself, I would abandon my dear, my affectionate mother, or forget the interest of my sweet sisters?" "Nay, Orlando, you never have given me reason for such a supposition; but let us talk of it no more. Once more, good night." Orlando then kissed his father's hand and left him. Eagerly he tore open the letter, which had already, from his extensive impatience, occasioned to him so much pain. It contained these few words: "My aunt refuses to let me return to my former room this night, and you well know I dared not press it. I could obtain no more than permission to go thither for half an hour to put it to rights, as she has told me I shall go back to it to morrow, and I use that opportunity to leave this letter, enclosed in a book, which I hope you will not miss. Orlando, if you go to morrow, we shall meet no more; but as you mention not setting out till Monday morning, I flatter myself that if that is so, you will not go without seeing me. At all events, I will be in the great pond wood between 4 and 5 to morrow evening, and will wait on the old bench not far from the boat house. I will not say what I shall suffer till you come, if indeed you do come; but be not uneasy for me, for my aunt will have no doubt of your being quite out of the country by to morrow, and therefore will let me go out to walk without any questions. If you can come, I shall not expect to find an answer at my door. If you cannot, but indeed, Orlando, my trembling hand, and the tears that fall upon the paper, prevent me saying any more. I cannot write a farewell to you, but if I never should see you again, do not forget me, Orlando, and may God bless you and make you happy." The paper was indeed blistered, and some of the words almost obliterated by the tears that had mingled with the ink. Orlando kissed these marks of tender sensibility 1,000 times. He laid the precious paper to his heart, and believed the talisman abated its throbbing, then took it to read again, and endeavoured to calm his spirits with the assurance that he should meet the adored writer of it, and repeat 100 times protestations of tenderness which he never felt more forcibly than now. But as soon as his disquieting apprehensions about Monimia and his fears of not seeing her were appeased, the scene he had just passed through with his father reoccurred with more acute pain to his mind. He had promised to reveal the secret which was already suspect, but though he firmly adhered to this resolution, surely his father would not insist upon his promise to give up all thoughts of Monimia. That he felt to be a promise which he could not make. His whole heart recoiled from it. Ah, why was it thus impossible to reconcile his duty and his love? And why should his attachment to Monimia be inconsistent with the attention his family would have a right to, if his father should die? The very idea of his father's death was insupportable, and yet he was going from him, and could not watch his health, or contribute to his comfort. Thus wretched Orlando tried in vain to sleep. His blood throbbed tumultuously in his veins. His heart seemed too big for his bosom. By carrying his thoughts of the dreadful parting of the next day, he was rendered incapable of tasting any present repose, and day appeared before his troubled thoughts had so wearied his frame as to allow him to fall into unquiet slumber. Even his short and disturbed sleep, tormenting visions assailed him. He saw the funeral of his father, who yet appeared living, or at least appearing to him though dead, and pointing with one hand to his mother and his sisters, while with the other he waved him away from Monimia, who, at a distance, seemed to sit dejected and alone in a wild and dreary scene, where birds of prey screamed around her, from which she endeavoured to escape towards Orlando, and held out her hands to him for help in vain. A repetition of these unformed horrors took away all inclination to sleep. At 7 o'clock Orlando left his bed, more dejected than ever he felt before, and dreading the dialogue that must ensue, he joined his father, who was walking melancholy and alone in the garden. End of Volume 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 3. Somerive received his son with tenderness, but his dejection was but too visible. Orlando approached him with apprehension, and his voice trembled as he spoke the salutation of the morning. They traversed a long gravelled walk twice before either of them spoke again. At length Mr. Somerive asked Orlando if he had seen his mother and sisters. He answered that he believed they had not yet left their chambers, and another painful silence ensued, while neither of them seemed to have resolution to break. At length Mr. Somerive said, "This, Orlando, is the last day we shall pass together for some time. Let it not be clouded by dissimulation on your part. It shall not be so with remonstrance on mine, but my advice you will hear, since indeed, my son, it is for your sake, not my own, I give it. I shall soon be out of the reach of all the evils of this world." "Do not talk so, dear sir," exclaimed Orlando, seizing his father's hand. "Do not, I beseech you. Such gloomy presentiments will overcloud this day with more pain for me than your severest remonstrances. Pray think more cheerfully. You are yet but in the middle of life. You have a constitution naturally good, and you may yet many years see around you a family who idolizes their father." "No, Orlando," cried Mr Somerive, interrupting it will not be. Your brother, on whom my first hopes were fixed, he has inflicted the wound which from long irritation is become incurable; and where, alas, where is his family so fondly beloved? Philip is gone, for I see that nothing can save him. My eldest daughter is married into another kingdom, where I can never see her; and you, Orlando, you are now going from me. I am not superstitious, but I feel something like an assurance that we part to day for ever; or if I am so favoured by Providence as to embrace you again, will you be the same after having entered the world? Will you bring back to me the excellent heart, the ingenuous temper, the integrity of principle that has hitherto made me glory in my son?" Orlando, who expected a very different opening to this conversation, warmly repeated his protestations that nothing should make him forget the duty he owed his father, the affection he felt for his family. "Ah, sir," cried he, "if you knew how little is to be apprehended from the world, where the whole heart is already absorbed in attachment, contracted in the early dawn of life, and interwoven with the very existence, you would not feel these fears, nor wound me with these doubts." "I have lived near 50 years, Orlando. You have not yet finished your 21st. I have seen, though passing in obscurity much of my time, I have seen young men set out in life uncorrupted, and apparently endowed with every noble principle that could render them honours to their country or their families; yet in a few years I have seen them either hardened by ambition, or degraded by debauchery, not unfrequently combing both, and if they have interest, pursuing the one only as the means of indulging the other." "It is very true, sir," answered Orlando; "but the ambition of a soldier is surely glorious ambition. It leads to honour through hardship and danger, and he who follows his profession earnestly can have little time for the sallies of irregularity." "You are to be a soldier of peace, Orlando; but I will do you justice. I do not believe you will disappoint my hopes by becoming a gamester or a libertine." "No, sir," said Orlando vehemently; "to be the first I have no inclination, and for the second you have a security which I am sure you will believe infallible. I promised you last night that I would open my whole heart to you. Dare I now then solicit your patience, while I acquit myself of what I hold to be an indispensable duty, and speak with that sincerity to you which I have reproached myself for ever neglecting to observe, though indeed it was not always possible?" "I attend," said Mr Somerive in a grave and low voice. "I would not, Orlando, touch upon this subject, because I wished to see if you had candour and resolution to speak when you might have invaded it." Orlando, whose momentary courage already failed him, now half repented that he had said so much, now shrunk from the unworthy idea of concealing anything. He began then in a low and tremulous tone, and while his heart throbbed with 1,000 painful emotions, he related to his father the whole progress of his passion, even from his first recollection of the time when he began to love Monimia better than any of his sisters, when in going to the hall he thought more of seeing her than of the amusements in which he was indulged, and often refused to ride out on a horse Mrs Rayland allowed him occasionally to have when he was about 11 years old, or to go play with the men in the park, because at the hours when these recreations were offered him, he had opportunities of sitting with Monimia, who was employed by her aunt to pick cowslips from their stalks, to collect rose leaves or dry flowers and herbs in the housekeeper's room. He concealed nothing from his father that happened in the progress of his passion, and as his timidity gradually vanished, he spoke of her with all the enthusiasms and all the tenderness of passion. His father sighed more deeply than he did as he proceeded in his story. When he ceased speaking, he remained a moment silent, and then, with another long-drawn sigh, he said, "I have always suspected something of this sort, but my conjectures were short of the truth. If I had known, Orlando, that the Hall contained so dangerous an inmate, not all the hopes that have been raised by Mrs Rayland's partiality to you should have induced me to have suffered your residence there." "Good God, sir!" exclaimed the young man, "can you call an angel dangerous? Oh, say rather that my Monimia will prove to me a garden seraph. In thinking of her, I find my mind elevated and purified. I live only for her. I wish only to live worthy of her." "Just now, Orlando, you talked of living only for your family, for your mother, for your sisters, and now this angel is the only object of your future life. An angel! Every idle boy that reads ballads or writes them, every scribbler that sends his rhymes to a magazine, calls the nymph who inspires him an angel, and such an angel is this Monimia of yours, and from such sort of reading you have learned to fancy yourself in love with her. The niece of Lennard is the last person in the world whom I would wish you to elect." "And why the niece of Lennard, sir?" said Orlando somewhat impatiently. "Surely my father is too liberal to confound their merits. Poor Monimia! She is indeed the niece of Lennard, but believe me, she does not in any instance resemble her. And what is her birth? Does it render her less amiable, less lovely?" "Oh, softly!" cried Somerive, interrupting him in his turn. "I have not the least doubt, Orlando, but that you could improve in a moment that this seraphic damsel is not only the most perfect of human beings, but the better for belonging to a woman who has always stood between me and the countenance of my relation, a woman who, in all probability, will finally rob me of my birthright. Unhappy, ill-starred boy! Do you not see that, by this misplaced attachment, you have put it into the power of Mrs Lennard to destroy all the hopes you have been cherishing? Do you not see that you have put yourself upon her mercy, that under the pretence of not knowing of this clandestine love, she has suffered it to go on, secure of being able to ruin you at any time with her lady by discovering it, and making a merit of her own disinterested conduct?" Orlando felt that there was too much truth in this observation, but the greater those hazards were that he incurred for Monimia, the dearer she became to him. "Well, sir," he said, "and if Mrs Rayland's favour can be held only by the sacrifice of every honest affection, I will disclaim it. Why should she discard me for loving an amiable beautiful girl who—" "Nay, nay," cried his father impatiently, "why has she invincible pride and obstinate prejudice? Why has she always held me at a distance, because my father, though her only relation, was the son of a man who could distinctly count no more than 2 generations? Why has she always expressed her detestations of the memory of my mother, whom fortune reduced to be her companion? Why has she ever despised your mother, because she was the daughter of a man in trade? It is of no use to inveigh against or investigate the cause of all these supercilious distinctions in the mind of your old cousin. We know that, unlucky for us, they exist, and we know they are invincible. How do you think a woman so haughty and arrogant would like to hear that the young man she has been distinguishing by her favour, and to whom there is some reason to think she may make up the injustice she has done this family, has engaged himself to marry one of her domestics, a girl brought up in her house through charity, the daughter of a nobleman's steward, and the niece of her housekeeper." "If such are her prejudices, sir," exclaimed Orlando warmly, "that I must make myself eternally wretched lest I should offend them. I had rather, much rather, give up for ever all those hopes, of which the reality would be too dearly purchased, if the best part of my life, and all that can render it valuable, is to be the price. I thank General Tracy more than ever for giving me a commission, which, little as it will afford me, and weak as my hopes are of preferment, will at least render me in some degree independent." "I am obliged to General Tracy too," said Mr Somerive, "for you will now be taken out of the most perilous situation that it is possible for a young man of your temper and imagination to be in. If Lennard is satisfied with having got you out of the house, for I doubt not but it was she who much accelerated your going, it will be well. A little more knowledge of the world will cure you of this romantic passion. I hope you are not engaged to this girl?" "Engaged, sir?" "Ay, Orlando, engaged." "If I give you no more trouble, sir," said Orlando dejectedly, "with what are you pleased to term my romantic passion? I must be forgiven if I answer no questions as to my future conduct. It shall not be such as shall disgrace my family, or give any reasonable cause of uneasiness." The emphasis laid on the word reasonable did not at all please Mr Somerive. "You must give me leave, sir," he said rather sternly, "to judge the reasonableness of my feelings myself. You evade my question, after all your professions of sincerity. Good God! what a fate is mine! One of my sons is lost to me, the other is going to throw himself away, if not as unworthily, at least more irrecoverably. Your brother may be reclaimed by time and affection, but an unfortunate marriage, contracted so early in life, is certainly ruin." This speech was ill calculated to appease the concern and impatience with which Orlando found that his father, generally so considerate and indulgent, suffered his dislike to Mrs Lennard to stifle every generous and liberal sentiment of his heart, and he was on the point of answering with more warmth than he ever in his life ventured to use, when, fortunately, to save him from repentance, which would instantly have followed if he had given his father greater pain, the General joined them, and after a few common compliments they were met, as they walked towards the house, by Mrs Somerive with a summons to breakfast. Though the interposition of the General had a little relieved both, the inquiring eyes of Mrs Somerive were not easily invaded or deceived. She saw, and trembled to see, the emotions that shook the soul of her husband, while on the expressive features of Orlando, disquiet and anguish, mingled with something of disappointment and resentment, were too visibly to be traced by maternal solicitude. The presence of the General, however, and of the three girls, prevented her speaking of what so much affected her. By degrees the clouds upon her husband's brow seemed less heavy, but Orlando was pensive and silent. The attempts he evidently made to shake off his concern were quite ineffectual, and as soon as his hasty breakfast was over, he took his hat, turning to his mother, inquired whether the dinner hour was as usual, for on Sundays the family was sometimes accustomed to dine earlier. She answered that it was, and Orlando, then slightly bowing to the rest, was leaving the room, when his father cried, "I thought you were to pass this last day of your stay in the country with us, Orlando." "I shall be back to dinner, sir," replied he as he shut the door. Somerive, who, in the dread of his losing Mrs Rayland's favour, and in his hatred to Mrs Lennard, had spoken of Monimia with more asperity than he felt, was now convinced that harshness would have little influence on the warm impetuous spirit of his son; that he would have done better to have trusted to a mildness and persuasion, and to have treated him in this instance, as he had hitherto always done, rather with the gentleness of a friend than the authority of a parent. Stung with great anguish and disappointment, Orlando wandered away from the house, hardly knowing why or whither he was going. Instead of obtaining from Monimia his father's protection, and the countenance of his family during his absence, with which he had fondly flattered himself, he had heard what almost amounted to a prohibition against thinking of her any more; and his own candour and sincerity, to which he had been taught so religiously to adhere, had apparently done him more mischief than the hints which his brother had thrown out, who had, as he lately learned from Selina, never ceased attempting during his last visit at home to impress his father and mother with a notion that Orlando had not only a correspondence, but a correspondence of the most criminal nature, with Mrs Lennard's niece. Mrs Somerive, always unwilling to see the faults of one son, or to hear the supposed faults of another, had sometimes evaded, and appeared, when she was forced to hear it, quite indifferent to this information; while Somerive, whatever credit he might give to the existence of what he thought such a foolish and boyish inclination, discouraged this invidious disposition in his eldest son, and thought he sometimes felt a good deal alarmed about Orlando, he thought so contemptibly of Mrs Lennard, because he had learned early in life to despise and dislike her, that he could hardly imagine it possible for a relation of hers to make a lasting impression on a young man of so much taste and spirit. He was, however, often uneasy, and particularly after the dinner at Stockton's, on this subject; but upon inquiry he could not find that Monimia was a girl likely long to captivate his son, or to engage him in a serious attachment. Some persons told him indeed that she was a pretty girl, others that she was a handsome girl, but more that there was not anything very extraordinary in her; while from other quarters he heard that her aunt treated her like a common servant, except that she never sat in the kitchen or the servants' hall, and that she hardly ever was seen by any of the family, being employed in attending Mrs Rayland only when she was sick, and at other times in waiting upon or working for Mrs Lennard in her own room. Somerive therefore thought that whatever childish affection his son might have felt for her could hardly have any serious termination, or any that could injure him with Mrs Rayland; and if now and then, on remarking some peculiarity in Orlando's conduct or looks, he recollected Philip's wild assertions about this fair maid of the hall, as he was accustomed in ridicule to call her, the hope that such childish love would be forgotten, and the idea he had taken up that Mrs Lennard kept her niece quite out of Orlando's way, and treated her as a mere servant, quieted his alarms, for which indeed he had no remedy; for he could not either object to any person whom Mrs Rayland chose should inhabit her house, or remove Orlando from it till the present period, when he had her consent and assistance. But to whatever motives the conduct of Mr Somerive was really owing, Orlando had seen it in that view only that was the most flattering to his sanguine hopes. They now appeared to be destroyed for ever, and he saw only despair before him. Far from being allowed to ask his mother's permission for Selina to see his Monimia, he dared not name her again, lest he should receive an injunction which the certainty of immediate death would not compel him to obey; and his projected confession that he was going in the evening to meet her for the last time, he now had not courage to make. Yet he could not disguise it, for since the General's residence in this family, their simplicity of living and their hours had been entirely changed, and instead of dining at 3, as had been always their custom, they now called it 4, but it was often, in compliance with the General's habits, near an hour later. 5 was the hour Monimia named in her note. It was perhaps the only one in which she had a chance of escaping; therefore, whatever might be the displeasure it occasioned to his father and his family, whatever might be the conjectures and remarks, he must either fail returning to dine with them, or break away perhaps before the removal of the tablecloth. To do the former would have been less uneasy to himself, but he feared it would be more offensive to his family. Resolutely determined to see Monimia at all events, he fixed upon the latter; but as he could bear no more of his father's displeasure than what he was sure he thought of hearing when he returned from his last dear interview, he could not resolve to go back to the house, but continued walking almost mechanically towards Rayland Hall, forgetting, in the extreme agitation of his spirits, how very material it was that he should not be seen after he had taken his last leave of Mrs Rayland, and she believed him gone out of the country. This never occurred to him till, under a hollow sand cliff that bounded one side of the great pond near the mill on the verge of the park, he suddenly heard the rattle of a carriage, and, looking behind him, saw Mrs Rayland's coach stopping at the gate, within 200 yards of him. He then recollected the contemptible figure he should make, and the irreparable injury it would do him with her if he were detected in a falsehood, accompanied too with apparent ingratitude. But it was almost too late to escape, for on one side was the water, and on the other a high and almost perpendicular bank, that in some places hung over the road. He had not, however, a moment's time to deliberate, but seizing one of the roots that grew out of the sides, he sprang up, not without some hazard of pulling the crumbling loose soil, of which the bank was formed, upon him. 2 steps brought him to the top, where, however, he would have been in a more exposed situation than below, if the holly, hazel, broom, and branches of pollard oaks that clothed the top of the eminence had not afforded him a friendly concealment. He threw himself among them, and then, perfectly sure that he could not be seen, he peeped among the weathered leaves of the oak and the thicker green of the holly, and saw very distinctly the carriage approach, in which, with a palpitating heart, he perceived Monimia sitting backwards with her aunt, while Mrs Rayland alone occupied the opposite seat. He then recollected that this was the day on which Mrs Rayland usually went in state to the church of a neighbouring parish, a ceremony that was performed 4 times a year, when the weather did not forbid it. He was amazed at his own thoughtless indiscretion, and saw that he owed his escape from its consequence to a mere accident. On these occasions a footman went behind, and Mr Pattenson rode in great form by the coach side. It happened that the man behind the coach had been ordered by his lady at the church door to call with a message upon her tenant the miller, whom, not being immediately able to find, he stayed while he was inquired for, and Pattenson was under the necessity of dismounting to open the gate, which, as he was extremely unwieldy, and rode a spirited and well-fed horse, was by no means the work of a moment. Orlando, after his apprehensions were at an end, found in this little incident something from which he drew a favourable omen. He was pleased to see that, in consequence of his supposed absence, Monimia was indulged with a greater degree of liberty, and seemed much in favour with Mrs Rayland and her aunt; and it seemed as if destiny, however remotely, was determined to favour him; for in this last, as well as in innumerable preceding instances, he had trembled on the very brink of detection, and yet he had hitherto escaped. At least he had reason to rest assured that Mrs Rayland, suspecting nothing, and was far from imagining that her young kinsman was devotedly attached to her little humble Mary. Volume 3, Chapter 3. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 4 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 4. Sufficiently punished by the alarm he had been in for his indiscretion, Orlando no longer ventured to appear where any of the tenants or servants of the Hall might probably meet him; but as he was afraid of returning to the house of his father till the whole family were assembled, lest he should hear more of the reproof he could so ill bear, he lingered about the coppices, and as a chain of them led to a sharp eminence clothed with wood, that overlooked a part of the park where, among the venerable trees scattered around it, the Hall house appeared, he sat himself down on an old seat which had been placed here for the prospect afforded by this woody knoll, and indulged reflections which, though far from pleasant, were mournfully soothing. He recollected that in this copse, but a few years before, he had once been permitted, with some other children, to accompany Monimia in gathering the nuts with which it abounded. How gay and happy they were then! How unconscious of evils to come! Under that tuft of hazel Monimia sat, while he threw the fruit into her lap, and there he pursued a squirrel for her, which escaped up that old beech tree. The letters carved by the rustics, whose Sonny's walk in summer times led them to this bench, remained. He remembered them well, and, for the first time in his life, felt disposed to take a share of the species of fame. Footnote 1. So admirably described in the exquisite poem of the Task, where he speaks of the alcove, impressed by rural carvers who with knives deface the panels, leaving an obscure rude name in characters uncouth and spelt amiss. Footnote 1. And with his knife he engraved on that part of this covered seat which had suffered least from the sylvan pen of rural lovers. Footnote 2. Thompson. Footnote 2. The words Orlando, 9th December 1776, flattering himself that this rude memorial might be seen by Monimia, and draw her from soft bosom one sigh more of tender recollection in his absence. Thus passed the time till the hour nearly approached when he believed the whole family would be together, and when he should therefore escape any further conversation with his father. He made his way towards home over hedges and through the most pathless part of this woody country, and entering the house by the kitchen, he inquired for his mother and sisters. The servants answered that their mistress was ill and had lain down on the bed, but that the young ladies were in the parlour. Concerned for his mother, whom he fondly loved, Orlando hastened into the common parlour, where he saw Isabella leaning her head on her hand, in which was a handkerchief, and Selina hanging over her, her eyes streaming with tears. Orlando, imputing all to his mother's illness, inquired eagerly how she did, and how she so suddenly became ill. Selina, in answer, exclaimed, "Oh, dearest Orlando, how glad I am you are come back! We have been wishing and seeking for you." "But my mother," cried Orlando, "my dear mother?" "She is only very much agitated," replied Selina, "and I hope will be better presently. But Isabella—" "What, for God's sake, has happened to you?" said he, interrupting one sister, and addressing his hurried inquiry to the other. "Tell him, Selina," said Isabella, "and ask him how he would act if he were situated as I am. I will go to my own room." "What is all this, my dear girl?" said Orlando, as soon as she had left the room. "Isabella seems less affected than you are." Selina then related to him that soon after breakfast her father and General Tracy had walked out together, at the desire of the latter, where the General had opened his intention of offering himself to Isabella as a husband, of making very great settlements if she accepted of him, and in short, said Selina, he made the proposal appear so advantageous to my father that the disparity of age seemed by no means a sufficient objection against accepting it. He therefore referred the General wholly to Isabella herself, with whom he conversed as soon as he returned home, representing his own situation, which certainly affords us all but a melancholy prospect, Orlando. He even told Belle, in regard to our circumstances, some particulars which have been owing to Philip's expenses, that my father says he has not ventured to tell even to my mother, because they would have killed her. It seems that we shall not have any provision in case of our poor father's death, as Philip has stripped him of all he had saved, and as this estate would be Philip's, we should not have, to support us all, above £80 a year. My mother's settlement, which, as she had so small a fortune, was all she would let my father settle upon her. This, you know, is not £20 apiece for us, and Isabella would not certainly be happy with such a pittance, if it were possible for her to live upon it. Only therefore consider what a contrast the General's offers make, besides the power such a match would give her to make our dear parents easy, which I own is the only circumstance that would shake my resolution were I in her place. She would be raised so much in rank, and have such a large fortune, so much splendour round her, things which you know Belle has no dislike to, that I believe she will consent, though she has 100 times ridiculed the General, and when he has been making love to her—" "Making love to her!" said Orlando. "Has he long made love to her?" "I think he has," replied Selina. "I know very little how people make love, but I am sure if that was not making love, I cannot guess what is. Belle at first only laughed at him, and used to say such rude things about his wig and his false teeth, and the art he used to make himself look young, that I have wondered 100 times how he bore it. But afterwards he grew more importunate, indeed I thought impertinent, and Belle threatened to speak to my father. As for my mother, we agreed to tell her the sort of language he held whenever he could get my sister alone, or with only me and Emma; and my poor mother, afraid of disobliging a man who she thought had been such a friend to you, and might be to the whole family, desired we would not tell my father, who would certainly have resented such behaviour, and contented herself with keeping us out of his way, and never suffering us to be out of her sight, so the poor General, not being able to succeed in carrying away Isabella on his own terms." "Curse on his insolent presumption!" cried Orlando passionately. "He never could dare to think of it." "My mother," answered Selina, "believes he did; but you see he repents of his evil intentions, and is determined to be generous and honest at last." "And does my sister Belle accept of him then?" "That is the matter now in debate. My father has represented the situation she will be in if he dies and leaves her unmarried. She knows all the pecuniary advantages that attend such a situation as the General offers her, and the question only is whether, as she has no attachment whatever, the charms of grandeur, the chance of being a countess, for the General's older brother has but one son, a poor puny boy, and being called the Honourable Mrs. Tracy, are not sufficient temptations to make her forget that her husband, who is to give her all these advantages, is a good deal older than her father." "And how do you think the debate will terminate?" said Orlando. "Isabella has been crying about it, as you see, and my mother's being so extremely affected made me cry. But I believe, Orlando, that the General need not despair. Isabella, however, has desired till this evening to consider of it, when she is to give him her answer herself. He said that he could not go to town and leave undecided a matter on which the whole happiness of his life depended, nor could he bear to be in the presence of the adored object till the hour when this decision was to be made. So as soon as he had made his fine speeches, he mounted his horse, and is gone to dine at Stockton's." "Selina," inquired Orlando, "tell me honestly, my sweet sister, what would you do if you were in Isabella's place?" "I am very glad I am not, Orlando; but I will tell you honestly as much as I know of my own heart. Were my father to say to me, as he has said to my sister Belle, that to see me so opportunely married would make his latter days easy, and save him from those hours of anguish that now torment him about the future fate of us all, I should certainly marry this old man, if he were 10,000 times more odious to me than he is, to make my father happy, Orlando, whom I now see often sinking under a weight of anxiety that is destroying him, to secure our dear indulgent mother the comforts of affluence, if we should lose him, and to promote your interest, Orlando, and poor Philip's, and my sister's, I would throw myself alive into the fire, or what would to me be much more hateful, I would marry a man whom I abhor." The fine blue eyes of Selina, on which those of her brother were tenderly fixed, filled with tears as she said this. Her voice failed her a moment, but her brother did not interrupt her, and she went on. "But were only myself in question, then, were I to see poverty and even servitude on one side, and General Tracy with his brother's coronet in one hand, and a settlement of 10,000 a year in the other, I do assure you that I should refuse him." "Generous, charming girl!" cried Orlando. "I do believe you, my Selina, and I rejoice that you are not exposed to the alternative. Belle, though I love her dearly, has not, I know, quite your heart, and I hope she does not so much dislike this man, if it is indeed so probable that she will accept of him. Besides, the situation in life which he can offer has charms for her gayer and more ambitious mind, which my soft Selina cannot taste." "What shall I say to my sister is your opinion, Orlando?" "That she must consult her own heart, my dear, for I cannot in such an affair give any opinion. But now, Selina, as we shall not have half a moment longer together, tell me, could you contrive to go with me this evening to meet Monimia for the last time?" Selina at first started some objections. If they both went out together, their design in going could hardly be concealed, and she should perhaps incur the displeasure of her father and mother, who would not be well content that Orlando, whom they probably wished to consult on the important affairs in agitation, should quit them immediately after dinner. It was, however, after some debate, settled that he should go first, and that Selina, to whom everything was soon rendered easy that could contribute to the happiness of her beloved brother, should follow him; for she said that she might then perhaps not be missed, because it was often her custom to sit of an evening with Emma upstairs, as they had usually a great deal of work to do for themselves and their mother; and though this was not a day when they could make that excuse, yet their habit of doing so would make their absence little remarked on an evening when a business was in debate so momentous as Isabella's answer. The brother and sister had hardly settled their little plan of operations before they were told the dinner was ready, and on their entering the dining room, the rest of the family were already assembled there. Mrs Somerive, though she had collected resolution to appear at dinner, could not conceal the agitation of her mind. Orlando so soon to leave her, and the fate of Isabella in suspense, her dread lest her daughter should sacrifice herself and be unhappy, opposed to her wishes that she might be established in such high affluence, made her mind a chaos of contending emotions, while Somerive himself, reading in her countenance all that passed in her heart, and knowing, even better than she did, how necessary such an alliance was to the preservation of all the family, was even more affected. But he had yet strength of mind enough to conceal it better, and to appear calm, though thoughtful and melancholy, frequently turning his eyes on Isabella, who seemed in a kind of elegant languor. The effect of her debate between duty and indifference, though in fact it had been held much more between aversion and vanity, in which the latter hardly needed the aid of any other consideration to come off conqueror. In a family party so situated, there was not, of course, much conversation, and the dinner passed without anybody's eating, though each pressed the other to eat, and affected to eat themselves. Orlando hardly spoke 3 words, and those were addressed to his mother, the interesting concern of whose still beautiful countenance wounded his very soul. Distracted between the fear of adding to that concern by his abrupt departure, and of a failing in his appointment with Monimia, he believed this dinner, useless as it was the very longest he ever sat down to. Just as the tablecloth was removed, he heard the clock strike 5, and looking at his watch, which went by the great clock in the hall, he found their own was 10 minutes too slow. Monimia then was waiting for him in the wood, listening to every noise, and accusing him of cruelty and delay. Before this idea every other consideration vanished, and starting up, without even attempting an excuse, he hurried away; nor had his father, who called to ask whither he was going, nor the more tender voice of his mother, who cried, "Orlando, my son, surely you will not leave us," power to detain him a moment. He rushed out of the house and ran, with the swiftness of an Indian, to the great pondwood. By the time he arrived there it was almost dark, but he discerned between the stems of the tall firs the figure of Monimia sitting on the seat he had marked to her as the place of their meeting. Never before did he seem to love her so ardently as at that moment. His heart was softened by the thoughts of their immediate separation, while oppressed with the occurrences of the day it seemed ready to burst. Breathless from the speed with which he ran, and hardly knowing what he did, He threw himself on his knees before her, and seizing her hands, bathed them with his tears. The trembling girl, who had been there even earlier than her appointment, and who had, amid 100 other fears, despaired of his coming, alarmed and unable immediately to weep, hung over him, as with frantic gestures he spoke to her; and when she would have reproached him for the apprehensions in which he had left her, her words were inarticulate, and it was some time before either of them was able to congratulate the other that they thus met once more. Alas! the bitter certainty that a long, long separation must so soon follow, poisoned the pleasure of their meeting. Neither knew how to speak of it, yet it was impossible for either to think of anything else. "You go to-morrow, Orlando?" said Monimia. "Yes," answered he; and then relating what had passed in regard to Isabella, he added that perhaps if his sister determined to accept the offers of General Tracy, as he believed she would, it might be in some respects advantageous to him. "For I understand," said he, "that the enamoured old beau means, if his love is successful, to return in a few weeks, perhaps 3 weeks or a month, in order to carry off his young bride; and that he has hinted to my father that from thenceforward, considering me rather as his brother than his protégé, he shall not only procure leave of absence from the general of my regiment, for I am not in his, but in that where his nephew, Captain Warwick, has a company, but use his utmost endeavours to procure me in immediate promotion. I own, Monimia, that though I think this marriage most preposterous, and that my sister Isabella is marrying merely for money, yet I am so weak, and I am afraid so selfish, that the idea of gaining by this alliance the advantage of seeing you, which I could not often do otherwise, makes me half forget the disparity of the ages, and overlook the absurdity of a man of 65 marrying a girl of 21. Indeed, whether I approved or disapproved of it, would in this case make no difference. Therefore, as I could not prevent the evil, if it be one, there is, I trust, no meanness in my availing myself of the good." Monimia felt a weight, heavy as the hand of death, taken off her heart. When he told her they were, in consequence of this new family arrangement, likely so soon to meet again, her mind, which had dwelt with horror on the idea of separation for months, perhaps for years, was now relieved by supposing it might not be for more than 3 weeks; and knowing nothing of military rules, she supposed that after the first forms of entering on his new profession were gone through, he might return to the Hall; and that if she could not, from that active watchfulness which her aunt might then renew, see him every day, she should at least know that he was under the same roof, or within a few miles of her. To know even that he was in the same country was a satisfaction. She should hear Mrs Rayland speak of him, if she was herself deprived of the happiness of meeting him. She should see him in the park, and hear his voice speaking to others, if he was not allowed to speak to her. Perhaps Mrs Lennard, convinced by this absence that her suspicions had been groundless, might less vigilantly oppose their future intercourse. All these hopes, for the hopes of a young and inexperienced mind are sanguine and easily received, served so far as to assuage the pain Monimia had felt on their first meeting, that she became soon able to converse with calmness, and not only quieted her own troubled spirits, but endeavoured to soothe and compose those of Orlando. Her voice had upon his heart the power of magic. Deliciously soothing as it was, it excited that sort of painful pleasure which is only expressed by tears. From this state of tender sympathy are they soon awakened, by a voice calling at a distance for Orlando. Monimia started in terror, but her lover immediately appeased her fears by telling her what his haste and the tumult of his mind had made him before admit, that he had appointed Selina to meet them. They now therefore, as it was so nearly dark that they could hardly distinguish the way, hastened together towards that part of the wood from whence the voice came, and they soon met the poor terrified Selina, who, almost speechless with fear, on finding herself so far from home alone, and in a night that threatened impenetrable darkness, trembled like a leaf, and said to Orlando, as he took her arm within his, that the whole world should not have bribed her to venture what she had now done for him. He led again towards the bench by the boat house, though Selina pressed him to return home as soon as he could. "I tremble," said she, "I am afraid to death, lest I should be missed. My father indeed is never very angry, but just at this time I would not for the world add to the many causes of uneasiness which he has about the rest of us." "Nor would I," replied her brother. "No, Selina, there is not in the world any sacrifice I would not make to both or either of my parents, except that of my affections for Monimia." He then, though both urged him to put an end to this interview, which seemed indeed only productive of needless pain, insisted upon their sitting down by him, and holding their hands, which he kissed as he united them, he besought them to love each other when he was gone, and to consider each other as more than sisters. He told Monimia it was in cover of his letters to Selina he proposed to write to her, and not by the means of the under gamekeeper, as he had once proposed; and he then inquired if they could not appoint some one day in the week when they might meet in that spot. "I shall then be present with you," he said mournfully, "at least in imagination. Yes, however distant my person shall be, my soul will be here. I shall, in fancy at least, enjoy the delight of seeing together the two beings whom I most fondly love, and of knowing they are occupied with the thoughts of their poor Orlando. There is a story in one of the popular periodical publications, I believe in the Spectator, of two lovers who agreed at a certain hour to retire, each from their respective engagements, to look at the moon. The romantic satisfaction they enjoyed in knowing that the eyes of the person beloved were, at the moment they were gazing on it, fixed on the same planet, will by this means be doubled to me; for I shall know that at such an hour, on such a morning, my Monimia and Selina will be just in this place. I shall see them. I shall see the eagerness with which Monimia will ask for news of me, the pleasure with which Selina will give it. Every object round this spot will be present to me, and wherever I may be, however occupied in my duty, my soul will at that moment be particularly here." Selina, not less anxious to gratify him in this romantic fancy than Monimia herself, now named Monday as the morning when this instant assignation should be made, and gave as her reason for it, that on that day her mother was less likely to miss her from her being then particularly engaged in settling her domestic concerns, and that as they did not always certainly receive letters from the neighbouring post town except on Sundays, the morning of the following day of the week would be that in which it would be most likely she should have those that were to be sent her for Monimia. Poor Monimia, with a deep sigh, reflected that if all this was necessary to soften the separation of only 3 weeks, for Orlando had again assured her it would not be more, a longer would be quite insupportable to them both. The deep sound of the great clock at the hall, tolling 6, was suddenly conveyed towards them by the water, roused her from her momentary dread of future sorrow to a perfect sense of that for which was immediately before her. It was necessary to hasten this dreadful parting. There was not a moment to lose, for at 6:15 she was to be in the parlour to make the tea for Mrs Rayland and her aunt, and the nearest way was near a mile to the house. Falteringly she spoke to Orlando of the danger of her stay. He heard her, but he could not answer. Selina, who was almost as fearful of being missed as she was, repeated it. "Come then," cried Orlando dejectedly, "since it must be so, let us go." He took one under each arm, and was moving towards Rayland Hall, when Selina cried, "Dear brother, you will not go to the Hall?" "No," answered he, "but I will not suffer Monimia to go so far alone. Therefore we shall see her safe in sight of the house, and then return." "We must be very quick then," said Selina. "As quick as you can walk, my sister," answered he, still in the extreme agitation; "for I care not how soon the pain I endure at this moment is at an end. I suffer the tortures of the damned." The poor girls, terrified at the vehemence with which he spoke, and the wild way in which he hurried on, made no reply, and only exerted themselves to keep up with him. In silence they ascended an high stile, which in one place separated the park, and in silence ascended the hill which arose behind the north front of the house. Monimia then desired him to stop. "We are now," said she, "within sight of the house, and there can be no danger for me." "Within sight!" said Orlando. "How is that, my Monimia, when it is so dark that we are hardly within sight of each other?" "No," replied she, "but what I mean is, that there is nothing to fear in my crossing the park alone." "I shall go with you, however," said Orlando, "to the old thorn in the dell below." "At the hazard," said Monimia trembling, "of our being met by some of the servants at the Hall, or people going home from their Sunday visits to them?" "At the hazard," added Selina, "of terrifying and displeasing my father and mother?" "At the hazard of everything," replied Orlando, with a degree of impetuosity which neither of them had courage further to oppose. They again became silent, and as they continued to walk very fast, or rather to run, they presently reached the place which Orlando had himself named for their parting, where Monimia again stopped, and disengaging her arm from his before he could prevent her, she said faintly, "And now, Orlando, God bless you, dear Selina." She was quite unable to finish the sentence, but, turning, would have left them, when Orlando, throwing his arms around her, wildly pressed her to his bosom. "Be not so much concerned," said she, trying gently to disengage herself. "Remember you have told me we shall meet soon, very soon again. Orlando, if you really love me, if you pity me, do not, I implore, detain me now." "I will not," said he. "God forbid that I should injure you, dearest, loveliest." She was gone. He stood a moment like a statue, while her white cloths made her distinguishable through the gloom. Selina then entreated him to hasten home. "No," he said dejectedly, "no, I must stay here till I hear the door by which I know she will enter the house shut after her, and then I shall be sure she is safe." Selina could not oppose this. It could indeed take up but a moment. "Hush!" cried Orlando, "do not speak. Let us listen. Ah, the door shuts. Well, Selina, I will now go back with you, and 1,000 times I thank you, my best Selina, for your indulgence to me." They then hurried back the way they came, and with as much haste as the darkness of the night would permit. It was above 3 miles by the nearest path, and Orlando, occupied solely by the anguish of having parted with Monimia, uttered not a syllable, while Selina, excessively alarmed lest her mother should have missed her, felt her heart beat so much with apprehension that it was with the utmost difficulty she could keep pace with him. End of Volume 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 5 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 5. On their arrival, however, at the house, Selina was agreeably surprised to find from little Emma, who was reading in the room they shared above stairs, that she had never been inquired for, that the General had arrived just before tea, which was, on his account, ordered later than usual, and that Isabella, who had been below ever since dinner with her father and mother, was now, she believed, alone with the General, to whom she was to give her answer. The palpitating heart of Selina then became quieter. She took off her hat and cloak, adjusted her hair, and prepared for the summons she expected to have to make the tea. Orlando a moment afterwards glided up to them. He said there had been no inquiries for Selina, and all was right. "I went," said he, "as is my general custom when I come home into my father's study, but I found nobody; and from what I can gather from the servants, this important answer has been given, and our older brother is with his papa and mamma, and with his future bride. They are all settling the ceremony together." "How can you laugh, Orlando," said Selina, "at anything so serious?" "Nay," replied he, assuming a levity he was far from feeling, "you would not have me cry, Selina. If Isabella is happy in this match, surely her family have reason to be glad of it. But one cannot help thinking of January and May." Selina had read but a little, and knew not what to he alluded, nor had she time to reply, for at that moment Mrs Somerive looked in upon them. She smiled, as it seemed, through tears. "Orlando," said she, "I am glad you are returned. Why did you leave us so abruptly after dinner? But come, my children, we wait for you below." "And are we to find there a new relation, madam?" said Orlando. "Is the General to compose hereafter a part of our family?" "Your sister has decided that it shall be so," replied Mrs Somerive, stifling a sigh. "And you, Orlando, will be pleased to see how much pleasure this alliance, notwithstanding there is certainly too great disparity of years, gives to your dear father. The difference of age is indeed the only objection. In every other respect, General Tracy is a match infinitely superior to what any of my daughters could have pretensions to." Mrs Somerive then led the way downstairs, and her children followed her. During supper, the General assumed, as well as he could, the triumphant air of a successful lover. Isabella was silent, and affected resignation to the will of her parents, while her father looked at her with eyes in which doubt and concern were mingled with hope and satisfaction. It seemed as if he at once rejoiced in having his daughter so well established, and yet feared that to the dazzling advantages of rank and fortune she might sacrifice her happiness. None of the party seemed much disposed for conversation, and as the General and Orlando were to depart early the next morning, they separated sooner than usual. Mrs Somerive in better spirits than she would have been, if the General had not assured her that he would himself bring Orlando down with him when he returned to claim the happiness of becoming allied to her, and might call himself the most fortunate of men. Calmed by these promises, of which she saw nothing that could impede the execution, she beheld her son depart on the following morning, without any of those paroxysms of grief which Orlando had so much dreaded, and which he was so ill able to bear. Before the travellers got into the chaise in which they were to go post to London, the General demanded an audience of his future bride, and Orlando was at the same time closeted by his father, who enjoined him to preserve his morals, to attend to the cultivation of that good opinion with which the General honoured him, points with which a little experience proved to be incompatible, and lastly to endeavour by every possible means to persuade him to return home. Orlando promised to obey all these injunctions to the utmost of his power, and glad to escape hearing any other charges which he might have found it impossible to obey, he received the summons now sent to him to attend the General with pleasure, for nothing is more painful than the sensations which arise at the moment of separation from such friends, even though the absence be but transient. The General had paid his compliments all round, and Orlando now embraced his family with tears in his eyes. His father wrung his hand, and once more gave him his blessing. His mother could not utter the last adieu, but went back into the parlour with her daughters, while Orlando, seated by his military patron, left his paternal mansion as fast as 4 post horses could carry him. He was not disposed to talk, but as the distance increased between him and Monimia, between him and his family, all he held dear in the world, the depression of his spirits increased also, while his companion, as he approached the scene of his former habits, and the thought of the raillery he should encounter upon his new system of reformation, became more silent and contemplative. The clamours of his mistresses, of whom he had now 3 upon his hands, and the ridicule of his friends, arose to his imagination in a very formidable light. But then the beauty of youth and vivacity of Isabella Somerive seemed excuses for a much greater folly than he was about to commit. He recollected many of his acquaintances, whom he was willing to suppose much older than himself, who had married young women without half their attractions. He fancied that he was weary of the dissipated life he had hitherto led, that as he would soon be no longer a young man, but be declining towards middle age, it was time to have somebody who should be truly attached to him, while his being married did not at all preclude him from gallantries which he saw everybody else pursue, whether they were married or not. The greatest inconvenience he saw was what arose from the precipitate affection he had shown towards his nephew, Captain Warwick, the orphan son of his sister, whom he had taught to consider himself as heir to his fortune, who would be much mortified at the disappointment. However, he reconciled himself to this objection by reflecting that it would be very hard indeed if his kindness to his nephew should prevent his gratifying himself, and by resolving to make young Warwick an immediate present of £1,000, and to settle a very handsome income upon him after his death, that he might not be quite thrown out of his expectations to which he had been brought up, when the General should have a family of his own. Nothing was farther from the General's intentions than to marry Isabella Somerive, even when he had first changed his battery and pretended to her honourable love, but he found so little prospect of succeeding with her, even if all was to happen in her family as he had foreseen, and he felt it so impossible to live without her, that what he had begun with the most insidious designs concluded at last in an honest though an absurd one, and having once taken the resolution to commit matrimony, he endeavoured to reason himself out of every objection that pride libertinism, or the fear of ridicule continually raised against it. Isabella, whose heart was perfectly free from every impression in favour of any other man, had so behaved as to make the enamoured general believe that only her charming reserve, owing to her rustic education, prevented her avowing her attachment to his person, though on 1,000 occasions previous to his serious declarations she had placed his vanity and affection of youth in the most ridiculous point of view, and had shown him that she did not care a straw for him. But such power has vanity in obscuring the best understandings, that her ancient lover really supposed he could inspire with her sincere affection for him. Still, however, he felt an awkward kind of sensation when he thought of the numberless gay young men with whom his blooming Isabella would be surrounded when she was his wife. Above all, he reflected with disquiet on his nephew, who was reckoned one of the handsomest men of the times. He was 23, and the general felt no satisfaction in being called uncle. Uncle? It sounded so antique. Warwick, indeed, was never admitted to live with him, and he now repented that he had procured leave for him to come home from America. In consequence, a wound he received there, and heartily wished him back again. But his return thither was not, according the general's own account, very likely to happen. If the presence of Warwick at his own house in Grosvenor Place was not agreeable to him, that of Orlando was as little so, and, though not quite for the same reason, for another very similar. Before the last conquest made by Isabella Somerive over the susceptible heart of General Tracy, at least a third of it had been possessed by a young woman whom he had purchased of her mother, and whose assumed virtue and great attractions had induced him to admit her into his house, where she had reigned ever since very despotically. As he had not yet settled whether he should part with her or not, or acquired courage to tell her his situations, she must, till he could make up his mind on this point, remain where she was; and whatever might be his future resolution, he did not greatly like that the handsome young Orlando should be introduced to her acquaintance. As he could not give this reason to Mr Somerive for not asking Orlando to take up his abode in his house, he had sedulously avoided mentioning it at all. Orlando had never thought about it, but, occupied solely by what he had left, he considered not a matter so inconsequential as whither he was to go when he got to town. Tracy had once or twice led the conversation to topics which he thought would engage Orlando to say what he intended in this respect, but Orlando took no notice of it, till at length, just as they crossed Fulham Bridge, Tracy said, "Mr Somerive, shall my chaise and horse put you down in London? You know I stop on this side of the turnpike at Hyde Park Corner, but the chaise shall go with you wherever you please." "I am much obliged to you, sir," said Orlando, who never till that moment recollected that the general had not invited him to his house; "but there is no sort of occasion to take your carriage. I shall go," added he, "this evening to Mr Woodford's." That was a plan that the general did not quite approve of. He knew that, if his intending marriage was once known at that house, it would be instantly spread among his friends by means of the communication Woodford had with many of their families, which was a circumstance he was not yet prepared for. The ambition of Woodford himself, and the malice and disappointment of the two young ladies, would busy them all in circulating the report; and the general, in love as he was, and determined to marry, had not yet prepared himself to stand the ironical congratulations of his male and female friends, but particularly the latter, on his resolution of uniting himself in holy matrimony to the niece of his wine merchant. These thoughts made Orlando's intentions of going to Woodford's, which however he might easily have foreseen, very unpleasing to him, and he remained silent some time, considering how he might guard against the inconveniences he apprehended. His reasons for not giving him an apartment in his own house kept their ground, but he would very fain have prevented his going to Woodford's, at least till he had himself taken some means to parry the first burst of the ridicule he so much dreaded. He could not take one very obvious means to prevent the circulation of the news of his intended marriage, by requesting Orlando not to speak of it, for he had often remarked that he was quick-spirited, not without a considerable share of pride, and affectionate solicitude for the honour of his sisters. To affect, therefore, making a secret in London of what he had so openly avowed in the country, could hardly fail of awakening the high-spirited Orlando to some degree of resentment, if not of doubt in regard of the reality of his intentions. After a long debate on the subject, the General at last recollected that it was impossible to suppose Somerive himself was not right to a brother-in-law whom he was so much accustomed to consult on a subject so interesting and important, and that, therefore, any precautions he might take in regard to Orlando would be useless. It is true that his being by his intended marriage allied to his own wine merchant had before given him many severe qualms, which, with a glance from the ark and bright eyes of Isabella, had at once dissipated. But now, as he approached his town house, and saw those bright eyes no longer, these fits of half repentance, originating in pride and prejudice, recurred with more force, and when he arrived at his own door, he started from one of the reveries thus brought on, and again said to Orlando, "Shall my servants get you a hackney coach?" There was something in the abrupt manner of asking this which suddenly convinced Orlando that the General had no inclination to ask him into his house. Piqued by his observation, he answered coldly that there was no occasion to trouble his servants, for that he should walk to the house of his uncle, and would send a porter for the small porte-manteau he had in the chaise. By this time the General's valet de chambre had opened the chaise door, and Orlando, who was on that side, got out. He stopped, and the General, as he followed him, asked in a low voice some question of the footmen who had been left in town, and who came to the chaise door also, to which question the man answered aloud, "No, sir, she is gone out." The General, turning to Orlando, who was coolly wishing him a good evening, said, "You will certainly do me the favour to walk in." Orlando, by this time comprehending that there was some lady usually resident with him who was not to be seen, and that he was only asked in because she was at this time absent, answered that he would not intrude upon him. "But as I shall want the advantage of your instructions, sir," said he, "on many things of which I am totally ignorant, I shall be obliged to you to tell me where I am to receive your orders." There was a coldness, and indeed a haughtiness, in the manner of Orlando's saying this, that convinced the General he saw and was offended by the evident design he had himself formed of evading to give him an invitation. More disconcerted than he had almost ever felt in his life, he again pressed him to go into the house, which Orlando again refused, and then, saying he hoped to hear from him at Mr Woodford's, when and where he might attend him for the purpose of receiving those instructions relative to his future proceedings which he had promised his father to give him, he again wished him a good evening and walked away. Orlando had never been in London but once when he was about 16, and had then only attended his mother on a visit for about a week in the spring, which she had passed with her brother. He remembered that he never was so happy as when they left it, and on a fine evening of May returned from the smoke of the Strand, in one of the streets of which Mr Woodford lived, to his dear native country, where only there seemed to be happiness for him. Since that time he had never felt a wish to revisit London, and in a melancholy mood he now proceeded along the streets, recollecting little more than his way from Piccadilly to the Strand. Every object wore a very different appearance from what they did when he saw them before. It was now a dreary, foggy evening in December, and just at the hour when the inhabitants of part of the town he was in were at their desserts, so that hardly any carriages but a few straggling hackney coaches and drays were rumbling over the pavement. As he approached Charing Cross, the bustle became more, and the further he advanced, the throng of coaches coming out of the city and going towards the playhouses from other parts of the town deafened him with noise. But it was a mournful reflection that among all the human beings he saw around him there was not one interested for him, while the dirt through which he waded, and the thickness of the air, filled him with disgust. His mind went back to the dear group at home. He saw them all assembled round the fire in the little parlour, his father trying to dissipate with a book the various anxieties that assailed him for his children, now and then communicating some remarkable occurrence to his wife as she sat at her work-table. He saw Isabella employed in making some little smart article of dress, and fancying how well she should look in it, and Selina, while she and Emma were assisting his mother in completing some linen for him, more attentive to her father's reading, often asking questions and soliciting information. But when he had finished this picture, his fancy with more pain and more pleasure fled to the lovely figure of Monimia in her solitary turret, sighing over the tender recollections of those hours which would never perhaps return, sometimes wishing she had never known them, but oftener regretting that they were now at an end. He saw her stepping cautiously into the library, whenever she could, to find it open, to take or to replace some book which they had read together. She shed tears as she read over the well-known pages where he had with a pencil marked some peculiar beauty in the poetry. He fancied he saw her take out the lock of his hair which she had given her in a little crystal locket, pressed it to her lips, and then, imagining she heard the footsteps of her aunt, returned it hastily into her bosom and placed it near her heart. 1,000 tender images crowded on his mind. He quite forgot whither he was going, and was roused from this absent state of mind by finding himself at Temple Bar. Recalled then from the indulgence of his visionary happiness to the realities around him, he recollected that he had passed the street where his uncle lived. With some inquiries, however, he found his way back, and on arriving at the house he heard that Mr Woodford was out, having dined in the city, and that his wife and his daughters were gone to the play with a party of friends who were to sup with them. He was told, however, by the maid-servant who let him in, that he was expected, and that a bed had been prepared for him by direction of her master, who had received notice of his intended arrival by a letter from the county the day before. Orlando could not help remarking to himself that he was likely to have but a cool reception in an house, the inhabitants of which could not one of them stay at home to receive him. But he was new to the world, and his heart open to all the generous sympathies of humanity. He thought that relations loved one another as well in London as in the country, but he soon saw enough of these to make him resign, with perfect composure, a too strict adherence to old-fashioned claims of kindred. End of Volume 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 6 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith, Volume 3, Chapter 6. A moment's reflection recalled the confused and dissipated thoughts of Orlando back to the transitions of the day. He had never liked General Tracy much, and he now liked him less than ever, and regretted that Isabella was to be his wife. He almost doubted whether he meant to make her so, and the idea of any deception raised his indignation. But he had nobody to whom he could communicate his thoughts, and it was perhaps fortunate for him that he had not, for his open, unguarded temper, incapable of dissimulation, and despising it wherever it appeared, was likely to have betrayed him into confidences with his uncle which would have hurt his father. The moment, however, he saw Woodford, he shrunk into himself, and instead of remembering that he had not been at home to receive him, felt only concern that he was come home at all. Warm from a city dinner, the boisterous manners of his uncle appeared particularly disgusting to Orlando, who had lately been accustomed to associate only with women, or with his father and the General. The conversation of the former, who was pensively mild, and that of the latter so extremely courtly that he seemed always to fancy himself in the drawing-room. Orlando, therefore, was almost stunned with the halloo of his uncle on receiving him. He shook him, however, heartily by the hand, crying, "Well, my boy, I'm glad to see thee, though devilishly thou art bit, my little hero, to find that all that old Tabby's fine promises in sending thee to carry a rag upon a pole, and get shot through the gizzard by the Yankees. Ah, I was right, you see. Take my word another time. I know the world, and never saw the waiting for such chances answered. A young fellow may wait till he is grey on one of those hags, and the devil a bit to find himself the forwarder at last. They never die, for oh my conscience I believe they have each of them as many lives as a cat, and when at last they have the occasion to turn the corner, 'tis 10 to 1 but they bilk you after all. No, take my advice another time. Never depend upon them. It's better to shift for oneself." "Well, sir," said Orlando, whom this harangue equally tired and disgusted, "you see that I have followed your advice by embracing a profession." "A profession!" cried Woodford with a contemptuous look. "And what profession? To be shot at for about £35 a year? Hey, or how much is it? Thereabouts, I believe. A rare profession, when a man ties himself down to be at the command of about a dozen others." In this manner he ran on, nothing doubting the shrewdness of his remarks, and not meaning to be rude and brutal in making them. Yet Orlando felt that he was both, nor was he much relieved by the change in the conversation that brought the General's intended match into discussion. Woodford was at once floored by such an alliance, and mortified that his own daughters had missed it. He felt proud that he should boast of having the Honourable Lieutenant Tracy his nephew, but was vexed that he had not had any share in bringing it about, and this contrariety of sensations found vent in the coarse raillery he uttered to Orlando, who was once or twice on the point of losing his temper before the entrance of the ladies and their party from the play put an end to the dialogue so very disagreeable to him. Young Woodford, who, having quitted trade to study the law, was now a motley composition between a city buck and a pert Templar, accompanied his mother and sisters, while he took care to signify was a great favour, and not owing to his wish to oblige them, but to see how he liked a young woman they had with them from the city, and who was the only daughter of a rich broker of the tribe of Israel, who had however married a Christian, and was indifferent enough about his own religion to let his daughter be called a Christian also. Her fortune was supposed to be at least £70,000, and Mr Woodford had long been scheming to produce a match between her and his Jemmy. He would condescend if he could but bring himself to like the girl, but he thought her confounded ugly, and had no notion of sacrificing himself to money. The girl herself, just come from a boarding school, her head full of accomplishments and romance, was in great haste for a lover. Mr James Woodford, was reckoned by some of his young acquaintance a very smart, fashionable man, and Miss Cassado needed very little persuasion to fancy herself in love with him. The intended husband of Maria Woodford, and a young man who seemed to have pretensions to the other sister, were the rest of the party, who, preceded by Mrs Woodford, now appeared. The ladies of the family spoke with cool civility to Orlando, the younger Woodford, with the air that he imagined a man of fashion would assume for the reception of his country cousin; but under this apparent contempt he concealed the mortification he felt from the observation that Orlando, who was always admired by the women, was much improved in his person since he last saw him. With his two female cousins Orlando had never been a favourite, notwithstanding his acknowledged beauty, but that for no other reason than because he had never paid to their charms the tribute of admiration they expected from everybody. Eliza particularly disliked him, because he had refused a sort of proposal made by her father to give him her hand and a share of the business; but the young Jewess, who consulted only her eyes, immediately discovered by their information that the stranger was the sweetest, handsomest, most enchanting man in the world, and that James Woodford was nothing to him. She had her imagination filled with heroes of novels, and the figure and face of Orlando exactly corresponded with the ideas of perfection she had gathered from them, while the natural good breeding which accompanied whatever he said, and that sort of pensive reserve he maintained in such a company, which gave to his manner peculiar softness, placed him at once among the dear creatures with which their head was always full; and she either so little knew, or so little wished to conceal, the impression he had made, that James Woodford and his mother perceived it, both with an accession of ill humour which did not sweeten their manners towards Orlando. At supper everybody talked together, though their eagerness to be heard could not be justified by the importance of what they had to say, which was chiefly remarks on the players, criticisms on the acting, or anecdotes of their lives, of which the younger Mr Woodford had apparently a great fund. Orlando, who knew none of them, and for whose conversation there was no vacancy if he had been disposed to converse, such a silent auditor of this edifying discourse, now wondering at the importance affixed to people and events which appeared to him of so little consequence, now comparing the noisy group in which he sat with the dear circle at home, and his delicious tete-a-tetes with his soft and sensible Monimia, and not unfrequently looking with some degree of wonder on the rosy cheeks, disfigured forms, and disproportioned heads of the ladies, but especially on that of Mrs Woodford, whose cheeks were as red, and whose plumage waved as formidably as that of any of the misses. He soon determined that till he could finish his business about his commission and prepare for his duty, he would take a lodging, and not remain where he was likely to find so little society to his taste, and where his reception was hardly civil. Having taken this resolution for the morrow, he felt no other wish but that the disagreeable night would end, and totally neglected by everybody but Miss Cassado, who now and then addressed herself to him in a sweet sentimental tone, he had disengaged his mind from the scene around him, and was picturing in his imagination the turret of his Monimia. He saw her sleeping, and her innocent dreams were of him. Every piece of furniture in the room, the books and the work that lay scattered about it, were present to him. It was the image only of Orlando that sat at the table of Mr Woodford. The soul that animated the image was at Rayland Hall. But from this illusion he was startled by Woodford, who, giving him a smart blow on the shoulder with his open hand, cried, "Why, Captain, you are in the clouds! Heyday! What pretty plum dairy maid at the Hall is the object of this brown study? Never mind, my lad, a soldier finds a mistress wherever he goes; and though I dare swear thou hast broken a sixpence with her as a token of true love, she will not break her heart, I warrant her, while there's a sturdy young carter in the county of Sussex. Come, most magnanimous captain, cheer up, we are going to drink in a bumper of such claret as thou hast not often tasted. Confusion to the Yankees, and that there may be soon not a drop of American blood in their rebellious hearts. As thou art going to fight against them, thou wouldst help us drink against them. Come, your glass, sir, your glass, and when that toast had passed, I have another." Orlando, who was more shocked and disgusted by every word his uncle spoke, now took his glass in silence, and Woodford, engaged in some of that conversation which he called roasting with another of the young men, let him drink the wine without insisting on his repeating words, from which, most ignorant as he was of the nature of the contest with America, his reason and humanity alike recoiled. But he did not so escape from the future toast with which his insupportable uncle had threatened him. When the whole company had drawn round the fire, for their supper was now concluded, and every glass was again by the order of Mr. Woodford charged, he, who in dining out, and in the liberal potations he had taken since he came home, had already swallowed more than was sufficient to elate his robust spirits, stood up with his back to the fire in the middle of his family and his guests, and there gave a toast which had a very direct reference to General Tracy's marriage with his niece Isabella, in terms so very improper that Orlando, to whom it was particularly addressed, felt every principle of personal honour or general propriety insulted by it, and positively refused not only to drink it, but to stay in the room while it was drunk. Being once roused, and feeling himself right, the vulgar ridicule of his uncle had as little effect as the more serious and angry remonstrances of his coxcomb cousin, who assured him that only his little knowledge of the world and rustic education could cover him from the most serious resentment. A severe pang touched the sensible heart of Orlando, as he recollected that his beloved mother would be vexed at this difference between her brother and her son; but when he related the cause, he was sure she would not blame but commend him; and, conscious of all the dignity of an undaunted mind, scorning to stoop to even an unworthy expression because it was authorised by custom, or insisted upon by a relation, he took his hat, and, wishing the ladies good night with great politeness, was leaving the house, when Woodford himself overtook him at the door, and apologized for his unguarded proposal, by which, however, he protested he meant not to offend him. On this apology, and on an assurance that he should hear no more of such offensive conversation, Orlando returned to the room, though fully determined to leave the house the next day. The licentious and vulgar mirth, however, which Mr. Woodford chose to call conviviality, was at an end after this incident. James Woodford, already detesting Orlando, could hardly be civil to him. The lady of the house beheld him with a mixture of envy, contempt, and terror. The misses, his cousins, felt only resentment and contempt; but the little Jessica, gone already an age in love, admired his spirit and adored his beauty; and when her father's chariot, with an old hill-path, who acted as a sort of duenna in it, came to fetch her home, she made a tolerably confident advance to engage the brave pretty creature to escort her home. Orlando, however, either did not or would not understand her, and James Woodford, piqued at the preference given to Orlando, which the lady was at no pains to conceal, suffered her to depart alone. The rest of the party immediately separated. The young barrister retired to his chambers, hardly deigning to wish his country cousin good night. Orlando, whose trouble no kindness from this family had power to allay, as their neglect had no power to increase it, went to his room little disposed to sleep. Fatigued of body and mind, gave him up to a few hours of forgetfulness. At dawn of morning he awoke, and as he knew it would be long before any of the servants rose in a house where night was converted into day, he dressed himself, and as the day was to be dedicated to business, and he wished to lose as little time as possible, he went to breakfast at a coffee house, and left a note for his uncle, saying, in civil but cold terms, that as he had so many affairs to transact in a very short time, he must keep very irregular hours, and therefore should be a troublesome inmate in a family, for which reason he should take a lodging near the part of the town where his engagements lay, and should only occasionally trespass upon him for a dinner. From the coffee house where he breakfasted, he wrote to General Tracy, requesting his directions, as he determined not to call at his house. To this letter, however, he did not expect an answer till after 1 o'clock, as the General was seldom visible sooner, and he employed the long interval in writing to his family a short account of his safe arrival in London, and in pouring out his whole heart to Monimia in a letter, which he enclosed in one to his sister Selina. General Tracy was in the meantime suffering, on one side, all the apprehensions of what would be thought and said, when his intended marriage should be known, by those whose interest it was to keep him single, and on the other, from his fear of losing Isabella, his passion for whom absence did not promise to do much towards curing. Warwick had been returned from his recruiting party above a week, and had been several times in Grosvenor Place inquiring for his uncle, and the behaviour of the lady of the house towards her ancient lover was such as gave him reasons to suppose that his intended reform was suspected, if not known. Of this, however, he had no longer any doubt, when, going late in the evening after his arrival in town to the house he usually frequented in St. James's Street, he was attacked upon this tender subject by all his old friends, and rallied without mercy. As he could not deny an affair of which they seemed so well acquainted with the particulars, he took at once the resolution to avow it. Their ridicule then ceased, and Tracy returned home, glad that this first burst of laughter was over. But much was yet to come of a more serious nature, against which he armed himself as well as he could, by reflecting that he had a very good right to please himself, and that neither Captain Warwick or any of those other persons to whom he had given a claim over him had any other dependence than on his bounty. To the women on whom he had made settlements, he knew he must pay them, but whatever he had done for Warwick was entirely voluntary, and his nephew had no other dependence. He would hardly, for his own sake, so behave as to cut himself off a share of his future fortune because he could not have it all. Armed with these reflections, he determined to end this disagreeable state at once, by telling Warwick what he intended for himself and for him; and when his nephew, apprised of his being returned to London, waited on him the next morning at breakfast, Tracy, though he would rather have mounted a breach, plunged at once into the subject, informed Captain Warwick of his intention to marry, and of the immediate present, as well as the future provision he intended for him. Warwick, who had always feared his uncle's very youthful propensities would, as he advanced in life, betray him into the very folly he was now about to commit, received this intelligence with much more concern than surprise. He was himself of the gayest and most inconsiderate disposition. In the height of health, youth, and spirits, the admiration of every woman he saw, and the life of every company he went into, his vanity did not allow him to suppose that he owed any part of that admiration to the prospect he had of being heir to General Tracy's wealth, and imputing it all to his own merit, he fancied himself superior to the malice of fortune. There were many possibilities which, on a moment's reflection, weakened the blow which this intelligence seemed at first to give to his fairest hopes. His uncle might change his mind a day before it was executed, The young woman might jilt him, or even if the marriage took place he would probably have no children, and then he should himself be so little injured by this match that it was not worth thinking about with any degree of concern. The £1,000 too, which his uncle promised him, was a doucer that considerably abated the bitterness of such intelligence; and Warwick, rather through the carelessness of his nature than from motives of prudence or policy, received this intelligence so much more calmly than Tracy expected, that his uncle appeared to be in a better humour with him than ever. This uneasy subject once discussed, Tracy proceeded to inform him that the brother of his intended bride, for whom he had procured an ensign's commission in his Warwick's regiment, though not in the same company, had accompanied him to London, in order to equip himself for the service, and to join that part of the corps that were in England. While he was thus speaking, Orlando's note was brought in, and on Tracy hinting that such were his wishes, Captain Warwick immediately offered to go himself to the young soldier, and give him every assistance and information that could be useful to him. Instead thereof a written answer to his note, Orlando heard a gentleman inquiring for him in the coffee room, and on his appearing, Captain Warwick, whose figure and address immediately prejudiced everybody in his favour, introduced himself as the nephew of General Tracy. If Orlando instantly conceived a favourable opinion of Warwick, he was yet more struck with his new acquaintance. From his uncle's account, and from what his own imagination added to it, he supposed that he was to be a temporary bear leader to a tall straight-haired cub just come from school, who wanted a drill sergeant rather than a fashionable acquaintance. But when he saw, and only for a moment had conversed with Orlando, he perceived that he was one of those beings for whom education can do little, and whom nature has so highly favoured that nothing can be added by art. The two young men, thus highly pleased with each other, soon entered into conversation with that unguarded familiarity which accompanies generous tempers in the candid days of youth. Orlando spoke his mind very freely on the absurdity of the match meditated by the venerable general, and Warwick as freely ridiculed it, while he could not help expressing some curiosity as to Isabella, whose charms had thus brought about what so many artful women of all descriptions had been trying at for the last 30 years at least. Orlando described his sister as he really thought her, a very handsome girl, full of spirit and vivacity, with a great deal of humour, a good share of understanding, which did not, however, exempt her from being very vain, and somewhat of a coquette. It was on inquiries relative to her person, which he said must be extraordinary, that Warwick dwelt the most. "Really," said Orlando, "I have seen many women who are as handsome, some handsomer, for example, I think Selina, my third sister, infinitely more beautiful, though I own to you she is not generally reckoned so." "Upon my soul," replied Warwick, "your family, Somerive, must be a very dangerous one. I suppose, though, I am pretty secure; for my good old uncle, or young uncle, I cry him mercy, will not let me have a peep for the world at this future aunt of mine." Orlando was glad to see that Warwick received with so much gaiety de coeur an event which would have raised in the minds of most other persons so situated inveterate enmity against his whole family. Warwick engaged him to dine at a tavern in Pall Mall, and they then went out together, that Orlando might know where to find the tradesman for whom he had occasion. End of Volume 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 7 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith, Volume 3, Chapter 7. For a young man of the temper and disposition of Orlando, there could not be a more dangerous companion than Captain Warwick. Indulged from his infancy by his uncle in everything that did not interfere with his own pleasures, and having no parents to restrain him, Warwick never dreamed of checking himself in whatever gratified his passions or flattered his imagination. His spirit and vivacity recommended him to societies of men, where he learned to be an agreeable debutante, to drink without losing his reason, but not always to play without losing his money. His very fine person, and the softness of manners he could occasionally assume, endeared him to the women, among whom he was called the handsome Warwick, and with them lost his time, but hitherto without losing his heart. With all his acquired imperfections, he retained many inherent good qualities. He was humane, generous, and candid. His soldiers adored him, and his friends, amid all that fashionable dissipation in which most of them lived, were more attached to Warwick than fashionable men usually are to anybody. Orlando, in the simplicity of his heart, thought him the man in the world most calculated to be his friend. Warwick was recruiting at Barnet, but however had obtained leave to be in London, and Orlando, who, after passing a few days with him, could less than ever endure the sort of society he found at Mr Woodford's, took a lodging near Warwick's, and they became almost inseparable. The General, embarrassed between his love for Isabella Somerive, which he could not conquer, and his present connections, which he knew not how to break, passed in a state of mind by no means enviable the first week after his return to London. But the greatest torments he was to experience had not yet overtaken him, for the societies of fashionable women, among which he had been the oracle, were not yet assembled for the winter. He dreaded, when he met them, not only the loss of his consequence, but the scorn and ridicule he should be exposed to. He wished to be once married, when common civility would repress those sarcasms to which he knew he should be otherwise exposed. Yet as the preparations necessary for this important event, which he assured Mr Somerive he would hasten, were to be begun, his resolution failed. He wished he had not gone so far, but had adhered to his former cruel plan of waiting till the death of her father, and the distress and the dispersion of her family, which that event threatened, had thrown her into a situation in which it was likely she might be tempted to accept less honourable proposals. While the mind of the ancient lover thus fluctuated between the fear of losing her quite and the reluctance he felt to resign his liberty to obtain her, Isabella discovered no impatience for his return, but waited for her promised dignities with tranquillity, which her father was far from sharing. The painful idea of sacrificing his daughter to mercenary considerations was not more supportable than that of leaving her destitute, together with the rest of his family, of a comfortable subsistence; but above all, the cruel desertion of his eldest son, of whom he had now heard nothing for many weeks, corroded his heart with unceasing torments, and those torments were increased by the necessity he imposed upon himself of concealing them as much as possible from his wife. The letters he received from Orlando were his only consolation, yet even these were embittered by hearing in every one of them that all his inquiries after his brother had hitherto been fruitless. Warwick, who found great pleasure in his company, had very early in their acquaintance learned the source of that anxiety which often clouded the open countenance of his friend, and in hopes of meeting Philip Somerive, They had gone together, not only to public places, and to all parts of them which it was likely he might frequent, but to gaming houses and taverns of the second class, where, from Orlando's description of his brother's style of conversations, Warwick thought it most likely he would be found. But they gained no intelligence of him, and the very research was not made with impunity by Warwick, who could seldom help engaging in anything that was going forward. But Orlando's affection for his family and for Monimia secured him effectually from the infection of such societies. He had strength of mind enough to consider how much he owed to them and to himself, and to reflect how unpardonable his conduct must appear to his father, if in undertaking to recover his brother he should lose himself. These reflections, and an heart most insensible of all pleasure but what were derived from the hope of passing the summer of his life with Monimia, were antidotes even to the influence of Warwick's example, who often gaily rallied his country prejudices, but never seriously attempted to pervert his principles, and sometimes in their more serious conversations was candid enough to own that he should himself be a happier man if he did not, rather than incur the ridicule of those for whose opinion he felt only contempt, plunge into vices for which he had no taste, and call pursuits pleasurable which in fact had no power to bestow pleasure. Orlando had now been 3 weeks in London, for the plan of returning to pass his Christmas at Wolverton, which had been once proposed, had been given up. The General, contented with having introduced him to Captain Warwick, had seen no more of him since that common civility required, and was now gone to pass that space of time between the end of the old and the beginning of the new year, when it is very unfashionable to be in London, at the house of his brother Lord Barhave, who usually remained at his northern residence till the end of January. The General had originally proposed to return to Somerive's house at this time, but not having yet recovered the doubting qualms which he had since felt, he thought a fortnight at his brother's, where he hoped and believed no idea of his intentions could yet have been heard, would give his arguments on both sides fair play, which now were so equally balanced. He should be alike removed from the fascinating charms of the blooming Isabella, and from those rivals who, in London, had established claims on his heart and pocket. He should not, on one hand, be delighted with the spectacle of family happiness and domestic comfort which the circle at Somerive's house offered to him, nor, on the other hand, dread the ridiculous light into which the wit of his London friends threw his intended marriage with a beautiful rustic, almost young enough to be his granddaughter. For these reasons he wrote to Somerive, lamenting the necessity he was under to change his plan, and alleging that it was family engagements alone that impelled him to do so, but that as soon as they were fulfilled he should hasten on the wings of rapture to West Wolverton. He set out for the north. Orlando continued another month in town without hearing of his return, or wishing to hear it for any other reason than because it would, he thought, be the signal of their going down together to the house of his father. At the end of that time he became impatient. He had been now above 6 weeks absent, and the letters he had from his family, but still more those he less frequently received from Monimia, irritated this impatience. The anguish of mind that every week increased, while Mr Somerive had no news of his eldest son, was by his letters forcibly expressed to Orlando, while his mother and his sisters gave him mournful accounts of his father's health. Mrs Rayland's letters were, though very rare, the greatest alleviations to his uneasiness that Orlando received, for they were as expressions of kindness and of increasing attachment to him, as the reserve of her manner and the formality of her style would permit them to be, and it was a great and very unusual degree of favour towards any one that alone could urge her to write at all. The 2 letters received from her, therefore, were considered by Orlando as being more unequivocal proofs of her settled affections for him than any she had yet given. Still the time that was to intervene before he should be permitted to return to the dear paternal spot around which were assembled all the future hopes of his life seemed insupportably long. He was now in Hertfordshire with his men, and only occasionally obtained a few days to pass with his friend Warwick in London. In the tedious days he passed almost alone in the little country town, his resource was in books, and to such as he could attain he applied himself with more avidity than he had ever done at the Hall. Thus passed the month of February and part of March. Mr Somerive, then believing, with great appearance of reason, that Tracy was trifling with his daughter, wrote to the General in such a way as must bring on a decision. In consequence of this, the General, still wavering, returned to London, from whence, and from his duty in Parliament, he had absented himself since the beginning of the season on pretence of ill health. On his arrival in town a circumstance awaited him, which called him back to his honest resolutions; for the young woman, on whom he had profusely lavished great sums of money, who was established in his house, and whose settlement he had lately increased in consequence of his proposed marriage, had quitted his house the evening before that on which she knew was to return to it, leaving a letter in which she turned him and all her former professions of attachment to him into ridicule. She took with her all the presents he had made her, to a very considerable amount, gave him the name of a person whom she had authorised to receive the annual sum he was to pay her, informed him that she was gone to Italy with a young man of fashion, whom she named to him, and was his most obedient humble servant. As the excessive vanity of the General had blinded him so far as to make him believe he was extremely beloved by this young woman, who had always laughed at and imposed upon him, he was thunderstruck by an incident so unexpected, and cruelly mortified to find, that while he was meditating how to soften to her the pain of parting, she was thinking only of flying from him with a younger lover. His resolutions in favour of matrimony, which pride and the dread of ridicule had at least suspended, now returned in all their force. He immediately wrote to Somerive, excusing as plausibly as he could his late apparent backwardness, and acquainted him that he only waited for the drafts of the settlements, which, as particular circumstances in his affairs rendered much attention to them necessary, his solicitor had promised to have drawn up and laid before 2 of the most eminent counsel, all which he was assured would not take up above a fortnight, at the end of which time he should lay himself and his fortune at the feet of his adorable Isabella. The General, however, though he was now really in earnest, could not prevail on men of law to make a foreseed march in his favour, and the fortnight elapsed in inquiries and questions, in which there seemed no other end to be obtained than that of increasing the fees of the gentleman of the long robe, and the bill of attendance to the attorney. Somerive again thought himself trifled with, and the General, in order to convince him he was not, went down on a sudden to West Wolverton, where the charms of Isabella regained at once all their power, and after staying 10 days and renewing, in the most solemn manner, his engagements with Somerive, he returned to London, to make the last preparations for his marriage, which was fixed to be within 3 weeks. As it had long been settled that Orlando was then to return home to be present at the celebration of these nuptials, he heard that all was at length settled, with a mixture of pleasure and pain. The delight he felt at the idea of returning to friends so dear to him, above all of seeing his Monimia, was embittered by reflecting on the sacrifice his sister was about to make in this unequal marriage; nor could he reflect without regret on the injury it would do to the interests of his friend Warwick, who, however, spoke of it himself with philosophic gaiety. It was near the end of April before the General, who now remained steady to his engagements, could prevail upon the tardy special plender, the puzzling counsel, and the parchment-loving solicitor, to complete their parts in this intended contract. At last, however, the General, attended by two of them, set out for West Wolverton, and in a few days was followed by Orlando. The day after his arrival was occupied till it was almost dark with the ceremony of hearing these endless settlements read, and as he was a party to them all, it was impossible to escape, even on pretence of the indisputably necessary visit to Mrs Rayland. But the instant they were signed he flew eagerly to the hall. The sight of the many well-known objects on his way, every tree, every shrub, recalled to his mind 1,000 pleasing ideas; and as he passed hastily through the fir wood, where in a dreary night of December he had last parted from Monimia, or at least passed a few agitated moments previous to their parting, he compared his present sensations to what he had at that time felt, and laughed at the superstitious impression given him then, and on some more former occasions, by the gloom of the winter sky, when he fancied that, in the hollow murmur of the breeze, he heard, "Orlando will revisit these scenes no more." Every object, then wrapped in real imaginary horrors, was now gay and joyous. It was a lovely glowing evening towards the end of April. The sun was set, but his beams still tinged with vivid colours the western clouds, and their reflection gave the water of the lake that warm and roseate hue which painting cannot reach. The tender green of spring formed to this a lovely contrast, and where the wood of ancient pines ceased by his path lay through a coppice of low underwood and young self-planted firs, the ground under them thickly strewn with primrose and the earliest wild flowers of the year. Hope and pleasure seemed to breathe around him. Hope and pleasure filled the heart and flashed in the eyes of Orlando, and perhaps the moment when he reached the door of the old hall, though he was forced to stop a moment to recover his breath and recollection, was one of the happiest of his life. It had been the established custom from his first admission to the hall, never to enter the apartment of Mrs Rayland but on permission; but now, as he had informed her from London that he intended to be at the hall in a few days, and had received an answer most cordially inviting him, his impatience would not permit him to wait for this ceremony, and he hardly felt the ground beneath him as he sprang up the stairs that led to her usual sitting parlour, and opening the door, saw by the faint light which the old Gothic casements afforded at that hour of the evening, Monimia sitting on the opposite window seat alone. He flew towards her, forgetting at that moment that the world contained any other being. Surprise and pleasure deprived her as much of her recollection as they had done when her lover, but it returned sooner, and she entreated him to forbear those frantic expressions of tenderness which were so dangerous in such a place. "Where are the old ladies then?" cried he. "They are only walking in the gallery," replied Monimia, "as Mrs Rayland was not well enough to go out to-day. They will be back immediately." "That cannot be," cried Orlando impatiently, "for you know how slow their progress is. But let us not lose a moment in talking of them. Tell me, Monimia, can I see you at night as I used to do? Are you still in your turret, with the same means of leaving it? Tell me, Monimia, I must not, I cannot be refused." "Ah, Orlando," answered the faltering Monimia, "dearest Orlando, how often I have repented of those dangerous, most improper meetings! With how much difficulty we escaped, and how impossible it would have been for any other circumstance than your absence to have quieted the suspicions of my aunt! And ought we now to renew this hazardous correspondence? Ought we to incur again such danger?" Orlando interrupted her. "Ought we?" exclaimed he. "Is that a question Monimia would have made after so long an absence, if Monimia was not changed?" "Changed, Orlando? How can you think me changed?" "Prove then that you are not," said he, again impatiently interrupting her. "Let me see you to night. My leave of absence is only for a few days, till my sister is married, and I must not, I will not be trifled with." "Oh, hush, hush," whispered she, "there is a noise, they are coming from the gallery. I had better not be found here with you." "Promise then, Monimia, promise me, and you shall go. I will hazard everything, even an immediate discovery, if you refuse me." Monimia, trembling at his vehemence, then sighed her consent, and hardly knowing what she was about, gathered up the work that lay in the window seat, and softly left the room, while Orlando walked to the other end of it, assuming, as well as he was able, an air of unconcern. But before he had made a second turn, Mrs Rayland entered, and started at the sight of him, though she had expected him either that day or the next. He approached her with all that affection which is inspired by gratitude, and as he respectfully kissed her hand, she expressed her pleasure at seeing him returned. He then paid his compliments to Mrs Lennard, whose eyes he saw were thrown around the room for Monimia. She returned his civilities, however, with great good humour. Candles were ordered, and Mrs Rayland invited him to supper, and to take up his residence at the Hall, favours which, with unfeigned pleasures, he accepted. The old lady, who had now long been accustomed to contemplate Orlando as a creature of her own forming, was pleased to fancy him improved, both in his person and his manners, during his short absence. He had acquired a military air. He was more easy, but not less respectful, and she fancied that he resembled her grandfather's picture more than he used to do. But she expressed some surprise not to see him in uniform, which, she said, in her time, all gentlemen of the army appeared in it usually. Orlando promised he would conform to what she thought right in that respect, not however without some apprehensions, that as he advanced in life she would propose to him, in order that he might be still more like Sir Orlando Rayland, whose portrait she wished him to resemble, to purchase a tie wig, and brandish a sword of which the guard should be lost in an immense sleeve. As Mrs Rayland was not very well, having lately had an attack of the gout, to which she was in the spring particularly subject, she dismissed the young soldier early, and it was with inexpressible delight that Orlando took possession once more of his old apartments, which had been carefully prepared for him. It would not be easy to describe the subsequent meeting between him and Monimia, who suffered herself to be persuaded to renew that clandestine intercourse which they had both so often condemned as wrong, and renounced as dangerous. But when Monimia could prevail upon him to talk less of his present happiness, and to be more reasonable, she related to him all that had passed during his absence. Her life had, however, afforded very little variety, but was rather amended in regard to Mrs Lennard's treatment of her, who employed her more than usual in attendance on Mrs Rayland, in order to save herself trouble, gave her more liberty, and was rather less harsh towards her than formerly. She related that she was now often suffered to go to church, which had afforded her the opportunities she had snatched to meet Selina and correspond with him. Her aunt had apparently forgotten her suspicions and anger when he was no longer near the Hall, and the disappearance of Betty Richards, who was said to have gone off, according to her own assertions, to Philip Somerive, and was reported to be supported by him in London, had been the means of eradicating entirely from the mind of Mrs Rayland all those suspicions which the gossip of the country, collected and repeated by the jealousy of the old butler, had made on her mind, and she now thought better of Orlando than if these doubts had never been raised. Orlando, in collecting all this from Monimia, saw too clearly the reason why his brother had so carefully avoided him, and amid all the delight of which his heart was sensible in this conference, it felt a sharp pang, when he reflected how great an accession of pain this intelligence, which did not seem to have reached him yet, would give to the already wounded heart of his father. Day unwelcomely appeared, and it was dangerous for Monimia to stay a moment longer. Orlando conducted her safely back, extorting her from a promise that they should meet every night during the short time he was to stay. When he left her, his spirits would not allow him to sleep. The morning was delicious, and 1,000 birds from the woods on every side the park seemed to hail his arrival. Again all the enchanting visions with which youth and hope had formerly soothed his mind reappeared. Never did they seem to him so likely to be realised. His sanguine imagination, no longer repressed by doubts of Mrs Rayland's intentions towards him, which were now everything but actually declared, represented to him the most bewitching scenes of future happiness. The only alloy was his brother's indiscretions and his father's health, but he believed he should be able to obviate the inconveniences of the one, and to restore the other, when he should possess what the course of nature rendered likely to be at no great distance, the property of Mrs Rayland, which he meant to resign to his father for his life. Happy pliability of the human spirit! Happy that period when youth and health and hope unite to paint in brilliant colours the uncertain future, when no sad experience, no corrosive disappointment throws dark hues over the animating landscape, or if they do, are softened into those shades that only add to its beauty. Orlando would not distinguish, in that his fancy was busied in drawing, any but agreeable objects. Monimia, infinitely more lovely, and if possible more beloved than ever, was the principal figure. He saw her the adored mistress of that house, where she had been brought up in indigence, in obscurity, almost in servitude. This gem, which he alone had found, was set where nature certainly intended it to have been placed. It was to him, not only its discovery, but its lustre was owing. He saw it sparkle with genuine beauty, and illuminate his future days, and he repressed every thought which seemed to intimate the uncertainty of all he thus fondly anticipated, and even of life itself. The cool tranquillity of morning, the freshness of the air, the beauty of the country whithersoever he turned his eyes, had not sufficient power to soothe and tranquillize his spirits. He believed a book which should for a moment carry him out of himself would do it more effectually, and returning to the library, he took from the shelves 2 or 3 small volumes of poetry which he had purchased, and retiring to an elevated spot in the park, which commanded a view of Monimia's turret, he attempted in vain to read, but the sensations he felt were so much under the influence of fancy, that they suddenly assumed a poetical form in the following verse: Hymn to Love and Hope. Twin stars of light, whose blended rays illuminate the darkest road where Fortune's roving exile strays, when doubt and care the wanderer load, and drive him far from joy's abode. Propitious love and smiling hope, be you my guides and guardians powers, if doomed with adverse fate to cope. I quit in honour's rigid hours, these dear, these bliss-devoted towers. Yet here, O still most radiant, here attend this prayer of fond concern, to beauty's bosom life endure, presaging as ye brightly burn the rapture of my blessed return. End of Volume 3, Chapter 7. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 8 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 8. 3 days, 3 happy days to Orlando, now passed rapidly away. Divided between his father's house and the Hall, and preparing to constitute the comfort of both, he was himself gay and cheerful, in the certainty that at night he should see Monimia. The charms of the season, the beauty of the country, to which he was attached as well from taste as habit, the tender affection of Monimia, which, though more guarded, was more lively than on their early acquaintance, the delight of knowing that his father's sorrows were soothed and suspended by his presence, and that his mother looked upon his attention to her as overpaying her for every other anxiety, all conspired to give value to his existence, and to blunt the asperity of those reflections in regard to his brother, which now and then would interpose and give him momentary disquiet. He was not quite content about Isabella, who, though the air of gaiety she assumed did not seem to be really so well pleased as she affected to appear. The fulsome fondness of her ancient military lover sometimes raised her ridicule, but oftener disgust, which Orlando saw with concern. But on these occasions he reflected that nothing in this world is without its alloy, and that so many advantages would accrue to his family by the marrying of Isabella, that as she did not seem herself adverse to it, it was folly in him to think of it with concern. On the morning of the 4th day after his arrival, he had just walked over from the Hall, where Mrs Rayland had detained him to breakfast, and was engaged in conversation in the parlour with his father and the General, when a dark-coloured chariot, drawn by 4 sleek dock-tailed horses that might have matched the set at Rayland Hall, was seen to approach the house, followed by 3 servants in purple liveries. Mr Somerive expressed some surprise at this, as he had not the least recollection of the equipage. Their inquiry, however, who it could be, was immediately answered by the appearance of Dr Hollybourn, who, waddling out, inquired for Mr Somerive, and was shown into the room where he was sitting. Mr Somerive was so little accustomed to receive visits of civility from Dr Hollybourn, or indeed any visits at all, that he was much surprised at this as he could be at matter of so little consequence. The very great condescension of the good doctor, who bowed as low as his prominent stomach would let him, and whose speeches were interlaid by all kinds of flattery, Mr Somerive accounted for by recollecting that the doctor was extremely fond of the company of persons of title, and never so happy as when he could introduce some anecdote which related to his brother the bishop, or to some right honourable or right reverend friend. He had, on the occasion of their meeting at Rayland Hall the preceding November, paid his court most assiduously to the General, and enlarged upon the beauty of his brother the Lord Barhaven's seats, all of which he said he had visited. Somerive now therefore concluded that it was to the report of his honourable guest, and of his intended alliance with the family, that he owed this very obliging visit, which however he began to think very tedious, and dreaded its lasting till the evening, when at length the good doctor, after a pompous preface, said that he had an affair of some consequence to communicate to Mr. Somerive, on whose time he begged to trespass alone for 10 minutes. Somerive, who could not imagine what a man with whom he had so slight an acquaintance could have to say to him, immediately applied this unexpected circumstance to the idea always present to his mind. He fancied some ill had befallen his eldest son, and that one of his friends had commissioned this man of the church to break to him the horrid tidings, and then to pour into his wounded mind the consolation his profession enabled him to bestow. In an agony not to be described, therefore, Somerive led the way into his study, where the doctor, after another flourishing preface, which Somerive in the confusion of his mind took for a preparatory discourse, offered to him for Orlando his daughter, the fair and accomplished heiress, to whom he declared he would give £20,000 down, with an engagement that at his death that sum should be trebled. Though the proposal gave no great pleasure to Somerive, because he disliked Dr. Hollybourn, and was almost sure Orlando disliked his daughter, yet the conversation, so different from what he expected to hear, gave, while it relieved him from the most dreadful apprehensions, the appearance of joy to his countenance. He thanked the consequential doctor for the honour he did his family, promised to communicate to Orlando the purpose of their conference, and to wait upon him with an answer, or send Orlando on the following day. They then returned to the General and Orlando. The conversation turned on common topics, and the doctor, though asked to stay to dinner, withdrew his usual dignity. The General was now considered as part of the family, and before him Somerive, who had hardly yet recovered from his surprise, related to Orlando, as soon as he was gone, the purpose of his visit. Mr. Somerive seemed at first but little disposed to listen to proposals of such a nature from a man whom he had always rather disliked, and who now seemed to have made them only because it was generally understood that Orlando was acknowledged as the intended heir to the great estates of the Rayland family. Orlando very plainly declared his disinclination to hear of them, while the General, by no means accustomed to consider pecuniary advantages as matters to be slightly thought of or hastily rejected, asked such questions as led Somerive to explain the particulars of Miss Hollybourn's fortune and expectations, after which he contrived to turn the conversation to indifferent matters for a few moments, and then walked away with Somerive, whom he very seriously advised to reconsider the matter before he suffered Orlando to throw from him this opportunity of becoming a man of fortune and independence. The doctor's proposal, however flattering it would have been to many young men, even though they declined accepting it, gave to Orlando no other pleasure than what for a moment arose in reflecting that in thus refusing an affluent fortune, he gave to Monimia an additional proof of his affection. His father, however, after his late conversation with the General, and some reflection alone, began to see this offer in a more favourable light than it had as first appeared to him, and notwithstanding the little inclination he felt for the family of Hollybourn, he was now of an age and under circumstances which gave to such a fortune as Orlando was now offered its full value in his opinion. His mind, already accustomed to contemplate the marriage of General Tracy with Isabella as a desirable event, more easily accommodated itself to think with approbation of another match equally dazzling, when opposed to the present uncertain situation of Orlando. After taking therefore some turns in his study alone, he sent for his son and entreated of him to forbear giving the doctor an answer at least for 2 or 3 days. Orlando, who had never hesitated himself what answer to give, imagined it impossible to give it too soon. "Surely, sir," he said, "as I cannot accept this good doctor's very obliging proposals, it would be useless and uncivil to delay a moment saying so, which I will say in a letter in the least displeasing manner I can, but with, however, I must beg leave to do this evening." "I beg then that you will not," said Somerive in a more peremptory tone than he was accustomed to use. "In such an affair I will not act without consulting Mrs Rayland." "Mrs Rayland, sir," answered Orlando, "will, I am very sure, either not interfere, or if she does, it will not be to recommend Miss Hollybourn." "We will inquire that," replied his father coldly. "In the mean time you have my directions not to write to Dr Hollybourn." "Till when, sir?" "At least not till after I know Mrs Rayland's opinion." "All the opinions upon earth, sir," cried Orlando, "will not make me change my resolutions." "I thank you, however, Orlando," said Somerive, "for avowing how little difference you pay to mine." "Dear sir, it was only half an hour since you seemed as little disposed to listen to this unexpected overture as I am." "I had not then thought of it properly. You are young and rash enough to determine on the most important matters in 10 minutes. I am not, and therefore I again desire you will not write to Dr Hollybourn this afternoon." Orlando, a good deal hurt at this change in his father's sentiments, and dreading importunity on an affair of such a nature, then inquired if he might himself wait upon Mrs Rayland. Somerive answered, "You may, if you will at the same time deliver a letter from me in explanation, and say nothing yourself till that letter shall be read." This Orlando promised, being pretty certain that Mrs Rayland would be much less anxious for this connection than Mr Somerive supposed, who now desired him to send his mother into the study. He obeyed, and left them to consult together on this unexpected offer, and write to Mrs Rayland, with whom he proposed dining, and had engaged to return to his father with her answer early in the evening. Orlando now saw only persecution and trouble preparing for him at home during his short stay, for the tears and tenderness of his mother were infinitely more formidable to him than any other mode of interference. To Selina, whom he called out to walk with him in the shrubbery, while this conference was holding, and this letter writing, he communicated all he felt. She had only tears to give him, for to resist her father's commands, or even his wishes, seemed to her impossible. She trembled at the idea of Orlando's withstanding those wishes, yet knew enough of his invincible attachment to Monimia to be assured that he could never yield to them. A servant at length brought to Orlando the letter to Mrs Rayland for which he had waited, and he took his way to the hall. As he had promised his father not to speak upon it before Mrs Rayland had read the contents, he sent it up by one of the footmen, with a message importing that he waited her commands. In this uneasy interval he dared not go in search of Monimia, nor could he detach his thoughts a moment from the subject of a proposal which threatened to empoison the few days of delight which he had promised himself. Restless and anxious, he walked backwards and forwards in the study with uncertain steps, now listening to every noise in hopes of receiving a summons to attend Mrs Rayland, and now believing from the delay that she saw the proposal of Dr Hollybourn in a favourable light, and was writing to his father to enforce his acceptance. At length he was desired to walk upstairs, and with a fluctuating heart he entered the apartment of Mrs Rayland, who began by saying, "You know, I suppose, the contents of the letter my kinsman Mr Somerive has taken the trouble to send me?" Orlando answered that he certainly did. "And pray, sir, have you any wish to accept this offer?" "An offer! The world, methinks, is strangely changed. For a man to offer his daughter is such an indecorum. In my time such a proceeding was unheard of. But however, we live and learn. I have heard that the way of these days is to send young women to market like cattle, but there is something perfectly shocking in it to me. However, I suppose, to people of the world it is nothing new or extraordinary. Pray, sir, what are your intentions?" Orlando immediately saw, and saw with inexpressible pleasure, that Mrs Rayland was averse to the alliance with Dr Hollybourn. He answered therefore, "My intentions, madam, are to decline an offer which certainly lays me under great obligation to Dr Hollybourn, but which the profession I have chosen, and my inability to offer Miss Hollybourn an heart such as her fortune and merit give her a right to expect, render it impossible for me to accept." Mrs Rayland, pleased to see that Orlando had no desire to become independent of her, or to force her to a positive declaration of her future intentions in regard to him, which she fancied his father wished to do by engaging her to give her sentiments on this proposal, now smiled very graciously upon him, and said, "I think you are right, cousin Orlando. Dr Hollybourn is to be sure a very worthy man. His daughter, they say, is a young person well brought up, and the fortune is very large, which first and last he can give her, besides what he is always telling me he is to expect from his brother the bishop. But you are yet a very young man, cousin, and in truth it seems to me to be time enough to think of marrying. The fortune of this young woman is certainly very considerable, but perhaps not greater than at some time or other—" She hesitated, as if afraid of saying too much. "I say, by the time your settling in life is advisable, perhaps you may not have occasion to make fortune an object in marrying, so much as a good family." "Dr Hollybourn talks of his indeed, which is not well judged, for there are people who recollect both the doctor and his brother the bishop in very humble stations compared to what they are now. God forbid, though, that I should despise them therefore. Not at all, that is not my meaning. And to be sure your family, my cousin, has not of itself much pretensions to match with ancient blood." And again she hesitated, as fearing to betray her intentions too far. "I say, if ever you are in situation to marry, I would advise that you think of a woman of a good family at least." Orlando waited with impatience for the conclusion of this speech, and then faltering and eagerly asked of Mrs Rayland if she would have the goodness to put into writing her opinion on this subject. This, however, she refused, as she said she would not appear to interfere in it upon any account. "Will you then, madam, take the trouble to see my father? Will you allow him to wait upon you? For he is so anxious for me, and I believe thinks this affair likely to be so agreeable to you, that he will be hardly easy unless he hears your sentiments." Mrs Rayland, drawing herself up, as was her way, said, "I shall be glad to see Mr Somerive on any matter that relates to you, cousin, though on this occasion I own it seems very needless. However, you have my leave to say, that I shall be ready to talk over this business with my kinsman, provided, as I said before, I am not supposed by Dr Hollybourn or his family to interfere." Orlando, impatient to have this affair concluded at once and for ever, now asked if his father might wait upon her that afternoon. "When he pleased," was the answer; and Orlando, fearing that if she was left long enough to consider of it she might change her mind, as his father had done before, now ran to West Wolverton with the utmost speed, quite forgetting that he was to have dined with Mrs Rayland, or that dining at all was necessary. When he arrived there, he hastened to relate to his father and his mother, whom he found together, the purpose of his conference with Mrs Rayland, to whom Mr. Somerive agreed to go immediately after dinner, though he seemed visibly disappointed, while Mrs. Somerive, who had for a moment indulged herself with the hopes that her Orlando, instead of continuing in dependence on the caprice of Mrs. Rayland, and of being separated from her by an hazarded profession, might be placed at once in great affluence, and in the immediate neighbourhood, relinquished those hopes with a deep sigh, but said nothing to her son on a point where it would now be useless. Mr. Somerive, finding the General was gone on a visit to Stockton's, from whence it was probable he would not return till half an hour after 4, determined to hasten to Mrs. Rayland before dinner. He got on horseback, therefore, and, attended by Orlando, on their arrival at the Hall, he expressed to his son some apprehensions that the lady of the house might be at dinner; but Orlando, whose impatience could brook no delay, declared, without a very strict inquiry into the hour, that it was not yet time, and that he was sure they might go to the parlour where she usually sat, as she had so positively said they might come at any time. Somerive, almost as anxious for the conference as his son, though from very different motives, agreed then to proceed. Orlando would have sent up a servant, had he met one, but none happened to appear, and he walked before his father up the stairs, and, opening the door of Mrs. Rayland's sitting room, he saw her at the table, with Mrs. Lennard on one side of it, and Monimia on the other. He would have retreated, but it was too late. He was already in the room, his father already at the table, apologizing to Mrs. Rayland for his unreasonable intrusion. She received him with civility, but without any degrees of kindness or warmth, desired he would take a chair and sit down, and then said to Monimia, who stood blushing and trembling, and not daring to look up, "Mary, will you withdraw? I have business with my kinsman." "I beg I may not disturb anybody," cried Mr. Somerive, turning his eyes towards Monimia, and immediately comprehending who she was. "I beg I may be allowed to retire till dinner is over." "No, sir," answered Mrs. Rayland, "I shall be glad to hear your business now, and I will dismiss my people." Mr. Somerive again looked at Monimia as she left the room, and he saw that Orlando was lost, if his being so depended upon his attachment for the extreme beauty, sweetness, and grace of Monimia, so unlike the cherry-cheeked coarse rustic which his fancy had represented her, amazed and grieved him. He felt at once that a young man whose heart was devoted to her could never think of Miss Hollybourn, and that he himself could not blame an attachment to an object so lovely, however imprudent or however ruinous. Mrs. Lennard now offered to withdraw, but her lady bade her finish her dinner, while poor Orlando cast a melancholy look at Monimia, and then on the seat she had left, which Mrs. Rayland desired him to take. The dinner was soon removed, and then Mr. Somerive, in a few words, repeated the purpose of his letter. Mrs. Rayland, even more strongly than she had done to Orlando, expressed her wish that the offer of Dr. Hollybourn might be politely declined, and though she evaded giving her reasons for it, Somerive thought he saw them unequivocally, and that, though she studiously avoided declaring it, she had determined to put Orlando into a situation in which it would be not at all necessary that he should marry, for money, a woman to whom he was indifferent. Mrs. Rayland had very little art, yet she fancied herself a profound politician, and never considered that, while she forbore positively or even remotely to give Orlando assurances of possessing her estate, her insisting upon the propriety of his marrying, whenever he did marry, a woman of family, was in effect declaring that she meant she should be the person who was to be perpetuated hers, on which she put so high a value, and thus to efface in the illusion of blood of his posterity that alloy with the inferiority of the Somerives had mingled with that of the Raylands. Somerive, convinced of this even from the pains she took to conceal it, yielded at once to her wishes, and assured her he would permit Orlando with great politeness to decline Dr. Hollybourn's proposal. Yet as he continued to listen to her harangues upon family, he could not help looking sufficiently at Orlando, looks which his son perfectly understood to say, "How will this accord with your attachment to the young person who was this moment dismissed by Mrs Rayland as one of her people?" The old lady, however, was hardly ever in so good a humour with her relations as she became after this affair was discussed, and Mr Somerive never left the house so full of hopes that his family would be its possessors as he did after this interview, when he returned home in good spirits, though entirely relinquishing the idea of Orlando's becoming the nephew of a bishop. Orlando himself, though impatient to write and dispatch the letter to Dr Hollybourn, yet stayed at the Hall to drink tea, by the desire of Mrs Rayland, who gently chid him for deserting her at dinner. It was with more pain than pleasure that he heard Monimia sent for to make the tea, which had hardly happened twice within the last 3 years when he was in the house. Mrs Lennard cast a look at him when her lady ordered her niece to be called, but she could make no objection without raising those suspicions which she ever appeared so solicitous to prevent. Monimia then attended. Orlando treated her as a stranger whom he was slightly acquainted with, and Mrs Rayland did not appear to have the remotest suspicion that he had any particular regard for her. So friendly to him, as it happened, had been the mistakes and interpretations which the jealousy of Pattenson had put upon those circumstances that had so frequently threatened to betray him. He had settled with Monimia the preceding night to stay supper with his father, and return to the usual rendezvous, and their stolen glances, during the half hour that they were together in the presence of the 2 old ladies, confirmed this appointment. Early in the evening then, Orlando took leave of Mrs Rayland, and went back to the house of his father, whose uncommon good spirits had diffused more than usual gaiety among his family. Mrs Somerive and Selina were particularly cheerful, the mother because she saw her husband for a moment happy, and forgetting the concern he continually felt about Philip, in looking forward to the prosperity of his brother, while Selina, who had trembled for the teasing persecution she apprehended for Orlando, was delighted to find that her father would forbear to urge him on such a subject, and had acquired new confidence in the future intentions of Mrs Rayland. Isabella, whose marriage was now within a week to take place, and who had just received from London some of those elegant clothes which her father had ordered for her, as well as some magnificent presents from the General, was the least gay of the party. Amidst all her endeavours to persuade herself that she was happy, she had of late, particularly since she had possessed these fineries, often inquired of herself whether they had really any power to bestow happiness. She had tried on her diamond earrings and a valuable pearl necklace, but she could not discover that she looked at all handsome in them than when she wore nothing but a simple riband. The General's valet de chambre had dressed her hair, but she thought the mode unbecoming to her face, and the beautiful dark auburn hue, which had been so much admired, was no longer distinguishable. As for her intended husband, he was so far from having made any progress in her affections since he had been received as such, that her contempt was converted into disgust. His servants had been talking among those of Somerive of his gallantries, and above all, the sudden desertion of the lady who lived with him, all of which Isabella had heard from her maid, and the longer she listened to or thought of the anecdotes thus collected, the greater became her repugnance, and yet she knew not how to retract, and was not always sure that she wished it. Her gravity was easily accounted for. as the day approached that was to divide her from her family, and she was suffered, after some gentle raillery, to be silent and pensive amidst the cheerful conversation of the rest. It was a lovely evening in early May. Orlando, having dispatched his letter, dismissed Dr. Hollybourn and the disagreeable heiress from his mind, and gave it up only to pleasurable impressions and flattering hopes. In a happier frame of mind than he almost ever was in before, he joined his family in their evening walk. When they reached the house, they stopped in the court before it, to admire the beauty of the moon, and to listen to the nightingale, who seemed to be addressing to that beautiful planet her plaintive orisons. Orlando wished himself with Monimia, and thought with delight that within 2 hours he should be so, and should relate the unpleasant alarm of the day, only to tell her it was over, and had eventually been fortunate in drawing from Mrs Rayland declarations more than ever favourable to his future hopes. The whole party sat down to supper in this cheerful disposition. The General, like a happy lover, was particularly animated, and the younger girls were much amused by some anecdotes he was relating, when a servant entered hastily, and said that a gentleman who was just come post from London desired to speak to General Tracy. "To me?" cried the General, changing countenance. "Impossible! I know no business any one can have with me that should give him that trouble. Pray inquire his name, or send my servant to inquire." "I will go myself, General," said Orlando. "I thank you," said Tracy, affecting great unconcern, "but I dare say it is nothing worth your troubling yourself to go out for." Orlando, however, went out, and instantly returned, bringing with him Captain Warwick. Surprise was visible on the faces of all the party, but that of General Tracy expressed consternation. Why Warwick came he could not conjecture, but he felt it to be extremely disagreeable to him that he came at all. Warwick was covered with dust, and had that wild and fatigued look that announces tumult of spirit from a hot and rapid journey. The person, however, that nature had given him was such as no disadvantageous circumstance could occur. He looked like a young hero just returned unhurt from the field to recount its triumphs. After addressing his uncle and being introduced to Mr and Mrs Somerive, he turned gaily to Orlando, and, shaking him by the hand, said, "I don't know, my friend, how you can ever forgive the man whose fortune it is to announce to you that you must quit immediately such a circle of friends as I now find you in." "Quit them!" exclaimed Mrs Somerive. "Quit us! Leave us!" cried her husband. "Yes, indeed," answered Warwick with less vivacity. "That part of our regiment which is in England, consisting of 2 companies, is ordered to join the troops that are going thither, and are to sail from Portsmouth next week. The moment I was sure of this, which was not till late last night, I thought it best to come down myself, because the time is so short that my friend here, the young ancient *3 ensign had better proceed immediately from hence to Portsmouth." Never was a greater, a more sudden change than these few words made in the disposition of all present, except Tracy, whose only distress was the appearance of Warwick, where he so little wished to see him. Mrs Somerive, struck to the heart by the cruel idea of losing Orlando, retired in silent tears, and her daughters, little less affected, followed her. Somerive bore this painful intelligence with more apparent fortitude, but he felt it with even greater severity, and with something like a prepossession that he should never see Orlando again if he left England. He stifled, however, his emotions, and endeavoured to do the honours of his house to his unexpected visitor, but the effort was too painful to be long supported, and in a few moments he left the room, saying to Orlando that as the General and Captain Warwick might perhaps have some business, they would leave them together. End of Volume 3, Chapter 8. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 9 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith, Volume 3, Chapter 9. Mr. Somerive threw himself into a chair, and clasping his hands eagerly together, exclaimed, "Good God! What is to be done now?" "Nothing, my dear sir," replied Orlando, "can or ought to be done, but for me to obey the orders I have received; and I beseech you, do not suffer a matter so much in course, or which might have been so easily foreseen, to make you unhappy." "What will become of me," cried Somerive wildly, "when you, Orlando, are gone, and your brother, your unhappy brother, is a misery rather than a protection to your sisters, to your mother?" "They will want no protector, sir," said Orlando, much affected by his father's distress, "while you live, and—" "That will be but a very little while, my son. The cruelty of your brother has broken my heart. While you were all that could make me amends, the wound, however incurable, was not immediately mortal, but now—" He put his hands on his heart, as if he really felt there the incurable wound he described bled afresh. Orlando, concealing his own concern as well as he could, endeavoured to soothe his father, by representing to him that this was always likely to happen, and that probably a few months would restore him to his family. Somerive listened to nothing but his own overwhelming apprehensions, and cast his thoughts around to every remedy that might be applied to so great an evil. The assurance General Tracy had given him that there was no likelihood Orlando should be sent abroad now appeared a cruel deception, which had betrayed him into such folly and rashness as sending into the army that son on whom rested all the dependence of his family. Bitterly repenting what he could not now recall, he caught at the hope that Mrs Rayland might interpose to prevent her favourite's being exposed to the dangers of an American campaign. "You cannot go," cried Somerive after a moment's pause. "Mrs Rayland will never suffer it. It will be renouncing all the advantages she offers you." "I must then renounce them, sir," said Orlando, "because I must otherwise renounce my honour. What figure, I beseech you, would a man make, who, having in December accepted a commission, should resign it in May because he is ordered abroad? My dear sir, could you wish such an instance should happen in the person of your Orlando?" The unhappy father could not but acknowledge the truth of what Orlando said, but his heart, still unable to resist the pain inflicted by the idea of losing him, clung involuntarily to the hope that the attachment of Mrs Rayland might furnish him with an excuse for withdrawing from the army, and the greatness of the object for which he said justify his doing so to the world. Orlando in vain contended that this could not be, and besought his father not to give to his mother any expectations that it could. "Consider, sir," said he, "that my mother will suffer enough, and let us try rather to soften those sufferings than to agitate them by suspense, and by those fallacious hopes which will serve only to irritate her concern, when my going to whither my duty calls me is known to be inevitable. My mother, with all her tenderness of heart, is too reasonable either fruitlessly to oppose or immeasurably to lament it. She would despise a young man who shrunk from his profession because there was danger in it, and I am sure, affectionate as she is, would rather see her son dead with honour than living under the stigma of a cowardice." "I believe you are right, Orlando," replied Somerive, "and I will endeavour, my son, to conquer this selfish weakness. But Mrs Rayland, it is necessary you immediately see her." "I shall go thither to night, sir," said Orlando, "that I may wait upon her early in the morning; but do not, I entreat you, harbour an idea that Mrs Rayland will even wish to prevent my departure." Somerive now, at the earnest entreaty of Orlando, promised to compose himself before he went to his wife and daughters, and not to encourage their want of fortitude by shewing himself wholly deficient in it. He then wished him good night, saying that he would speak a few words to Captain Warwick and then go to the Hall. Somerive retired with an oppressed heart, and Orlando entreated Warwick to walk with him part of the way. He then heard that he must go to Portsmouth within 2 days, and Warwick, who spoke of it with all the indifference of a soldier long used to these sudden orders, proceeded to talk of other matters. "Do you know," said he, "that I am in love with all your sisters, my friend, but particularly with my future aunt? Orlando, I shall be a very loving nephew. What eyes the rogue has! Egad, I shall be always commending the Portuguese fashion of marrying one's aunt. That is, if our old boy should have the conscience to make an honourable retreat." "You are a happy man, Warwick," answered Orlando. "How lightly you can talk of what would depress half the young fellows in England! The chance of losing such a fortune as the General's marriage may deprive of you." "Oh, hang it," replied Warwick, "'tis not the fortune I mind, for I suppose I shall have some of it at last, unless some little cousin should have the ill nature to appear against me. But I hate that such a lovely girl as this Isabella of yours should be sacrificed to my poor old uncle, whom, if you could see him in the morning, before he is, like Lord Ogleby, wound up for the day, you would vote to be much fitter for flannels and a good old nurse, than for a husband to a girl of 19. And such a girl, upon my soul, she is a little divinity." "Not half so interesting in my mind," said Orlando, "as the soft, sensible Selina." "You are no judge of your sisters. Selina, that is, I suppose, the second, is a beautiful Madonna; but Isabella, my most respectable aunt, is a Thalia, a Euphrosyne. I have a great notion, Somerive, that she would prefer the nephew to the uncle. I have half a mind to try." "There is hardly time for the experiment, I fear," answered Orlando, who made an effort to be as unconcerned as his friend. "Not time!" cried Warwick. "Yes, there is time enough to a soldier accustomed to carry every point by a coup de main. I own, indeed, for an approach by sap I should be too much limited. Orlando, I shall try my military skill. Have I your leave? Or should you object to exchange the intended brave governor for the soldier of fortune?" "Not I indeed," answered Orlando. "You have my permission, Warwick; and so now I will wish you good night, for if I take you any further you will not find your way back." "Trust that to me, Orlando," answered his friend. "I am used to recombinate in all lights, from the golden rays of Phoebus to the accommodating beams of the paper lantern of an apple woman at the corner of a street in a country town. But whither art going, my friend? For that is a question which I set forth without asking." "To the Hall," replied Orlando. "To the Hall, and to the turret of that Hall? Oh, you happy dog!" "Monimia, my angel, it was not kind to leave me like a turtle here alone." Ah, my friend, has your sweet nymph of the enchanted tower no para-nymph that you could introduce me to? It will be honourably flat for me to go to my solitary couch, and envy you here, and my prosperous uncle there. I shall hang myself before morning." Orlando, hurt at this light way of naming Monimia, answered rather coldly, "Your spirits are really enviable, Warwick, but do not let them hurry you into a persuasion that I am happy enough now to be amused with them, pleasant as they are." "Why, what the devil's the matter with you?" answered Warwick. "You are not going to turn parson, I trow? But really so dolorous a tone is fit only for the pulpit of a Methodist. Why, what makes you so unhappy, when such a girl as you describe Monimia—" Orlando interrupted him warmly. "You are determined to mistake me, Captain Warwick. Whatever confidence I have reposed in you in regard to Monimia, surely I have never said anything that should authorize you to speak thus lightly of her. It is true that I love her passionately, that her heart is mine; but if you suppose—" "Pooh! I suppose nothing. Prithee, do not be so grave about your little hero, my dear Lina dear." Then, assuming a more serious tone, he added, "But, upon my soul, I mean nothing offensive, my friend, and rattled as much to disguise my own heaviness as to divert yours; for I have left people with whom I should much rather have remained a little longer, and that without having time to attempt consoling the gentle heart that is breaking for me." He then communicated to Orlando an intrigue in which he had engaged after he left him. Orlando represented to him all the cruelty and folly of his conduct. "Oh yes," cried Warwick, "all that you say is very wise and true, and it must be owned that it comes with particular propriety from you, my most sage friend. Now that we are within sight of the hall, for if I mistake not, that great building which is before us is the abode of the Sibyl, whose rent roll exceeds in value the famous leaves of antiquity, and of the fair Vestal who—" Nay, cried Orlando, "you are beginning again. I will not stay to hear you." "Only let me go with you to the next rise," answered Warwick. "Only show me the light from the turret, and I will be content. 'Tis the east and Juliet is the sun, and then I will go back like a miserable wretch as I am, and try to dream of my future aunt." "Rather try not to dream of her," said Orlando. "Upon my honour, Warwick, this gaieté de coeur of yours excites at once my envy and fear." "Oh, a soldier and afraid! What, do you think I shall release the General's fair prisoner, and, like an undutiful nephew, escape from the garrison with the old boy's prize?" No, Warwick, I have no such apprehensions, but what regard, my friend? Consider in a political light. It is clear to me that this is the very best thing I could do. But behold the venerable towers of Rayland Hall. Ye distant spires, ye antique towers, that crown the woody glade, where fond Orlando sits adores the sweet imprisoned maid. Give me a moment's time, added Warwick, pausing, but a moment, and I will make you for a party on the whole. Footnote 4. Gray's Ode on a Distant Prospect of Eton College. End of footnote 4. "You are intolerable, Warwick," cried Orlando, "and I positively will endure you no longer." "Yes, a little longer," said Warwick. "Let me finish my parody. I tell you I am in a fortunate vein. You, Orlando, who are yourself a poet, would you be tasteless enough to check a man inspired? Listen, I am going on." "Nay, but this is sad trifling, my dear Warwick, and what is worse, you will really be heard from the house, which will not be a trifling inconvenience. Besides, upon my honour, your returning so late across the park is unsafe, for when the old butler has no reason of his own to have them kept up, there are 3 fierce bloodhounds let loose to range over it all night, and they would not fail to seize any stranger." "Damn your bloodhounds! Pray thee, Orlando, do you think I am not accustomed to guards of all sorts, and have encountered the mastiff dog and the dragon aunt in 20 scrambling adventures?" "I do not doubt your prowess," replied Orlando; "but here, as there is no reward, why should you exert it?" "Mais seulement pour me tenir en baleine mon ami, et moi monsieur le temps. But, however, if it is seriously inconvenient to you, I will go. Come now, to be serious, at what time to morrow shall you be at your father's?" "Long before you are awake probably, for you know you are never very alert in the morning." "Not when I have nothing to do. But pray, are your family early risers? At what hour, may I ask, by anticipation, the blessing of my blooming aunt?" "That you may discover, for it is very uncertain. And now, Warwick, once more good night." "Good night, O most fortunate and valorous Orlando of the enchanted castle." Orlando then gave his light-hearted friend directions to find his way back, and when he left him advanced slowly towards the house, from which he was not above 300 yards distant. His mind, which had been at first distracted by the distress of his father, and since harassed by the ill-timed raillery of his friend, now returned to those bitter reflections which arose from the certainty of his being immediately to take a long leave of Monimia, and under the cruel necessity of telling her so. But a few hours since he looked forward to the pleasure of meeting Monimia with only tidings of satisfaction and hope. Now he was to meet her, only to tell her that they were to part so soon, never perhaps to meet again. He now entered his study, for one of the servants sat up to let him in, and endeavoured to collect himself enough to communicate what he had to say to Monimia, without too much shocking her. But when he thought that their next meeting might be the last they should ever have, his own courage forsook him, and he dreaded lest he should be quite unable to sustain hers. The hour soon came when he knew she expected him, and he trembled as he led her down the stairs. At length, since it was impossible to disguise from her those emotions which agitated his mind, he related to her all the occurrences of the eventful day, and the necessity there was for his preparing himself the next day, and taking leave of this part of the country the day following. Monimia could not shed tears. Her heart seemed petrified by the greatness and suddenness of the blow, which fell with more force because their last interview had been so little embittered by fears or broken by alarms. When, however, Orlando explained to her that this honour would be irreparably injured if he even expressed any reluctance to enter on the active parts of the profession he had engaged in, and that to attempt disengaging himself would now be a blemish on his character from which he could never recover, her good sense, and her true tenderness for him, gave her some degree of composure, and even of resolution, as he declared that he felt nothing so severely as leaving her unprotected, and almost alone in the world. She nobly struggled to conceal her own anguish, that she might not aggravate his, and, since his going was inevitable, endeavoured not to depress by her fears that spirit with which it was necessary for him to go. Orlando, as much charmed by her sense as her affection, became ashamed of betraying less tender resolution than a timid, uninformed girl. She taught him how to repress his concern, and this interview, instead of increasing his regret, fortified his mind against it. Monimia remained with him a less time than usual, With faltering lips he entreated her to meet him again the next night, because it would be the last. Monimia, unable to articulate, assented only by a broken sigh, and Orlando retired to his bed, where sleep absolutely refused to indulge him, with a few hours of forgetfulness till towards morning. When he had told Warwick that he should be at his father's house early in the morning, he forgot that he should be detained by the necessity he was under to attend Mrs Rayland. He sent up for permission to wait upon her at breakfast, which was immediately granted, and he opened to her, as soon as he was admitted, the reason of his early visit, and the necessity he was under to take leave of her the next day, to join his regiment in America. Mrs Rayland expressed more surprise than concern at this information, accustomed from early impressions to high ideas of the military glory of her ancestors, and considering the Americans as rebels and roundheads, to conquer them seemed to her to be not only a national cause, but one in which her family were particularly bound to engage. She had contemplated only the honours, and thought little of the dangers of war. The trophies that surrounded the picture of her warlike grandfather, Sir Orlando, and the honourable mention that was made of his prowess in the family annals, seemed to her ample compensation for a wound in his leg, which had made him a little lame for the rest of his life. Of Orlando's personal danger, therefore, she had, as he expected, no apprehensions, and was rather desirous she should justify her partiality to him by emulating the fame of the heroes of her family, than afraid of what might happen in the experiment. Mrs Rayland parted from him in high good humour, desired he would give her as much time as he could the next day, and set out from the Hall rather than from West Wolverton when he went to Portsmouth, all which Orlando readily promised, and then with a heavy heart went to the house of his father. That capricious fate which seemed to be weary of the favours she had long been accumulating on the head of General Tracy, appeared now determined to discard him, as she is often said to do her ancient favourites. A more malicious trick than that she now meditated could hardly befall any of them. The General had long kept off by art an attack of the gout, a disease to which he did not allow himself to be supposed liable; but whether it was the long walk of the preceding evening, or the tumult of his spirits on his approaching nuptials, or the sudden sight of his nephew, that occasioned an unlucky revulsion, certain it is that in the middle of the night he was awakened by this most inexorable disease peremptorily telling him, in more than one of his joints, that the visit would be more oppressive by having been so long delayed. His valet de chambre was hastily summoned, with such applications as, however dangerous, had sometimes repelled its attacks; but it was to no purpose. The unfortunate General would have risked his life to preserve his activity. The morning found him a cripple, compelled to yield with whatever reluctance to the old remedies of patience and flannel. This circumstance, so very mal a propos, appeared yet more terrible to the General when he reflected that Warwick, the formidable handsome Warwick, had now an opportunity of entertaining Isabella, and the pain of his mind irritating and increasing his bodily sufferings. Mr Somerive, instead of a man of the church, who was within 3 days to have attended on his guest, thought it more expedient to send for a physician. Tracy, however, considered of nothing so earnestly as getting Warwick away. It was true indeed that he was to go the next day, or at farthest the day after that, which depended upon the letters he received from Portsmouth; but that he should be almost 24 hours longer under the same roof with Isabella was not to be endured. After many plans therefore adopted and rejected, the General at last determined that he would make some pretence to send Warwick to London which he could not evade, and imagined that he should then be able to say, "Being gone, I am myself again." For this purpose he ordered his nephew to be called to his bedside, and when Orlando arrived at the house they were in close conference. The three girls were at work in the parlour when their brother entered it. He observed something very unusual in the manner of Isabella, who spoke little, while all his questions were answered by one of his youngest sisters. He inquired for Warwick, and in a moment heard him come downstairs. He went to him in the hall, and Warwick hastily said, "Orlando, will you come out with me? I have something to say to you." They went together into the avenue. Warwick walked fast, but appeared lost in thought, and Orlando, oppressed with his own sorrows, had no inclination to speak first. At length Warwick, as if he had found the expedients he wanted, exclaimed suddenly, "By heaven, it will do! It must do! It shall do!" "Indeed," said Orlando, "may I know what?" "Tell me, my friend," cried Warwick with vehement warmth, "tell me if you love Monimia, if it is not death to part with her." "To what purpose is such a question? You know I exist but for her. You know I should prefer death to this separation, because my mind will be torn to pieces by anxiety for what may befall her in my absence." "Well then, I may trust you. I may ask what you would do for that friend who should not only prevent your parting with her, but give you your Monimia for ever." "Do not trifle with me, Warwick," said Orlando mournfully. "I cannot bear it." "By all that is sacred," replied Warwick, "I never was more in earnest in my life; and if you do not trifle with yourself, Monimia may be yours immediately, and it will be beyond the power of fortune to divide you." "Explain yourself then." "But it is impossible, and your wild imagination only." "Say rather," retorted Warwick, "that your cold prudence will destroy what my imagination would realize. I tell you it is in your own power to be happy; but before I reveal how, swear to me, upon the honour of a soldier and gentleman, that if you do not approve my plan, you will not betray it." "Surely there is little need," said Orlando, more and more amazed, "of my giving you an oath that I will not betray my friend, especially when he meditates how to serve me." "Pardon me," cried Warwick, "I desire, Orlando, to serve you, but I am not quite so disinterested as not to think a little of myself at the same time." "I may venture to swear, Warwick, that I will never betray you," said Orlando gravely. "But put an end to these riddles." "You swear, then, upon the honour of a soldier and gentleman, that you will not mar my plan if you will not make yourself a party in it? You have sworn?" "I have," answered Orlando, "sworn; but if it relates—" At that moment an idea of the truth occurred to him. "If it relates to your sister, you were going to say, the oath is not binding?" "Well, it does relate to Isabella." "To Isabella?" "Yes, to Isabella. It matters not, nor have I time to relate, how I have contrived, even in this short interval, to persuade your lovely sister that a young fellow of 23, with only £1,000 in the world, and his commission, is more to her taste than an old one of 63, who is a general and worth about 150 times that sum. I told you, I always carried my object by a coup de main. To be brief, I am madly in love with Isabella, and she is as much in love with me as she dares own on so short an acquaintance. My uncle is in love with her too, but she is not at all in love with him; and as she prefers the nephew with his knapsack to the uncle with his money sack, she shall not be sacrificed to him, but I will marry her and take her with me to America." "Marry her!" cried Orlando in extreme surprise. "Well, you may well wonder, to be sure, because I believe she is the only girl in the world that could have made me take so extraordinary a resolution." But how is it possible? How is there time to execute it?" "Oh, my friend, it is a matter that takes up very little time when the parties are agreed." "But Isabella is not of age. She cannot be married there." "She may in Jersey, though." "In Jersey?" "Yes, and it is very possible to go from Portsmouth to Jersey, and be back again time enough for the sailing of the squadron we must proceed with to America." "And has Isabella consented to all this?" "No, because I have not directly proposed it to her, nor did I, till since the conversation I have had with my uncle, know that I should have the means of performing it, which, I thank him, his anticipating jealousy has put into my hands." Warwick then took out of his pocket book a draft of the General's to him for £1,000, payable at sight in London. "My grave old uncle," he cried, "for whom I think fortune has interfered to prevent his being ridiculous in his old age, is just now more miserable because I am in the house, than because the gout is in his toe, and he has found out that instead of staying till tomorrow or next day to go to Portsmouth with you, it will be better for me to set out as soon as I can, to do some business for him in London, which, though he had never thought of it before, he now says admits of no delay, and that I may have no excuse to stay afterwards on my own business, or to return hither. He has given me a bank note of 100 for my immediate expense, and this draft for 1,000, the douceur he promised me on his marriage." "Well?" "Well, and so we shall not want money, which would have been an almost invincible impediment. I shall now, as soon as I have settled our proceedings with my angelic Isabel, which I have not the least doubt of doing, make the best of my way to London, execute the imaginary business with my most profoundly politic uncle has given me, and then—" "I do not yet understand you," said Orlando. "How is my sister to be of this party, or how—" "Nothing so easy," answered Warwick. "I thought, my friend, you were enough in love yourself to suppose everything possible, and not to hesitate between quitting your mistress, perhaps for ever, and taking her with you as your wife. I go from London to Portsmouth. Is there any difficulty in your meeting me there with my Isabella and your Monimia? You know there is not; and whatever scruples your sister may have, or as you perhaps think ought to have, to take in such a journey to me on the acquaintance of the day, will be obviated by your going with her, and by her having a female companion. My purse is yours, and its present condition will enable us to do well enough till something or other happens in our favour. I am determined, if Isabella consents, which I am now going to try, and so I leave you, Orlando, to consider of my proposal. You must, however, resolve quickly, for I shall set out almost as soon as dinner is over for London, as I have promised my uncle." Warwick then walked away towards the house, leaving Orlando in a state of mind difficult to be conceived or described. To have the power of taking with him his adored Monimia, secure of a present support for her, and certain that with him she would be happy in any country, was a temptation it was almost impossible to resist. When he considered, on the other hand, the pain of being separated from her for a long, perhaps an eternal absence, and of leaving her to the mercy of such a woman as Mrs Lennard, who might either by withdrawing her protection, or rendering it an intolerable bondage, drive the lonely orphan alone and friendless into a cruel world, other means of saving her he had none, and neither the laws of God or man were against those which were now so unexpectedly offered him. But his father, already broken hearted by the desertion of one of his children, would be hurried to the grave by thus being deceived by two others. His mother would be rendered wretched, and he should perhaps accuse himself of being accessory to the death of both his parents. The thought was not to be borne, he determined for a moment to renounce every happiness which must be purchased by their misery, and not only to fly himself from this almost irresistible temptation, but to prevent Isabella from yielding to it. But this resolution was hardly formed, before the image of Monimia, weeping in solitude for her desolate fate, complaining to him who was too far off to hear, ill-treated or abandoned by her aunt, exposed to the insults of the profligate and the contempt of the fortunate, came with all its pathetic interest to win him from his duty, and then the happiness of calling her his, of knowing that only death could divide them. The contest was dreadful, and he knew that when he saw Monimia it would be worse. Once or twice he determined to put an end to it, by telling his father, but to this desperate expedient was opposed the honour he had given to Warwick not to betray, if he would not participate, the intended flight of his sister, nor did he imagine that her going off with Warwick would be a very distressing circumstance to his father. However enraged the General might at first be, his pride would not suffer him finally to abandon his nephew. In every point but that of present fortune, Warwick must have the preference, and Orlando thought that he had often seen by his father's countenance as he looked at Isabella, that he regretted the sacrifice he was induced by his own circumstance to promote. But with himself it was quite otherwise, and the rash step he was thus strongly tempted to take would blast at once all those hopes his father now so fondly cherished in regard to the Rayland estate, for it was certain Mrs Rayland would never forgive him, and by acceding to Warwick's proposal, he must deeply aggravate every pang of that separation which his father seemed already unable to endure. End of Volume 3, Chapter 9. Volume 3, Chapter 10 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 10. Torn by these distracting contests between love and duty, Orlando continued for some moments to traverse the place where Warwick had left him. His two younger sisters appeared to interrupt without relieving this painful debate. He learned from them that Captain Warwick and Isabella were gone together for a walk, and that the former had sent them to him as he wanted to speak with them. A new doubt now arose in the mind of Orlando. Ought he to communicate to Selina what was going forward, of which she appeared to be ignorant, or conceal within his own bosom what he could not prevent or entirely disapprove? After a little consideration, he thought it would be best not to make Selina a party, and he endeavoured to dissemble as well as he could the conflict of passions which were preying on his heart. His father, pale and dejected, with a low and languid step, soon after joined them. He bade the two girls go to their mother, and then taking Orlando's arm, they walked together to a greater distance from the house. "You go then to-morrow, Orlando," said Somerive. "There are no hopes of any favourable reverse to this cruel sentiment. Miss Rayland, I find," he hesitated. "Does not wish to interfere, sir," replied Orlando. "On the contrary, she seems to think that a young man of my age and profession cannot be so well employed as in the actual service of his country." Somerive answered only with a deep sigh, and after a short pause Orlando went on. "I beseech you, my dearest sir, not to make yourself thus unhappy. Consider that, notwithstanding this temporary parting, my prospects are infinitely better than I had any right to expect, and They might, however, have been better," said his father, in his turn interrupting him. "At least they might have been more permanently assured, if you had listened to the proposals we heard yesterday. Instead of quitting your family, you might have then been settled near it in affluence." "Let us not, my dear father," answered Orlando, "discuss that any more. I would not marry Miss Hollybourn if she could give me a kingdom." "Nor give up your boyish fancy for that girl at the Hall, to save your family, to save your father." Orlando started as if he had trod on a serpent. This was a string that jarred too much. It threatened to destroy all the virtuous resolutions which he had been labouring to adopt; for it seemed to be cruelty and injustice in his father to reproach him, and, conscious of the sacrifice he hoped to have fortune enough to make, it appeared too hard that he was at the moment blamed for not making more. "No, sir," he said, "I will not give up my fancy for the girl at the Hall, as you are pleased to term her; but I see not how my affection for her can injure my family, nor how my resigning her could save them. For God's sake, do not embitter the few hours we are to pass together, either by reproaches which indeed I do not deserve, or by concern which the occasion does not demand. Believe me, your son suffers enough, without the additional misery of seeing you either displeased with him or grieving for him." Orlando, then fearful that any further conversation with his father, in the humour he seemed to be in, would serve only to give pain to them both, and wishing to be alone for a few minutes before he again saw Warwick, went another way; and on his return to the house he found an official letter directing him to repair immediately for Portsmouth, where the captain of his company was assembling his men in order to embark immediately for America. Thus certain that he must set out the next day, and that he had only a few moments before he must meet Warwick and give his answer, he hid himself in the least frequented part of the shrubbery that adjoined to the house, and again considered of the tempting offer that was made him. Fascinating as it was, and though his excessive affection for Monimia was often on the point of overbalancing every other consideration whatever, his pride and his duty, his affection for his father, and his respect for himself, united at length to conquer his inclination. How could he bear to plunge a dagger into the heart of his father, who had little other hope on earth but in him? Or if he could determine on that, and fortify himself against the reproaches his conscience might make him, how could he submit to be obliged for his support, for the support of Monimia, to Warwick? There was something repugnant to the generous feelings of Orlando in Warwick's using the very money his uncle had given him as the means of disappointing his benefactor; but whatever apology Warwick might make to himself for this, Orlando thought there could be none for him if he were to participate in money thus acquired. He knew that, accustomed to expense and to indulgences as his friend was, £1,000 would be no very permanent resource when Isabella was to share it, and he could not bear that he should be supposed to connive at her flight, only to become with Monimia a burden to her, on the slender pay of an ensign. It were madness to think he could support her wife, however humble might be her wishes, and his marriage would cut him off for ever from all hopes of that assistance from Mrs Rayland, which his father, even though he should forgive, had not the power to afford him. Could he then endure to expose his beloved Monimia to the inconveniences of following a camp, without having the means of procuring her such alleviations as it allowed? He might die in the field, and leave her exposed to hazards infinitely greater than those which could befall her in England. This last consideration determined him. It decided his wavering virtue, and he resolved to give Warwick a positive refusal immediately before he could relapse, and to conceal the almost invincible temptation he had been under from his Monimia, lest her weaker, softer heart yielding to it, he should again find himself unable to resist. He now hastened to find Warwick, and fortunately met him at the entrance of the house, whither they were summoned to dinner. Warwick inquired with great eagerness on what he had resolved. "To be miserable," answered Orlando. "In abstaining from what is wrong, I should be miserable if I agreed, Warwick, to your proposal, and I have determined, since either way I must be unhappy, to be so with integrity rather than self-reproach." "What the devil!" said Warwick, "you won't go then my way?" "No, I will not." "But you will not, I hope, sir," cried Warwick half angrily, "you will not think it necessary to prevent your sister—" Orlando, who did not greatly relish the peremptory manner in which this was said, answered coldly, "You have my honour, Captain Warwick, and any other question is an affront." "Forgive me, my friend," replied Warwick, assuming his usual good humour, "forgive me for doubting you. I cannot live without Isabella, nor do I intend to try at it. I have prevailed upon her, not without difficulty I assure you, to consent to meet me at Portsmouth. You know how much happiness your going with Monimia would have given to us all. But I have not a moment to argue the matter with you. You say you are determined, so am I, and all I ask of you is, that you will not rob me of my happiness upon the same false, cold sort of reasoning system to which you are sacrificing your own." A servant now coming out to say that dinner waited, they went into their house. A melancholy and silent meal was soon concluded. The General's horse was brought to the door, on which Warwick was to go to the next post town, and he rose to take leave of the family, which he did with a composure that amazed Orlando, who had no idea how a man could so conceal the feelings which must on such an occasion naturally arise. Isabella was far from appearing so tranquil, but all the rest were too much engaged with their own sensations to remark those which her countenance betrayed, though to Orlando her confusion was evident. Warwick went up to receive the last orders of his uncle, and then prepared to mount his horse, when Orlando took his arm and begged he would send the servant on with the horses, and give him a few moments' attention as they walked on after them. Warwick readily agreed, in hopes that he had changed his mind; but Orlando soon put an end to such expectations, by asking him in what way Isabella was to meet him. "I have given you my honour, Warwick," said he, "not to betray you, but I must have yours in return, that my sister shall be exposed to no improper adventures. How is she, who never was from home in her life, but for a few days with her mother in London, to find her way to Portsmouth?" "Ridiculous!" exclaimed Warwick, "to find her way to Portsmouth! One would really think she was to take a flight to the extreme parts of the earth, instead of hardly 35 miles. My poor friend, thou hast not been used, I see, to these little adventures. I have an aide de camp, who, in the absence of his commander, can secure a little deserter for him. Isabella is determined to trust me, and it may suffice you to know that I love her too well not to take every possible precaution for her safety." "No," said Orlando, "it may not suffice, though I have promised not to interfere. It is only on condition that I am sure my sister will not suffer either in her person all her reputation. Give me therefore the particulars." Warwick then related that his servant, on whom he could depend, was on the evening they should appoint to be ready with a post-chaise and four at some place they could fix upon, where after supper Isabella, instead of retiring to her room, should meet it. "Nothing is more easy, I suppose," said Warwick, "or less dangerous, than for your sister to do this; and when she is once off in the chaise, relays of horses being ordered at the 2 stages between this and Portsmouth, my servant following on horseback will escort her thither in less than 4 hours. There I shall have a vessel ready to carry us to Jersey. Money, my dear boy, money, contrivance, and courage are all that are necessary. I have found the first 2, and have given the last to the only person that wanted it. I have convinced Isabella that, if she follows my directions, she may be at Portsmouth before she is missed, and married before anyone can guess where to look for her. Well, Orlando, you now have my whole plan, and I trust to your honour not to render it abortive." "And I," replied Orlando, "trust my sister to yours, not without reluctance and remorse. We shall probably meet at Portsmouth." "Probably," answered Warwick, "for the 2 companies are to embark at the same time, and I only trust to some private interest which I have prevailed upon my uncle to make for me, to procure leave to embark in whatever vessel is most convenient. The captain of one of the frigates is my particular friend, and I shall probably get a berth with him instead of going in a transport." Orlando, to whom the whole scheme appeared easily practicable, now again felt all the disposition to join in it which he had before combated; but again his reason came to his aid, and he saw Warwick depart without betraying any symptoms of that struggle which still tore his heart. Once more, however, he subdued it, and recalled his resolution to go through the trying scene which was to await him on his return to the house, where he was early in the evening to bid adieu to all his family, in order to sup with Mrs Rayland as she had desired; and then the last cruel parting with Monimia, more dreadful than any of his former sufferings, was to embitter his last moments at Rayland Hall. Mrs Rayland received him with as much calmness as if he only came on a usual visit. Of the violent emotions which agitated him she had no idea. Time and uninterrupted prosperity had so blunted the little sensibility nature had given her, that she was utterly incapable of participating or comprehending the acute feelings of her young favourite. Yet in her way she was extremely kind to him, and after giving him another course of excellent advice, which lasted near 2 hours, she told him that as his first equipment might have taken a good part of her formal present, she had another note of £50 at his service. This present was extremely acceptable to Orlando, who had not above 60 left on her preceding bounty. Mrs Rayland, detaining Orlando an hour longer than he expected, at length dismissed him with her blessing, and Orlando shed tears of gratitude on her hand, which he kissed, and, without being able to speak, left her. He then took leave of the servants, but gave to Mrs Lennard, with whom he desired to speak in her own room, more time than to the rest, and desirous of doing what he could to soften the situation of his Monimia, he determined to speak to her aunt on her behalf. "You know, madam," said he, "that on my last departure you spoke to me of your niece. Let me now speak to you of her. My absence may satisfy you as to those suspicions that I know not why you entertained of me, but let me entreat you to be kind to my lovely young friend, for whom I scruple not to avow to you a very great regard." "What!" cried Mrs Lennard, "has she ever then been such an ungrateful girl as to say I was unkind to her?" "Never," said Orlando. "In the conversations we have accidentally had, your niece has always spoken of you with gratitude and respect; but after what you once said to me about her, I should be remiss were I to quit the house without trying to obviate any little lurking prejudice which may at some future time be remembered to her disadvantage. Allow me therefore to intercede with you, not only to forget any of these circumstances which may prejudice your mind against her, but to increase that tenderness for her which does so much honour to your heart." "Thank you, sir," said Mrs Rayland; "but I hope I do not want your advice, nor anybody's, to do my duty to the little girl, since she is left upon my hands." Orlando never felt so great an inclination as at that moment to take Monimia off her hands; and as he found little was to be hoped for from his solicitations in her favour, he took leave of Mrs Rayland, and endeavoured, when alone, to collect all his resolution for this final adieu with Monimia, to drive from his recollection the offer of Warwick, which still recurred to tantalize and torment him, to conceal from her that it ever had been made, and to fortify her mind for their long separation, while he felt his own sinking under it. Among other things, it occurred to him that if death or caprice deprived Monimia of the cold and reluctant protection her aunt now afforded her, she might be not only desolate but penniless. He determined, therefore, to leave with her one of the banker's notes he had just received, of £25, and to pass these last moments in arming her against every possible contingency which might happen during his absence, and, as far as he could, instructing her how to act if they occurred. Monimia, with swollen eyes, from which the tears slowly fell, notwithstanding her endeavours to restrain them, listened in silence, as with a faltering tone and in disjointed sentences he went through this mournful task. She promised in a voice hardly articulate to attend to all he desired, and to keep a journal of her life. "Through what it will be," she said, "but a journal of sufferings and of sorrow." "But when that sorrow, those sufferings are over, my Monimia," cried Orlando, trying to speak cheerfully, "with what transport shall we look back on this journal, and compare our past anxieties with our actual happiness! Let that idea encourage you amidst the heavy days that are to intervene before we meet again. Whatever you suffer, remember that your Orlando will return to dry your tears, and take care of your precious health. My Monimia, preserve it for him." She could only answer by a deep drawn sigh, while Orlando, cruel as the scene was, could not determine to put an end to it. Day already dawned, and as he did not mean to go to bed, but had ordered the under keeper to attend him with the horses as soon as it was light, he knew that he should soon be called by Jacob, yet he could not determine to lead Monimia back to her turret till he heard the man at the door, who, tapping at it, informed him that the horses were ready, and the hour passed at which he ordered himself to be called. Monimia then arose and said, "Farewell then, Orlando." He had no power to answer her, but led her silently through the chapel, round the court, and to her turret. The moment that tore him from her could not be delayed. He took the last embrace, and hastily bade her shut the door, lest he should fall into such a paroxysm of anguish as might render him unable to leave her at all. Monimia, who could not have supported the pain she endured much longer, with feeble and trembling hands obeyed him; but as slowly he descended the stairs, He heard her loud sobs, and was on the point of returning again to snatch her to his bosom, and declared it impossible to part with her. The loud noise of a whip, which Jacob, impatient of his long delay, now sounded around the house, roused him once more. He started from the dangerous reflection he was indulging, that it was yet in his own power to take Monimia with him, or at least to secure her following him with his sister; and again recovering his courage, he descended the stairs, left for the last time the beloved turret, and in a few moments mounted his horse, and rode almost at full speed through the park. He was soon on the high road to the first post town towards Portsmouth, and having ascended an high down that afforded him the last view he could have of Rayland Hall, he stopped on the top of it, and turning his horse's head, fixed his eyes on the seat of all his past happiness, of all his future hopes, and thought how much he probably had to suffer before he should revisit it again, how probable it was that he should never see it more. Jacob, who had but little notion of all this, yet supposed the captain, as he was now called at the Hall, was sorry to leave all his friends and his Monimia, and hunting and shooting and such like, to go to the wars, now thought it might be kind to console him. But Orlando heeded not the very eloquent harangue, which had lasted near a quarter of an hour, but suddenly turned his horse, and set out as speedily as before. He took a post horse at the town, and put his portmanteau into a Portsmouth diligence that was passing. Then dismissing his favourite horse, which he would take no further, and recommending him particularly to Jacob, who promised to attend to him while he fed at liberty in the park, he made the servant a handsome present, and on the hack which was ready he proceeded as if he was pursued, for the speed with which he rode seemed to give him something like relief. A very short time brought him to Portsmouth, where he found his baggage from London just arrived, and learned that some of the soldiers were already embarked, that the wind was fair, and that new orders for the greatest expedition were arrived that day to the commander of the reinforcement going to America. End of Volume 3, Chapter 10. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 11 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 11. Exhausted by the fatigue of body and mind, Orlando would now probably have lost the painful recollection of what had passed within the last 48 hours by transient forgetfulness, but even this was not permitted him. The orders for immediate embarkation were so strict, and the commander of the squadron which was to convoy the transports so impatient to execute the directions of government, that everything was hurry and confusion, and Orlando, far from being allowed time to think of what he had left, found the care of the company devolve almost entirely upon him. The men were for the most part raw recruits. The captain, the younger son of an illustrious house already raised to the rank, though not so old as Orlando, was not come down, and the lieutenant, a man near 50, was almost incapacitated from attending his duty by the agonies of his wife and a family of several children, who, as they had been in lodgings in a neighbouring town ever since his return from America the preceding year, now assembled around him to bid to their only protector and supporter a last farewell. The short notice he had received of his departure had prevented his settling many things for them which were now indispensable. The moment therefore Orlando arrived, this officer, whom he had not seen before, related to him his situation; and Orlando, ingenuously endeavouring to alleviate his troubles by taking as much business from him as he could, found his additional fatigue well repaid by the necessity it laid him under to detach his mind from his own regret and anxiety. At the first dawn of day he was at the point, embarking the men and baggage; and the scene of distracting hurry that now presented itself, the quarrels and blasphemy with which the beach resounded, the confusion among the soldiers and sailors, the rage of the commanders and the murmurs of the commanded, the eager impatience of those who had articles to buy from their voyage, and the unfeeling avarice of others who had them to sell, formed altogether a scene as extraordinary as it was new to Orlando, who had never been from the neighbourhood of the Hall, except for a few weeks, which were either passed in pleasure in London or in a quiet country town. He heard therefore with a mixture of wonder and disgust the human tempest roar in which he was now engaged, and for the first time inquired of himself what all this was for. This was not a place or hour when such a question, however naturally it occurred, could be answered. He was to act, not to speculate, and hardly had he a moment to reflect that, hurried as he was to be, he should not have the satisfaction, if satisfaction it might be called, of seeing Isabella and Warwick before he went himself on board, after which it would be impossible to know what became of them, at least not till his arrival in America. Amid the tumult that surrounded him, this gave him infinite disquiet. 1,000 fears for his sister crowded on his mind. He apprehended she might by some accident be prevented in such a place meeting Warwick. He trembled lest, if she did, his conduct towards her, when she was entirely in his power, might be dishonourable. Such were the distressing reflections of Orlando in every momentary pause the confusion of the scene allowed him. But whatever uneasiness he felt, the time permitted him to have no mitigation, and in the evening of the day after his arrival at Portsmouth, he found himself on board a transport with the greater part of that company to which he belonged, and about an equal number of dragoons with their horses. The wind, though violent, blew down the channel, and at nightfall, all previous orders being given, they obeyed the signal for getting to sea. It was not till they were many miles at sea that Orlando had time to consider his situation. Then, the tumult having a little subsided, he saw himself in a little crowded vessel, where nothing could equal the inconvenience to which his soldiers were subjected, but that which the miserable negroes endured in their passage to slavery. Footnote 5. It has lately been alleged in defence of the slave trade that negroes on board Guineamen are allowed almost as much room as a soldier in a transport. Excellent reasoning. End of footnote 5. Indifferent to this, so far as it merely related to himself, he could not see the sufferings to which the men were likely to be exposed without concern. All of them were young and new to the service, and the captain was too attentive to his own delicacy to have time to give the poor fellows all the alleviation their condition allowed them; and on the second day of their voyage he found his own situation so unpleasant that he went in a boat on board one of the frigates, the commander of which was distantly related to him, and obtained of him for the rest of the voyage a berth more suitable to a man of fashion than a crowded transport could afford him. Orlando, the lieutenant, who was half broken hearted, and a cornet of horse were left in charge of the men, and it was perhaps fortunate for the former that he was so instantly called upon to attend to his duty that he had hardly a moment to command but for repose, and, occupied about others, could think but little of himself. They had now been so long at sea that the fresh water sailors had conquered the first uneasy sensations given by that element, except the young cornet, who was the only son of a very opulent family and heir to an immense fortune. During a very long minority his mother had so humoured him, that even his request to enter the army, though extremely opposite to her wishes, could neither be evaded nor denied. The smart uniform of a light horseman appeared to him extremely desirable, and the possibility of danger in such a service never occurred to him, nor would he listen to it when it was represented by others. He had hardly put on this seducing attire, and provided himself with a very beautiful horse, before he was ordered abroad, and now, sick and desponding, this unhappy child of foolish affluence wanted a nurse much more than a broadsword. No puling girl just out of the nursery was ever more helpless, and Orlando at once despised and pitied him. Having been friendly enough to offer him his assistance, his new acquaintance soon leaned entirely upon him, and that having been used to have every one around him at his command, he received very friendly attention, which compassion extorted from others as a matter of course. The fleet had now passed Madeira, without however touching it, and were launched into the great Atlantic Ocean. Hitherto their voyage had been prosperous and quick, and a short time promised to terminate it, but the heat of the weather, operating on the crowds of men and horses stowed in such a vessel, now began to be severely felt. A fever of the malignant kind broke out, and within a week 5 men sickened of it, of whom 3 died, and the other 2, more like spectres than living creatures, seemed by the partial recovery only to be reserved for more lingering sufferings. Nor was it that the worst, for the disease, after a cessation of a few days, broke out afresh, and Orlando saw his men depressed and dispirited, sinking around him its easy victims. Contrary winds, or the sullen calms which allowed them to make very little way, added to the hopelessness of their situation, and the other transports could afford them little assistance, for in some the same cruel distemper had begun its ravages, and those who were yet free from it dreaded the infection. It was now that Orlando felt the justice of that pathetic description given by Thomson of the mortality at sea before Carthagena, where he addressed the Admiral as witnessing the deeply racking pang, the ghastly form, the lip pale quivering, and the beamless eye, no more with ardour bright, the groans of agonizing ships, and as having then heard, nightly plunged amid the sullen waves, the frequent course. From such a scene, whenever the distress of his men, whom in despite of the danger of infection he attended with paternal kindness, or the terrors of the little effeminate cornet would allow him a moment's respite, he escaped as much as he could by passing the evenings on deck, for the heat below was more dreadful to him than even the want of sleep or any other inconvenience. He frequently took the night watch, and at other times wrapped himself in a great coat, and lay down where he might at least have air. On these occasions sleep would not always befriend him, and then all he had left, his Monimia, his family, the Hall, the rural happiness he had enjoyed in his native country, forcibly presented themselves in contrast to the wretchedness around him. And when he considered a number of men thus packed together in a little vessel, perishing by disease, such of them as survived going to another hemisphere to avenge on a branch of their own nation a quarrel, of the justice of which they knew little, and were never suffered to inquire. He felt disposed to wonder at the folly of mankind, and to inquire again what all this was for. He sometimes, however, endeavoured to persuade himself that it was for glory. He had been taught to love glory. What was so sacred as the glory of his country? To purchase it no exertion could be too great. To avenge any insult on it, no sacrifice should be regretted. If, for a moment, his good sense arose in despite of this prejudice, and induced him to inquire if it was not from a mistaken point of honour, from the wickedness of governments, or the sanguinary ambition or revenge of monarchs, that so much misery was owing as wars of every description must necessarily occasion. He quieted these doubts by recurring to history, our Henrys and our Edwards, heroes whose names children are taught to lisp with delight, as they are bid to execrate the cruel uncle. Footnote 6. Richard III. End of footnote 6. And the bloody Queen Mary, and he tried to believe that what these English kings had so gloriously done was in their descendants equally glorious, because it went to support the honour of the British name. Then Alexander, Caesar, and all the crowned murderers of antiquity, they were heroes too whom his school studies had taught him to admire, and whom his maturer reflection had not yet enabled him to see divested of the meteor glare which surrounded them. There was something great in their personal valour, in their contempt of death, and he did not recollect that their being themselves so indifferent to life was no reason why, to satisfy their own vanity, they should deluge the world with human blood. There were indeed times when the modern directors of war appeared to him in a less favourable light, who incurred no personal danger, nor gave themselves any other trouble than to raise money from one part of their subjects, in order to enable to destroy another, or the subjects of some neighbouring potentate. Nor had he, after a while, great reason to admire the integrity of the subordinate departments, to whom the care of providing for troops thus sent out to support the glory of their master was entrusted. The provisions on board were universally bad, and the sickness of the soldiers was as much owing to that cause as to the heat of climate. Musty oatmeal, half-dried peas, and meat half spoiled before it had been salted down, would in any situation have occasioned disease, and when to such deficient food, their being so closely stowed and so long on board, was added, those diseases increased rapidly, and generally ended fatally. But it was all for glory, and that the ministry should, in thus purchasing a glory, put a little more than was requisite into the pockets of contractors, and destroy as many men by sickness as by the sword, made but little difference in an object so infinitely important, especially when it was known, which however Orlando did not know, that Messrs. The contractors were for the most part members of Parliament, who under other names enjoyed the profits of a war, which, disregarding the voices of the people in general, or even of their own constituents, they voted for pursuing. Merciful God! Can it be thy will that mankind should thus tear each other to pieces with more ferocity than the beasts of the wilderness? Can it be thy dispensation that kings are entrusted with power only to deform thy works, and in learning politics to forget humanity? Orlando, embarked in a cause of which he had hardly ever thought till he was called upon to maintain it, was insensibly visited by reflections like these, but whenever they recurred he drove them from him as much as he could, and endeavoured to cherish the fond hope that all might yet be well. that Isabella, about whom he was haunted with 1,000 fears, was in some of the vessels which were now all assembled in one fleet, for the slowness of their progress has enabled those ships which last sailed to overtake them, and that on his landing he should meet Warwick and his sister, and anticipate with them the fortunate hour of his return to England. As the perilous situation of Isabella occupied his thoughts, whenever he could a moment detach them from the scene before him, he made several efforts to learn if she was in any of the vessels near which he often found himself, but in none of them could he gain information of an officer of the name of Warwick. He then contrived to send a message to the captain of the frigate, one of the convoy with whom Warwick had told him he was acquainted; but this officer, to the infinite disappointment of Orlando, told him in answer to his letter, that it was true his friend Warwick had sent some of his baggage on board and a negro servant, but that, after waiting for him till the last moment, it became absolutely necessary for him to sail without him. This account only served, therefore, to increase the uneasiness of Orlando, who now feared that, instead of being able on his landing in America to write instantly to his father with an account both of himself and his sister, he should only add to the disquiet which he believed her flight must have occasioned to her family. Nor was he at all satisfied that Warwick's dishonourable conduct towards her was not the cause of their not being in the fleet, which he was now almost persuaded they were not. If at any time he had obtained a short interval of repose, these cruel images haunted him; but as the voyage was prolonged, and the discomforts of his condition became more severe, he found abundant reason to rejoice that he had resisted the alluring temptation offered to him by Warwick, and had not exposed his Monimia to difficulties and distresses under which many around him had sunk; and in this self-congratulation he found the first reward of virtue, a sensation which soothed all his sorrows, and enabled him to support the accumulated evils which now pressed upon him. The fleet was now within 4 days' sail of New York, or at least the sailors, though it was a dead calm, declared that they had no doubt but before the end of that time they should get in thither. The sick men revived a little with the intelligence, and the rest bore with less dejection the funeral of the dead, for 2 days had not for some time passed without a funeral, and the loss of the horses, of which a third had already perished. Orlando, to escape the intolerable smells below, now always passed the night on deck, and was sleeping on it when the noise occasioned by a sudden change of the weather awakened him. He got up, as well to be out of the way as to assist the sailors, who were soon all busily employed, for in a few moments it blew a hurricane. The darkness of the night and the violence of the storm were horrors greatly increased by the apprehension the seamen expressed, that they should be driven against some of the other vessels and sunk; and this appeared extremely probable, for by the flashes of lightning the transports in company were seen driven about, sometimes within a few yards of each other. Guns of distress were heard, but none were in a condition to assist the rest, nor was it possible for a boat to live in a sea that ran mountains high, and threatened to overwhelm even the men of war which formed the convoy. Orlando, to whom, as a novice in maritime adventures, the danger seemed even greater than it was, imagined that death was inevitable, because it had never appeared to him so near before. He thought, however, not so much of the event as of the effect the intelligence of it would have on those infinitely dearer to him than himself. He heard the agonizing shrieks of his mother, the more silent but more destructive anguish of his father, the tears of his sisters, unable to suppress their own grief while they attempted to administer comfort to their parents, and above all the sufferings of his gentle Monimia, sufferings more acute because she dared not complain. Yet when the vessel strained so much that the seamen declared they every moment expected the timbers to part, Orlando again thanked God that Monimia was not with him. The despair of the lieutenant was solemn and silent. He believed that the hour was come when he was to leave his family destitute in a world where, with all his exertions, his want of interest had not afforded him the means of supporting them by that perilous profession to which he has dedicated his life. But he bore this certainty, for there seemed not the least hope of escape, like a soldier and a man. He assisted the sailors, he encouraged the soldiers, and endeavoured, with a calmness of mind which gave Orlando an exalted opinion of him, to inspire others with that hope he did not himself feel. To Orlando only he declared his opinion that they must perish, and he spoke in approbation of the fortitude with which so young a man, and one so unaccustomed to look on danger and death, bore this intelligence. But with the little cornet he could not keep his temper, who, half dead with terror, lamented himself aloud in terms unmanly and ridiculous, and who, though he declared himself too much affected by the violent heaving of the ship to keep the deck a moment, ran up occasionally to ask puerile questions of the seamen, and to distract their attention by his complaints and clamours. Morning at length appeared, but the wind rather increased than abated, and the light of day served only to show the horrors of their situation; and some of their companions in distress, who were still in sight, for the men of war were no longer visible, and of the 3 transports who were near them, one was dismasted and another without her rudder, was driven about a wreck upon the waves, under bare poles. From this vessel, which the first dawn of the day discovered close to them, they heard repeated signals of distress. Whenever the mountainous waves afforded them a view of her, they saw the people, among whom were 2 or 3 women, appearing on her deck, apparently in all the agonies of despair. Orlando was suddenly struck with the idea that this vessel might contain his sister, and with dreadful solicitude he watched it, till in the confusion of his thoughts he fancied he really discerned her. All care for his own safety was then at an end, and he entreated the commander of the ship he was in to allow him to attempt into a boat to go on board, in the hopes of administering some help; but this the man positively refused, giving very loud and short reasons, in terms which Orlando did not understand, why such an attempt would be fatal to whoever undertook it, without being of the least use to those for whom it was undertaken. More and more impressed with the idea that Isabella was among the women, whose terrors he saw distinctly on the deck of the other vessel, he now hardly possessed his senses, and was on the point of plunging into the waves, tremendous as they were, when, as his eyes were fixed wildly and eagerly on it, he saw it sink, and the sea bury all it contained. There was hardly time to utter an exclamation of horror, when some of the unhappy people appeared so near the ship, that the sailors, though so likely to share the same fate, endeavoured to save them; but 2 only, stout men who swam strongly, were snatched from the raging element. The rest soon disappeared, never to rise again. The force of the wind was now somewhat lessened, and the men were inspired by some degree of hope to greater exertions. About 10 o'clock the storm was so much abated that the master was able to take an observation, and he found himself many leagues out of his course. No ship remained in sight, but one transport at a great distance, and the vessel yet drove too much to allow them to attempt altering her course. Their immediate danger, however, greatly diminished, and every man on board who was able to work laboured, in despite of the fatigue they had undergone, to repair the rigging and remedy the damages the whole had sustained. The sick, who had for many hours been neglected, were now visited, and one soldier was found dead. As to the horses that remained, they had all been thrown overboard during the most imminent peril, as their weight occasioned the ship to labour so much more than she would do without them. The dead soldier was committed to the waves, and as Orlando, with glazed eyes, saw him deposited in his watery grave, and recollected all the horrors of the preceding night, he again involuntarily inquired of himself whether such things were to be accounted the dispensations of heaven, or if they were the works of man, why were they permitted? The terrible idea that Isabella had perished in that ship he saw sink still haunted him, and redoubled by imaginary sorrow all that he saw or suffered. The poor fellows who had been taken up were so terribly bruised, and had swallowed so much water, that they were not yet sensible. As soon as they were, however, Orlando eagerly questioned them as to the females whom he had, through the obscurity of the dark and dashing waves, discovered on the deck; and he learned, to increase his misery, that one of them was a young lady whose husband was an officer of foot, and who was himself either in the fleet or coming with the next convoy. The sailor who gave him this information knew not which, nor did he know the lady's name, or to what regiment her husband belonged. The other women, he said, were one of them lady servant, and the other the wife of a sergeant in Orlando's regiment, which seemed to add to the probability that the young person who had perished was Isabella. There hardly needed this sad conjecture to add to the despondency which, in despite of all his steady courage, now took possession of Orlando; despondency which he found it extremely difficult to conceal. Strong as his constitution was, it yielded at length to the united power of malignant infection, uneasiness, and fatigue; and when, after beating about above 10 days, the vessel at length reached the harbour of New York, he was taken on shore in a state of insensibility from the fever which had attacked him, and his friend, the old lieutenant, saw him accommodated as well as the circumstances the place was under would admit, and feeling for him the affection of a father, shed over the blasted hopes of a youth so promising tears which his own misfortunes had never extorted from him. End of Volume 3, Chapter 11. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 12 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 12. By the care of this excellent man, aided by the medical skill of the surgeon of the regiment, Orlando in about a fortnight arose as it were from the grave. His senses returned long before his strength, and with them all the sad recollection of his disastrous voyage. Almost the first use he made of his returning reason was to implore the lieutenant to inquire for Captain Warwick, of whom he found, with inexpressible sorrow, that no intelligence had been received, and that he was believed by his brother officers to be in one of the transports that had gone to the bottom. In a few days a negro servant inquired for Ensign Somerive, and Orlando in a moment recollected that it was Perseus, the man who had served Warwick some years. He now hoped to have heard some account of his sister and his friend that might have quieted his extreme uneasiness. but the sight of Perseus only served to increase it. For he learned from him that Captain Warwick arrived at Portsmouth the evening the first transport sailed, and that, by his interest with the captain of the frigate in which the negro embarked, and some persons still higher in power, that the ship was delayed for some days, at the end of which Warwick promised to appear; but as he did not, nor even at the end of some hours longer than the time he required, the captain would have incurred too great a risk by waiting longer, and therefore got under way with so strong and favourable a wind that they overtook the rest of the fleet 2 days before they made the Pike of Teneriffe. This circumstance, however, Perseus said, was the only one that gave him hope, for he knew his master, thus missing his passage, would hire a vessel to convey him, which would probably not only take up some days, but hardly sail as they did, and therefore there was reason to hope that he might have escaped the storm in which they suffered; and it was improbable that the lady whom Orlando had seen perish, and afterwards heard was the wife of an officer of foot, was his sister. On being questioned further, the negro, who was very intelligent, said that Captain Warwick had ordered him with a great part of his baggage on board, and that he knew his master expected a lady to go with him, but he knew not whom. The baggage was landed and put into Orlando's lodging, where Perseus desired leave to wait upon him, and where the attention of this faithful fellow, and the hopes he gave him that Isabella and her husband were safe, contributed greatly to his recovery. A fortnight had now elapsed since his landing, and no news of his sister reached him, nor had he a single line from England as he had been taught to expect. The sad scene at home, where he feared Isabella's elopement, had created insupportable sorrow, cruelly tormented him, and the image of Monimia in continual tears and hopeless solitude pursued him incessantly. 1,000 times during the paroxysms of his fever he had insisted upon having pen and ink to write to her and to his family, and he began many letters to his father, recommending Monimia to his protection, and apologizing for his conduct in regard to his sister; but the lieutenant, Mr. Fleming, had never sent any of these incoherent letters. Orlando had now strength of body and of mind enough to look them over, but circumstanced as he was about Isabella, he now hardly knew better than he did then what to say that should not aggravate all the pain he lamented. Something, however, it was necessary to write, as ships were now daily returning to England, and not to send some intelligence of himself would be more distressing to his friends than the ignorance he must avow as to the fate of his sister. Another idea, however, struck him, that some discovery, or even her own fears, as the moment arrived when she was to leave her father's house, might have prevented the departure of Isabella from home, and that even her intention of doing so might be unknown. This made him hesitate whether to name her at all, and at length he determined he would not, since it would be only giving to his father an exchange, but not an alleviation of uneasiness. He wrote then these unsatisfactory letters to his family, and afterwards one to Monimia. He gave in all of them the best account he could of himself, described his voyage as tedious and stormy, and said slightly that he had been ill on his first landing, but was now recovered, and should soon proceed to join the body of his regiment with the northern army under Bourgoin. But such was the agitation of his spirits while he was writing, from the lively idea he had of the sensations his letter would give to those to whom they were addressed, that it brought on an access of fever, and he was confined for a few days; nor had he quite recovered his usual health when the commander of the two companies, despairing of seeing the men who were missing arrive, was ordered to muster all that remained of the two companies, and, with a party of dismounted dragoons, to find their way to the army, which was now on its march from Canada to Albany, in order to form a junction, or at least open a communication between that army and New York. The whole body, thus destined to force its way through an enemy's country, consisted, including American volunteers, of about 250 men, but they were not encumbered with artillery, and were almost all young men eager for actual service, and in no haste to join an army, of whose brilliant success they formed the greatest expectations. It was on the 6th of August that this small party left New York, and now Orlando, who had hitherto been in garrison, began to perceive all the horrors and devastations of the war. The country lately so flourishing and rising so rapidly into opulence presented nothing but the ruins of houses, from whence their miserable inhabitants had either been driven entirely or murdered, or had, of the burnt rafters and sad relics of their former comfortable dwellings, constructed huts on their lands, merely because they had nowhere else to go. Even from these wretched temporary abodes they were often driven, to make way for the English soldiers, and their women and children exposed to the tempest of the night, or, what was infinitely more dreadful, to the brutality of the military. In a war so protracted, and carried on with such various success, these scenes of devastation had occurred so often, that the country appeared almost depopulated, or the few stragglers, who yet lingered round the places most eagerly contended for, had been habituated to suffer till they had almost lost the semblance of humanity. The party had now marched about 70 miles, and as they carried their provisions with them, which it was not possible to do in a great quantity, it became necessary for them to encamp, and send out foraging parties to obtain a supply before it was actually wanted. It was on the edge of one of those morasses, which are called by the natives savannas, encircled on all sides by woods, that they formed this small camp, where the colonel, to whom the conduct of this expedition was entrusted, fortified it as well as such a situation would admit. But Lieutenant Fleming, whose attachment to Orlando, a long intercourse of mutual kindness, had now greatly strengthened, pointed out to him, in confidence, the defects of the situation thus chosen, and declared that if any body of American troops, or rebels as they were then called, was in the country, they must be surrounded, and either compelled to surrender or fight their way through. It happened, however, that for many days they remained unmolested. Some recruit of provisions was obtained, and the plan of their future march settled. The parties who went out saw no enemies to oppose them, and Orlando had now an opportunity of observing this wonderful country, so extremely unlike England, that it appeared to him to be indeed a new world. Every object seemed formed upon a larger scale. The rivers, more frequent than in England, were broader than the most broadest of ours, even on their approach to the sea, and the woods, larger than the oldest European forests, even those that kings have reserved for their pleasure in France or England, consisted often of trees of such magnitude and beauty as must be seen before a perfect idea can be formed of them. What Orlando had often seen cherished in England gardens as beautiful shrubs, here rose into plants of such majestic size and foliage as made the British oak poor in comparison, and under them innumerable shrubs, of many of which he knew not the names, grew in profusion. These woods, however, had in many places suffered like the rest of the country, and in some had been set on fire. in others the trees had been felled as means of temporary defence; and Orlando, whose early and ingenuous philanthropy had of late been often injured by a painful sensation of disgust, could not help remarking with a sigh that man seemed not only a creature born to consume the fruits of the earth, but to wound and deform the bosom of that earth; and he found himself almost involuntarily assenting to some of the most gloomy aphorisms of Rousseau. But he was yet a novice, and had only of late understood, as well as a partial representation of the cause by his otherwise candid friend Fleming would let him understand, the origin of the quarrel in which he had drawn his sword. The scenes, however, he had already been witness to were, he thought, not to be justified by any cause; but his fellow soldiers seemed to see them in a very different light, and to consider the English Americans as men of an inferior species, whose resistance to the measure, whatever those might be, of the mother country, deserved every punishment that the most ferocious mode of warfare could inflict. And even the brave and generally humane Fleming endeavoured to convert Orlando, whose scruples as to the justice of the war became greater the more he heard of its origin. He assured him that a soldier never thought of examining into such matters. "It is," said he, "our business to fight, never to ask what for; for if every man, or even every officer in the service, were to set about thinking, it is 10 to 1 if any 2 of them agreed as to the merits of the cause. A man who takes the king's money is to do as he is bid, and never debate the matter. For my part, I have heard, while I was in England, a great deal of clamour upon the subject, and it has been called a war upon the people, and therefore an unpopular war. I am no politician, nor do I desire to enter into a discussion about taxation and representation, which these fellows have made the ground for their resistance. There is no end of the nonsense that may be talked in favour of their rebellion, nor the pleas of the ministerial party. For myself, as I was brought up in the army, I have always cut the matter very short. The sword is my argument, and I have sold that to my king, and therefore must use it in his service, whatever and whenever it may be pointed out to me." This way of settling the matter was, however, so far from being convincing to Orlando that it gave him new cause for reflection. He had always been told that the will of the people was the great resort in the British government, and that no public measure of magnitude and importance could be decided upon but by the agreement of the 3 estates. Yet the present war, carried on against a part of their own body, and in direct contradiction of the rights universally claimed, was not only pursued at a ruinous expense, but in absolute contradiction to the wishes of the people who were taxed to support it. Orlando did not comprehend how this could be. He could not, however, though so often assured that it was no part of his business, help thinking about it; and an American prisoner, who was brought to their little camp by a scouting party just before it broke up, assisted very much to clear up his ideas on this subject. He was a man in middling life, and had kept a store at New York, but having taken part with his own countrymen, had been sent by them to Congress, where, being a man of strong plain understanding, he had joined heartily in all the measures of resistance, and afterwards gone into the field for the same purpose. But hearing that his wife, an Englishwoman, whom he passionately loved, and his only son, a boy of 7 years old, were arrived at New York from England, whither they had gone 2 years before, he had obtained leave to quit his command for a short time, and had set out alone, and in disguise, in the intention of reaching the neighbourhood of New York, where, at the house of one of his temporizing friends, he had appointed his wife and child to meet him, in the hope of conveying them himself through a country abounding in perils to a place of present safety. But when he was within 100 miles of the place he wished to reach, a distance that in America is reckoned a trifle, he had been met by a party of Indians, whom the British commanders had lately let loose upon the Americans; and having narrowly escaped being scalped by promises and some deceptions very allowable in such a situation, he was brought by the red warriors to the small camp of their allies the English, of which they had just received intelligence. As this unfortunate American immediately disclosed to the commanding officer who he really was, and for the purpose going to New York, he was deemed of consequence enough to be sent thither a prisoner. Until this could be done, he was alternately guarded by the British officers, a circumstance that gave Orlando an opportunity he never before had, of hearing the American party tell their own story, which served only to excite his pity for them, and a pity not unmixed with respect, while his astonishment increased as he considered the infatuation of the British cabinet, or rather the easy acquiescence of the British people. If his concern was called forth by witnessing the anguish of mind endured by his new acquaintance when he thought of his wife and child, anguish with which Orlando well knew how to sympathize, his surprise and curiosity were not less awakened by the appearance of the native American auxiliaries who had been called to the aid of the English. They now consisted of a party near 40, most of them young men, and headed by a celebrated veteran warrior, who was distinguished by a name which expressed in their language the bloody captain. The savage appearance, and the more savage thirst of blood which they avowed, that base avidity for plunder, with an heroic contempt of danger, pain, and death, made them altogether objects of abhorrence, mingled with something like veneration. But the former sentiment altogether predominated when Mr. Jamieson, the prisoner, informed him that among all the unfair advantages which the colonists complained of in the manner of carrying on the war, there was none that seemed so unjustifiable as that of sending forth the Indians. Footnote 7. Several nations of savages were inducted to take up arms as allies to his Britannic Majesty. Not only the humanity but the policy of employing them was questioned in Great Britain. The opposers of it contended that Indians were capricious, inconstant, and intractable, their rapacity insensate, and their actions cruel and barbarous. At the same time their services were represented as uncertain, and that no dependence could be placed on their engagements. On the other hand, the zeal of the British minister for reducing the revolted colonies was so violent as to make them, in their excessive wrath, forget that their adversaries were men. They contended that, in their circumstances, every appearance of lenity, by inciting to disobedience, and thereby increasing the objects of punishment, was eventual cruelty. In their opinion, partial severity was general mercy, and the only method of speedily crushing the rebellion was to envelop its abettors in such complicated distress as, by rendering their situation intolerable, would make them willing to accept the proffered blessing of peace. Ramsay's History of the American Revolution. The happy effects of this barbarous policy never appeared. Of the tragical scenes it occasioned, the reader, if he or she delight in studying circumstances in this war redounding to the honour of British humanity, is referred to the Annual Register for 1779, where an account is given of the expedition of 1,600 men, among whom 1/4 were Indians, the rest British Americans in the interests and service of government. These Americans were then called Tories. To the forts Kingston and Wilkesboro, in the settlement of Wyoming on the Susquehanna, those who have so loudly exclaimed against a whole nation struggling for its freedom, on account of the events of the past summer, events terrible enough, God knows, are entreated to recollect how much the exploits of this expedition, even as related by our own historian, exceed anything that happened on the 10th of August, the 2nd of September, or at any one period of the execrated revolution in France, and own that there are savages of all countries, even of our own. Footnote 7. Against them. And when Orlando saw in the hands of the bloody captain 11 scalps, some of them evidently those of women and children, others of very old and consequently defenceless men, many of them fresh, which he said with an air of triumph he had taken from the enemies of the King of England within 3 weeks, the young unhardened Englishman shuddered with horror, and blushed for his country. He could not help speaking warmly on this subject to Fleming, who answered calmly it was very true that arming the Indians was a very severe measure, and their cruelty what we ourselves, he said, so loudly complained of in the last war. But after all, my friend, in war every advantage is taken by both sides, and our government has considered that if by this dreadful sort of warfare they can the sooner conquer the rebels and reduce them to obedience, it is in fact best for them. Footnote 8. The same sort of sophistry was used by the monster Catherine de Medicis to urge her son, the infamous Charles IX, to the massacre of the Protestants in 1572. What pity, said she, do we not shew in being cruel? What cruelty would it not be to have pity? Footnote 8. Orlando, still unable to digest or approve such a doctrine, could never hear of the ferocity with which these red warriors treated their prisoners without disgust. With some of the younger among them, however, who were less inured to blood, he formed some kind of acquaintance, and learned some of their words. One of these he had distinguished from the rest by remarking his more open countenance, his more gentle manners, and by hearing that he had, at the risk of his own life, saved a woman from the fury of his relation the bloody captain, when he was on the point of killing her with his tomahawk. This woman, whom they had found wandering in the woods, whither she had been driven by the British troops, who had burnt her little farm and killed her husband, the young Indian, who was known by the name of Wolf Hunter, had conducted in safety to a fort garrisoned by her own countrymen, again hazarding his own life to preserve hers. The secret sympathy between generous minds seems to exist throughout the whole humankind, for this young warrior became soon as much attached to Orlando as his nature allowed him to be to anybody, and when they left their camp and continued their march, after having dispatched their prisoner to New York with as strong an escort as they could spare, the Wolf Hunter constantly marched by the side of his new friend, and between the little English he had picked up, and Orlando's unusual aptness to learn languages, which had however been little exercised till now, he contrived to acquire a good deal of the customs of the Indians of North America, of which he hitherto had known but little. But in regard to their wars, the more he heard of them, the more unpardonable it seemed to him to be in the managers of the war at home to authorize them to take up the hatchet. After a very fatiguing march of many days, during which their Indian associates were eminently useful to them in guiding their way through woods and morasses, where they were least likely to meet parties of the colonists superior to their own, they reached the place of rendezvous, where there was probably of their finding the army they were to join, but it had pushed forward with so much celerity that they found themselves 3 days behind it. Its track, however, was sufficiently marked by smoking ruins, by the corn destroyed on the ground, and by the bodies of the dead, with whom they could not either encumber themselves or always stay to bury. The heart of Orlando sickened at the sigh, but he had little time for contemplation, for a strong detachment of Americans, who had harassed the rear of the British army, were now returning northward, and meeting this body of British, an engagement ensued, in which the provincials were repulsed with some loss, but at the expense of 9 men killed and 11 wounded. Among the latter was Lieutenant Fleming. His wound, however, was not dangerous, and Orlando had the satisfaction of showing by his unwearied attendance on him some part of the gratitude he felt for his former friendship. But the care necessary to the wounded, and the difficulties that their own people, in order to prevent their being followed by the enemy, had everywhere thrown in the way of their march, made it so tedious and so dangerous that they often despaired of effecting their purpose, and when they at length arrived, quite worn down with fatigue, had the mortification to find the forces they joined in a situation very different from what they had been taught to expect; while the main body was equally disappointed that a stronger reinforcement was not sent them from New York, and a supply of provisions of which they began to apprehend the want. At the same time, the march of such a small body of men, for so many 100 miles, through a country everywhere in arms against them, was a matter of wonder; and in the detail of their expedition, given by the commanding officer to the general, the conduct of Orlando was spoken of in such high terms that he was desired to make him a compliment on the occasion. Orlando, from his ignorance of the country, had entertained a faint hope that he might find Warwick already arrived in the northern army, but he had the mortification not only to discover that his hope was groundless, but his brother officers, who knew him best, were unanimously of opinion that he had perished at sea, from Orlando's account. They were sure, they said, that nothing but some such disaster would have prevented their friend Warwick from coming back with his company; and Orlando, with increased anguish of heart, assented apparently to this, and forbore to say the reasons he had to feel that, though this might not be exactly the truth, the absence of Warwick was every way to him a subject of uneasy conjecture and bitter regret. End of Volume 3, Chapter 12. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 13 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Tunner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 13. The increasing difficulties to which the British army, under the command of General Burgoyne, were at this period exposed, had been so often described and so largely insisted upon, that they need not here be repeated. Deserted by the Canadians and other Americans, who were discouraged by their perilous situation, in want of necessary provisions, and seeing themselves likely to be surrounded, it was determined that, if the assistance they had been taught to expect from New York did not arrive before the expiration of another fortnight, they must give up all hopes of defence. In the meantime, however, a movement was resolved upon by a chosen body of 1,500 men, which brought on a general attack from the Americans, who carried part of the British lines, and might only put an end to the combat, in which a great number of brave men fell, as well as English as Germans. Among the slain was Orlando's respectable friend Fleming, who, though hardly recovered from his former wound, had hurried without orders to defend the lines, and was shot through the lungs as he was leading on his men to repulse a party of the enemy with the bayonet. Orlando, who was only a few paces from him, saw him fall, and amid the impetuosity of the action he ran towards him, exhorting the men to proceed. Fleming, as he lifted him up, knew him, and wringing his hand said, "Go, my dear boy, don't waste a moment upon me. I am killed, but I die contented if those scoundrels are driven off, if you return to England, be a friend to my poor wife, my poor little ones." He spoke these last words with extreme difficulty, as the blood choked him. Orlando saw his noble spirit depart, and hastily ordering the black servant, who had belonged to Warwick and now attended on him, to carry off the body, he plunged with a degree of desperation into the thickest of the battle, which lasted however only a few moments longer, because as it was by that time too dark to distinguish friends from foes, each party found it necessary to retreat. The British passed the rest of the night in the melancholy employment of ascertaining their loss, which was very considerable in killed and prisoners, particularly in officers, of whom such that had been brought off the field were mortally wounded. Orlando, with concern that superseded every thought for himself, made it his first care to visit the body of his gallant friend, in a sort of lingering hope that he might yet live. But this hope was immediately at an end, and Orlando had no other comfort than in recollecting that he died gloriously, and shared an honourable grave with many other brave officers who ended a career of honour in this fatal field. The interval between this action and the removal of the British camp by night, from a situation no longer tenable, was short, but dreadful. Fatigue and famine, great as those evils were, seemed less terrible to the minds of the English than the certainty that they must very soon surrender to an enemy whom they at once abhorred and contemned. The officers still endeavoured to encourage their men, and to keep up the spirit of each other. They recollected other associations in which armies, in a condition equally desperate, had broken through their enemies and conquered those who hoped to have destroyed them. But the commander himself knew the fallacy of these hopes, and saw that, unless succours arrived in a very few days, the surrender of his army was inevitable. They had now, however, a messenger from New York, with information that 3,000 men were advancing to their assistance up Hudson's River. But this expedition had been so delayed, or was, after it was undertaken, so managed, that there appeared not the least probability of their arriving in time to save from the necessity of a surrender the devoted army. The same messenger, however, who had with infinite difficulty made his way to the English camp from New York, brought a few letters to the British officers. Among them, Orlando, with a beating heart, and with hands so tremulous that he could hardly break the seal, opened a packet from his sister Selina. It contained a short letter from her, the comfortless purpose of which, in regard to his family, was repeated in what follows from Monimia herself, whose letter Selina had enclosed. Rayland Hall, 28th of June, 1777. Though I know it is yet impossible for me to hear from you, every moment now seems to me an age. Alas, Orlando, how little satisfactory was the short letter I received from Portsmouth! Yet I know you could not write more, hurried as you were. You have now been gone 6 long, long weeks, and that is only a very small portion of the time you are to be absent, though to me it seems already 1,000 years. I do not love, Orlando, to say so much of myself, unless I could tell you anything that would make you happy, which heaven knows I cannot, unless it is merely that I am as well as so unhappy a being can be. It would be some comfort to me, if what I cannot tell you of myself, I could relate of your dear family. But Selina will tell you, if I do not, that your father's health is still in a very precarious state, and that all your friends have suffered greatly by Isabella's going from them, and by their not knowing what is become of her. For though she wrote to them from Portsmouth, desiring their forgiveness, and informing them that she had gone off to be married to Captain Warwick, and that her unconquerable aversion to General Tracy was partly the reason of her doing so, yet they have never heard that she was really married, nor have any of Captain Warwick's friends, of whom your father has made constant inquiries, had any intelligence of him. It is concluded that he is gone with your sister to America, but not knowing it certainly, it is a continual source of distress both to Mr. and Mrs. Somerive, sadly aggravated, I fear, by their hearing but too much of your brother, who is known to be living in London in great splendour, which it is said he supports by gaming. Your poor mother went up with Selina about 10 days since, in hopes of seeing him and persuading him to return to his family. Selina described the meeting to me, and half broke my heart by the description. All your mother could obtain was a sort of half promise that he would come down to West Wolverton in August or September, with which she had endeavoured to console your father, and I find has kept to herself the greatest part of what passed, and has no hope of his changing his conduct. The poor old General has never recovered the shock and mortification of Isabella's defection. He left West Wolverton as soon afterwards as the gout allowed him to move, and it is said has disinherited Captain Warwick, and given his whole fortune to his brother's son, whose title I cannot now recollect. However, he does not seem to resent Isabella's desertion of him towards the rest of your family, for I understand that it was by his means your mother procured an interview with your brother, and that he was very obliging to her and Selina while they were in London. I have, though with a heavy heart, heaven knows, rallied my dear Selina upon this, and told her that perhaps the gallant General, who always admired her, may have an intention of transferring his affections to her; but she assures me, and I easily believe it, that were he the emperor of the world she would not accept them. And now, Orlando, I must talk to you of your poor Monimia. It is reluctantly I do it, for I can tell you nothing but what will make you unhappy. Mrs. Rayland seems to regret your absence very much. She speaks of you every day, and appears to me to be sorry she ever suffered you to depart. Judge, dear Orlando, whether I do not execute the little offices about her, which now she will suffer no other person to do, with redoubled pleasure, when I hear her thus speaking of you like a tender mother. I wonder how I ever disliked her, and thought her severe. I wish Mrs. Lennard had half as much kindness. Yet has her lady had much to disturb her lately, and my aunt reason to be in good humour. Mr. Harborne, the gentleman who has so long managed the business of the Rayland estate, is dead, and within these last 10 days my aunt has prevailed upon Mrs. Rayland to replace him with a Mr. Roker, who she tells me is a relation of hers and a relation of mine, which may be, but of all the disagreeable men I ever beheld, he is to me the most disagreeable. He has, however, got every thing into his hands through the influence of my aunt, and his nephew, a creature as odious as himself, is put into the house at North Park End, where Mr. Harborne used to be for a month or two, which is fitting up quite in an elegant style, as to new papering, painting, and I hope when it is done he will be less at this house than he is now. For present he passes every day here, and very often the night, though I never could observe that his hateful cringing manners pleased Mrs. Rayland, who does not know, I believe, that he has taken possession of your room. Oh, how different a possession from what it ought to have! I meant, Orlando, to have said as little of this disagreeable change as I could, but my unconquerable aversion to these two young men has betrayed me into saying more about them than I intended. Yet I find from Selina that your father is uneasy at their introduction to the management of the Rayland estate, and says that Roker is a man of the worst character of any attorney in the country. Perhaps you will impatiently exclaim, Why does Monimia talk to me about these attorneys, when she began with saying she would mention herself? It is, Orlando, because they have had more influence already in injuring my peace than you would suppose likely. This Roker, the nephew, were he not young enough almost to be her grandson, I should really fancy was a lover of my aunt Lennard's. He is a great raw-boned fright of a man, I think, with two eyes that look I know not how, but particularly horrible to me, a wide mouth, full of great teeth, that are only the more hideous for being white, because his face is so red that, when he grins, the contrast makes him seem ready to devour one. Then he has a red beard, and a great bushy head of carroty hair. But all this my aunt says is handsome. And that this giant-looking monster, who is not, I think, above 28, is a fine manly figure. The man returns, or rather earns, this her good opinion of him by flattery so fulsome that really I blush for my aunt when I hear it, which, however, she takes care I shall do as little as possible, for she is almost always out of humour with me on some pretence or other when he comes into the room where I am, and generally contrives some excuse to send me away, and before her the disagreeable monster affects not to notice me. But if I ever meet him by accident in the house, which I avoid as much as I can, he speaks to me so impertinently that I have often been provoked to tears. Indeed, I am convinced he would be more insolent if I did not threaten that I would acquaint my aunt. I pass almost every moment of the time that Mrs Rayland does not want me in my own room, and you know how little I should regret never leaving it, if I could there possess quiet, and read the books you left me directions to go through. But even these comforts are denied your poor girl, and while my very soul sickens to tell you how, because you will in one respect fancy yourself the cause of it, it is necessary that I adhere to my promise, Orlando, and conceal nothing from you. You recollect, my dear friend, the pain we both endured and the risk you incurred, of which I cannot now think without trembling, in consequence of that unlucky meeting with Sir John Belgrave. This person, you know, left the country soon after, and went into Scotland with your brother, and I remember you telling me afterwards that he was gone abroad for his health. Would to heaven he had stayed there, that I might never have heard again a name I could never hear without terror. It is to-day a week since, Mrs Rayland being extremely well, which she had not been for some days before, my aunt desired leave to go out to dinner with Mr Roker's family, who were on a visit at Great Wolverton, at Farmer Stepney's. She accordingly had the coach, and set out in great form, leaving me strict orders not to quit her mistress. After tea the evening was so warm, and Mrs Rayland felt herself so well, that she had an inclination to get into the park chair, and for Pattenson to lead the old pony in it round the park slowly, that she might see the alterations and repairs which she had been persuaded to order for the accommodation of the nephew and the deputy of her new steward at North Park. And after she was seated by the footman safely in this low carriage, which you know she has not been in for almost 2 years, she said she found it very pleasant, and was sure she could bear to go quite up to the lodge; but lest she should be faint, she ordered me to walk by the side of the chair with her drops. Pattenson did all he could to persuade her that the distance would be too much for her, but she spoke to him more sharply than I ever heard her do before, saying that she was the best judge of that, and we set out, the carriage being drawn only a foot-pace, so that I found no difficulty in keeping up with it. As we went along, we saw your horse lying under the chestnut trees in the long walk, for it was a very hot evening, and he had gone there for a shade. Mrs Rayland called to me, and pointed him out to me. 'Poor creature,' she said, He looks melancholy, as if he missed his master, and he is quite solitary too in the park." Then, speaking to Pattenson, she asked if he was well taken care of, while I, with a sigh, could have answered her remark by saying, "Ah, madam, there are other beings who miss Orlando yet more than that beloved animal, and who are more solitary and undone than he is." But I affected to be at ease, and hope my countenance did not betray how much my heart was otherwise. Indeed there was the less danger of this, because Pattenson's answer, which was very surly, and signified that she had better ask about your horse of Jacob, with whom it was left in charge, if she had any doubts about it, diverted Mrs Rayland's attention from me, and fixed it upon Pattenson, towards whom she expressed her displeasure. Indeed he has seemed to me for some time to be losing ground in her favour. At length we reached the North Lodge, and as the workmen were putting up a new door, which you know is next the high road from Caroline Castle to Wolverton and other villages, and putting on a new coat of stucco on that side, Mrs Rayland ordered Pattenson to lead the chaise round thither, and stopped some moments there, while she talked to the carpenter and plasterer, who were just going from their work. She kindly said to me, "If you are tired, Mary, sit down at my feet and rest yourself." I assured her I was not, but she bade me get her a glass of water out of the house, and give me a few drops, lest she should find the ride too much before she got home. There was not a glass in the house, so I ran across the way to James Carter's cottage, which is, you know, about 50 yards beyond the lodge, on the opposite side. His wife went out with the water, and I followed her, when a gentleman, attended by 2 servants, rode up so very fast that his horse almost trampled on me before I could cross the road. He checked it, however, when he saw me, and exclaiming with a great oath, "My lovely little wood nymph, by all that's sacred she shall not now escape me," he then alighted from his horse, and, as I conclude, not seeing Mrs Rayland and her servants, who were concealed partly by the projection of the lodge and outside, and partly by the slight turning in the road, rudely seized me. I shrieked aloud, and the woman, who was but a few paces before me, began to remonstrate with him. I hardly knew, so great was my terror and confusion, what either of them said, but upon Pattenson's advancing with Robert, who had also accompanied the chaise, he let me go, saying, "You are still at the Hall then? I shall see you again, for I find your gallant defender has resigned his post." He said this as he mounted his horse, and as I, almost senseless, was led by the carter's wife towards Mrs Rayland, who, hearing from her how the gentleman had behaved, expressed great indignation; and as he was by this time past her, she ordered Pattenson to follow him, and let him know that she desired to speak to him. I would have prevented this if I had restrained breath or recollection enough to speak, but I sat down on the footstool of the chaise, unable to utter a word to prevent Pattenson's waddling away after Sir John, to whom, as there were no hopes of his overtaking him, he hollered. Sir John stopped his horse, and Pattenson, puffing and blowing with hurry and anger, delivered, and I suppose in no very complacent terms, his lady's message, and I did not hear it, but I distinguished Sir John's answer, which was, "Come to your lady, good fellow? No, she will excuse me. My business is with young ladies. I have too much respect for the old ones to intrude upon them. My service to the ancient gentlewoman of the Hall, good Mr Favourite Butler, and tell her, if she has any commands for me, she must employ one of her pretty handmaids, that I saw just now, if she pleases, and she will not fail to find for her embassy a more favourable reception than I think it necessary to give your worship." Sir John, then laughing aloud at his own wit, in which his 2 servants accompanied him, put his horse into a gallop, and was out of sight with an instant, long before Pattenson, whom rage and indignation did not render more active, had reached Mrs Rayland, and repeated this message, not without some additions of his own, to his lady. I think I never saw Miss Rayland so much disturbed as at the general brutality of this rude stranger. I however soon recovered of my alarm when I found that this very disagreeable scene had ended without bringing on any conversation as to what had formerly passed, and I hoped and believed I should hear no more of Sir John Belgrave. Mrs Rayland, from the agitation of spirits this insult had thrown her into, was quite ill when she got back to the Hall; but the next day, after she had given vent to her displeasure by talking about it to my aunt Lennard and every one who approached her, she seemed to recover, and the bustle that this ridiculous man had occasioned gradually died away. It happened on Friday, and on the following Sunday I had promised to meet Selina, whom I had never had an opportunity of seeing after her return from London till now. We were equally eager to meet each other, and as I have no difficulty in obtaining leave to walk in the park when my aunt is with her lady, I got her permission to go out on this evening, and passed with our dearest Selina an hour, the most delightful and yet the most melancholy that I have known since your departure. Selina was afraid of being missed, as she told me her father was never uneasy when she was out of his sight, and now only stole out while he was asleep after dinner. She left me therefore sooner than either of us wished, but after she was gone I sat some time weeping where she had left me. It was the bench, Orlando, in the fir grove by the boat house, where we sat all together when you made us promise to meet there, and talk of you when you should be gone. All your sister had told me of what passed in London between your mother and your brother, and of your father's dejected spirits and declining health, had affected me more than I can describe. But after I had indulged my tears some time, I recollected your charge to me to keep up my spirits, and I endeavoured to conquer this depression. The sun was nearly set, and I went over the pond head by the great cascade in order to go home the nearest way. I had just passed through the high plantation, and was entering the park, when I saw this hateful Sir John Belgrave approaching me. Had I met him in the path of the plantation, it would have been impossible for me to have escaped him; but now, as the park was open before me, I ran the instant I observed him the opposite way. He pursued me for some time, entreating me to stop, and assuring me that he meant only to beg my pardon for his behaviour 2 days before, with a great deal of other nonsense, which I did not, however, hear much of, for I was almost in a moment within sight of the house, and I saw him turn back. I arrived quite out of breath, and sadly terrified, but I dared not complain. After I recovered myself, my great concern was to think that I could never meet Selina without fearing a repetition of this disagreeable adventure. But I had now nobody to listen to my complaints, or to relieve me from my sorrows. I thought the sermon of that evening the most tedious and uninteresting I had ever read, and both the old ladies were certainly particularly ill-humoured, my aunt more especially, who was snappish and peevish to such a degree that she almost quarrelled with Mrs Rayland. But as she could not vent all her spleen on her, it fell upon me, and I was to bed in more than usual wretchedness, and for the first time wished that the young Roker might return to the Hall, for to his having been 2 days absent I imputed the irritability of my poor aunt's temper. Ah, Orlando, how dreary now seemed my own room, to which, when you were here, I used to retire with so much delight from all the discomforts of my lot. It was a lovely moonlit night, and yet early when I went to the turret. From the window I looked into the park with sensations how different from those I used to feel when I expected to see you cross it. I was restless and wretched, and knew I could not sleep if I went to bed, or if I did, I feared I should dream of Sir Belgrave's pursuing me. I wished for some book I never had read, for you have often told me that nothing so soon quieted the mind and led the troubled spirit away from its own sad reflections as some amusing or instructive author, but I have none in my room but those books of your own that you gave me, which I have read over and over again. And since this Mr. Rooker had occasionally been in possession of your apartment next the study, I once met him as I was going thither, I have never had the courage to venture down after the books as I used to do. Some of the poems, however, Orlando, that you gave me, I am never weary of reading, though I can say them almost by heart, and therefore when I was tired of looking at the moon, I took up that little volume of Gray, and read that beautiful ode to adversity, which you have so often bade me admire. And indeed I thought, Orlando, that we, though suffering under its iron scourge and taunting hour, were yet in a situation more really happy than the prosperous worthless Sir John Belgrave, who was able to enjoy every luxury of life, while you were wandering about the world in danger and in sorrow. Alas! these thoughts, however consoling at first, brought on a train of others, and fears, the most terrible fears, for your precious life assailed me. My fancy conjured up 1,000 horrid visions, and dwelt on 1,000 terrible possibilities, till the length I found myself unable to bear the wretchedness I had thus created for myself, and I determined to attempt at least to lose it in sleep, and was, from mere fatigue of spirits, beginning to doze, when I was startled by a rap at the door at the back of the bed. I believed it to be a dream, too well recollecting that you were not there. When I listened a moment, and the noise was repeated, never among all the terrors I have suffered did I feel my alarm like this. I had not courage to speak, nor to move. My first idea was to run into my aunt's room, but then I must have discovered to her what we have so anxiously concealed, and of which I believe she never had the least notion. For whatever might be her suspicions of our meeting, she never seemed to guess how. While I deliberated in the most fearful agitation what it would be best to do, the noise was made a third time, louder than before, and a voice called in a half whisper, "Miss, miss." "For God's sake, who is there?" cried I, hastening to dress myself. "You cannot have any business there, whoever you are, and I will call my aunt and the servants." "No, no, miss," cried a man's voice aloud, "don't do that, for you will only betray yourself. I mean you no harm, but on the contrary good. Lord, miss, 'tis only me, and I would not have frightened you so at this time o' night, if I could have met you by day. I have got a letter for you." I now knew by the voice that it was Jacob, the under gamekeeper, and though I trembled still with fear, it was mixed with a sensation of joy, for I hoped the letter was from you. "A letter," I said, "oh pray give it me instantly." Yet I recollected as instantly as it was foolish to open the door. The man said eagerly, "But make haste then, miss, and take it." "No," answered I, "leave it at the door, or put it under it. I cannot open the door, for it is nailed up." "Ah, miss, miss," cried the man, "it did not use to be nailed up when I know who was here." This speech, though I know not why, increased again the terror which had a little subsided, and his manner of speaking of you gave me a confused idea that the letter was not from you. "Where did you get the letter, Jacob?" said I, "and who is it from?" "Never mind that," replied he, "it is a letter that will please you, I can tell you." "I will not receive it," answered I, "unless I know whom it is from." "Pooh, pooh, what do you do here?" said the man in a very impertinent manner. "Well then, if you are so squeamish all of a sudden, I'll leave the letter and come to-morrow up the stairs the same way for an answer." Jacob then seemed to go down, and I thought I heard him shut the door of the lower turret room after him, but for the world I could not have opened that of my room. Orlando, consider what I must have suffered, from supposing there might be a letter lying without it, and that only a few pieces of half-decayed board were between me and the first intelligence I had received of you. Yet it was also possible that it might be from some other person, though I could not conjecture who should write to me. But there was something of impertinent assurance in the manner of the gamekeeper that shocked me. and I well recollected that you once thought of our corresponding through his means, yet afterwards determined not to hazard it, and seemed sorry that you had entrusted him so far. I will not attempt to describe the state of mind in which I passed the night. It was not, lucky for me, very long, but the sun had risen some time before I could acquire courage enough to open the door, and even then I trembled, but my hopes vanished, or rather were exchanged for the most alarming fears, the moment I saw that if the letter contained any news of you, it was not from yourself. I know not how I opened it, for I expected now nothing but tidings of despair, when casting my eyes on the name that concluded it, for I could not read the contents at that moment, I saw that of Sir John Berkeley Belgrave, and though I instantly comprehended the insult it contained, I was relieved to find that it was not written by some friend of yours, to tell me what you were unable to write yourself. I will not, Orlando, copy this ridiculous billet, but as I determined neither to answer it, or to give the obvious Jacob excuse to come up the stairs to my room, I thought after some consideration that the best thing I could do would be to speak to this letter carrier, though nothing could be more disagreeable to me, unless it was his coming for an answer. As soon as breakfast was over, I summoned all the courage I could, and went out to the stable yard, where I knew it was most likely I should meet him. As soon as he saw me, he came eagerly towards me, and none of the other men being within hearing, he said, "I hope you have got an answer for Sir John to give me, miss?" "No," I answered, "I neither have an answer, nor ever intended to give one so impertinent a letter, and I beg you, Mr Jacob, not to disturb me any more with messages so very improper, for, if you do, it will oblige me to complain to Mrs Lennard." The fellow had the impertinence to say, that if I would not give him an answer, Sir John would come for one himself. But I hope and believe I shall hear no more of it, as it is now Thursday, and I have had no more visits. I have fastened the door as well as I am able, and would secure that below if I knew how, but it is not possible for me to do it myself, and were I to ask any other person, it would put whoever it was in possession of the secret, which we have so much reason to regret was ever divulged. But do not ever, dear Orlando, be uneasy. I am persuaded Sir John is satisfied with his frolic, and that I shall hear no more of it. Indeed, I believe he has left the country, but I own I am uncomfortable at being so much in the power of such a man as this gamekeeper. However, I now leave half open the door into the passage that leads to my aunt's room, and upon the least alarm I would fly to her, and rather own the truth than subject myself to a repetition of such visits, either from this worthless servant or his employer. Do not, therefore, I again entreat you, my dear friend, be uneasy. What a letter I have written, Orlando, and how little pleasure will any one sentence in it give to you! I, who would die to procure you the smallest satisfaction, and destined to be the cause of your unhappiness. Sometimes I am so wretched when I think of this, that I wish we had never met, or resisted in its beginning an attachment likely to make all your days uneasy. Yet I feel that, were I without this tender affection, my life would be a blank, and my existence not worth having. I will not conjure you to remember your poor Monimia. I must indeed end a letter, which I have made so very long, that I am afraid Selina will not be able to send it in her packet. Oh, how hard it is to say adieu! Yet my tears fall so fast that it is quite time. God bless you, my dear, dear friend. Orlando, during the perusal of this letter, was so entirely occupied by it that he forgot where he was. The hall and all its inhabitants were present to him, and he started up to demand instant satisfaction of Sir John Belgrave, and to chastise the mercenary and insolent servant, when he found himself, by the distance of many thousand miles, deprived of all power of protecting his Monimia, under marching orders to remove he knew not whither, and cut off from all communications with her. He stamped about the tent in a turbulence of mind little short of frenzy, cursed with the ineffectual vagrants of the objects of his indignation, whom he could not reach, and was awakened from this dreadful state only by a message from his colonel that he must that moment attend him. Hardly knowing what he did or said, he followed the sergeant who brought these orders, and was directed, instead of preparing to go with the camp, to make himself ready with another officer, the negro Perseus, and 3 rank and file, for an expedition to New York, where it was hoped so small a party might arrive unobserved; and as the men were chosen who were the fittest for so perilous an exploit, Orlando was named, from the experience of his commanding officer had in his first march of his patience, prudence, and resolution. Orlando cared not whither he went or what became of him. He obeyed, as soon as possible, the orders he had received, and that night at 11 o'clock began his excursion with his 5 companions, and crossed Hudson's River. End of Volume 3, Section 13. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 14 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 14. The small party dispatched on this hazardous adventure, having crossed the river, penetrated a wood near it, where they rested till the light of the morning should afford them assistance to pass through it. One of the soldiers, who had a knowledge of the country, made light of the difficulties of their undertaking, and the whole party were in some degree cheerful, except Orlando, who, far from attending to the perils that surrounded himself, was lost in thinking of those to which Monimia was exposed, and in meditating schemes of vengeance against her persecutors, which he forgot that it was impossible for him to accomplish. In the midst of an immense American forest, surrounded with almost every species of danger, and suffering, if not actual hunger, a great deficiency of nourishment, for the whole army had been some days on short allowance, he felt nothing but that Monimia was liable to the insults of Sir John Belgrave, perhaps already the victim of his infamous designs, an idea that strung him almost to madness. The painful news he had heard from his father's house added to the anguish of his spirit, and perhaps never was amid more distracted with a variety of tormenting apprehensions, not one of which he had the means of alleviating. As soon as it was light, the party renewed their journey, but had not proceeded half a quarter of a mile towards the thickest part of the wood before the war whoop burst forth, and a shower of bullets fell among them, wounding some and killing one of their small party. The Indians rushed forward the moment the English had at random fired among the trees, and Orlando saw no more. A violent blow on the head deprived him of his senses and to all appearance of his life. When he recovered his recollection, he found himself lying on the ground in one of those temporary huts which the Indians erect in their hunting parties. It was night, and he heard them in loud conversation near him. He found he was their prisoner, and concluded he was reserved for those horrid tortures of which he had heard so many terrific descriptions. Death appeared to him most desirable, and his great hope was that he should by death escape them, for the pain from the wound in his head was so excessive that he doubted not but that his skull was fractured, and of course his dissolution near. He attempted to rise, not with any hope of escape, for that was impossible, but with a sort of confused desire to accelerate his fate. when an Indian entered the hut with a light, in whom Orlando discovered his former acquaintance the wolf hunter. This young savage approached and spoke kindly to him, telling him that though his brothers had killed and scalped the rest of the party, he had saved him, and that the chief had promised him his life. Orlando in a faint voice thanked him for his kindness, which he said was too late, as he felt the wound in his head to be mortal. He then inquired why the Indian warriors had fallen upon a party of their allies and brethren, the soldiers of the King of England. The wolf hunter replied that the English had not dealt fairly with them, that they were promised provisions, rum and plunder, instead of which they got nothing in the English camp, but had lost some of their best men in defending the lines, and that the English, having thus deceived them, they were no longer their allies, but were going home to their own lands, determined to plunder the stragglers of whatever party they might meet in their way, to make themselves amends for the loss of time and the heavier loss of brave warriors that had perished by believing the promises of the great English captain. Orlando's generous heart bled for his comrades thus inhumanly sacrificed, and he lamented that they, as well as himself, had not fallen like his friend Fleming in the field. He asked if all of the men who were with him had perished, and his Indian friend answered, all but two, a white man and a negro, who had escaped while they were plundering the rest. Orlando heard this with a sigh of deeper concern, for he knew that, unless these unfortunate men could again cross the river and regain to the camp, they would probably die in the woods of hunger and fatigue. The wolf hunter then inquired of Orlando if he thought he could march with them in the morning, to which he answered he hoped so, but at the same time imagined that he should long before that time be released from all his sufferings. He knew, however, that to complain would not only be fruitless, but injure him in the opinion of his host, who made light of the wound he had received, and telling Orlando he would cure it, he cut off the hair, washed it with rum, and then laid on it a pledget of chewed leaves. An Indian blanket was thrown over him, for his own clothes were taken away, and the young savage given him a drink, such as they had themselves been merry over, of rum, water, and honey, desired him to sleep, and in a few moments set him the example. Giddy and disturbed as was the unhappy Orlando from the effects of the blow, he now began to awaken to a sense of his condition, and in believing that the injury he had received was not of so fatal a nature as he had on the first sensation of pain imagined, he felt infinitely more miserable in supposing that he should live in such insupportable anguish as his fears for Monimia and his family would inflict upon him, condemned probably, as long as his life lasted, to drag on a wretched existence among the savage tribes of the American wilderness, and cut off from all the communication with his country. In such reflections on his own wretchedness he passed this miserable night, his Indian protector soundly sleeping in the same hut. Before the dawn of the day they began to move, as the chief or leader of the party was anxious to escape, with the plunder they had already got, to the Iroquois country from which they came. Orlando, contrary to his expectations, found he could walk, and his friend the wolf hunter, pleased with the resolution he exerted, sometimes assisted him when he appeared on the point of failing in this rapid and difficult march through a country known and accessible only to Indians. His shoes and stockings had been taken from him, and his feet bled at every step, but he went on in a sort of desperation, hoping that the more severe his sufferings were, the sooner they would end. Nor was it the least of these that on the first dawn of morning he saw the scalps of his unfortunate comrades triumphantly carried by the chief of the party, whose title was the Wild Elk. New scenes of horror awaited him on his way, as plunder was now the avowed purpose of this party of Iroquois, which consisted of near 40 men. They attacked the defenceless villages of the English Americans, whose men were out of the army, and destroyed the women and children, or led them away to captivity infinitely worse than death. Some few of the wolf hunter, who was the second in power, was influenced by the entreaties of Orlando to spare, but even these were, he feared, reserved only for a more lingering and deplorable fate; and in fact many hundreds of the unhappy people, thus driven from their dwellings in the course of the war, perished by famine in the woods and gullies. Orlando was now nearly recovered of the wound in his head, notwithstanding so rude a method of cure, but in fact the skull had not been injured. The blow was given with the butt end of a musket, and not with a tomahawk, whose wounds are almost always mortal. His friend the wolf hunter had equipped him like an Indian warrior. His fine hair was cut off, all but a long lock on the crown of his head, and he was distinguished from an Iroquois by nothing but his English complexion. In these circumstances, after a long and fatiguing march of 11 days, he arrived with his protector at the camp or rendezvous of those Indians who had taken up the hatchet as allies to the King of England, where they halted, and held a general council. A party who had just arrived before them brought intelligence of the Convention of Saratoga, so fatal to the British and their German allies. In consequence of this, one body of the Indians returned again towards the seat of war, on a scheme of general depredation, and the other, in which was the wolf hunter, who carried everywhere with him his English friend, went to the town of their district, with an intention of recruiting their numbers, and falling upon the back settlements while they were in their present defenceless state. The ground was now everywhere frozen, and their ways seemed to lay over sharpened flints, so impenetrable it was become. Orlando was endeavoured to a very personal suffering, but those of the unhappy victims of this war, victims that every day seemed to multiply around him, and very few of whom he could save, were a continual source of torment to him, while at every pause of these horrors, the fears of what might happen, perhaps had already happened at home, were even more dreadful than his actual miseries. He found that Perseus, Warwick's black servant that had attended him, was among those who escaped from his unfortunate party. If he did not fall a victim to hunger, or failed of being destroyed by some other wandering horde of savages, he might, as he was a stout man, endured to hardship and of good courage, find his way to New York, and from thence to England, where he would undoubtedly report to Mr. Somerive and his distracted family that he saw Orlando die under the hands of an Indian. The wretchedness that such news would inflict on his friends, on his Monimia, there was no likelihood of his being able to remove, for in his present situation there was no means of conveying a letter with any hope of it ever reaching the place of its destination. He tried to prevail on his savage friend to let him go with the party who were returning towards Boston, in hopes that he might escape from them and find his way alone to some fort either of English Americans or English, but this, for reasons which Orlando did not altogether comprehend, the wolf hunter refused, and even expressed some resentment that it was proposed. By the time they had reached the Indian village, it was the end of November, and the winter set in with such severity that the Indians, however eager after plunder, felt but little disposed to encounter its rigour. Orlando then saw that the dreary months between November and April he must be condemned to pass among these barbarians, deprived of all human intercourse, and in a kind of living death. Even if he could have forced his mind from the consideration of his own disastrous situation, to contemplate the wonderful variety which nature exhibits, and to have explored these wild scenes, this resource was denied him, for the whole country was a wide waste of snow, and everything around him seemed cold and hopeless as his own destiny. The booty which the Indians had divided at their camp comprised, among other articles, a small portfolio of his, a memorandum book, his pocket book, and a writing case. These had fallen to the share of his friend the wolf hunter, who was very willing to restore to Orlando things of so little use to him. This was the only alleviation the unhappy Orlando found to his sorrows, yet it was a melancholy one, to write letters which he could hardly expect would ever be read, to make for his father a journal of occurrences so mournful, and to feel, while he wrote it, that it was too probable the eye for which it was intended was closed for ever. The sufferings of Orlando were such as time, the great softener of most affliction, served only to aggravate. What would he have given for even a hope of hearing from England? And how many conjectures were continually passing through his mind, each more distressing than another. In his dreams he often saw his Monimia pursued by Sir John Belgrave, entreating his protection, and he started up to chastise the inhuman persecutor of her innocence. At other times fancy, more favourable, represented her as she used to appear in the early days of their attachment, cheerful because unconscious of having erred, and tenderly trusting to him, even when she discovered that their clandestine meetings were contrary to the strict line of duty and propriety. He heard her voice, he admired her simple beauty, her innocent tenderness, the strength and candour of her uncultivated understanding, and supposed himself engaged, as he used to be, in the delightful task of improving it. Dreary was the contrast between his real situation and these soothing visions, and he often preferred such as gave him sleeping torment, to such as by flattering with happiness rendered more insupportable the despair which consumed him. 5 weeks, 5 miserable and dreary weeks, had now crept away, when something like a chance of ideas was offered by the arrival of 2 French Canadians and a party of Indians from that country, who had travelled across the snows and frozen lakes to the Indian village. It was some comfort to the desolate Orlando to hear a European language, and though he could not speak but little French, he could read it extremely well. But with these men he now constantly conversed, and soon found himself able to speak it fluently, from whence he was encouraged to hope that he might contrive to get to Quebec, and that from thence a passage to Europe might easily be obtained. The miserable have no other medicine but only hope. Measure for measure. And of this the young soldier of late had so little that the least glimpse of more restored his dejected spirits, which, when all the evils he felt or feared are remembered, it will be acknowledged that nothing but a temper naturally sanguine and a constitution unusually strong could have enabled him so long to support. On sounding his savage protector, who was extremely attached to him, he found it seemed not very unlikely that he might go himself with 5 or 6 young warriors to Quebec to trade early in the spring, hunting or fighting on their way on occasion might offer. His Canadian friends encouraged this plan, and Orlando ventured to promise a considerable present of spirits from the governor of Quebec as an acknowledgment for the restoration of an English officer, and made many promises to the wolf hunter of sending him from England what should give him a great superiority over all his countrymen, if he would release him and promote his return to Europe. The means of conciliating this to his Indian master, and procuring his consent to a scheme that he formerly seemed so adverse to, was suggested to him by his new Canadian friends, and promised to be successful. Thus relieved by hope, the months of January, February, and March passed less heavily. The spring, in which America approaches not gradually as it does in England, but appears at once, surprised him by the sudden change which it produced. The snow was gone, and in a very few days the whole country was covered with verdure and burst into blossom. 1,000 birds filled the extensive forests, as gay in their plumage, as exquisite in their song, and whichever way Orlando looked, a new Eden seemed to be opening around him. On the 20th of April 1778, Orlando, the French Canadians, and the wolf hunter leading a party of 25 Indian warriors, set out for Quebec, the Indians carrying great quantities of furs, the spoils of the animals they had taken during the winter. Of these Orlando carried his share, and now reanimated by the soothing expectation of being restored to his country, he endeavoured to conform himself to the modes of his savage hosts, and was indeed become almost as expert a hunter in their own methods as the most active among them. They had travelled some 100 miles, and were within a few days' journey of Quebec, when it was resolved by the wolf hunter to encamp for some days in a spot particularly favourable to hunting. This determination, however unpleasing to Orlando, he knew was not to be disputed, and though every delay was death to him, he was compelled to submit to what no remonstrance would avert. The camp therefore was formed, and if any local circumstance would have reconciled him to the procrastination of a journey on which all the hopes of his deliverance from his wretched and tedious captivity depended, it was the very uncommon beauty of the scenery amid which these huts were raised. This was on the banks of the river St. Lawrence, at a spot where it was about 125 over. The banks where they encamped were of an immense height, composed of limestone and calcined shells, and an area of about 100 yards was between the edge of this precipice, which hung over the river, and a fine forest of trees, so magnificent and stately as to sink the woods of Norway into insignificance. On the opposite side of the river lay an extensive savanna, alive with cattle, and coloured with such variety of swamp plants that the colour, even at a distance, detracted something from the vivid green of the new sprung grass. Beyond this the eye was lost in a rich and various landscape, quite unlike anything that Europe prospects offer, and the acclivity on which the tents stood sinking very suddenly on the left. The high cliffs there gave place to a cypress swamp, or low ground entirely filled with these trees, while on the right the rocks, rising suddenly and sharply, were clothed with wood of various species. The evergreen oak, the scarlet oak, the tulip tree and magnolia seemed bound together by festoons of flowers, some resembling the convolvulus of our gardens, and other the various sorts of clematis, with Virginias and the Virginian creeper, some of these already in bloom, others only in the first tender foliage of spring. Beneath these fragrant wreaths that wound about the trees, tufts of rhododendron and azalea, of andromedas and calamus, grew in the most luxuriant beauty, and strawberries already ripening, or even ripe, peeped forth among the rich vegetation of grass and flowers. On this side all was cheerful and lovely, on the other mournful and gloomy. The latter situated better with the disposition Orlando was in, and he reared his little hut on that side next the cypress swamp, and under the covert of the dark fir trees that waved over it. They had been here 3 days, when, with the usual capriciousness of his country, the wolf hunter determined to recommence their journey, a circumstance that gave Orlando some satisfaction, and he went to his couch of bearskin with more disposition to sleep than he had felt for some time, and, contrary to his usual custom, soon sunk to repose, and his dreams were of his Monimia, soothing and consolatory. There is in America a night hawk, (Footnote 9) supposed to be the Cumulus americans, the bird that is called by the Anglo-Americans whip poor will, because his notes or cry seem to express those words. Footnote 9. Whose cry is believed by the Indians always to portend some evil to those who hear it. In war they affirm that if a chief falls, the funeral of this bird announces it to his distant survivors. Ignorance, the mother of superstition, has so deeply impressed this on the minds of the Indians that it is an article of their faith, and Orlando had seen some of the most courageous and fierce among them depressed and discouraged by hearing the shriek of this bird of woe near their tents. From the most delicious dream of Rayland Hall, and of Monimia given to him by the united consent of Mrs Rayland and his father, he was suddenly awakened by the loud shriek of this messenger of supposed ill tidings. Piercing and often repeated, it was echoed back from the woods; and Orlando, once roused to a comparison between his visionary and his real situation, was alive to the keenest sensations of sorrow. The hateful noise still continued, and he went out of his tent, for he knew any further attempt to sleep would be in vain. Alas! the turrets of Rayland Hall were no longer painted on his imagination. Instead of them he looked perpendicularly down on a hollow, where the dark knots of cypress seemed, by the dim light of early morning, which threatened storms, to represent groups of supernatural beings in funeral habits; and over them he saw, slowly sailing amid the mists that arose from the swamp, 2 or 3 of the birds which had so disturbed him. Great volumes of heavy fog seemed to be rolling from reason, hung about him, but he rather indulged them than checked them, in throwing upon paper the following sonnet: Ill-omened bird, whose cries portentous float over yon savannah with the mournful wind, while as the Indian hears your piercing note, dark dread of future evil fills his mind. Wherefore with early lamentations break the dear delusive visions of repose? Why from so short felicity awake my wounded senses to substantial woes? Ere my sick soul, thus roused from transient rest, pale superstition sheds her influence drear, and to my shuddering fancy would suggest thou com'st to speak of every woe I fear. But aid me, Heaven, my real ills to bear, nor let my spirit yield to phantoms of despair. End of Volume 3, Chapter 14. End of Volume 3. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 4, Chapter 1 of The Old Manor House. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 1. In a very few days after leaving this temporary settlement, Orlando arrived at Quebec. He there found means to convince his Indian friend that to permit him to go would be much more to his interest than to detain him. But he was without money and without clothes. His Canadian acquaintance, however, persuaded him that, on proper application to the governor, he would be furnished with necessaries as a British officer, and after encountering a few difficulties of office, he had an opportunity of submitting his situation to the then governor, who, being convinced, notwithstanding his present appearance, that he was the person whom he described himself to be, gave orders for his being received and treated as an officer in the service of his Britannic Majesty. Orlando referred himself to His Excellency for orders. He had now no longer a regiment to return to, as that to which he belonged was one of those that had surrendered at Saratoga. Though he was not actually among those who suffered there the humiliation of laying down their arms, having been sent away with dispatches 2 days before, he knew not how far he was included in their captivity, or might consider himself freed by it to serve in any other regiment, or to return to Europe. The governor advised him to proceed to New York, there to receive the orders of the commander-in-chief of the British forces. A small vessel was preparing to sail in about a fortnight, and in this Orlando, once more restored to the appearance of an Englishman, though much changed by the hardships he had undergone, and by the loss of his hair, which had been remarkably fine, embarked 5 weeks after his arrival at Quebec. He took leave of his Iroquois protector, with 1,000 protestations of gratitude for all the services he had rendered him, and promised to remit him a present of such articles as were most acceptable to Quebec as soon as he returned to England, or arrived in any port where they could be obtained, and these promises he meant religiously to fulfill. The vessel on board of which the luckless adventurer hoped to make his way to New York was a small sloop sent with dispatches from the governor of Quebec to the commander-in-chief, and the master, who knew the importance of his commission, took every precaution to secure the execution of it. But all were fruitless, for at some leagues' distance from the mouth of the Delaware, he was seen and chased by 2 French frigates dispatched from the fleet of Count d'Estaing, and though he was an excellent seaman, and his vessel sailed well, he found it impossible to escape. His dispatches, however, were thrown overboard, but the sloop immediately surrendered to force which it would have been folly to have resisted, and Orlando was once more a prisoner. His captivity was, however, much less terrible than he had formerly sustained. He received from the French officers all those attentions which, among civilized nations, ought to soften the horrors of war, nor was he sorry to learn that the fleur-de-lis in which he was to return to the fleet from which he was detached, only for her last orders, and then to proceed to France. The Chevalier de Stainville, who commanded her, made a point of testifying, by his behaviour to Orlando, his regard and respect for the English nation. Divested, by the candour of his mind and the strength of his understanding, of all national prejudice, he conceived an esteem for Orlando the moment he conversed with him, and agreed most willingly to give him his parole as soon as he arrived in France, that he should not serve during the present war either against America or France, and to assist him in returning to England, which he thought no military engagement now prevented his doing with a perfect adherence to duty and propriety. The fleur-de-lis, after receiving her dispatches for the court of Versailles from Count d'Estaing, proceeded with a fair wind, and in 6 weeks Orlando saw himself once more on European ground. He landed at Brest, and felt such sensations as are only known to those who, after having resigned all hope of ever being restored again to their friends and country, see themselves almost within reach of all they hold dear upon earth. France, contrasted with his banishment in America, seemed to him to be a part of his country, and in every Frenchman he saw not a natural enemy, but a brother. Had the Chevalier de Stainville been really so, he could not have behaved to Orlando with more generosity or more kindness. He was himself under the necessity of going immediately to Paris, but he placed his English friend in the house of a merchant, whom he commissioned to supply him with everything he might want, and recommending him also to the protection of his second captain while he remained in Brest, this generous captor took leave with regret of his interesting English prisoner, not, however, without procuring him a proper passport, giving him a certificate, and taking his parole. Orlando, eager and anxious as he was to return to his country, now had a wish that went further. It was to have an opportunity of renewing his acquaintance and testifying his gratitude to this amiable officer. He stayed only a few days after him in Brest, when, taking from the merchant, who was ordered to supply him, as much money as he supposed would be requisite for his journey, he set out by the diligence for St-Malo, where, he was told, he might perhaps get a conveyance to Jersey or Guernsey. The name of those islands brought afresh into his mind all his fears concerning the fate of his sister Isabella. 18 months had nearly elapsed since her departure with Warwick, and the mention made of her in Monimia's letter, dated the following June, was the only intelligence he had received of her. Nor was this the sole mournful recollection to which Orlando was subject in his journey. It was, alas, almost as long since he had received any information relating to the destiny of his Monimia. As to the situation of his family, gracious heaven, how many events might in that time have occurred, any one of which would embitter with eternal regret his return to his native country. At St-Malo he could not find the conveyance he sought, and therefore journeyed along the coast in as cheap a manner as he could to Havre. But there, being no open communication now between France and England, he found the accommodation he wanted extremely difficult to obtain, and it was not until almost the end of October that he found means to engage a large fishing bark, which under that pretence was employed in smuggling on the coast, to land him at Southampton, and this bargain was made at the price of all the money he had, with a promise of farther reward if he arrived safely at an English port, where he doubted not but that, upon making himself known, he should find friends who would enable him to fulfil his promises. There was considerable hazard to his conductors in attempting to land at any port of Hampshire when so many vessels lay at Portsmouth, and hazard on which they took care to insist with great vehemence after they got their passenger on board. Orlando, who had infinitely rather have been landed on the coast of Sussex, proposed to them to make for some part of that country, but even this proposal did not seem to please them, and 2 of the 3 men appeared to be very surly and savage. They agreed, however, to go up the channel, and the wind, though very high, served them for the purpose. It was already night when they adopted this resolution. With the dawn of morning, Orlando saw the white cliffs for which his heart had so long languished. It was, the Frenchman told him, the back of the Isle of Wight, and Orlando, whose impatience to touch English ground was redoubled, entreated them there to put him on shore, but this they refused, as they alleged that their bark would there be in the most imminent danger of being seen and seized by the vessels cruising round the island, and their only way was to haul off the English coast and affect to be fishing. Orlando, supposing them practised in these sorts of deceptions, and having no remedy even if he had not approved of their plan, submitted to do whatever they thought safest. They kept, therefore, as near their own coast as if they had intended landing there. But towards evening, the wind being still strong and favourable, they stretched away for the Sussex coast, and Orlando saw the land where his hopes reposed. He was little disposed to dispute with these men any terms they now wished to impose upon him, but he began to think them very unreasonable. When they told him that, as he must land at night, and on the open coast, he could not repay them the farther reward he had promised them on his getting safely on shore, and therefore they expect that he would make up to them that failure by giving up part of his baggage. This was so little, after the casual supplies he had received at Quebec and at Brest, that he was now within a few miles of his home. It appeared to him no object. But if he had more tenaciously intended to preserve his little wardrobe, it could not have been attempted without rashness. He was alone and unarmed, in the boat with 3 very stout fellows, who were answerable for his life to nobody, and who might, with safety to themselves, have thrown him overboard. He yielded, therefore, to this robbery with as good grace as he could, and at sunset, in a stormy evening at the beginning of November, he was set on shore between Shoreham and Worthing, with 2 pieces of 12 sous in one pocket, which had escaped the rapacity of his piratical conductors, and a shirt in the other. His sword, which he had got at Quebec, and which was returned to him immediately by de Stainville on his being captured, his high and romantic spirit might have been unwilling to surrender to those rapacious wretches, but fortunately perhaps for them and for himself, this his only weapon had slipped from under his arms as he was violently staggered by a sudden tossing of the board, and to the vexation of his guides, who meant to make it their prize, it fell overboard and was irrevocably lost. All the other articles of his little property, which they coveted, he granted them very readily. With these petty acquisitions they hurried from the English coast, and were very soon out of sight. Orlando, who had waded through a heavy surf to the land, kissed the beloved soil the moment he reached it, and was unconscious that he was half drowned, and knew not where to lay his head. To be on English ground, to be within a few miles of his native place, was happiness he so little expected ever to have enjoyed, that the tumult of his spirits would not give him leave for some time to think of anything else. He was, however, so breathless and so much agitated by his bodily exertion and the various sensations of his mind, that he sat down a moment to recollect and compose himself. It was not yet so dark but that he knew nearly where he was, but it was necessary to proceed along the shore to some town or village, where he might procure a horse, on which he meant to hasten instantly to the Hall. The village of Worthing was the nearest to the place where he wished to be. He walked therefore along the sand, but a storm from the southwest, which had been long threatening, now came on with such violence that he took the first shelter he could find, in a little alehouse built under the low cliffs, and serving as a receptacle for the inferior contraband trader, or for those of even more humble description. A light, however, invited him into a place than which nothing could be more dreary and desolate, and the group he found around a fire in a miserable little room, black with smoke, and filled with fumes of tobacco and gin, did not contribute to give him a more favourable idea of this receptacle. But he had lived near 10 months among the Iroquois, and evil is only by comparison. He saw that his entrance very much disturbed the people who were assembled here. Some took him for a Frenchman, and some for an exciseman, 2 beings extremely obnoxious, it seems, to some or other of the party. All agreed that he was a spy, and heartily wished him away. Orlando now spoke to the landlady, and begged of her to give him something to eat, for he had fared very ill on board the fishing boat. To this, and to his request that he might be allowed to dry his clothes by her fire, she answered in a way which convinced Orlando she doubted his power of paying for the accommodation he desired. To remove an objection so natural and so incontrovertible, he put his hand into his pocket and produced 2 pieces, which the hostess, not a novice in the value of French money, knew was hardly equal in amount to an English shilling. This, and Orlando had actually forgotten that it was all he possessed, was, however, moderate enough to pay for the coarse repast he expected. But the woman seemed more discontent than before, and the people surveyed him with eyes more severely scrutinizing. Be convinced he was a French spy, or some person whose appearance there boded them no good. And these their suspicions, now that they found he was poor, they were openly professed. And the landlady, telling him she never took no French money, not she, nor let folks bide in her house that she knowed nothing of, because as why? It made her liable to lose her licence, desired him to walk out, a request which, though the storm continued with some violence, Orlando found it necessary to comply, and fatigued as he was, determined to attempt finding his way through the darkness and the tempest to Shoreham, where he thought there must be some person who would believe his story and assist him for so short a journey as he had to perform. In his resolution he set out to go back the way he came, but mortified that such brutish inhospitality as he had just experienced could exist in British bosoms, and lamenting that there were Englishmen less humane than the rude savages of the wilds of America. Cold, hungry, wet, and fatigued, he pursued his walk. It was soon so extremely dark that he could not distinguish the cliff on which he was walking from the beach over which it hung. The rain, driven by violence, almost blinded him, and the roaring of the wind and sea deafened him. Hardly able to stand against the tempest, he frequently stopped, debating whether he had not better await the return of morning before he attempted to proceed. His impatience, however, to get to Rayland Hall conquered every idea of present danger, and he went on, contending against the united opposition of darkness and storm. After a walk of above a mile, he was nearly overcome with fatigue and cold, when lights, which though he distinguished through the comfortless gloom, animated him to new exertions, and he went on. His hope did not deceive him, but, in the eagerness to pursue it, he forgot the precaution with which he had walked before, and fell headlong from the top to the bottom of the cliff, which fortunately for him was not at this place above 10 or 12 feet deep, and he reached the bottom without breaking any of his limbs, at the expense of some contusions. Recovering immediately from the surprise, he found himself able to walk, and kept along the cliff till he reached the town, which was not till between 12 and 1. It was then with some difficulty that he discovered a house of public entertainment, and when he did, it was with more difficulty he still obtained admittance. At length, after telling his story, which the man who heard it did not seem to believe, he was suffered to enter the kitchen of an abode between an inn and an alehouse, where some embers of fire were renewed, and where, though suspicion evidently appeared to be unfavourable to him, the man who had let him in brought him some cold meat, beer, and bread, none of it a very promising appearance, but such as his hunger made extremely welcome. This being appeased, he inquired if he might have a bed, as he could go no farther that night. There was either no bed, or the person he spoke thought him a traveller whom it was unsafe to admit to one, for this man answered dryly that they made up no beds in that house, but that he might go into the stable, where there was plenty of clean straw. There seemed to be no alternative, as the man objected to his proposal of sitting by the fire all night. To the stable, therefore, the unhappy wanderer was led, and in his wet clothes threw himself down on the straw in one of the stalls, where, in despite of his uncomfortable situation, extreme fatigue gave him up to sleep. The noise of the men entering to take care of their horses awakened him at the early dawn of the morning, and awakened him to such a sense of pain from the bruises he had received, and the damp clothes in which he had lain, that it was with some difficulty he was able to move from his straw into the kitchen where he had been the night before. 2 sailors were drinking there. Having nothing else to do, began questioning the stranger. Orlando related in a few words his melancholy adventures, and saw that these honest fellows not only believed him, but pitied his distress, and wished to contribute to his relief. His sufferings were now so acute from the bruises received in his fall, that all his fortitude could not conceal them. One of his new friends went to get him something comfortable, which in his opinion was a large glass of spirits, while the other assisted him in drying his clothes, which were still wet, and as during this operation Orlando surveyed himself in a little looking-glass stuck against the wall, he found, in the appearance he made, some excuse for the coldness of his reception the night before. His face was covered with blood and dirt, for his nose had bled from the fall. An old hat, which his pirate fishermen had given him in place of a very good one they took, had been torn at the same place, and seemed only half a hat. His great coat was gone, and his coat was French, his waistcoat being the only part of his dress that was the same as he brought from Quebec. He had no buckles on his shoes, for the fishermen had desired them, and his hair, which had not had time to grow since his coiffure, was in the mode of the Iroquois, and now present what is called a shock-head. Having amended his appearance as much as he could, he inquired if he could have a horse, but he was told that none were let there, nor did they know of any to be had in the town. By this time several other men were assembled in the kitchen, and the same inquiry being renewed, one of them said that he could let him have a horse for 15 shillings, but then how was it to come back? And besides, he must be paid on the spot. This Orlando at once confessed his inability to do, and the reasonable man who offered it made no farther attempt to accommodate him. Orlando then determined to set out on foot. The very little money he had in his pocket was insufficient to pay for even such entertainment as he had had, and he proposed leaving the shirt he had in his pocket as a pledge for the rest, when the 2 honest men offered to discharge his reckoning between them, and even to lend him each a shilling to carry him homeward, an offer he without hesitation accepted, made a memorandum of their names, as he doubted not of having an immediate opportunity, not only of repaying them, but of returning their kindness 4-fold, and then he set out on foot, notwithstanding the pain he suffered, taking leave of the honest tars with many acknowledgments, and giving them his address at Rayland Hall. He was told that a stage would pass along about 11 o'clock, which, if he did not miss it by getting out of the high road, would carry him some part of the 17 or 18 miles that was between him and the place where he wished to be. This route was farther about, but he determined to pursue it, because he found himself unable to walk with his usual activity, nor could any less forcible inducement than the excessive impatience he felt to be at the Hall have supported him in such an undertaking, worn out as he was with fatigue he had sustained, and his limbs almost dislocated by the injuries he had received the night before. His progress was slow, and when at length the stage, by which he had been promised to conveyance part of the way, overtook him, he found it carried only so small a part of his way, that he had then 7 miles to walk. He knew that by going over the downs he could reach Rayland Hall by a nearer way than continuing along the turnpike high road, and therefore, quitting the vehicle, he began to proceed on foot. So little was he able to walk as he used to, that, as the days were now short, it was almost dusk before he reached the top of a high chalky down, the same where, on his departure, he had taken the last look of the place that contained all that was dear to him. And again he beheld it, its antique grey towers rising among the faded woods. He distinguished a turret, and recollecting that so long a space had intervened since he left there the object so dear to his soul, and how many distressing circumstances might have occurred within that time to destroy all his happiness, he became breathless through the excess of agitation, and was under the necessity of sitting down on the turf to recover himself. Beyond the hall, which was within 1.5 miles of the foot of the hill, he distinguished the country round West Wolverton. The house was concealed, but a wood, or rather shrubbery, on a rising ground behind it, and some part of the offices were clearly discernible. With sensations of mingled dread and delight he surveyed the well-known spot. "Dear paternal house," cried he, "in what situation do I return to your asylum? But of how little consequence is that if your beloved inhabitants are well? Oh, my father, are you now thinking of your Orlando, unconscious that he is within a few miles of you? The son, whom you perhaps regret as dead, is returning, a beggar indeed, but not dishonoured, to your arms, and to find in the bosom of his family ample consolation for all his misfortunes." When, in indulging these mixed sensations, Orlando had a little recovered his breath and his resolution, he descended the hill, and was soon, by crossing the nearest way the few fields that intervened, at one of those gates at Rayland Park where there was no lodge. He found it locked, but there was a stile near it, and he was soon under those well-known shades where he had passed the pleasantest hours of his life. Everything seemed just as it had been left about the park. With a heart almost throbbing through his bosom, he approached the house, and wondered to see no servants round it, nor the dogs, who were usually running out on the approach of strangers. All was mournfully silent, and most of the windows were shut. Certain of not being known, he was unable to resist the temptation he felt to try the door of the lower turret. It was locked, and he proceeded round the house to the stable yard. There was no person to be seen, where formerly there had been 4 or 5 servants. There was no appearance of horses, or poultry pecking about. All was still as death, and the grass had grown up among the pavement. Orlando's heart sunk within him, yet he knew not what to fear. The approach of the evening lent new gloom to the desolate appearance of all that he beheld. End of Volume 4, Chapter 1. Recording by Julia Lenarden. Volume 4, Chapter 2 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenarden. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 2. An apprehension of the truth, vague as it was infinitely more terrible than any certainty. With trembling hands and breathless fear, Orlando now attempted to open the great door of the passage that led to the kitchen and servants' hall. But this too was locked. He called aloud. His voice echoed round the old buildings that surrounded the court where he now stood, but no answer was returned. After waiting and repeating again and again the names of the servants who lived with Mrs. Rayland when he went away, he rapped at the doors, then at the windows. The lower windows on this side of the house, having strong iron bars, were not shut within. He looked through them into the servants' hall, and the passage leading to it. All was apparently deserted and dark. He could no longer doubt but that Mrs. Rayland was dead. But where was Monimia? What was become of all her domestics? To whom did the mansion now belong, that it was thus forsaken? New horrors beset him at every step. But now, in a desperate determination to know the worst, or rather to indulge the mournful propensity he had to traverse these dreary rooms and to visit the turret, he went round to the other part of the house. He tried the chapel door, which had so often befriended him in happier days. He found it broken and off the hinges. He entered the chapel, which appeared more ruinous and neglected than it used to be. He would have inquired if the remains of his benefactor slumbered in the vault beneath it, but no trace remained that could inform him. He approached the door that led from the chapel to his former apartment, but that was strongly fastened on the inside. He then, while the only sound he heard was that of the owls from the neighbouring wood, or the night-jar as it flitted before him near the house, again traversed the park around it, and went to the opposite side or principal front, in the middle of which was the door of the great hall. That too was fastened. Whither could the wretched Orlando go for information? And how sad the information, he must ask. For it was but too certain that if Mr. Somerive or any part of his family had possessed the hall, it could not have been thus so desolate. Orlando meditated a moment, if he could be said to meditate, whose heart felt petrified by the shock. He recollected that the old and long-deserted summer parlour near the library had a glass door which opened into the park, and which was formerly left unlocked. He tried it. It was fastened, but it was yet light enough for him to distinguish that the key was in it within. He broke a pane of glass without hesitation, and putting his hand through, unlocked the door and entered this parlour. Melancholy were the observations he made, as by the little light he had, he traversed this room. The wainscot had fallen down, and the boards were rotted away. The study, of which the door was open, had only half its books left, and the tapestry hung in fragments from the walls. Orlando could not bear the cold chill that struck on his heart. A low, hollow gust of wind rushed through the deserted rooms. It seemed loaded with the groans of all he had ever loved or revered. Yet he proceeded along the passage, which was quite dark, and hardly knowing what to purpose, he went through the great hall and up the principal staircase. He entered the long north gallery, where, in the April days of their juvenile affection, he had nearly betrayed his innocent partiality to Monimia by throwing the cricket ball against the window. Hideous spectres seemed to beckon to him from the other end of it, and to menace him from the walls, though he knew that they were portraits of his family in their black doublets, their armour, or their flowing nightgowns. He stopped, however, in terror he was ashamed of feeling, and, listening a moment, he thought he heard a door shut in some distant part of the house. Were there then inhabitants? Or was it only the wind which flung to one of the doors he had left open? He listened again, but all was still, and he began to consider what he should do next. Fatigued and worn out as he was, and almost incapable of going farther, he felt a momentary inclination to take possession of a bed. He opened the door of one of the bedchambers. The old, high-testered, green silk bed looked like a mausoleum. It seemed black, and Orlando could have fancied that the corpse of Mrs. Rayland lay on it. The whole room appeared so damp, that resigned his half-formed project, and returned into the gallery with an intention of going out of house, and repairing to some of the neighbouring cottages, when he heard again a door shut towards the kitchen, and thought he distinguished a human voice. He then went down a back staircase, across the apartment where Mrs. Rayland generally sat, and shuddering, as he now almost felt his way, he walked towards the kitchen. This was a room quite in the old-fashioned English style, and such as gave an immediate conviction, by the size of every utensil, of old English hospitality. It was such as Pope described in his letter to the Duke of Buckingham, where the peasantry supposed the infernal spirits hold their Sabbath, but upon a still larger scale. As Orlando came near the door, he was convinced he heard the murmuring sound of some person speaking as if in discontent. The door was not shut close. He pushed it gently open, and saw a female figure blowing the fire. He advanced towards her, and remarked, by the flashing of the flame which rose as she blew, that she was bent double with age, and in coarse dress of the lowest peasantry. Instead of turning or speaking to him, she continued to mutter and mumble to herself, of which Orlando could distinguish no more that, "Why a plague did you not come sooner? About no good, I warrant ye, at this time o' night, and stalking about instead of helping." Orlando now appeared before her, inquiring for Mrs. Rayland, when the beldam, suddenly looking up, let fall the bellows, and uttering a shriek, or rather yell, hobbled towards the nearest door, crying out, "Thieves! Murder! Thieves!" Orlando, following, attempting to pacify her, he assured her he was no thief, but the son of Mr. Somerive, the nearest relation of the late owner of the house, who was lately come from abroad, and did not know but what she still owned it. His voice seemed to have some effect in appeasing the fears of the old woman, but upon surveying him, they again returned. "You Squire Somerive's son?" exclaimed she. "Will you persuade me of that? Didn't I know 'em both? Oh Lord, I shall be murdered, that's for certain, and our Ralph's not come back. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" It was in vain Orlando renewed his protestations that he meant her no harm. She continued to insist on his leaving the house, and he remained resolutely bent not to go until he had obtained some information as to whom it now belonged. The contest lasted some minutes, when at last a halloo was heard without, and the woman exclaimed, "Oh, thank the good Lord, there's our Ralph!" She went out to the passage, opened the door, and a stout surly-looking clown followed her into the kitchen, to whom she had related that a strange man had gotten into the house, had been walking all about it, and now would not go out. "I thought, Lord help me, it was you, and there I sat blowing the fire, and wondering what a dickens you could be prancing about upstairs for." The sturdy peasant surveyed his new visitor with evident marks of displeasure, while Orlando told him who he was, and desired to know whom Rayland Hall now belonged. "I don't believe it's any business of yours," replied the churl, "and I'm sure you've nothing to do here, for, let it belong to who 'twill, 'tis no place for travellers and vagabonds. Come, Master Troop, mother and I, we be put in this here hall to look after it, and we can't not answer it to our employers to let in no strangers nor wayfaring people." "I only ask," said Orlando, "who are your employers? Surely you can have no objection to tell me that." "Why, Master Archdeacon Hollyburn is my employer then, if you must know, and this house and premise belongs now to our bishop and dean and the Archdeacon Hollyburn." "Good God! And how long has Mrs. Rayland been dead?" "How long? Why, 8 months or thereaway. But come, master, I've answered your question civilly, though I don't know no right you've got to ask it, and now I desire you to walk out, and I hope there's no more on ye about the premises, for if there is, I must carry you before the justice, and so, look ye, I got a gun here," and he reached down from one over the chimney. "That will do more service in case of needs beside hitting a rook." Orlando, unarmed and defenceless as he was, and finding no success in his attempts to gain credit, was now compelled to leave this once hospitable mansion, where he had formerly been encouraged to dream of passing in it the noon of his life with his beloved Monimia, after whom or her aunt Leonard he had inquired fruitlessly. With despair in his heart he left the house, not however for the last time, though it was now the property of the good bishop and his dean and chapter, being determined to return the next day, for the mournful delight of surveying the apartments of Monimia, where he almost wished to expire. Yet he had hardly given way a moment to this unmanly despondence, than he was ashamed of it. His father and his family were yet ready to receive him, and he quickened his pace through the gloom, for it was now quite dark, and a strong southwest wind brought on a heavy driving rain. How very mournful were the reflections of Orlando, as he followed the well-known footpath to West Wolverton! How different was his situation from that he fondly thought to have been in when he last took a reluctant leave in this very path of his Monimia! Accustomed to associate poetry with all his ideas, his present condition, opposed to that which his sanguine imagination had flattered him with, brought to his mind that sublime ode, the Bard of Gray. Fair laughs the morn, and soft the zephyr blows, while proudly riding o'er the azure realm, in gallant trim the gilded vessel goes, youth on the prow, and pleasure at the helm, regardless of the sweeping whirlwind sway, that, hushed in grim repose, expects his evening prey. In such mournful meditations, and by dint of habit, or rather of his perfect recollection of every shrub and tree about the place, so that he could have found his way even had it been darker than it was, Orlando reached the upper plantation, and descended on the other side the almost perpendicular path that led down over the pond head. The roar of the water, which murmured hollow in the blasts of wind, and the sullen noise of the mill, well-known sounds which Orlando had so often listened to, brought back in all their force the recollection of the evening walks he used to have from Wolverton to the Hall to visit his Monimia. He went over the footbridge that arced the cascade, now swollen with rain, and entered the old fir grove, where he fancied, in some former fits of despondence, that he heard in every hollow wind, "Orlando will revisit this place no more." Yet he did revisit it. But how? How fallen from all those dreams of happiness that had so often flattered him, and, in contradiction to this gloomy impression of his pensive moments, had said, "Orlando will be the master of these scenes." Yet, if he found his father living and rejoiced at his return, if he once more felt the maternal tear of his beloved mother wet his cheek, if his sisters were well, if news had been received of Isabella, and if Selina, as he fondly hoped, would give him certain intelligence where he might fly to Monimia, all would be well. And though he should regret his kind benefactress, regret the severe disappointment to his family, there was yet happiness, much happiness, to be hoped for. It was so perfectly dark within the wood, that Orlando, not being able with all his knowledge of the place to find his path, went out to the edge of it, and continued his way along the pond side. He saw a light glimmering at a distance upon the water, which he perceived was reflected from the mill. The storm becoming more violent, he determined to go thither. The miller was one of Mrs. Rayland's tenants, who had, not long before Orlando's departure for America, granted him a very great favour in regard to the renewal of his lease, in consequence of Orlando's intercession. From this man, therefore, he doubted not of an hospitable reception, and the information relative to Mrs. Rayland, which at the Hall he had been denied. He soon arrived, and, with a short stick he carried with him, rapped loudly at the door. A woman soon after looked out of the window from whence the light had proceeded, and inquired in apparent alarm, "Who is there?" Orlando replied, "Is it Mrs. Whitley who speaks?" "Mrs. Whitley, friend," replied the female voice. "Lord, I cannot think what you want here at this time of night. Why, master's abed, and the men folk too. I'm sure I wish you'd go about your business." "My business," said Orlando, "is with Mr. Whitley. Tell him it is Orlando Somerive, his old friend." The woman then retired from the window as if to speak to somebody, and presently returning, cried, "Master says how he knows no such person. Young Squire Orlando is dead a long while ago in parts beyond sea, and you must be an impostor, for 'tis well known the young man's not alive, and all his family were in mourning for him before they went out of this country." The woman would then have shut the window, but Orlando, rendered half frantic by her last expression, conjured her with so much vehemence to hear him that she delayed it a moment. He implored her to tell him what she meant by saying that the Somerive family had left the country. "Why, 'tis plain," answered she, "that you don't belong to none of them. For if you did, you'd know that the old squire have been dead ever so long, a matter of 2 or 3 months before old madam at the Hall, and that the young one, as he was always so wild like, have sold the house and farms and all to the great squire at the castle, and that the rest o' 'em have left the country." Orlando could hear no more. His fortitude and his senses forsook him together, and weakness from fatigue and want of food disabled him from resisting any longer these repeated and overwhelming strokes of affliction. He staggered a few paces, and fell against the door of the house. The woman, who perceived him by the light of the candle from the casement, began to think he must be, in some way or other, interested for the Somerive family, since he was thus affected, and communicating his situation to her husband, who was in bed in the room from the window of which he had spoken, the miller, not without some grumbling and swearing, got up, and looking out, saw Orlando lying on the ground, and apparently insensible. He then feared that he might get into trouble, to use the expression of the country, if a man was found dead at his door without his having assisted him, and calculating, rather than yielding to the impulse of humanity, he ordered his wife to call up one of the men, and go down with him to see what was the matter with the fellow, and if he was only drunk or sick, to give him a dram, and to haul him away to a hovel full of straw in the yard, all of which he thought less trouble than might be given him by the coroner's inquest, if the man should be found dead at his door in the morning. His wife obeyed, and, taking a servant man with her, who had lived many years at the mill, they opened the door. Orlando was insensible, and the man pronounced him dead, but had not half a second held the candle to his face before he examined with a great oath that it was either Orlando Somerive or his ghost. That it was not his ghost, but himself, though sadly changed both in countenance and appearance, the miller's man was convinced, when Orlando, waked from his trance by being moved, opened his eyes, while with a deep sigh, and wildly staring about him, he wrung the man's hand, and conjured him in incoherent terms to tell him if it was true that his father was dead and all his family dispersed, or if it were only a hideous dream. The old man, who had known him from his infancy, was moved by the melancholy situation in which he saw him, and helping him into the house, put him into a chair, and made him swallow some coarse kind of spirits, Orlando submitting to receive his assistance, but still passionately imploring him to say what he fancied he had heard was real, while the man with tears in his eyes continued silent. By this time, however, the miller himself, Mr. Whitley, having been assured by his wife of Orlando's identity, came down, and Orlando renewing to him his eager adjurations, he began a long consolatory discourse, in which he attempted to prove that, as everybody must die, none should be immeasurably grieved when an event so common happened to their friends. Orlando, with glazed eyes and contracted brows, appeared to listen to this discourse, but in fact heard not a word of it, beyond those that confirmed his misfortune. With wildness in his voice and manner, he now desired to go to the house that was his father's, to go to the parish church where he was buried. He demanded eagerly where his mother was, where were his sisters. His host answered that they had been gone a long time to London, and that as to talking of going to West Wolverton House or such like, or for to think of going into the church at such a time, why, it was quite out of reason. But he advised him to go to bed, where he was for that night, saying very coldly, which coldness Orlando did not however remark, that he was welcome to a spare bed they had for one night or so, and the old servant plying him with spirits as liberally as his master did with advice, and believing his remedy was the most efficacious of the two, fatigue and weakness soon overcome by the power of his application, he suffered himself, almost in a state of insensibility, to be led to a room where was a bed, on which, without taking off his clothes, he threw himself, and forgot for a little while all his sorrows. Alas! they recurred in the morning with severer poignancy. He did not, on his first recovering his senses, recollect where he was, and stared wildly around him. But too soon the sad remembrance of his irreparable calamities rushed upon him, and he had need of all his reason and all his fortitude to enable him to bear this terrible conviction like a man. He went downstairs, determined to visit West Wolverton and the church, and then to set out for London. But he had only 18 pence in his pocket, the remainder of what the sailors had lent him at Shoreham, and his clothes were such as would prevent him from obtaining credit on the road. He hoped that at the neighbouring town he might, when he was known, obtain credit for such an equipment as would prevent his terrifying his family by his appearance, and perhaps a small supply of money from Mr. Whitley, to whom, as soon as he saw him, he opened without hesitation the reduced state of his finances, and desired he would lend him a guinea or two to bear his expenses to London. This man, who was grown very rich by the excellent bargain he held under Mrs. Rayland, and by being a great proficient in the secrets of his trade, had, like many other rich men, an invincible aversion to the poor, or to any who might be accidentally reduced to the necessity of borrowing. And to Orlando, coming under both these descriptions, he gradually became more and more reserved as his present situation was explained. And when he ended by desiring a temporary assistance, the miller, with a sagacious look, replied that he was very sorry, to be sure, that things were as they were. For my part, said he, I have a family of my own. Nevertheless, I'm sure I would do a kind thing by a neighbour's son as soon as another. But the thing is this. Here's a will, d'ye see, of old madam's, dated a good many years ago, which gives all her landed property to the bishop of this here diocese, his dean and chapter for purposes therein mentioned, and then legacies. Orlando would here have interrupted him with questions, but the affluent miller, opining, like most other affluent men, that a borrower ought to have no sentiments of his own, waved his hand to silence him, and continued, Well, well, but hear me out, and then I'll hear you. I say that being the case, why the will is disputed, because is why? Your brother Phil, you see, says he's heir at law, and so there's a chancery lawsuit about it. But we knows that a will's a will, and the longest purse will carry the day. Well, the upshot of all is, that heir at law, or not heir at law, your brother, if he can carry on the suit, which folks be pretty dubious about, will never get no part of it. And therefore, said Orlando sharply, you will not lend me what I asked. It is well. I wish you a good morning, and desire to pay for what I have had at your house, which I think cannot exceed a shilling in value. He then threw down a shilling on the table, and without attending to Mr. Whitley any farther, left his house. And hardly knowing what he did, he went towards the house of his father. The ingratitude and selfishness of the man whom he had left gave him an additional pang, but it was only momentary, for grief of a more corrosive nature overwhelmed him, and when he arrived at the door of the house he proposed entering, his knees trembled under him, his looks were wild and haggard, and he was incapable of considering that the house was now in possession of strangers. He passed into the yard, which was surrounded by the offices, but all was changed, and he stood in stupefaction of despair, without having any precise idea of what he intended to do, till he was roused from this torpid state by a maidservant, who, hearing the dogs bark, came out and inquired what he did there. Orlando answered incoherently that it was his father's house, that he came to look for his father. The girl in terror left him, and believing him either a madman or a robber, but rather the former, ran in to her mistress, and carefully locking the kitchen door, informed her that there was a crazy man in the yard. This young woman, who was the mistress of one of Stockton's friends to whom he had lent the house, wanted neither understanding nor humanity, however deficient she might be in other virtues, and knowing the natural propensity of the vulgar to terrify themselves and others, she called to a man, who was at work in the garden, to follow her, and then went to speak herself to the person whom her servant had represented as a lunatic. She found the unhappy young man seated on a pile of wood near the door, his arms resting on his knees and concealing his face. The noise of her opening the door and approaching him seemed not to rouse him from his mournful reverie, but she spoke gently to him, and Orlando, looking up, showed a countenance on which extreme agony of mind was strongly painted, but which was still handsome and interesting, and appeared to belong to one who had seen better days. "Is there anything, sir, you wish to know? Can I be of any service to you?" These few words, spoken in a pleasing female voice, had an immediate effect in softening the heart of Orlando, petrified by affliction. He burst into tears, and rising, said, "Ah, madam, forgive my intrusion, forgive me, who am a stranger where I once had a home. This house was my father's. Here I left him when 17 months since I went to America. Here I left my father, my mother, and 3 sisters, and all are gone." He lost his voice, and leaned against a tree near him. The young person, extremely affected by the genuine expression of grief, and convinced that he was no madman, now invited him into the parlour, and Orlando, unknowing what he did, followed her. Every object that he saw was a dagger to his heart. As Philip had sold to Stockton everything as it remained at his father's death, a great part of the furniture was the same. Startled at every step he took by the recollection of some well-known object, he entered the parlour more dead than alive, and pale as a corpse, and with quivering lips he attempted to speak, but could not. The young woman saw his agitation, and pouring him out a large glass of wine, besought him to drink it, and to compose himself, again repeating her offers of kindness. He put back the glass. "I thank you, madam, but I cannot drink, I cannot swallow. That picture," added he, fixing his eyes wildly on a landscape over the chimney, "that picture belonged to my father. He used, I remember, to value it highly. I beg your pardon, madam. I know not what I proposed by coming hither, unless it were to procure a direction to my mother and sisters. Where my father is, I know too well, though I believe," continued he, putting his hand into his forehead, "that I said when I first came into the courtyard that I looked for him. Can you, madam, tell me where I can find the part of my family that does survive?" The young woman, with increasing interest, told him that she had been there only a few weeks, and was quite a stranger in the country, but that, if he could recollect any person thereabouts likely to be better informed, she would send a servant to fetch him, or with any message he might direct. End of Volume 4, Chapter 2. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Volume 4, Chapter 3 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 3. After a pause, sufficiently expressive of the difficulty with which he thought, Orlando said that there was at the neighbouring town an attorney with whom his father had been long connected, and who at his setting out in life had received many favours from the family of Somerive. To him he wished to send, or rather I will go to him, madam, for why should I be longer troublesome to you? He then got up, but the young person with great gentleness and good nature said, "You are not able, I am sure, to walk so far. If you are not too much wounded by the recollections that surround you here to stay, I beg you to take some refreshment, while I send a servant to the gentleman. He shall go on horseback, and will soon be back." As Orlando did indeed doubt whether he was able to walk so far as the town, and an idea struck him, that while the messenger was gone he could visit the family vault in the church of West Wolverton, where the remains of his father were deposited, he accepted, after a slight apology, of the obliging offer of his hostess, who, bringing him pen and ink, he wrote with an uncertain and trembling hand: Mr. Somerive, being returned from America, and quite ignorant till his arrival here of the many alterations in this neighbourhood, will esteem it a favour if Mr. Brock will oblige him with his company for half an hour, at the house formerly his father's at West Wolverton. Having sent away this note, and being prevailed upon to take the refreshment he had at first refused, he told his new acquaintance that he had a wish to visit 2 or 3 places in the adjoining village, and would, with her permission, return to the house in time to meet Mr. Brock, if he were so obliging as to attend upon his message. The servant being sent away, Orlando set forth to visit the tomb of his father. He knew well the spot. It was in the chancel of the church, and the entrance was marked by a stone, with the arms of Somerive and Rayland quartered upon it. The sexton, who at first appeared to have lost all recollection of him, gave him the keys as soon as he knew him, and the unhappy wanderer, throwing himself on the ground, gave way to that grief which he had hitherto checked. It was now, however, that he felt the reward of his dutiful conduct, for he was conscious that, except in the single instance in regard to his sister Isabella, he had never wilfully disobeyed his father, and he felt too that if by taking Monimia with him, or by any other act of disobedient ingratitude, he had felt himself accessory to that affliction which he too well understood had hastened the death of his parent, that sorrow, which was now unmixed with self-reproach, would then have driven him to distraction. As he kissed and took a last leave of this deposit of the ashes of his family, he recollected that his affection to the lost friend whom he deplored would be shown rather by his tenderness and duty towards his mother and sisters than by giving himself up to useless despair. Roused by this reflection to more manly thoughts, he arose from the ground, and his heart having been relieved by the indulgence he had thus given to his grief, he quitted the church with a deep sigh, and determined to walk as quickly as he could round Rayland Park, having an unconquerable desire to visit the turret of Monimia, which he thought he might do in the daytime by letting himself in through the same door where he had entered before, and, as he knew every part of the house, finding his way thither without alarming the vigilance of the old woman who kept the house. In this intention he traversed the outside of the park paling very hastily, when the sight of the north lodge and the cottage near it brought to his mind the circumstances of Monimia's letter, who there described her meeting with Sir John Belgrave, and he thought the woman of the cottage might give him some particulars, which he hitherto had not been able to learn. Entering, therefore, and making her, not without much difficulty, recollect him, he was forced to bear all her wonderings and all her inquiries before he could prevail upon her to give him the following particulars. "Lord, sir, why now I tell you as well as I can how all these bad things have come to pass. In the first place, after you was gone, somehow there seemed no content at the Hall. I heard say that Madam began to droop as 'twere a fortnight or 2 afterwards, and was never pleased with nothing that could be done for her. And there came out a story about Pattison. The rights of the matter, my husband says, never were cleared up. But however, to the surprise of everybody, my lady, she believed some story about him, and though 'twas reported he tried to turn the tables upon Madam Leonard, sure enough he was dismissed from the Hall for good, but for certain not like a disgraced servant, for Madam gave him a power of good things, and his farm as he took was stocked from the Hall, and sure enough he had feathered his nest well one way or other, for he died worth a mort of money." "Pattison is dead then?" said Orlando. "Lord help you, yes," answered the good woman. "Why, he died of the gout in his stomach, just afore my lady. But if you'll have a little patience, I'll go on with my story. So Pattison went away, and after that Madam Leonard seemed somehow to govern my lady more than ever. Yet folk said that it was not so much she as them their rokers, uncle and nephew, that was put in by her as stewards, and to be sure there was for a long time strange talk, and they said that Madam Leonard was jealous of young Roker, he as she afterwards married, and so sent away her niece's daughter, that sweet pretty young creature that you remember at the Hall.
And what has become of her? Cried Orlando eagerly. Whither was she sent?
Why, that nobody knew nothing about at the time, as everybody saw Madam Leonard was shy of speaking of her. But folks have said since that she was gone up to London with some lord or baron knight. For my part, as I says to my husband, I don't care to give credit to such scandalous stories upon mere hearsay. However, to go on with my story, by then Madam Leonard had sent this poor young thing away. Everybody thought how the affair would go. At least folks about the house says they saw it plain enough. So then your poor father, who had been ailing a long time, he was taken sick, and when all the doctors had given him over, he sent to beg Mrs. Rayland would come to him. And though Mrs. Leonard she did, as I've heard say, all she could do to hinder my lady's going, she went. And though nobody knows what passed, because nobody was in the room but Madam Somerive, your good mother, yet everybody said that the squire got a power better after he'd seen the old lady, and said his mind was easy. And then everybody thought he would recover. And it was given out that the squire had seen my lady's will, or, however, that she had told him the contents, and that she made you her heir.
Me? Said Orlando. Alas, no.
Well, but that was the notion of the country, and I am sure there's nobody in all this here part of our country but what heartily wishes it had been true. Well, and so Squire Somerive, he went on for a little while, getting better and better, till something fresh broke out about your brother, Mr. Philip, and so upon that he grew worse again, and died in a few days. Oh, what sad affliction all the family was in! But Madam at the Hall was more kind to them than she used to be, for she sent to fetch them up to the Hall the day of the funeral, and kept them there 3 or 4 days, till the young squire, hearing how his father was dead, came down. Then your mother and sisters went back to their house. But, alack-a-day, he soon began to make sad alterations, and was driving a bargain for the sale of the estate to Squire Stockton, almost, folks said, before his father was cold in his grave.
Orlando clasped his hands eagerly together, and drew a convulsed sigh, but he was unable to interrupt the narration, and the woman went on.
So, sir, just about that time Madam Rayland, she was taken ill, yet it did not seem, somehow, that there was much the matter with her. But she drooped, and pined, and people said, as saw her sometimes, that is, the footman who waited before she took to her bed, and the maids as set up with her, especially Rachel, that she honed so after you, and used to send every day to your mother to know if she had heard of you, and she sent for her to come to her, and gave her letters for you, to desire you would come back, for she mistrusted somehow that Leonard had never sent the letters she wrote to you before, and all the people said that Leonard, with all her art, had not been able to keep matters so snug about her lover, but that her lady had an inkling of the matter. And they said, too, that Madam was not half so fond of her as she used to be, but that she had been used to her so long, and had been so in the custom of letting her do what she would, that now, as she was old, and sick, and feeble, and out of spirits, she had not resolution to speak her mind. Well, Madam died, and then, good Lord, what a work there was at the Hall!
How do you mean? Said Orlando.
Why, your brother Philip sent to take possession of everything as heir as law, but old Roker and his nephew would not let him or his people come in, as they said they had a will of Madam Rayland's, and he must come and hear it read. Your mother tried, as I heard say, to pacify your brother, because she knew, or however believed for certain, that your honoured self was the heir. So with that, upon a day appointed by these Rokers, who had possession of the house, your poor mother and your 2 sisters and the young squire, your brother, they went to the Hall, and there, as I heard say,
was the 2 Rokers and Madame Leonard and the servants all assembled. And so young Roker took upon him to read the will, though your brother took a young lawyer with him from London, one Counsellor Stapley, and there the will was read. And instead of leaving you heir, it was a will made ever so long before, when Madame Rayland was out of humour with Mr. Somerive, and so there it seems that she gave £5,000 to Pattinson if he outlived her, but he was dead, and there was an end of that, and 2,000 to the old coachman, who was as rich as a Jew already, and a matter of 10,000 to Mrs. Leonard, and not only so, but all her clothes, and ever so many pieces of fine plate, and a diamond ring, and the Hampshire farms, which bean't worth so little as £400 a year, and then all Madam's fine laces and satin gowns, and her sisters too, for none of them had ever been given away. They say that was not so little as £600 or £700 worth of clothes and laces, and all the fine household linen, such beautiful great damask tablecloths and napkins, and such great chests full of sheets, besides a mort of things that I cannot remember, not I. But the great house, and all the noble estates in this county, she gave to the bishop, as I suppose you know, and to the dean and chapter, for charitable uses, and to build a sort of almshouse. But it's very well known that the greatest part of it will go into their own pockets, and I cannot think for my share, and my husband, he says the same, why a deuce Madam gave her money to them, their parsons, when they always take care to have enough out of the farms, and the poor men let who will go without. A deep sigh was again extorted from Orlando, and the good gossip, remarking it, said, "Ah, sir, to be sure you may well sigh. Such a fine estate, and so justly your right by all accounts. And then, after promising your father so faithfully too. Poor Madam Somerive, your good mother, was in very sad trouble. Philip, he raved and ranted, and made a sad to-do, but there was no remedy. Them 2 Rokers had got possession of the house, and after the funeral, I reckon, they thought to have kept it, as stewards to the new owners, but whip, the parson came upon them and packed them off, and they've put in old Betty Grant and her son, just to look after it, and open the windows. But Lord, I'm sure the place looks so melancholy as makes my very heart ache to pass it. But, however, to go on with my story of all the troubles of your poor dear mother. After this, a week or so, news came by a nigger man, as went with that young captain as your sister Belle ran away with, that he and Miss were drowned or cast away at some place beyond the sea. I can't remember rightly the name of it, but, however, that they were lost, and that you were killed in battle by the wild Injuns. This man told my husband he saw you dead with his own eyes, and your skull cleft with one of their swords.
And where, said Orlando, is this man now?
Why, Madam took him, replied the woman, and when the family left the country, he went up to London with them.
And how long have they been gone?
Nigh 2 months, as well as I can remember. Poor dear ladies, I'm sure we poor folks miss them sadly, and so we do at the Hall.
And my brother, inquired Orlando, what is become of my brother?
Oh, as for that, answered the woman, nobody knows. And I must say this, squire, that if you'd been a man like him, nobody would have been so sorry as they were that Madam gave her money elsewhere. For, would you think it? At the very time he came down here to take possession of his house, after the poor gentleman's his father's death, when all the family was in such affliction, what did he do but bring down that nasty, flaunting hussy, Bet Richards, that was took from the parish workhouse to be a housemaid at the Hall, whom he have kept in London all's one a lady, and dressed her up better than any of his sisters, and she's as impudent and proud. I'd have all such wicked toads sent to beat hemp, and everybody said 'twas 1,000 pities she was not in her old place, the workhouse again, instead of prancing about as she did, to break poor dear Madam Somerive's heart, who, though she seemed to bear it all with patience, and to take no notice, was quite, as I may say, sunk and weighed down with one's sorrows falling so fast upon another, and, at last, when she found the house and the estate and all the goods were sold, and that she and her daughters must leave it. And then, just afterwards, when the nigger's news came, she seemed quite gone. And I heard say her health was in a bad state after she got to London." Dreadfully affected by this account of his mother, all of whose sufferings he felt, however coarse and simple the relation of them, Orlando now again inquired of his informer if she knew where his mother and sisters lived in town. She said, no, there was a neighbour's daughter gone up lately to London to live with them as a servant, whose friends knew the direction, and to them she would send if he would stay. Orlando thanked her, and then expressed some wonder that his mother, who had always disliked London, should fix there. To which the woman said, "Why, sir, I've heard say that the reason of that was that madam's brother, the London merchant, insisted upon it. And another reason was, because she thought that if she was not always at his elbow, your brother would go after his pleasures and that, and so neglect the great lawsuit." "What lawsuit?" said Orlando, who had forgotten at that moment the vague information he had received from the miller. "Why, you must know, sir," replied the woman, "that when first my lady died, there was a great talk about the country, that there was some black doings about the will. For from what she had said to your father, and from a great many other things she had said, and from her having lawyers from London come down about 3 years and a half ago, when folks thought she made a new will in your favour, there were those, and in the house too, who didn't scruple to say that the real will was made away with by them brokers, and that an old will was proved. So your brother, he was advised by Counsellor Stapley to go to law, but he said if there was another will, it was in your favour, not in his, and he'd as leave the parsons or the devil had the estate as you. However, when a little while after news came of your death, then he went to law directly, because he said, if there was such a will, he was your heir at law, and the old woman's too, and so he is suing the Rokers, that is, Mrs. Leonard and her husband, for you know the old soul took to herself a young husband at last." Orlando, expressing his surprise at this, inquired where they lived. "Oh," answered she, "when they found they were bit as to continuing in the stewardship, and that Archdeacon Hollyburn had provided another for my Lord Bishop and the parsons, and was to overlook the estate himself, Mr. and Mrs. Roker went away to live in Hampshire, upon the estate my lady gave them there, and there, I understand, they live quite like great people, and are visited and noticed by all the quality. Only madam, I hear, is terribly jealous, and they say her young husband is not over and above good humour to her, though he got such a great fortune by her." The good woman seemed never weary of talking, but having at length exhausted all she could recollect, and promising to procure a direction from her neighbour, and send it down in a few minutes to West Wolverton, Orlando took his leave. And just as he left the cottage, the clock in it struck 3. He was afraid of intruding upon the benevolence of his new friend at the house once his father's, if he left her long with the lawyer whom he had sent for, and therefore, instead of going then to make his mournful visit to the turret, he returned to West Wolverton, where he found the man sent to the town had been some time returned, and had brought from his father's former friend, the attorney, a note to this purport: "Mr. Brock's comps. Imagine some mistake. Has not the honour to know any gentleman of the name of Somerive, except Philip S. Esquire, late of West Wolverton. Hopes to be excused, being particularly engaged." This note completed the distress of Orlando, who saw that he should now be taken for an impostor where he was, and obtain no credit where he expected it to carry him to London, where he now most earnestly wished to be, because there only could he hope to see his family, or to have any explanation of the hints so darkly given by the labourer's wife. Hints, which among the complicated misfortunes which surrounded him, gave him the most insupportable pain. Gone with some lord? Impossible. Yet the very idea was distraction. He was believed dead. He regretted that he had not asked whether Monimia heard of his death, not at the moment recollecting that his informer's knowledge hardly went so far, and that, by her account,
Monimia was gone before the death of Mrs Rayland, and before the arrival of the intelligence brought by Perseus the negro. Yet again he recollected, that if Selina and Monimia still corresponded, she must immediately have known it, and thus by all he loved in the world he was considered as dead. To undeceive them as soon as he could was what appeared most necessary, but how to do that he knew not. He could not bear to beg of any of the neighbouring gentlemen. Indeed, he knew none of them but Stockton, who was the last man in the world he desired to meet, for all the rest were at a great distance, and the elder Somerive had never sought their acquaintance. Some were too expensive for him, and others too ignorant to afford him any pleasure in their society. By the richest he was condemned as a petty gentleman, and by the rest envied as the future possessor of Rayland Hall, and therefore very little intercourse had ever passed between them and the family at West Wolverton. While Orlando, whom his hospitable acquaintance had the consideration to leave by himself, was meditating on his wretched and forlorn situation, a young man was introduced into the room, in whom he immediately recollected a clerk to the lawyer to whom his unsuccessful note had been written, who, immediately acknowledging him, changed as he was, related that Mr Brock having shown him the note, and declaimed against it as an imposition, it being, he said, perfectly well known that Orlando Somerive was dead, the young man thought he recollected his hand, there having been formerly some degree of intimacy between them; and unwilling to dispute the point with Brock, who was, he told him, solicitor in the depending cause between the bishop and the Somerive family, he had made some excuse of business, and came to see himself whether it was his old friend or some one wishing to represent him. All the difficulties which Orlando had to encounter as to going to London were now removed at once. This young man, Mr Dawson, offered not only to supply him with money but clothes, and agreed they proceed together to the town in the dusk, as Orlando did not wish to be known, nor indeed to be seen in his present condition. This being settled, Orlando would immediately have taken leave of his humane hostess, but she entreated both him and his friend to stay for dinner, with a frankness and good humour which Dawson was less disposed than Orlando to resist. As soon as it was nearly dark, she ordered him to be accommodated with a horse, and sent a servant with him to bring it back. With 1,000 grateful acknowledgments, Orlando took his leave, and with an agonizing sigh left, as he believed for ever, the paternal house and the neighbourhood of the Hall, without having been able to indulge his melancholy by visiting the turret. His friend, though he could give him very little information more than he had already received, and none about Monimia, yet soothed and consoled him, and having equipped him with a coat, hat, and linen of his own, as they were nearly of a size, he put 5 guineas into his hand, and desiring to hear from him, saw him to the stage coach, which at 6 every morning set out from the town where they were for London. End of Volume 4, Chapter 3. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Volume 4, Chapter 4 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 4. The variety of uneasy emotions which passed through the mind of Orlando as he journeyed towards London would be difficult to describe, since he himself could hardly discriminate them. But each, though not distinct, was acutely painful. In what a situation did he return to his family? In what a situation did he find it? How should he, while his mind was yet enfeebled from the cruel disappointments he had experienced on his arrival in England, be able to bear the tears of his mother, the sorrow of his 2 sisters? How console them for the loss they had sustained? How strengthen by his example their more tender minds, to endure what he feared the dissolute folly his brother might yet bring upon them? While his own heart recoiled from the idea of meeting that brother,
and was bleeding with the dreadful wounds inflicted by the uncertainty of what was become of Monimia, which, had he not entertained some hopes of hearing of her from his sister Selina, would have driven him to distraction. Of his sister Isabella he thought too with great concern, and when the reflection, which alone brought some comfort to his mind, occurred to him, that he had resisted the temptation Warwick threw in his way, and had not, to gratify himself, plunged another dagger in the heart of his father. Even this consolatory testimony of his conscience was embittered by the inquiry that conscience immediately made, whether he had not acted wrong in not discovering the design of Warwick, and had not sacrificed his real duty to a mistaken point of honour. As he approached London, the agitation of his mind became greater. As his mother believed him dead, his sudden appearance might have the most fatal effects. That even if he was put down at a coffee-house, and sent a note to inform her of his arrival, the sight of his handwriting might equally affect a mother and sisters, who had long lamented him as consigned to a grave on the banks of the Hudson River. There was one expedient that occurred to him, which, though extremely disagreeable to him, he at length determined to adopt, which was, to go on to his reaching London to Mr. Woodford's, and consult with him on the properest way of discovering to his family his unexpected arrival. Though he was aware that he should have only insulting pity or coarse raillery to sustain from his uncle, he thought the dread of such transient and inconsequential evils should yield to the important point of not injuring the health of a parent so beloved, and as soon as the stage in which he travelled reached Westminster Bridge, he got into a hackney coach and ordered it to be driven to the house of Mr. Woodford. On his reaching this place and inquiring for him, he was told by a maid that opened the door that Mr. Woodford's family had been removed some months from that house and resided in King Street, St. James Square, at an house of which the maid gave him the number, and whither he immediately repaired. It was easily found, 2 lamps at the door, and the appearance of the house, which had been lately refitted in a style of uncommon elegance, seemed to say to Orlando that he would find his uncle in increasing affluence. A very smart, powdered footman opened the door, who, upon being asked if Mr. Woodford was at home, answered shortly, no, and surveying the hackney coach with contempt, he seemed disposed to close the half-open door without attending to any farther inquiries. But Orlando, putting his head out of the coach, called to the servant, and inquired at what time that evening he could see Mr. Woodford, with whom he had business that admitted no delay. "He can't be seen to-night," said the servant. "He is engaged for the evening." "If you will tell me where, then," replied Orlando, "I will go to him, for I must see him immediately." The man, who seemed afraid of venturing out to the coach door lest he should soil his shoes or lose the powder from his hair, still held the door only partly open, and said very sullenly, "You must leave your business and call again. My master will do no business with anybody to-night. He expects company to dinner, and I am sure he won't be disturbed." Orlando now got out of the coach, and said to the servant that as he was Mr. Woodford's nephew, he was sure he would see him. The man then, though with apparent reluctance, opened the door of a back parlour, and while he stood at it himself, as he was afraid Orlando would steal something, called to another footman to go and inform his master that his nephew desired to see him below. At the same moment loud rapping was heard at the door, and the man, in visible distress, said, "I shall be blamed for letting anybody in. Here's the company come. I wish, sir, you'd call any other time. There's my lord and Sir Richard and Lady Wiggin, and Sir James and Lady Penguin. It's quite impossible, sir, for my master to see you." Orlando had not time to answer before the other footman returned, and said very roughly that his master desired the person, whoever he was, to walk out, for he must be an impostor, because he acknowledged no nephew. Orlando, imagining that Mr. Woodford supposed him to be his brother, and therefore would not see him, had only to quit the house and desist from his design of speaking to his uncle that evening, or to convince him that he had yet a nephew living, whom he had at least no reason to disclaim. He resolved on the latter, and putting back with his hand the servants who would have opposed his passage, he went upstairs. The door to the living room was yet open,
for the visitors had hardly yet settled themselves, and some were standing near it till Sir Richard and Lady Wiggin had paid their compliments. Orlando, notwithstanding the abusive and insolent efforts of the servants, who had followed him upstairs to stop him, entered the room, and going up to Mr. Woodford, who stared at him as a perfect stranger, made himself immediately known to him. Mr. Woodford expressed more surprise than pleasure, but he could not help acknowledging his nephew, whom he slightly named to his guests, and coldly asked him to sit down and stay dinner. Orlando, not much flattered by his reception, answered that as he had not seen his mother he must hasten to her, and meant no farther to intrude upon Mr. Woodford than to consult with him on the properest way of breaking to his mother news the joy of which might overpower her. "Oh," cried Woodford, "if that be all, I fancy you may venture to take your own way. I have never heard yet that joy killed anybody, and I don't imagine you have much good fortune to relate," added he, surveying him, "to turn the brains of your family." Lady Wiggin, a squat figure, most sumptuously dressed, now surveyed Orlando as he stood talking to his uncle before the fire, and then whispered to a younger woman who sat next to her, whom he had not till then observed, but in whom, under the disguise of the most preposterous extremity of the fashion, with a very high head and cheeks of the last Parisian dye, he discovered his elder cousin, to whom he bowed, while she, slightly bowing in return, bit the end of her fan, and screwing herself into an attitude which he seemed to have studied, replied with a half-shut eye to the whisper of her titled neighbour. Woodford seemed glad that Orlando declined dining with him, yet was unwilling to take the trouble of interfering in his first introduction to his mother. Predetermined not to be discouraged by the unfeeling raillery, or repressed by the coldness of his uncle, he inquired again in a low voice if he could be allowed to speak to him alone. "I have much to say to you, sir," said he, "which it is not proper to discourse upon now. You may imagine I am very impatient to see my mother and sisters. I will not detain you long, only let me for 5 minutes ask your attention below." The great man, who was no longer a wine merchant in the Strand, soliciting the custom of the great, but their pompous entertainer, who was enabled, by the advantages of a great contract obtained by favour, and perhaps by yielding to the participation of one of them, to vie in splendour with his patrons, seemed to be made very restless by this demand. "I'll go down into my study with you, with all my heart," said he, in the same low tone, "but my lord and St. James are not come, and my son not being here to receive them, I should be sorry. But, however, you had better stay and dine perhaps, and then—" Another loud rap at the door relieved him from this embarrassment. It wanted but 7:15, and my lord was announced. In the bustle to receive so eminent a personage, with what Woodford thought politeness, but what appeared to Orlando the most cringing servility he had ever witnessed, his worthy uncle seemed totally to have forgotten him; and before the ceremony of this reception, and that of Sir James, who followed the peer as one of his satellites, was over, dinner was announced, and the company proceeded downstairs; while Orlando, finding that his uncle had as little taste for poor relations as if he had been born himself a great man, instead of having suddenly become so, by means which Orlando wondered at rather than understood, took the opportunity of opening the street door himself, and returned to his hack, which was driven into the square to make room for the splendid equipages that had since arrived at the door. He stepped in, but when the coachman asked him whither to drive, he knew not what to reply. He knew nobody, nor did he recollect one friend in this immense town to whom he could in such exigence apply. The small house his mother had taken was in Howland Street, and he thought he had better drive to some coffee house in the neighbourhood, where he might consider how he could first speak to Selina. As he proceeded to a coffee house in Oxford Street, which the coachman named to him upon his inquiring for one, he could not help reflecting on the strange vicissitudes of fortune, and the strange way in which her gifts are divided. It was only a few months since he had had an almost undoubted prospect of succeeding to the great estates of Mrs. Rayland. He was now not only deprived of all those hopes, but was literally a beggar, and going home not to assist his ruined family, but to add to it another indigent member, and to weep with them all the mournful changes that had happened during his absence. He had not yet determined how he should introduce himself to the dear dejected group, when he arrived at the coffee house, where he discharged his coach and called for a private room. And then, since no better expedient occurred to him, desired a pen, ink, and paper, and in a hand which he attempted to disguise, and he trembled so as to aid the deception, he wrote these few words to Selina: "Your brother Orlando is living, and in England. Have the presence of mind not to betray this secret, which will, I think, give you great pleasure, to your mother too suddenly. And when he knows he can come without too much surprising your mother, he will be at your door." He had hardly finished and directed this note, in which he tried to alter his hand only that the sight of it might not so suddenly strike his sister as to render his precaution useless, he recollected that as Perseus the negro was now his mother's servant, he had better go himself to the door of the house, to discover himself to that faithful fellow, and contrive by his means to speak to Selina first. This scheme appeared to him so much better than the first, that he determined to put it into immediate execution. However, he put the note he had written into his pocket, that if Perseus happened not to be at home, he might still proceed as he had first intended. With a beating heart he approached the door, and hesitated with apprehension before he could determine to knock at it. At length he gave a loud single rap, and Perseus appeared. "Do you know me, Perseus?" said Orlando in a low voice. "Know you?" answered the negro, who spoke pretty good English, and without much of the negro accent. "No, how should I know you?" "Have you forgot," said Orlando, "the morning we passed together in the wood on the banks of the Hudson's River?" While thus he spoke, Perseus held the candle, which he had set down in the passage, to his face, and with a sudden exclamation letting it fall, he ran as fast as he could back to the kitchen, declaring to the two maids, as trembling he threw himself into a chair, that he had seen a ghost. The elder of these women, a stout peasant from the Weald of Sussex, who had no notion of ghosts, huffed the affrighted negro for his folly, and said, "I wonder what you mean, Perseus. Why, sure you are not in your right wits. A ghost, quotha! I hope you have not left the door open with your ghosts." "I cannot tell," cried Perseus, "but you better see. I see Master Orlando's ghost, and I'll go no more." Orlando, foreseeing that from the poor fellow's terror all the risk would be incurred which he had wished to avoid, now walked into the house, in the hope of preventing his mother and sisters from being alarmed by the folly of the servants. And when Hannah ascended to secure the door, which she had been strictly enjoined never to leave on an evening without a chain, she met Orlando on the top of the stairs. Struck with equal terror, though from a different cause, she now screamed and returned to the kitchen, where, as well as her fright would let her, she declaimed against the folly of Perseus, who, being afraid of a ghost, had let in a man. Orlando, provoked by the ridiculous fears of both, now went into the kitchen, and not without difficulty convinced the negro that he was alive, and the maid that he had no intention to rob the house. But all the clamour that these mistakes had excited could not be unheard in the room where Mrs. Somerive was sitting with her daughters, and the bell had rung violently several times before the assurance of Orlando's identity had restored to Perseus courage enough to obey the summons. Orlando entreated of him to go up, to account for the noise below as well as he could, and to beckon or by some other means contrive to get his sister Selina out of the room. Perseus, trembling with his former apprehensions and his present joy, undertook to do this, and hastened up the stairs. At the door of the dining room Selina stood, and asked him if anything was the matter below.
and Mrs. Somerive eagerly repeated the question, saying, "Perseus, is anything wrong below? Who was at the door?" He advanced to the table near which his mistress was sitting, and saying to Selina in a half-whisper as he passed her, "'Tis your brother, miss. You go see him." He answered to the questions Mrs. Somerive asked him, "No, ma'am, no bad matter, only that I think that Hannah, she say—" His confusion was more evident the more he attempted to conceal it, nor did his dark skin conceal the emotion of his spirits, while Selina, who believed it was her elder brother, and who felt only terror at his name, approached the table paler than death, and Mrs. Somerive, convinced that something was the matter below, though she could not conjecture what, arose from her seat, and taking a candle, said, "What can have happened? Selina, my child, if you know it, for God's sake tell me. Alas," added she, recollecting all that had happened to her within so short a space, "after all I have suffered, what can I have to fear?" She now approached the door, while neither Selina nor the servant had courage to stop her. But in the passage she was met by Hannah, whom Orlando, mistrusting the skill of his first messenger, had sent up, while he waited himself at the foot of the stairs. Mrs. Somerive, more convinced from the appearance of the maid that some alarming circumstance had happened, was struck with the idea of fire, and calling to her 2 daughters to follow her, said, "The lower part of the house is on fire. Let us, if it is so, make our escape. Selina, Emma, my children, let me at least save something." "Dear ma'am," exclaimed Hannah, "how you do fright yourself! Lord, there's no fire below, I assure you. I'm sure if there was, we should not stand staring here. But don't be frighted, pray, ma'am. Nothing at all is the matter, but very good news. Come, ma'am, pray go back into the room and sit down, and make yourself easy. You can't imagine, I'm sure, as that I would go for to deceive you." Mrs. Somerive, hardly knowing what to believe, returned into the room, and Hannah, following her, said, "Now, ma'am, as you be so calm, I'll tell you. It is the young captain, ma'am, your son. He is not dead, thank God." "Not dead!" cried Mrs. Somerive. "My Orlando alive? Oh, it is impossible. Don't be so inhuman as to awaken such hopes, only to aggravate my misery. He is dead, and I shall never see him more." "No, no," said Perseus, "young captain's alive." "He is indeed, ma'am," cried Hannah. "Where?" said Selina, "where is my brother?" "He is below, miss," said she in a low voice. Selina rushed out of the room, and Orlando caught her in his arms. Emma, divided between her fears for her mother, who rested almost insensible on the arm of the servant, and the anxious desire to see her brother, trembled and wept a moment, and then, seeing him actually enter, Selina resting on his arm, she uttered a faint shriek, and flew back towards her mother, at whose feet Orlando, kneeling, besought her to recollect and compose herself. She threw her arms around him, but convulsive sobs were the only signs she gave of recollection, while the servant was bathing her temples, and her 2 daughters entreating her, for their sakes, to assume a composure which their own extreme agitation proved they did not themselves possess. The scene was too painful, though produced by an excess of happiness, to last long. The certainty that her son, her beloved Orlando, was living, was joy to which the mind of Mrs. Somerive, long weighted down by affliction, could not sustain without feeling what almost approached to a momentary deprivation of reason. But the manly tenderness of Orlando, who argued with her, and the lively sensibility of her 2 girls, who hung around her and entreated her not to destroy herself, now that they were so blessed to have their brother restored to them, at length called her to a greater serenity of mind. Yet, as she looked at Orlando, she started and trembled, and seemed to doubt whether she was awake, and when she spoke to him of his father, she relapsed into such inarticulate expressions of agonizing sorrow, that her children,
looking in consternation at each other, dreaded the consequence, so much had she in those moments the appearance of a person about to lose her reason. There was another topic which had not, during the first hour of their incoherent conference, been touched, and Orlando, who dreaded it, endeavoured to avoid it. This was the loss of his sister Isabella, for that she had perished at sea in their ill-starred voyage to America he now more than ever believed. He tried, therefore, to call off the attention of his mother from what she had lost, and to convince her that not merely her son restored to her, but restored to her as affectionate and as much attached to his family as when in an evil hour he quitted it. Mrs. Somerive, feeling herself unequal to some kind of conversation that evening, confined herself, when she was able to do more than gaze at her son, to questions that related wholly to himself. She observed how very much he was altered, that his hair, of which in his infancy and youth she had been so vain, was grown much darker, and had been cut close to his head. Orlando, to escape from subjects which he thought would be from their catastrophes more painful to her, gave her, or rather attempted to give her, a short history of his adventures, from his leaving New York till his return to England. But when he came to speak of the wounds he had received, and of his being carried up the country by the Iroquois, she became so extremely faint that Selina advised her, and she consented to desist from any further inquiries till she was better able to bear the relation of Orlando's sufferings. At the request of her children, she consented to go early to rest, where Emma was to remain with her till she became more calm. And when Selina had seen her to bed, and left her in much quieter spirits, she returned to Orlando, who was in an agony of impatience to inquire about Monimia, which in his mother's presence he had not dared to alleviate or to betray. When his sister returned to him, they both sat down by the fire, and the soft-tempered Selina yielded to those emotions which during her mother's alarming situation she had struggled to suppress. Orlando, his eyes overflowing, tenderly kissed her hand, and said, "Are those tears, my own Selina, given to past sorrows, or are they excited by your knowledge of tidings yet to come, that will wound the heart of your brother worse than any of the accumulated miseries which he has now told you he has collected since his landing in England? Monimia, what is her fate, Selina? Where is she? Am I completely miserable?" He could not go on, nor could his sister immediately answer him. "You do not speak, Selina," he cried eagerly. "I can hear nothing worse that my fear suggests, nor can any torment equal this horrid suspense." "Indeed," answered Selina in a tremulous voice, "indeed I know no reason to believe that you ought to be in despair about her, but—" "But," exclaimed he, "but what? You believe you don't know? Have you not seen her then, Selina? Is it possible you can have been so cruel to her, and to me, as to have abandoned her, because she was abandoned by all the rest of the world, because you thought me dead? Oh, Selina, should you not therefore have cherished with redoubled tenderness her who was very dear to me?" "Have patience with me, my dear brother," replied Selina. "Pray have patience with me, and do not condemn me unheard, nor suppose that I would willingly neglect or forsake her whom you loved, and whom I loved too, but—" "You have, however, forsaken her. You do not know where she is now." "No, indeed I do not," answered Selina, "nor have I heard of her for many, many months." "Well," cried Orlando, with a deep sigh, "I have patience, you see, Selina. I do not beat my breast, nor dash myself against the wall. I am wretched, my sister, but I will believe you could do nothing in performance of your solemn promise, nothing to avert such extreme wretchedness, and I will not reproach you." "You will have no cause," replied the weeping Selina. "Indeed, Orlando, you will have none when you have heard all I have to say."
Oh, if you did but know all we have suffered!" "Poor Monimia," sighed Orlando, "she too has suffered, and in this general wreck I have lost her. You do not even know then," continued he, "you do not even know if she yet lives? I would rather hear of her death than of her being exposed to all the dangers I dread for her, perhaps to disgrace, to shame, to infamy." This idea was too horrible. He started from his chair, wildly traversed the room, and it was some time before Selina could persuade him to listen quietly to the relation he had yet continued to demand of her. End of Volume 4, Chapter 4. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Volume 4, Chapter 5 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 5. "When you left us, my brother," said Selina, "we hardly thought it possible that any sorrow could exceed what your departure and the apparent estrangement of Philip inflicted on us all. Yet in a very few days we learned that, heavy as these evils were, they were only the beginning of that long train of calamity which was about to overtake us. Isabella disappeared within 2 days, and left a letter to say that she was gone with Captain Warwick to America." "And pray tell me," said Orlando, interrupting her, "was my poor father extremely hurt at her elopement?" "Not so much at her elopement as at her having deceived him. For I do not believe, Orlando, that my father even thought of Isabella's marrying General Tracy without pain and doubts for her future happiness. But it grieved him severely to reflect that Isabella was capable of deception, which, notwithstanding the rashness of her going away with a man she hardly knew, must have been meditated for some days." "Did my father believe me to have been party in this deception?" "Of that he sometimes doubted. Yet after dwelling on those doubts a moment, he would say, 'No, Orlando could never be acquainted with the plan of these 2 young people. Orlando would not have concealed their intentions from me. Orlando never in his life deceived me. He is all integrity and candour.'" "And in this persuasion my father died?" "Yes, and never spoke of you, Orlando, but as the hope and reliance of us all." Orlando sighed deeply, reflecting that he had not deserved in this single instance the confidence of his father. Yet he rejoiced that, believing him ignorant of his sister's flight, this opinion of his integrity had not been impaired where it could have done no good to have known the truth, and would only have inflicted another wound on his father's heart. Selina proceeded. "We received your letter from Portsmouth, and some days afterwards another from Isabella. I believe it was near a fortnight afterwards. She was about to embark for America with her husband, who had hired a small vessel for that purpose, having missed his passage. This in some degree quieted the apprehensions of my father about my sister, though, as General Tracy almost immediately disinherited his nephew, we had the mortification of knowing that Isabella had married in what is called a very indiscreet way. However, as nothing could be objected to Captain Warwick but his conduct towards his uncle, and his consequent want of fortune, and as the young people seemed to be passionately attached to each other, my father seemed gradually to lose his anger, and to recover his spirits, when a new instance of Philip's cruel disregard for us all threw him into an illness of so dangerous a nature, or rather so hastened the progress of that which uneasiness about him had first brought on, that he was soon given up by the physicians. It was then that, believing himself dying, and feeling more concern for the state in which he was about to leave us than his own dissolution, he sent to Mrs. Rayland to come to him, a step which, he said, was very hazardous, but which he could not satisfy himself without taking. She came. We were none of us present at the conversation, but my father told us, as soon as she was gone, that his mind was now quite easy, and that he should die content, at least as far as related to pecuniary affairs. For Mrs Rayland had assured him that in her last will she had given you the Rayland estate, and entailed it all upon your posterity, on condition of your taking the name and bearing the arms of Rayland only. And that was the only money, except legacies to her servants to the amount of £8,000 in the whole, which she had appropriated, having given you all the rest of her real and personal estate. And my father said that the latter had accumulated much more than he was aware of. I am sure, said he, when he had told us this, I am sure that Orlando will use, as he ought to, the power that is thus put into his hands to secure the provision for you, my love, speaking to my mother, and for our dear girls. Nay, that if our poor unhappy Philip should, as my fears prognosticate, utterly dissipate his paternal fortune, that he too will find a resource in the fraternal affection of his younger brother. In this persuasion my father became much easier, and, we hoped, grew much better. But a discovery that he very unluckily made by opening a letter intended for my brother, which from the names being alike he thought was his own, a discovery that Philip was actually in treaty with Stockton for the sale of his future interest in the estate at West Wolverton, quite undid all the good effects of Mrs Rayland's generosity, and in less than a fortnight we lost our dear father, who, alas, Orlando, died of a broken heart. I will not distress you with a description of the terrible scene, I mean that of his last hours, for though he died calmly, recommending us to your protection and to that of heaven, the distraction of my mother is not to be described, and I never think of it but my heart sinks within me. When the first shock was a little over, my mother reflected on the necessity of her living for us, unprotected and helpless as we were, and she became more tranquil. Though I am sorry to say that the presence of my brother Philip, who came down as soon as he heard of my father's death, did not serve to assist her in the recovery of her spirits. On the contrary, his evident wish that we might soon remove the house, and his bringing down a mistress, who he seemed impatient to put into it, were far from being cordials to a mind so oppressed with her recent loss. The only hope that sustained her was your return, and succeeding to the Rayland estate. But even this comfortable hope was diminished and embittered by 1,000 fears. Days and weeks and months were passed, and we had not heard of your arrival at New York, but learned that the fleet of transports with which you sailed was dispersed by a storm, and some of the vessels lost. This I heard, for ill news is always communicated early. I kept it from my mother till Mrs Rayland's impatience, who sent continually for news for you, and at length expressed her fears for you in consequence of the accounts she saw in the newspapers, discovered it, and added to all the sufferings of my poor mother doubts for your safety, which were more dreadful than any. Mrs Rayland, who had always disliked my mother, and as I thought us till now, seemed much more disposed than she used to be to show us all kindness, and really seemed concerned for my father's death. She made us all a present for mourning, and used to invite us often to the Hall, and I believe would have taken us to live there, if Mrs Lennard would have let her. But that good-for-nothing old woman, who had her own purposes to answer by it, would never leave any of us a moment alone with Mrs Rayland, who often seemed to have an inclination to speak to my mother, and to be checked in what she intended to say by the presence of Lennard, who, in proportion as the old lady became more feeble through age, and as her mind became weaker, seemed to acquire over her more power, though it often appeared to me that Mrs Rayland submitted to it rather from habit than from choice, and had not resolution to throw off a yoke she had been accustomed to so many years. "But my Selina," cried Orlando, "you have not all this while said a word of Monimia." "We contrive to meet," replied Selina, "every Monday, according to your injunction, except when my poor father lay so dangerously ill, and after his death. And though these short interviews were passed almost always in tears on both sides, they were the only pleasure we either of us tasted, and we have often said that the consolation of the rest of the week was that Monday would return at the beginning of the next. I missed meeting Monimia for 3 weeks,
for the melancholy reason I have assigned. And on the 4th I hastened at the usual hour to the place of our appointment, the bench near the boat-house, where I saw Monimia waiting for me. If my mourning and dejected looks struck her with concern, I was not less shocked to see her look so very pale, thin, and dejected. We could neither of us speak for some time, for our tears choked us, till at length she recovered voice enough to say, with deep sobs that seemed almost to burst her heart, that she should never see me more, that even this little comfort of meeting by stealth was denied her, for that her aunt had determined to send her away, and to put her apprentice to a person who kept a haberdasher's and milliner's shop at Winchester, who had agreed to take her for a small premium, and that she was to go in 2 days. Amazed and distressed by this intelligence, I inquired why her aunt would do this, and she told me that the importunity of Sir John Belgrave, and his perpetual attempts to see her by the same means by which you had formerly found access to her room, compelled her, in order to avoid him, to tell her aunt of the door in the turret. And after enduring a great deal of very cruel usage, and having been repeatedly threatened with Mrs. Rayland's displeasure, and with being turned out of the house, her aunt first moved her into her room, and then, finding that inconvenient, had the door in the lower room at the bottom of the stairs bricked up, and Monimia returned to her former apartment, from whence she was hardly ever suffered to stir out but for a walk in the park, and even then was ordered not to go out of sight of the house, so that it had always been a great risk that, while we did meet, she used to run as far as the fir wood on those mornings. My aunt, said poor Monimia, as she told me all this, my aunt was always very cruel to me, but now she was much more so than ever, for the strange and ridiculous fancy she had taken to Roker, who now lived almost always in the house, though Mrs. Rayland did not know it, made her jealous of everybody, but particularly of me, who detested the man so much that I was quite as desirous to avoid him as she was that I should not meet him, while the odious fellow affected to be jealous of her attachment to me, though all the time he took every opportunity of speaking to me very impertinently. But between my aunt's watchfulness that I should never be in the room with him, and my own to shun him, I escaped tolerably well from his insolent speeches, and never regretted my confinement, unless when I feared, my dear Selina, it would prevent my seeing you. Now, however, for some reason or other, my aunt has taken it into her head that I shall not stay at the Hall any longer. I cannot guess why I am more obnoxious to her than formerly, as she seems to have settled to marry and secure her dear Mr. Roker to herself, unless it is because Mrs. Rayland seems lately to grow more fond of me, and as my aunt is engaged with her lover more than with her mistress, I have been more about her, and she seems always satisfied with my services, which makes Mrs. Lennard quite in a rage with me sometimes, and often of late she tells me I am a sly, deceitful girl, and shall blow me up with her lady, such is her expression, if I dare to fancy that I have any interest with her. This she has repeated so often lately, that knowing as I do that the discovery she has made of my meeting Orlando would entirely ruin him with Mrs. Rayland, I think that, how dreadful it is, Selina, for me to leave this place, where only I can have an opportunity of weeping with you and talking of him. I had much better do so than hazard by my stay, incurring my aunt's unreasonable displeasure, since it may so much hurt Orlando. And, as she told me again, about 10 days since, that she was determined to set me off to Winchester, and had given her lady such good reasons for it that she advised it, and had promised to give me the apprentice fee, I answered that I had rather go than be burdensome to her. So she wrote immediately, and the answer came yesterday, which fixes my departure for next Thursday. Thus, my dear brother, our dear injured Monimia related to me the circumstances which had produced this resolution, so distressing to me. Some of them, indeed, particularly what related to that hateful Sir John Belgrave, I had heard before, for he used not only to persecute poor Monimia with attempts to speak to her by means of a servant, Jacob, I think she called him, who was unluckily let into the secret,
but wrote to her continually letters which, from the high promises they contained, might have tempted many young women so uncomfortably situated as she was. "Eternal curses light on him!" exclaimed Orlando. "He shall feel, the scoundrel shall feel, that she is not now so unprotected as to suffer him to make his insulting proposals with impunity." Alarmed by his vehemence, Selina repented that she had said so much, yet, by way of palliation, added, "The last letter Monimia showed me—" "Why did she why received his damned letters?" cried Orlando. "They were forced upon her," answered his sister, "in 1,000 ways, which I hope she will one day have an opportunity of telling you herself, though it would take up too much time were I to do it now. However, I am sure that when she related to me how she was beset by them, I saw no cause at all to blame her; and as for the last letter, of which I was going to speak, it was sent in form under cover of one to her aunt, and contained a proposal of marriage." "Of marriage?" "Yes, indeed, and even offered settlements, and begged pardon for his former ill behaviour. It was after Monimia was obliged to complain to Mrs Lennard of his behaviour, and was removed to her room. And one great cause of her aunt's displeasure afterwards was, that Monimia positively refused to marry Sir John, which her aunt insisted that, if he was in earnest, she should do. Monimia, however, wrote to him a refusal in the most positive terms we could invent together, and after that she heard no more of him till she left the Hall." "Well," said Orlando, "but for heaven's sake tell me, has she heard of him since she left the Hall, and where is she now?" "Would to God, my dearest brother," replied Selina, "that I could tell you. We settled to correspond, not without some difficulty, because, though my mother herself, if I had dared to tell her the truth, would not, I am sure, have refused to let me write to and hear from her, yet as I did not dare, and she knows I have no correspondence but my sister Philippa, who now and then writes to me from Ireland, it is very natural for her to ask what letter I receive. However, I contrived it, and did for you, Orlando, what worlds should not bribe me to do for myself. I mean, deceive my mother, or rather act without her knowledge, yet I hope it was innocent." "Not only innocent, but meritorious," said Orlando warmly. "But you still do not answer me, Selina. Where is Monimia now?" "Alas, Orlando, have I not already undergone the pain of telling you that I do not know?" "Not know?" "Indeed I do not. Amidst all the wretched scenes I passed through upon Mrs Rayland's death, or our very cruel disappointment in reading a will so unlike what we were taught to expect, and Philip's horrible conduct, which drove us from the country and from our father's house, now sold with everything almost in it to Mr Stockton, amidst all the exertions I was compelled to make to support my poor mother, who seemed to be sinking under our complicated misfortunes rendered almost insupportable by the dreadful increase of our fears for your life. Believe me, Orlando, amidst all this I never forgot to write punctually, according to our agreement, to our beloved Monimia, and for some time she punctually answered my letters. But for these last 5 weeks, never having any letter from her, I grew very uneasy, and last week wrote to the person with whom her aunt had placed her, and a few days since I had an answer." "What answer?" inquired Orlando with breathless eagerness. "None from the person herself to whom my sweet friend was bound, but from a relation of hers, who informed me that Mrs Newill had, in consequence of some embarrassment in her affairs, left Winchester, and was gone to London with her apprentice, where she was under the necessity of remaining concealed till her affairs were settled, and then proposed going into business in London, if she could find friends to set her up." "Distraction and death!" cried Orlando, striking his hands together, and starting from his chair. "I shall be driven to frenzy. And is it to a person thus situated that my poor Monimia is entrusted? And under the pretence of becoming an apprentice is she given up to a mean servitude, or perhaps sold to that detestable Belgrave by her necessitous mistress? But I will pursue him to the end of the world. Good God!" added he, walking quickly about the room, "if something very dreadful had not happened to her, she would have written to you. Surely, Selina, she would have written, wherever situated." "Perhaps," replied Selina, still more apprehensive of the effects of that despair he seemed to feel at this account, "perhaps her not having written may have been owing to her having never received that letter of mine, which contained a direction whither to write me." "What direction?" inquired Orlando. "To this house," replied his sister, "where we have only been about a month, having got it cheap of a gentleman who was obliged to go abroad, and was glad to let it on reasonable terms for the few remaining months of his lease. We were before in lodgings in Hull Street, and I knew nothing of our removal hither till a few days before it happened. The moment I did, I wrote to Monimia, but that letter was among those things she never received." This conversation, in which the impatient anguish of Orlando only found increase, was now interrupted by the entrance of his youngest sister, who came down to tell him and Selina that Mrs Somerive, hearing them talk below, and supposing the melancholy account Selina had to give Orlando might affect him too much, entreated him to put off any further conversation till the next day, but, for the present, to take some refreshment and go to bed. Orlando, vexed that the agitation of his mind had betrayed him into vehemence which had alarmed and distressed his mother, promised to obey; and, endeavouring to stifle his torments, he consented to sit down to supper, and requested that he might see his mother, and endeavour to calm the inquietude she expressed for his health. She desired he would come up to her, but when he approached the bed, he could not speak to her. He could only take the hand she gave him, and bathe it with tears, in spite of his endeavours to check them as he pressed it to his lips. In a broken voice, however, he at length collected resolution enough to assure her, in answer to her tender inquiries, that it was true he had been much affected by the detail his sister had at his own request given him, yet that he was now recovered, and after a night's rest should regain fortitude enough to consider his own situation, and what it was best to do without shrinking from any task, by executing which he would contribute to her comfort. His mother blessed him, and expressing the utmost solicitude about his health, said, "Make yourself, dear Orlando, easy about me, for after so great, so unexpected, and I fear so undeserved a blessing as having you restored to me and to your dear sisters, I should be thankful and unworthy of such happiness if I dared to murmur." As the repose of Mrs Somerive would not, Orlando thought, be much promoted by the continuance of this affecting conversation, he shortened it as much as he could, and in pursuance of his promise went, in hopes of transient forgetfulness, to his bed. End of Volume 4, Chapter 5. Recording by Julia Lenarden. Volume 4, Chapter 6 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenarden. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 6. If Orlando had known Monimia was in safety, if he had known where, after this cruel absence, where he might find her, and assure her of the sentiments of an heart more fondly than ever devoted to her, all the cruel circumstances that had happened in his absence would have been supportable. But when, in addition to the death of his father, and the dispersion of his family, his loss of the Rayland estate, and the ruin of his brother, for, now being utterly undone, and unable to carry on the lawsuits he had begun, he had for some time disappeared, and no one knew what had become of him. When to all these distracting certainties was added his fear of finding Monimia, or finding her innocent, lovely, and devoted to him as he left her, he was no longer able to check the violence of his apprehension, nor could he, for some hours after awaking from his short and disturbed sleep, collect his thoughts enough to form any plan for his future conduct. Two things, however, were immediately necessary. One
was to find some method of tracing his lost Monimia, and the other to find the means of subsisting, not only without being a burden to his mother, whose income was so very small, but to endeavour, if possible, to make hers and his sister's situation more comfortable. This he knew the slender pay of an ensign would not enable him to do, and while he knew that nothing could be more dreadful to his mother than the idea of his going abroad again, he felt that few means of passing his time would to him be so disagreeable that as of remaining unoccupied, and disarmed as he was by his parole, while he yet called and considered himself a soldier. He at length determined to inquire how far, as his commission was given him, he could dispose of it, and if that could be done, to put the money it would produce into some business. But even this arrangement was secondary to his ardent desire to gain some intelligence of Monimia. He wrote as soon as he arose in the morning to the relation of the person with whom she lived at Winchester, entreating a direction to that person, and assuring her to whom he wrote that his inquiry was not meant to do any injury, but rather might produce some advantage to the person under inconvenient circumstances. He then, after some deliberation, determined to write to Mrs. Lennard, or, as she was now called, Mrs. Roker, and as he had now no longer anything to fear from the resentment of his benefactress, he openly avowed to Mrs. Roker the purpose of his inquiry, informing her that, if her niece was unmarried, and still retained for him her former affection, he intended to offer her his hand. Having thus taken all the means which his anxiety immediately suggested, he joined his mother and sisters at breakfast with some degree of apparent composure, and gave them, as he found his mother now better able to bear it, a sketch of his adventures upon the road, at which they were so much affected that he soon found it necessary to drop the conversation, and saying he should walk out till dinner, he took his way to a coffee-house much frequented by military men, near St. James, where he hoped to hear something of Warwick, as well as to learn whether the General, whom he dared not mention to his mother, lest it should occasion inquiries about Isabella which he could not answer, had consoled himself with some other young woman for his cruel mortification in regard to Isabella, and revenged himself by disinheriting his nephew for the loss of his intended bride. He met several of his old acquaintances, one of whom very willingly gave him all the information he wanted about his commission, but told him that he could not, he thought, dispose of it without applying to General Tracy, from whose hands he had received it. This Orlando determined to do, and as he was impatient to be at some certainty, he went immediately to his house in Grosvenor Place. It happened that the General, who was now almost always a martyr to the gout, had given orders to be denied to everybody who might chance to call, except two persons whom he named, and for one of whom the man who opened the door, and who had only lately come into the house, mistook Orlando, who was therefore ushered upstairs, where, in a magnificent room, the General sat in a great chair, supported by pillows, and his limbs wrapped in flannel. Orlando was much altered, and the General was near-sighted, so he was obliged to approach and to announce himself. Forgetting for a moment his disabled limbs, Tracy almost started out of his chair, but then recollecting probably that a man of fashion should never suffer himself to appear discomposed at anything, he recovered himself, and coldly desired Orlando to sit down. Orlando, affected by seeing a man whom he had last seen as his guest of his father, gave, in a mild and low voice, into a little history of his adventures, the parole he had given, which precluded him from serving during the present war, and his wish, therefore, to transfer his commission to some one who might not be under the same disadvantages. General Tracy heard him with repulsive indifference, and then said, "Well, sir, the commission is yours, and you are perfectly at liberty to keep or to dispose of it. I am very far from meaning to trouble you with my advice, but as your expectations of Mrs. Rayland's fortunes are all disappointed, I should have supposed a profession might have been found useful to you. However, sir, you are the best judge. The commission is yours. I am sorry I am too much indisposed to have the pleasure of your company longer, and I wish you a good day." He then rang, and his valet appearing, bade him open the door. Orlando, thus dismissed, retired in anger which he had no means of venting, and went back to the coffee-house, where his friend waited for him, to whom he forbore, however, to speak of Tracy's behaviour, because he could not but feel that if he believed him, as he probably did, concerned the elopement of Isabella with Warwick, he had some grounds for his resentment. A resentment which, when Orlando reflected on his humiliation, and his being now tormented by bodily infirmities, he was too generous not to forgive. His friend, a lieutenant in the 51st, now went with him to the office of an agent to treat about his commission, and as they went, related to him that it was believed at the War Office Warwick had perished at sea, as there was never an instance of a man being missing for so many months, and that, had he been taken prisoner by an American or French privateer, and carried to some of their places of rendezvous, he would before now have written home, or he would have been exchanged. This appeared to be but too probable, but still Orlando, in recollecting how he had been situated himself, entertained a faint hope that they might yet hear of his friend and his sister, though the dangers and difficulties to which the latter might have been exposed made him tremble. Having put his business in the proper train, he returned home, meditating as he went on all the strange and disagreeable occurrences that had happened since he used to traverse these streets with Warwick, who had lodges in Bond Street. All the scenes he had passed through arose in lively succession in his mind, and that for the first time since his landing in England, for the shocks he received on his arrival at Rayland Hall, and by hearing of the death of his father, had for a while absorbed all other recollections. He now considered that when his commission was disposed of, his whole fortune would be only between 300 or 400 pounds. Yet, with the sanguine spirit of a young man, which his former severe disappointments had not checked, he believed that, with a sum so moderate, he could, by dint of perseverance and industry, he could find some reputable employment, by which he might not only be enabled to assist his mother, but to keep a wife, as he was resolved the moment he could find Monimia to marry her. And in this only he thought he might be forgiven for not consulting his mother, to his duty and affection towards whom he never meant that any other attachment should be injurious. He had not yet had time to talk to Selina of the lawsuit, which he heard Philip had instituted for the recovery of the Rayland estate, but he had in the evening an opportunity of talking about it to Selina, and heard that it now languished, partly for the want of money, and partly through Philip's neglect, who had of late again disappeared, and therefore nothing was likely to be made of the suit. Orlando inquired against whom and on what grounds it was begun, and learned, though Selina did not very clearly understand the terms, that it was against the reverend body who claimed the estate, one of whom, Dr. Hollybourn, had administered as executor, because the will nominated that office the dean of the diocese for the time being, to which the doctor had succeeded a few days only before Mrs. Rayland's death, and that there was not only a suit at common law, but in chancery. As there was reason to believe that there was another will entirely in his favour, which had either been secreted or destroyed, Orlando determined to attempt discovering this, and got a recommendation from his friend the lieutenant, for he was too much disgusted by the reception he met with from Mr. Woodford to trouble him again, to a young attorney, before whom he laid the affair, and who gave him great encouragement to pursue it. But the occupation in which this engaged him, or in which he was engaged by the sale of his commission, that was now within a few days of being completed, could not for a moment detach his mind from those fears which continually haunted him for Monimia. He waited with anxiety for the answer he expected from Winchester, which he had hoped to have, as he had very earnestly pressed for it, by the return of the post. But that, and another post arrived without any letter, and he wrote again, waited again 3 days, and was again disappointed of an answer. He now determined to go down himself, and find out the woman from whom Selina had received the information of Monimia's removal. But the day on which he had hired a horse, and was on the point of setting out for that place, he was visited by a man of between 50 and 60, who sent in his name in great form as Mr. Roker.
If a painter had occasion to put upon his canvas a figure that should give an horrible idea of the worst, meanest, and most obnoxious passions, and to represent the most detestable character in pandemonium, where, on the brow, villainy sits enjoying the misery of its occasions, where every rascal vice, concealed by cowardice and cunning, are mingled with arrogance, malice, and cruelty, where a nose, the rival of Bardolph's, depends over a mouth grinning horribly a ghastly smile, and scornful eyes, askance, seem to be watching, with inverted looks, the birth of chicanery in the brain. This fiend-like wretch would have been a fine study. His shambling figure appeared to have been repaired with straw and rags, since it had suffered depredations on a well-earned gibbet. A figure more adapted to the purpose of scaring crows was never exhibited in former days as Guy Vaux, the Pope, or the Pretender. Orlando was somewhat surprised to behold this strange being, who, strutting up close to him, put his nose almost in his face, and then, in a sonorous voice, said, "Your name, sir, is Somerive?" "I suppose you know it is," replied Orlando, "since you come to seek me by it." "You wrote, sir, to my nephew's wife, Mrs. Rachel Roker?" "Well, sir, I expected Mrs. Rachel Roker would have answered my letter." "No, sir, we make it a rule never to put our hands into anything. We desire to know, sir, your reasons for writing. I call, sir, in behalf of Mrs. Rachel Roker. You ask after a young woman, sir, whom she kept out of charity. Now, sir, though we never do give answers to matters so irrelevant, my client, that is my niece, Mrs. Rachel Roker, does hereby inform you that she, the said Rachel—" Orlando, anxious as he was, and trembling in the expectation of hearing something of Monimia, could not check his indignation and impatience. "Your niece, your client, what is all this to me?" said he. "Sir," cried the fiend, "have patience, if you please. I go on in this matter according to the due course, and such as I always observe in all my business, whether it relates to Sir John Winterton Weasel, Baronet, my very worthy client, or any other. Now, sir, nay, sir," seeing Orlando about to speak, "nay, sir, hear me, and when I have done, sir, you shall speak in turn." "You will be pleased then," said Orlando, "to be brief, as patience is not my forte." He felt much disposed to prove this assertion by turning the fellow down stairs; but recollecting that he might thus lose all trace of Monimia, which her aunt might otherwise afford him, he checked himself, and the man proceeded in a harangue of some length, tending to give an high opinion of his abilities, and of his skill in conducting causes, laying much stress on the confidence with which he was treated by Sir John Winterton Weasel, Baronet, and his brother, Thomas Weasel, Esquire, who seemed to have taken, from their rank, great hold on his imagination. And he at length concluded with saying, that the girl Orlando inquired after had behaved most ungratefully to his niece, Mrs. Rachel Roker, and had contemptuously refused to marry advantageously to a baronet, a man of great rank, Sir John Berkeley Belgrave, Baronet, an acquaintance of his client, and very good friend Sir John Winterton Weasel, Baronet, and Thomas Weasel, Esquire, his brother. Wherefore Mrs. Rachel Roker had discarded her, and the person to whom she was bound apprentice was now a prisoner for debt in some of the London prisons, and this girl had left her for another service, nobody knowing whether she was gone. This account almost drove Orlando to distraction. From the man's coming himself on a message with which he had so little to do, and from several other observations he made while he was talking, it seemed as if he had some particular reason for wishing to put an end to all farther inquiry on the part of Orlando, who now, stifling his detestation, asked if he could not see Mrs. Roker, formerly Mrs. Lennard. The attorney said, no, that she was not only a great distance from London, but kept her bed, and saw nobody. In the course of these inquiries, which he now insisted upon some answer to, he found that this Roker and his nephew were employed by the reverend body of clergy to defend their right to the Rayland estate against Philip Somerive. And it was easy to see that the arrival of Orlando in England was the thing in the world these worthy gentlemen the least expected and the least wished. When this hateful being was gone, Orlando, after a moment's reflection, resolved upon visiting all those receptacles of misery in London, where poverty is punished by loss of liberty, and where, in a land eminent for its humanity, many thousands either perish or are rendered by confinement and desperation unfit to return to society, where vice and misfortune are confounded, and patient wretchedness languishes unpitied, unrelieved, unknown, while villainy shows that, if there is money to support it, it will triumph in despite of punishment. Selina knew the name of the person, Mrs. Newill, to whom Monimia had been consigned, and Orlando, making a memorandum of it in his pocket-book, with other such circumstances as might lead to a discovery, set out on his melancholy search. He had now been near a fortnight in London, and had in great measure recovered his looks, so that he was no longer a stranger to the few acquaintances he had, and his mother beheld him with satisfaction the same Orlando on whose fine figure and ingenuous countenance she had formerly so fondly prided herself. His first visit was to the Fleet prison. He inquired of every one likely to inform him if the person to whom he named them was there. But mistrust seemed universal in that scene of legal wretchedness, and with an heart bleeding at the thoughts of there being such complicated miseries, and that man had the power to inflict them on his fellow creatures, he almost wished himself again amongst the cypress swamps and the pathless woods of uncultivated America, that he might fly from the legal crimes to which such scenes were owing. When, indulging this mournful train of thought, he quitted the prison, and walked slowly up Holborn Hill. There was a crowd just before he reached St. Andrew's Church, and several coaches stood at the door of an haberdasher's shop. In his making his way by them, a female figure, very smartly and somewhat tawdrily dressed, took his arm and cried, "Ah, sir, your name is Mr. Orlando Somerive." "It is indeed," replied Orlando, "but I do not know, madam, how I deserve the honour of your being acquainted with it." "What, have you forgotten me then?" said the lady. "Lord, how soon old acquaintances are forgot!" Orlando then thought he knew the voice, and had some recollection of the face, but he still hesitated, unable to remember where he had heard or seen either. "Have you far to go?" said she, still detaining him. "I have a carriage here, and can put you down. Lord, why, have you really forgot Betsy Richards?" Orlando now immediately recollected his former acquaintance, and what he had heard of her being entertained as a mistress by Philip occurred to him. As he had been very solicitous ever since his return to see his brother, he now eagerly inquired where he was. "Ah, Lord," cried the girl, shaking her head, "I have but very so news to tell you about him, that's the truth. But, dear, one can't talk of them sort of things in the street. Why, I shan't bite you, sir. You may as well get into the coach with me." Orlando, though unwilling to be seen with such a companion, yet on finding she could give him some information of his brother, determined to accept the offer; and the lady, who called herself Mistress Filmer, then ordered her carriage to advance, and Orlando seated by himself by her in an hired chariot with a black boy in a turban and feathers behind. Though he was persuaded nobody knew him, he was very much ashamed of the equipage; but, applying himself immediately to learn of his fair companion what he so much wished to know, he listened to her very attentively, and, after some circumlocution in a style particular to herself, he learned with an inexpressible concern that his brother Philip was a prisoner for a debt of £120 in the place he had just been visiting, and that Mrs. Filmer, though now under the protection of another person, yet retained so much recollection of her first seducer, and so much gratitude for the sums he had lavished on her, that she had that morning been to visit him, and only stopped in Holborn to make some purchases before she went to her lodgings in Charlotte Street. Orlando could not bear to hear that his unhappy brother was in such a place without going immediately to him. He stayed only, therefore, a moment longer to inquire of Mrs. Filmer if she had, when she was in the country with his brother, for they had not long before, she said, been down at Stockton's together, heard what had become of Monimia. She would have rallied him on his constancy, but he could not a moment endure to be trifled with, and finding she knew nothing of importance, he said he recollected some material business in the city, whither he must return. Then, stopping the chariot, he wished her a good day, and hastened back to the Fleet prison. On inquiry for the person he wanted, he still found some difficulty in being admitted to him, but, on signifying that he was the brother to Mr. Somerive, which his resemblance too immediately confirmed, a turnkey, to whom he gave a shilling, walked before him to the apartment where a Philip was confined. On his entrance, the neglected and altered figure of his brother struck him with the deepest concern. He was sitting at a piquet with another prisoner, on a dirty table, where some empty porter pots seemed to signify that they had just lately taken their dinner. Philip hardly looked up, and Orlando stood a moment unnoticed, till the man who was with him cried, "Why, squire, here's your honour's brother." "The devil it is," replied Philip. "By the Lord, though, but, let me see, it is he. Why, hast had a resurrection, my honest Rowland? Thou wert killed and scalped, I thought, by the Cherokees." "I almost wish I had, Philip," answered Orlando, "for I think I should have preferred death to what I see now." "Why, to be sure, pleasanter sights may have been seen if a man is in luck. For example, it would have been pleasanter for thee to have come home master of Rayland Hall, Sir Knight?" "Good God!" exclaimed Orlando, "will you never, my brother, be reasonable? Will you never believe that, notwithstanding your repeated unkindness to me, I can never consider you otherwise than as my brother, and can have no motive in coming hither but to do you good?" "And what good canst thou do me? Canst let me out of this cage? Hast brought any money from the Yankees, any plunder, my little soldier? Canst lend me the ready to pay this confounded debt?" The person who was with Orlando, now supposing they might be upon business, left them together, and Philip, finding from the generous earnestness of Orlando that though he had very little money, in fact no more than the price of his commission, which he was to receive in a few days, he was willing to pay his debt, and to share with him all that he should then have left, began to grow more civil to his brother, and did not refuse to lay before him, though his pride seemed cruelly mortified as he did it, the state of his affairs. End of Volume 4, Chapter 6. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Volume 4, Chapter 7 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 7. The unfortunate brother of Orlando now related to him that though his actual debts were very great, the sum he was at present confined for was not much above £90, and his arrest was at the suit of the very attorney whom he had been persuaded by Stockton to employ, a young and inexperienced man, who, having, without knowing what he was about, led his client into very heavy expenses, had been, as it seemed, bribed by Roker to abandon him, and now, without returning his papers, had arrested him. Orlando, inexperienced as he still was in the miserable chicane with which our laws are disgraced and counteracted,
yet knew that this could not be right, and that some means might be found to procure at least the papers such a man detained. This he promised his brother he would do, and take every necessary measure for his speedy release. He then gave Philip all the money he had in his pocket, and, leaving him with a heavy heart, returned home, not only disappointed in his search after Monimia, but that disappointment embittered by the discovery he had made of his brother's situation, whom, now that he was in distress and in prison, Orlando forgave for all the calamities he had brought on his family, and for all the ill offices which jealousy had excited him to be guilty of against him. Yet to his mother he dared not speak of Philip, for though she at present suffered extreme anguish in believing her son had forsaken her, and having so largely contributed to the dispersion and ruin of his family, she would, he knew, be quite overwhelmed by the intelligence that he was in prison. She had already in bitterness of heart experienced how sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. But still that half-broken heart had all the tenderness of a mother within it for this elder her child, on whom, during his early years, her fondest affections were fixed, and Orlando knew well that the misery he had thus brought upon himself would add an incurable wound to those which his mother had already received. But, though he endeavoured to conceal the extreme dejection of his spirits on his return, his mother immediately perceived that something had more than usual disturbed him. He told her, however, in answer to her anxious inquiries, that he had been embarrassed by the delays of office in regard to the sale of his commission, and as soon as he could quit her, without exciting anew her apprehensions, he left the house, and set out to execute, as far as he could that evening, his promise to his brother, telling his mother and his sisters that he should not be at home to supper. Baffled in his first attempts to find Mrs. Newill, who was the only person from whom he could hope to hear any intelligence of Monimia, new terrors assailed him, and he thought that, amidst the most dreary hours he had passed in the wilds of America, and among men who have little more rationality than the animals of their desert, he had never suffered such wretchedness as he now felt. For then, though he was exposed to almost every personal inconvenience, and uncertain whether he should ever again revisit his native country, he fancied Monimia was in safety. But now, every evil that could surround defenceless innocence and unprotected beauty was incessantly represented to his imagination, and in proportion as time elapsed without his being able to gain any intelligence of her, his despair became intolerable. Yet other duties, indispensable duties, demanded his attention, and interrupted his pursuit, which alone could relieve his mind by keeping alive his hopes of finding her. His new friend, the young attorney whose name was Carr, told him that he would instantly set about procuring the release of his brother Philip, and if, as he believed, any illegal proceeding had occurred in his confinement, Fisherton, the attorney who was the cause of it, would perhaps be compelled by a little spirit to lower his demands. "I know this man well," said Carr, "and know that nothing but his impudence can equal his ignorance. That other honour to our profession, Roker, is well versed in chicane, and knows more of the law, or rather of its abuse, than an honest man would wish to know. But Fisherton is so ignorant that, while his lavish expenses continually reduce him to necessities that drive him into bold attempts at robbery, his skill in managing them is so inferior that he is almost always baffled, and has been more than once exposed." "How then does he contrive to live?" said Orlando. "I learned from Philip that he has an house in town, another in the country, and entertains his clients splendidly at both, and that, in his common discourse, he talks as if he was a man of great property." "Oh, as to that," answered Mr. Carr, "he has had a contested election for a western borough to carry on for a nabob, and since, a process to defend for the same worthy personage in Doctors' Commons. This comfortable client has been supposed his principal support for some time,
and it is wonderful how his wild boasting, in which there is not a syllable of truth, imposes upon the world. He is such a man as Shakespeare somewhere describes, a gentleman who loves to hear himself talk, and will speak more in an hour than he'll stand to in a month. I am heartily sorry your brother has got into the hands and into the debt of this yelping fellow, who, even if he could prevail upon himself to be honest, is always from ignorance on a wrong scent. However, we must get him out of so sad a scrape as well as we can, and as all your elder brother's proceedings have been wrong, and will only mar ours, since that wretched Roker has purchased his solicitor, for every pettifogging fellow is now not an attorney but a solicitor, we must begin again, and file a bill of discovery against the younger Roker and his wife. Orlando then pressed his friend, whom he thought a man of talents, and who had all the appearance of being honest without professing it, to set about the release of his brother immediately. This he willingly agreed to, and said he would instantly go about it to one of the persons concerned, who lived in Clement's Inn. "I shall not be gone a quarter of an hour," said Carr. "Perhaps you would like to stay till my return. Here is a newspaper, if you will amuse yourself with that. But books I have none, but law books, which I suppose you have no taste for." Orlando assured him that his mind was not in a state to receive amusement from any of the usual resources, and entreated him to go instantly about Philip's business, and allow him to wait in his chambers till his return. Carr departed, and Orlando sat for a moment, his eyes fixed on the fire in sad contemplation, of which Monimia was the principal object. The clerk brought him in candles, for he and Carr had conversed by firelight, and the newspaper, but he was too much occupied by his private distresses to be able to attend to public occurrences, interesting as they were at that period to every Englishman, and particularly to one who had seen what Orlando had seen of the war then raging with new violence in America. He read, however, in a lingering expectation of hearing of Warwick, which never wholly forsook him, the list of the killed and wounded in an engagement, or rather skirmish, which was related in that paper. And when he read that the American soldiers, fighting in defence of their liberties, of all those rights which his campaign as a British officer had not made him forget were the most sacred to an Englishman, had marked their route with the blood which flowed from their naked feet in walking over frozen ground, his heart felt for the sufferings of the oppressed, and for the honour of the oppressors. But from the contemplation of both, his private miseries recalled him. In laying down the newspaper on a long desk that was in the room, he cast his eyes accidentally on some of the bundles of papers that were ranged on it, tied with red tape, and saw on one, Bagshaw versus Fleming. The name of Fleming instantly brought to his mind his regretted friend the lieutenant, and his heart as instantly reproached him, with breach of promise and want of gratitude, in not having sooner inquired after the family of the lieutenant, who had, with his last breath, recommended them to his friendship. Nor could he forgive himself of his neglect, though a mind of less generous sensibility might easily have found excuses in the multiplicity of more immediate claims and family distresses which had overwhelmed him on his return to England. When Carr returned, he gave to Orlando a more favourable account of his mission than he had expected, and as soon as they had agreed upon what was to be done the next day to hasten the liberation of Philip Somerive, Orlando asked him if he had a client of the name of Fleming. Carr replied that he had, and that she was a widow who was under very melancholy circumstances. Her husband, added he, was a lieutenant killed in America, and she has nothing or very little more than her pension to live upon, with 5 children, all young, and is besides involved in a suit by the villainy of some of her husband's relations, which I am defending for her. Good God! cried Orlando. Is it the widow of my dear old friend, whose last breath left his gallant bosom as he, grasping my hand while I knelt on the ground, stained with the blood which flowed in torrents from his breast, bade me be a friend to his poor wife, to his orphan children, and I have neglected this, shamefully neglected it,
and have selfishly suffered my own sorrows to absorb me quite. Where do Mrs. Fleming and her family live? Where can I see them? If they are in town, I will go to them this evening." Carr smiled at the vehemence of his young friend, and said, "What a pity it is, Somerive, that such an heart as yours should ever lose this amiable warmth, and become hackneyed in the ways of men." "I trust," answered Orlando, "that it never will. But, Carr, you do not answer my question. Does Mrs. Fleming reside in London?" "No," replied Carr. "She is at present near Christchurch in Hampshire, where a friend has lent her a cottage, for she is by no means in a situation to pay rent for such a house as her family requires." Orlando, then taking an exact direction, determined to see the widow of this deceased friend as soon as he had visited the other prisons of the metropolis in search of Mrs. Newell. The following day, therefore, after passing some time with his brother, who appeared satisfied with the prospect of his immediate release, he went to the King's Bench prison, and, his inquiry there being fruitless, to the other receptacles of the unhappy debtor. But no such person as Mrs. Newell was to be heard of, and Orlando returned in deeper despair than ever. In 2 days the spirit and assiduity of Mr. Carr had been so effectually exerted that Philip Somerive was released, but at the expense of Orlando of somewhat upwards of £100, including the fees which are on these occasions paid to the satellites of our most excellent law. Nor would the sum have been so moderate but from the exertions of Carr and his threats of exposing the conduct of Fisherton. Orlando fetched his brother away in a hackney coach to a lodging he had provided for him, where he supplied him with present money, and where he hoped he would be able to support him till something, though he knew not what, should happen to give a fortunate turn to the affairs of their family. Philip was pensive, silent, and, as Orlando hoped, penitent. He has not as yet spoken of him to his mother, and though the circumstances that would have most sensibly afflicted her were now at an end, Orlando, who saw his mother in a state of spirits which even the sudden opening of a door or any unexpected noise were sufficient to overset, dared not yet ask her to receive and to forgive a son, who, though she still loved him, had given her so much cause of complaint, as well since as before his father's death. The whole fortune of Orlando was now reduced to about £250, for his commission did not produce him quite 4. On this fortune, however, he was still bent on marrying Monimia, if he could find her, and of trusting to Providence for the rest. A few more mornings were still passed in fruitless research. It was now the beginning of January, and this beginning of term, his bill was to be filed against the persons who were supposed to have any knowledge of Mrs. Rayland's having made another and a subsequent will. It was in search of these people, of the servants who had lived with her at the time of her death, and of the lawyers who had made the will, that he was now compelled for many days longer to employ himself, every hour increasing the agony of mind with which he thought of the fate of Monimia, while all the consolation he had was in talking of her to Selina, if he could at any time steal an hour with her alone. On these occasions he wearied himself with conjecture as to what was become of her, repeated the same questions on which he had already been often satisfied, and imagined new means of tracing her, which he pursued, served only to renew his disappointment and regret. At length, having learned that the lawyer who made the will was dead, and his clerk, who had accompanied him to Rayland Hall, settled at a town in Wiltshire, he resolved, by the advice of Carr, to go thither in search of him, and then to visit the village near Christchurch, where Mrs. Fleming and her family resided. He communicated this scheme to his mother, who, while she allowed the necessity of his finding a person whose evidence might be so very material to him, could hardly prevail upon herself to let him go for 10 days from her, for so long he imagined it would be before he could return. At length he fixed the day with her approbation, hired an horse for the journey, and took leave of his mother and his sisters. He then visited Philip, whom he found in a very silent and, as he thought, somewhat sullen mood. He gave him a 10-pound bank-note, as he complained of being without money, and, in depressed spirits, with hardly a glimpse of hope to cheer his melancholy way, he began his journey. The weather was severe, but on the first night of his journey a deep snow threatened to render his progress more slow, and compelled him to stay till a late hour of the day, that the road might be beaten. For all was now a pathless plain, and he was a stranger to the road. About 1 o'clock, however, he left the town where he had passed the night, and went slowly on. He was inured to the cold by his abode in America, and in no haste to get to his inn, where nothing awaited him but a solitary supper and mournful reflections. Again he ran over in his mind every possible circumstance that could rob him of Monimia, and awakened in his breast all the scorpions of distrust, dread, and jealousy. For whatever attempts he made to conquer so horrible an apprehension, it was to Sir John Belgrave, and to the success of his cruel artifices, that his fears were most frequently pointed. And there were moments in which he thought that were a person before him who could tell him all he so solicitously desired to know, he should not have the courage to ask. For should he hear that Monimia was lost by the infamous seduction of such a man, he believed that he should die on the spot, or lose his reason in the greatness of his sorrow. It was between 10 and 11 o'clock in the evening of his second day's journey that, in a wild and moory country, where extensive heaths seemed to spread without end before him, he began to think it time to seek a lodging for the night. All around was dreary and silent and blank, he thought, as his destiny. Yet he wished the torpid sensation that being long exposed to the cold had given to his limbs could reach his heart, which was too acutely sensible. In the midst of the uniform waste stood a small village, the rustic inhabitants of which had long since retired to their beds, and everything was as quiet in their houses as it was around the little church that rose beyond them. Orlando would have inquired the distance to the next post town, but no human creature appeared, and he passed on. His thoughts, as he compared their peaceful slumbers with the state of his own troubled mind, assuming a poetical form in the following Sonnet. While thus I wander, cheerless and unblest, and find, in change of place, but change of pain, in tranquil sleep the village labourers rest, and taste repose, that I pursue in vain. Hushed is the hamlet now, and faintly gleam the dying embers of the casement low of the thatched cottage, while the moon's wan beam lends a new lustre to the dazzling snow. O'er the cold waste, amid the freezing night, scarce heeding whither desolate I stray. For me, pale eye of evening, thy soft light leads to no happy home. My weary way ends but in dark vicissitude of care. I only fly from doubt to meet despair. After being near an hour longer on his horse, he arrived at Chippenham, where the lawyer lived from whom he expected information, and going extremely fatigued to an inn, he sent, at an early hour the following morning, to the person in question, who immediately came, and inviting him to his house for a farther discussion of the business, he received him there with hospitality and answered him with candour. This gentleman, whose name was Walterson, informed him that it was very true he, being the clerk to Mr. Lewis, accompanied his principal to Rayland Hall, where Mr. Lewis was closeted 2 days with Mrs. Rayland, after which he was called upon with another person, who he thought was a tenant or son to a tenant of Mrs. Rayland's, to witness it. But he did not hear the contents, or know what was afterwards done with the will, relative to which everything was conducted with great secrecy. that he was employed to engross some other writings about one of Mrs Rayland's farms, but that he never copied the will, or knew more of its contents than what passed in conversation afterwards between him and Mr Lewis, who, as they travelled together to London, afterwards said, in going through the park, out at the North Lodge, that he thought Rayland Hall one of the finest old places he had ever seen, and added, speaking of the Somerive family, "And I am very glad that the old lady has determined to give it to the right heirs, because Mr Somerive is a very worthy man, and that younger son of his a fine young fellow." That, on some farther questions from him, Mr Walterson, Mr Lewis spoke as if the bulk of the fortune was given to Mr Orlando Somerive. Orlando made minutes of what Mr Walterson said, who assured him he would be ready at any time to give his testimony in a court of law. He in vain endeavoured to recollect the name of the person who was witness with him to the will, and whose information he advised Orlando by all means to procure. But he described him as a stout man, between 30 and 40, with a very florid complexion and dark straight hair, who was dressed like a substantial farmer. Orlando, having thanked Mr Walterson for all his civilities, and received gratefully his advice for the conduct of the business, mounted his horse and proceeded towards Salisbury, meditating sometimes on the hopes he had of obtaining restitution of the Rayland estate, but oftener on Monimia, for whose sake more than his own he wished to possess it. His journey, almost across the whole county of Wilts, was long and rendered particularly tedious by the vicissitudes of frost and thaw that had prevailed for some days, which had made the roads, where the snow half dissolved and had been again suddenly frozen, so dangerous, that he was often under the necessity of leading his horse for many miles together. He proposed, after visiting Mrs Fleming, to cross the country to Rayland Hall, and, whatever pain it might cost him to revisit those scenes of his former happiness, to discover, if possible, the person whom Walterson described as having with him witnessed Mrs Rayland's will. He suddenly recollected that, in his way, he should be within a few miles of the residence of Mrs Lennard, for so he called her, forgetting at that moment her change of name, and that it could at least do no harm if he saw her, and endeavoured to find in her conversation, if not from her candour, something which might lend him a clue for the discovery of Monimia. End of Volume 4, Chapter 7. Recording by Julia Lenarden. Volume 4, Chapter 8 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenarden. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 8. At Salisbury, Orlando determined to make some slight alteration in his plan, and instead of going from thence to Christchurch, to go first into the more eastern part of Hampshire, to the residence of Mrs Roker. For though this would make his journey considerably longer, yet, having now seized the idea that by this visit some intelligence might be obtained of Monimia, every other consideration yielded to that hope. Somewhat cheered by it, remote and uncertain as it was, he traversed the dreary flat of Salisbury Plain, and by the evening arrived at Winchester, where he vainly inquired for that relation of Mrs Newill's, the person with whom Monimia was placed, who had given his sister Selina all the intelligence she had ever received of her. Nobody knew or wished to aid his search after an obscure woman, who had probably been only a lodger in her place, and with an heart sinking under the disappointments he had already experienced, and those he yet feared, he proceeded to Alresford, near which town was situated the estate which Mrs Rayland had given her old companion, and which she had so worthily bestowed on Mr Roker the younger. It was about 1 o'clock when Orlando found the place, a red brick house with a court before it, and a garden walled behind on the banks of Itching. This had been a farmhouse, but had been smartened and new-cased by Mr. Roker, who, assuming all the dignity of a man of landed property, was no longer the assistant steward or the humbly assiduous attorney, but a justice of the peace and an esquire, a title which he held the more tenaciously, as he suspected that it was believed by other esquires that he had no right to it. He was not indeed very eminent either for morals or manners, but he was a man of property, and a thriving man in the world, and his neighbours were not therefore disposed to trouble themselves either with one or the other. As he still practised the law, he was usually in London in the winter, and of late it was observed that his ancient spouse was always, by indisposition, prevented from accompanying him when he accepted the invitations to dinner, which were frequently given to them both by the neighbouring families, and some stories were in circulation not much to the honour of his conjugal affection. But whatever were his domestic faults, he was everywhere received and considered as a respectable man, because he had every appearance of being a rich one. When Orlando arrived at the outward gate, he left his horse and proceeded up a gravel walk that led to the door of the house, at which he tapped. A maidservant looked out at the parlour window, of which the shutters were before shut, and said, "Master bean't at home." "It is not your master," said Orlando, "that I want, but your mistress." "Mistress bean't well," answered the girl, "and you cannot see her." "Is she confined to her bed, then?" inquired Orlando. "Ay," cried the girl, "confined enough for matter of that." "I should be very much obliged to you," said Orlando, "if you could procure me only a few minutes' conversation with her. I have some very particular business with her. It really is very material to me, and I will not be ungrateful if you will oblige me so far." He then took out half a guinea, and said, "Perhaps this may be some small acknowledgment for your taking the trouble to oblige me." "Half a guinea!" cried the girl. "Gollies, I haven't no objection to that, sure enough, for 'tis a sight we don't often see at our house, but Lord, I wish I dared, but no, I mightn't." "Why not?" said Orlando eagerly. "Pray, my dear, do, and I'll make this half guinea a whole one." "Will you, by George?" answered the peasant girl, who was quite a rustic from the fields. "What? Give me a whole entire guinea?" "Yes," said Orlando, "here, this very guinea." "A brand new one, as I hope to live," exclaimed the girl. "But I'll tell you, master, if I does, and I should be found out, I shall lose my place." "I'll get you a better place," cried Orlando. "He, he, he," said the girl with an idiot laugh. "What would mother say?" "Tell me, pray," cried Orlando, "why would you lose your place for letting me see your mistress?" "Why, Lord, don't you know? Mistress is gived out to be mad, though she's no mad nor I be. And so when master ain't at home, you see, his sister keeps watch like over her, and never lets nobody see her. And when we be hired, we be told never to let no strangers in to see mistress upon no account whatever, for master and his sister, and his nasty old uncle as he comes here sometimes, they will all have it that mistress she's out of her mind, and that strangers make her worse. And she's locked upstairs, and have a been ever so long, though, poor soul. She's tame enough for aught I ever see, and I'm sure repents her many a time as she have got into their clutches. But hark! Oh, Jiminy, our tiger's barks! I warrant you Miss Sookie's coming home." "Who is she? Pray hasten to tell me, and take your money."
"Oh, the Lord," answered the girl. "Miss Sookie's our master's sister, a nasty cross old maid. She've been to Alresford this morning, or else, mun, I shouldn't have talked to her so long. And now if she catches me—"
Orlando, into whose mind 1,000 confused ideas now rushed of the cause of Mrs. Roker's confinement, now dreaded lest the only opportunity he should have of hearing or of seeing Mrs. Lennard should escape him. "Can you not give your mistress a letter," said he, "if you think she is in her senses, and bring me an answer this evening?" "I'll try,"
answered the girl. But you'll give me the guinea then. And where shall I get the letter, and how will you get the answer? Lord, sir, it must be at night, after Miss Sooky is abed, and I must get out of our pantry window, as I gets off the hooks ever now and tan, for the bars on it's loose, so I takes it out.
That will do, said Orlando. I'll go write my letter. Where will you come for it?
Down to the hovel, answered the girl, there, close along the girt barn. I'll slip down there when I goes a-milking, and then, if madam will give an answer, why you must stay there till after our folks be all abed. But God a bless you go now, for I sees Miss Sooky coming along.
Take your money, said Orlando, giving her the guinea that had so tempted her, and be punctual to the place. You mean that red-roofed barn on the edge of the turnip field?
Yes, yes, answered the girl. Go pray now, and as you'll run bump up against our Miss Sooky, tell her as how you wanted master, and I wouldn't let you in.
Orlando, not without somewhat admiring the talent for intrigue, of which even this rude peasant girl had so considerable a share, walked back along the gravel walk, and at the wicket gate, which opened at the end of it to the road, he was accosted by a short, thick, red-faced woman, dressed in a yellow-green riding habit, faced with orange colour, and trimmed with silver, and a hat with green and black feathers on it. Her whole face was the colour of bad veal, the shade towards her nose rather more inveterate, and two goggle grey eyes, surmounted by two bushy, carroty eyebrows, gave to her whole countenance so terrific an air that Orlando absolutely started back when his eyes first distinguished it, while this amiable figure, stepping in the gateway, and putting one hand on her hip, while the other held a cane, said in a loud and masculine voice to Orlando, "Who are you, friend, and what is your business here?" Orlando answered, as he had been directed, that he wished to speak to Mr. Roker, but found he was not at home. "You may leave your business card with me," said Miss Sooky. Orlando answered, no, that there was no haste, and that he would call again. He then passed by this person, who gave him an idea of a fury modernized, and observed that she surveyed him with scrutinizing looks, and watched him till he was out of sight. He hastened back to the inn he had left, and sat down to compose his letter to Mrs. Roker, in which he found much more difficulty than he had first been aware of. If she was confined by her husband under pretence of madness, as he thought was very probable the case, in order to prevent her testimony being received, or her discovering what it was supposed Roker had insisted on her continuing to conceal, she would probably still be deterred, by her fears and her shame, from declaring the truth, and if she was indeed mad, his letter to her would avail nothing, or perhaps be prejudicial, by falling into the hands of her keepers. There was also a third possibility, which was, that she might still retain so much affection for her younger husband as to resent the interference of anyone who supposed her ill-used, even though they offered her the means of escaping from her tyrant. However, as no other chance seemed to offer, he determined to hazard this measure, and wording his letter as cautiously as he could, so as not to offend her, he offered, if she was in any degree unpleasantly situated, to send her the means of escaping, and entreated her to tell him where Monimia was, and all she knew of Mrs. Rayland's affairs at the time of her death, assuring her, in the most solemn manner, that if he ever recovered the estate, and by her means, he would not only enter into any agreement she should dictate to secure to her all she possessed, but would, if she had given all up to her husband, settle upon her for life a sum that should make her more rich and independent than she had been before she gave herself to Mr. Roker, and that she should inhabit her own apartments at the Hall, or any house on the estate which she might choose. He ended with some professions of personal regard to her, as well on account of their long acquaintance, as because she was the relation and had been the benefactress of his beloved Monimia. This letter being finished, he again set out on foot, and as it was nearly dusk, concealed himself in the hovel which the servant girl had directed him to, where he had not waited many minutes before his emissary arrived, breathless with her fears of being discovered. He gave her the letter, with which she hurried away, charging him to stay there till she returned to him, though it would be 12 o'clock at night. He promised her a further reward if she succeeded in procuring him an answer, and then, as the hovel was not in a very good repair, and the cold extremely severe, he opened a door in it, made for the purpose of throwing straw out of the adjoining barn, and took shelter in the barn itself, repeating those lines of Shakespeare where Cordelia describes her father, and, in recollecting all that had of late befallen him, all that he had lost, and the cruel uncertainty of his future destiny, as he applied to himself those descriptive lines: to hovel him with swine and rogues forlorn, in short and musty straw. He remembered the preceding exclamation: Alas, alas, 'tis wonder that thy life and wits at once had not concluded all. Thus, in meditations more moral than amusing, Orlando passed 2 or 3 tedious hours, sheltered by pease halm and straw which he gathered around him, and leaning against the boards of the barn, that he might not fail to hear when the ambassadress entered the outhouse adjoining to it. About 10 o'clock, as he guessed by the time he had been there, he heard a rustling among the wood and refuse of the hovel, and eagerly listening, in expectation of being called by his female Mercury, he heard a deep sigh, or rather groan, and a voice very unlike a female voice, lamenting in very bitter and somewhat coarse terms of the cruelty of fate. The person soon after made his way through the same door by which Orlando had found entrance, and going farther into the barn, he heard this unwelcome guest make a noise which he knew was striking a light and putting a candle into a lantern, which he seemed to have hid, and set it down by him, and began to eat his miserable supper, consisting of scraps and dry crusts. Orlando, peeping over his fortification, contemplated for a moment this forlorn outcast, whose head, shaded by a few white locks, was on the crown and temples quite bald, and otherwise resembled him who is described as the occasional visitor of the simple village priest. The long-remembered beggar was his guest, whose beard, descending, swept his aged breast. He resembled, too, the broken soldier of the same admirable poem, 11, for he had lost one leg, and wore the remnant of a coat that had once been scarlet. As the faint and dull light of a small candle, through a thick-horned lantern, fell on the furrowed countenance of this unhappy wanderer, Orlando contemplated it with pity, which, for an instant, detached him from the recollection of his own miseries, and he said to himself, how unworthy, how unmanly are my complaints, when I compare my own situation with that of this poor old man, who, trembling on the verge of life, seems to have none of its common necessaries, yet perhaps has been disabled from acquiring them by having lost his limb in the service of what is called his country, that is, in fighting the battles of its politicians, and having been deprived of his leg to preserve the balance of Europe, has not found in the usual asylum a place of rest to make him such amends as can be made for such a misfortune. All the horrors of which he had been a witness in America now returned to his recollection, and the madness and folly of mankind, which occasioned those horrors, struck him more forcibly now than when his spirits were heated by having been a party in them. In a few moments, however, he recollected that though he wished to give some relief to the distressed veteran before him, it would not at all be convenient that he should hear the purport of his conversation with his emissary. But before he had time to consider how this might be prevented, he heard her enter the hovel, and without farther consideration, his eagerness to know if she had a letter for him induced him to rush out and meet her,
"Speak softly," said he, as soon as he found it was really his messenger. "There is a beggar in the barn who will hear you. Have you a letter for me?" "Lord, yes," answered the girl, "and such a twitter as I be in surely." "Give me the letter," cried Orlando, trembling with haste, "and pray speak softly, lest the old man within should betray us." "'Tis only old Thomas," answered the girl, "I dare say, for he lies every night all winter long in our barns, and I'll warrant you he'll tell no tales, for in the first place he knows how he'd get no more of our broken victuals if he did, and in the next place he's as deaf as a post."
Orlando, whose impatience to read the letter was quite insupportable, then thought he might safely avail himself of the convenience of the old man's lantern to read by it. The girl assured him that he might, and they entered the barn together for that purpose. But there was no longer any light, and all was silent. The girl, however, at the earnest entreaties of Orlando, called aloud to her old acquaintance, and assuring him in a very elevated voice that it was only Pat Welling who wanted him to do a message for her at town the next day, a grumbling assent was soon after heard, and at her request he struck a light, relighted his candle, and brought it to the gentleman, who, eagerly tearing open the billet, read these lines: "Dear Sir, I have received yours, and I do not know what is become of the girl you inquire for, as she chose to quit the worthy person I put her to, after perversely and wickedly refusing a great and high match with Sir John Belgrave, Bart., the which I doubt not but she has reason to repent of before now, though I do heartily beseech the Lord that she may not have taken to wicked courses, as there is great reason to fear, but my conscience is clear thereon. I assure you, if I know where she is to be found, I will let you know. If you please to leave your direction with Martha Welling, the bearer hereof. At the same time, as to myself, thanking you for your kind offers, I have no need to trouble you at present, and know of no such things as you are pleased to name, in regard to my late dear friend, deceased Mrs Rayland. Must beg to have no applications of like nature notwithstanding, because interference between married people is dangerous, generally making matters worse, and if any little disagreements, which I wonder that you should have heard, have passed, it is no more than I have heard happens between the happiest couples, and I am sure Mr Roker really has an affectionate regard for me, and I am willing to impute all that seems to the contrary to his family, who are very disagreeable people, and such as I confess I should be glad to be out of their way, if so be as it could be done without offending Mr Roker, whom I must love, honour, and obey till death, as is duty bound. Same time should be glad to do you any service not inconsistent with that, and, as I said before, would be glad of your direction, who am, dear sir, your humble servant, Rachel Roker, Lessington House, near Alresford, Haunts, 10th of January, 1779. P.S. Mrs R. hopes Mr. S. will be cautious in mentioning having received these few lines, as it would be disagreeable to Mr. R. Orlando thought that in this letter he saw the struggle of its writer's mind, between something which she fancied was love, with shame and revenge. She had been too much flattered at first by the very unexpected acquisition of a young husband to own now, without reluctance, that he was a savage who had robbed her under pretence of marrying her, and who now confined her, that she might not either discover his amours, of which he was said to have had a great number, or be tempted through resentment of them, or her natural ill humour to declare the conduct she had at his persuasion adopted, while her asking for Orlando's direction, and not seeming offended at his letter, persuaded him that she was pleased with the opportunity it gave her to gratify the revenge which was always in her power, while she knew where to apply to one so much interested in the discovery she could make. Orlando now determined, since the servant assured him there was no chance of his being admitted to see her, to write to her again, and await her answer at the inn the next day. He thought there was an opening for suggesting to her much that he had before admitted, and he had at all events assured himself, by the letter he was now in possession of, that she was not mad, a plea which he perfectly understood her husband meant to set up against the evidence she might otherwise be brought to give. It was not difficult to engage the old beggar to become his messenger on this occasion, nor to prevail on Patty to give him the next letter she should get from her mistress, on condition, however, that her profits should not be lessened. He gave her another present, comforted the beggar with an earnest of his future generosity, and bidding him come by daybreak the next morning for the billet he intended to send to Mrs. Roker, he took leave for that time of his two newly acquired acquaintance, whom he left much better content with the events of the day than he was, since whatever reason he had to believe that he might recover his property, he felt with increase of anguish that he had no nearer prospect of recovering Monimia. Determined, however, to lose no opportunity of continuing his correspondence, he sat down the moment he came to the inn, and composed a very long letter, in which he enlarged on the ill treatment of her husband, whose gallantries he touched upon, affirming they were the more unpardonable when he compared with her merit, and the obligations she had conferred upon him. He hinted at the consequences of her being compelled to appear, to answer upon oath to what she knew, and entreated her to save him the pain of calling into court as a party secreting a will, a person for whom he had so much regard and respect. And he concluded with renewed offers of kindness in case of her coming voluntarily forward to do him justice. His wandering messenger was the next morning punctual to his appointment. Orlando sent him away with his letter, and notwithstanding his age and his having but one leg, he returned again in about 2 hours, but to the infinite mortification of Orlando, with a verbal message, which, though it had passed through the memory of Miss Patty, was very clearly delivered, and was to this effect: that Madam had got the gentleman's letter, and being prevented from writing at this present time, begged him of all love to leave the country, for fear of accidents, and he might depend upon hearing of her shortly. Not satisfied with this, Orlando now paid his bill at the inn, and went down to the barn, where he sent his vagabond ambassador to seek for the maid to whom he owed the little progress he had made. With some difficulty he found her, and prevailed upon her to revisit the place of rendezvous, where she informed Orlando that Miss Sukey had been watching about the old mistress more than ordinary, and that the poor woman was frightened out of her wits lest Orlando's having written her should be known. Wherefore, as Miss Sukey seemed to suspect something, old Madam did entreat the squire not to stay thereabouts, because she should in that case be more strictly confined, and never should be able to write to him, which she now promised to do, if he would only leave the country. As this was all the intelligence the disappointed Orlando could now procure, he was compelled to obey this unwelcome injunction, lest he should lose all future advantage, and engaging by renewed presents the fidelity and future assistance of his 2 emissaries, he remounted his horse and took the road to Winchester. He now fell again into melancholy reflections. Every hour added to his despair about Monimia, and without her life was not, in his opinion, worth having. From these thoughts a natural transition led him to consider the wonderful tenacity with which those beings clung to life, whose existence seemed to him only a series of the most terrible sufferings, beings who, exposed to all the miseries of pain, poverty, sickness, and famine, to pain unrelieved, and the feebleness of age unassisted, yet still were anxious to live, and could never, as he at this moment found himself disposed to do, reason thus with life: if I do lose thee, I do lose a thing which none but fools would keep. Yet he had seen many die in the fields, who neither seemed to fear nor feel the stroke of that destiny.
which miserable age still recoiled and crept away from. The poor maimed wanderer, whose daily wants he had for a little while suspended, was an instance in that fear of death makes the most wretched life supportable. In perusing this train of thought he arrived at Winchester, where he intended to remain till the next day. End of Volume 4, Chapter 8. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Volume 4, Chapter 9, Part 1 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 9, Part 1. Early the following morning, Orlando left Winchester, but it was between 3 and 4 o'clock before he arrived at that part of the New Forest which is near Christchurch, and the frost, now set in with great severity, had made the roads very difficult for an horse, especially the way which he was directed to pursue, through the forest to the residence of Mrs. Fleming. It was a deep, hollow road, only wide enough for wagons, and was in some places shaded by hazel and other brushwood, in others by old beech and oaks, whose roots wreathed about the bank, intermingled with ivy, holly, and evergreen fern, almost the only plants that appeared in a state of vegetation, unless the pale and sallow mistletoe, which here and there partially tinted with faint green the old trees above them. Orlando, as slowly he picked his way over the rugged road, whose poached surface, now hardened by the frost, hardly allowed a footing to his horse, recollected the hunting parties in the snow which had amused him in America. But the scene on each side of him was very different. The scanty appearance of foliage was quite unlike an American forest, where, in only a few hours after the severest weather, which had buried the whole country in snow, burst into bloom, and presented, beneath the tulip tree and the magnolia, a more brilliant variety of flowers than art can collect in the most cultivated European garden. Orlando, however, loved England, and had early imbibed that fortunate prejudice that it is in England only an Englishman can be happy. Yet he now thought that were he once sure Monimia was lost to him, and his fears of finding it so became every hour more alarming, he should be more wretched in his own country than in any other, since every object would remind him of their cruel separation. In this disposition, trying to accustom himself to reflect on a circumstance which now distracted him, he made a sort of determination, that if all his endeavours to find Monimia were baffled, as they had hitherto been, he would remain only to see the termination of the suit relative to the Rayland estate, in hopes of leaving his mother, brother, and sisters in a more fortunate situation, and reserving for himself only as much as would support him in the itinerant life he should embrace, to wander alone over Europe and America. While he pursued these contemplations, the way became almost impassable, for a small current of water filtering through the rocky bank had spread itself over the road, and formed a sheet of ice, on which his horse was every moment in danger of falling, though the precaution had been taken to turn the shoes. He had before dismounted, and now contrived to get his horse up the last steep part of the hollow, and then, still leading it by the bridle, he followed the footpath which led along its edge. The tufts of trees and thick underwood now became more frequent, and though it was a fine, clear evening, the winter sun, almost sunk beneath the horizon, lent only pale and cold rays among the intervening wood. Orlando, supposing that if he were benighted he should no longer distinguish the path, quickened his pace, and the path he followed, diverging a little from the horse road, brought him to a place where the inequalities of the ground, half shaded with brushwood, showed that beneath it were concealed more considerable fragments of ruins than what had appeared above among the trees.
from whence the masses of stone were so mantled with ivy they could hardly be distinguished. The path which Orlando continued to pursue wound among them, and led under broken arches and buttresses, which had resisted the attacks of time and violence, towards an old gateway, whose form was yet entire. Everything was perfectly still around. Even the robin, solitary songster of the frozen woods, had ceased his faint vespers to the setting sun, and hardly a breath of air agitated the leafless branches. This dead silence was interrupted by no sound but the slow progress of his horse, as the hollow ground beneath his feet sounded as if he trod on vaults. There was in the scene, and in this dull pause of nature, a solemnity not unpleasing to Orlando, in his present disposition of mind. Certain that the path he was pursuing must lead to some village or farmhouse, and a little apprehensive of the inconvenience that could in this country befall a man accustomed to traverse the deserts of America, he stopped a moment or two, indulging in a mournful reverie, before he began to remove, in order to make a passage for his horse, a kind of bar, or rather broken gate, which, with thorns and a faggot or two piled under it, passed from one side to the other of the broken arch, and made here, with an hedge, that was carried among the ruins, a division of the forest, or perhaps one of its boundaries. As he meditated here, he heard, not far from him, human voices, which seemed to be those of children, and, leaning over the bar, to see if he could discern the persons who spoke, he observed a female figure seated on a mass of fallen stone, and apparently waiting for two girls, one about 9, the other 7 years old, who were prattling together as they peeped about in search of something among the fern stacks and low tufts of broom that were near. The woman, whose face was turned towards them, seemed lost in thought. Her straw bonnet was tied down close to her face, and she was wrapped in a long black cloak. A little basket stood by her, and her appearance, as well as that of the children, was such as seemed to denote that though they were not of the peasantry of the country, they were as little to be ranked among its most affluent inhabitants. Orlando, apprehending that the approach of a stranger in such a place and at such a time might alarm so defenceless a party, proceeded with as little noise as possible to unfasten the bar, but, on his approach, the young woman arose, and in apparent hurry said, "Come, my loves, you forget how late it is, and that your mamma will expect us." The voice riveted Orlando to the spot for a moment. He then involuntarily stepped forward and saw Monimia. He repeated her name wildly, as if he doubted whether he possessed his senses, and as he clasped her to his bosom he found it was indeed his own Monimia. She was unable, from excess of pleasure and surprise, to answer the incoherent questions he asked her. Half frantic with joy as he was, he soon perceived that the suddenness of this meeting had almost overwhelmed her. Silent, breathless, and trembling, she leaned on his arm, without having the power to tell him what he at length understood from the two little girls, who had been at first frighted and then amazed at the scene, that Monimia, or as they called her, Miss Morysine, was now, and had been for some time, under the protection of that very Mrs. Fleming, the widow of his gallant friend, whom he was now going to visit. Neither of them knew how they arrived at her humble retirement, a cottage among the woods, fitted up and enlarged, with 2 additional rooms, by a sea officer, the distant relation of Fleming, who was now in America, and who had lent this pleasant, solitary house as a shelter to his widow and her children. Nor was it for some time possible for Orlando properly to explain to Mrs. Fleming who he was, or how different those motives were which induced him now to see her, from any hope of finding, in the pious office of visiting the family of his deceased friend, the sole happiness of his life. When at length, amid this disjointed and broken conversation, Mrs. Fleming was brought not only to recollect the young man, who, on her husband's embarkation for America, had taken so much pains to be useful to him in the trying moment of separation from his family, but to acknowledge him who had actually received his last breath, and now brought her his dying blessing. Her own afflictions, to a lively sense of which Orlando's account of Fleming's death had awakened her, prevented her, for some time, from attending to the unexpected happiness of her young friends. Unable to hear, with composure, the account which Orlando held himself bound to give, yet solicitously asking questions, the answers to which made her heart bleed afresh, Mrs. Fleming at length requested leave to retire, and taking her children with her, Monimia was left at liberty to give the impatient Orlando the account he so eagerly desired to hear of what had happened to her since the date of the only letter he had ever received from her, which was written not more than 6 weeks after his departure. She doubted of her own strength to give, and of his patience to hear this recital, but he appeared so very solicitous that she determined to attempt it, and while his eyes were ardently fixed on her face, and watched every turn of her expressive features, which, though she was pale and thin, Orlando thought more lovely than ever, she thus, in a soft and low voice, began. As well as I can recollect, Orlando, I related to you in my long letter the troublesome and impertinent intrusion of Sir John Belgrave, and Selina has told you since, that, as he carried his persecution so far as to come into the house, and to endeavour to force his way into my room, I was under the necessity of telling my aunt how he found admittance, and of betraying a secret I had so many reasons to wish might never have been discovered. Alas, Orlando, how much did I not suffer from the bitterness of her reproaches, sufferings which were sharpened by my being compelled to acknowledge that I had in some measure deserved them, by having carried on a correspondence contrary to what I knew was my duty. Indeed, the punishment I now underwent from day to day seemed sometimes much heavier than the crime deserved, especially when my aunt, to whom my moving was inconvenient, though certainly in that great house there was room enough for me without interfering with her, began to make the discovery I had thus been compelled to make an everlasting theme of reproach to me, to say that such a cunning, intriguing creature was not fit to be in any house, and to threaten me continually to ruin you, Orlando, with Mrs. Rayland, by blowing us up, as she was pleased to term it. All this I bore, however hard it was to bear, with silence, and I hope with patience, flattering myself, my dear friend, that the anger we had perhaps mutually deserved would thus be exhausted on me, and that I alone should be the victim, if a victim were required. Yet, when my cruel aunt, unmoved by my resignation and submission, seemed so desirous of getting rid of me, that I believe she would have been glad to have sold me to Sir John Belgrave, and when she insisted upon my consenting to marry him, though I do not believe he ever intended it, and only made that a pretence for getting me into his power, I own there were moments when, in absolute despair, I thought it would hardly have been criminal to have put an end to a life so very insupportable. Nor could I think, have lived, if some of those books you taught me to read and to understand had not instructed me that it was impious to murmur or resist the dispensation of Providence, who knew best what we were able to bear. Perhaps, too, the dear hope of living in your affection, and of being beloved by you, however hard my lot, lent me a portion of fortitude, for which surely nobody ever had more occasion. For in proportion, Orlando, as Mrs. Lennard became attached to that odious Roker, the little affection she had ever shown me declined, and was changed into dislike and hatred. She was sometimes so much off her guard as to suffer her excessive and ridiculous attachment to him to diminish her attention to her mistress, and on these occasions I used to supply her place.
Yet then, if Mrs. Rayland seemed pleased with my attendance, she would quarrel with me for attending, and say that she supposed the next thing such an artful slut would think of would be to supplant her with her lady, and then again she would threaten to blow you up. Indeed, I believe that no situation could be less enviable than that of my poor aunt was at this time, for though certainly, at her age, one would have thought she might have been exempt from suffering much pain from love, she did really appear so tormented by her excessive passion for Roker, and her fears of losing him, that she was an object of pity. If I was below with her lady, while she was with him, then she was afraid of my getting into favour with Mrs. Rayland, and if I was above, and he was in the house, she was in terror lest so intriguing a creature should carry off her lover. When I so firmly resisted all the insidious offers of Sir John Belgrave, she doubted whether this delectable Mr. Roker was not the cause of it, and even when he happened to come into the room where I was, though she was present, she turned pale with jealousy, and, I suppose, tormented the man, who, though one of the most horrid-tempered monsters existing, commanded himself so much that he bore it all with an apparent increase of affection, and pretending, in his turn, to be jealous, said that he could not bear to divide her affections even with me. I saw that they were determined to get rid of me, but could not immediately settle how, for though Roker, from time to time, started some plan for that purpose, the lady, always suspecting that he liked me, was fearful lest he should only divide me from her to secure me for himself. "Execrable villain!" cried Orlando, starting up. "He dared not think of it." "Be patient, Orlando, or I shall never have courage to go on. I know not what was in his imagination, though certainly he took every opportunity of making very improper speeches to me, but detestable as I believe his morals are, his avarice is greater than any other of his odious passions, and this he found he might gratify, when the success of any other was uncertain, and therefore he affected to be as anxious as my aunt was to remove me from Rayland Hall. Ah, my dear friend, what an autumn was that I passed there! Yet my fate, dreary as it appeared to me, was not then at the worst. I had still some sweeteners of my melancholy existence, for I sometimes met Selina, and wept with her, and sometimes, when I was convinced Sir John Belgrave no longer lingered about the park, where for many weeks I could never go without being insulted by him, I used to get out alone, and stealing away to some of those places we used to visit together, I would lean my head against a tree, or hide my face with my hands, and listening, with closed eyes, to the sounds that were then familiar to us, used to fancy I heard your footsteps among the leaves, or your voice whispering in the air that sighed among the trees. Once, at the old seat on Hurst Hill, I saw your name so lately cut as the very day before you went away. I could have wept on the letters. I believe the tears I afterwards shed there would have worn them out. I took a fancy to the place, which nobody else ever thought of frequenting, and often, as summer came on and the days grew short, I stayed till I was frightened at being out so late, and have run home terrified at every noise. If a pheasant flew up, or a hare darted across the path, they threw me into such terrors that I could hardly reach the house. On these occasions, all was well if my aunt's Adonis was with her, but if it happened that he was out when I was, she took it into her head that we were together, or that we might meet, and then she was, I really believe, out of her senses. Very unluckily for me, I came in one evening later than usual, breathless with my foolish fears, and found my poor aunt in terrible agitation, because Mr. Roker had promised her to be in at tea time, and he was not yet arrived. She questioned me sharply where I had been, and I said in the Millwood, which was the truth, for I had that evening met Selina. She asked me, with still more asperity, if I had not met somebody? The consciousness that I had made me blush, I believe, very deeply, and I faltered as I said, no. In a moment Roker came in, half drunk, and the poor old lady flew at him like a turkey cock, and asked him which way he came. As he was less upon his good behaviour than usual, he came. Well, I came by the mill. Which way should I come from the place where I have been? This confirmed, she thrust me out of the room, and ordering me to go upstairs to bed that moment, she threw herself into a fit, as Rebecca told me afterwards. I do not know how Mr. Roker contrived to appease her. She was reconciled to him the next day, but I was the victim, and was, after that time, forbidden to go out without her leave. This, hard as it was, I could still have borne, because it was just at the time Mrs. Rayland seemed to grow particularly kind to me, and to even have a degree of pleasure in talking to me of you. It was now time to expect to hear from you, and I observed her anxiety every day increase. She often sighed when she spoke of you, and once said that her house seemed to have lost all its cheerfulness since you had left it. And often she would look at an old enamelled picture of Sir Orlando, her grandfather, and comparing his features with yours, admire the likeness, then again regret your absence and sink into low spirits. Indeed, her health seemed every day to decline, and I sometimes thought she was discontented with Mrs. Lennard, though from long habit she was more entirely governed by her than ever. Patterson's having dealt so largely in smuggled goods, and having even made her house a receptacle for them, was discovered by his not being able or willing to bribe a new officer who succeeded some of his old friends, and who, upon that Jonas Wilkinson's turning informer, came one night to the Hall, and made seizure of about £200 worth of spirits, tea, and lace, a thing that offended Mrs. Rayland extremely, as she thought it derogatory to her dignity, and a profanation of her cellars, which, as we know, and Monimia faintly smiled, are immediately adjoining to the family vault of the Raylands. This, and other things, particularly some of his amours, which now came to her knowledge, had occasioned her to dismiss Pattenson, and to think higher of you for the pains Pattenson had taken to prejudice her against you. But the dismission, and soon afterwards the death of Pattenson, and the disgrace of the old coachman, who was a party concerned in this contraband business, and who had besides displeased Mrs. Rayland by setting up a whisky and dressing his daughters in the most expensive fashion, threw the old lady more than ever into the power of my aunt, though how she escaped being included in the charge I never could imagine. I know she was acquainted with, and I believe she was concerned in the clandestine trade, which had for so many years been carried on at Rayland Hall, but probably Pattenson dared not impeach her, lest, though he might ruin her, he should at the same time provoke her to discover some things in his life which would effectually cut him off from that portion of favour he still possessed with Mrs. Rayland, who, angry as she was with him, stocked the farm he retired to, furnished his house, and continued to him almost every advantage he enjoyed at the Hall, except the opportunity of making it a receptacle for smuggled goods. However that was, my aunt certainly continued to have great influence over Mrs. Rayland, though I often thought it was more through habit than love. And I am persuaded that, if she had not always guarded against the inclination which Mrs. Rayland at times betrayed to take your mother and sisters into favour, they would by degrees have acquired that ascendancy over her from their own merit, which Mrs. Lennard had now only from habit. But my aunt was too cunning to give them an opportunity, and that, I believe, was partly the reason why she was so afraid of my being taken into Mrs. Rayland's kindness, since nothing was more natural than for me to speak in their favour. She need not, however, have dreaded this, for however willing or anxious I might be, my awe of Mrs. Rayland was too great for me to aspire to the character of a confidant, and she looked upon me as a mere child. Probably our ages differ too much to allow any great sympathy between us, and I could give her no other pleasure than by attending to the stories she used to love to repeat of the days of her youth. But Mrs. Lennard, though by no means desirous of being herself the auditor, and never easy but when she could remain unmolested with her dear Mr. Roker, was still jealous lest her lady should feel any degree of kindness for me, and, I believe, by imputing to me faults which Mrs. Rayland took her word for, contrived gradually to get her consent for my going apprentice, under the idea of my being enabled to get my own bread honestly in business, while she obviated the inconvenience of my departure by introducing a new servant to be about her lady, who was entirely devoted to her own interests, and kept away the old cook as much as she could, whom Mrs. Rayland never would part with, but whom my aunt feared and disliked, because she was an honest, blunt creature, who never feared speaking her mind, and was particularly a friend of yours, as you may, I am sure, recollect. Latterly, she became more than usually disagreeable to my aunt and Roker, because she used to rejoice in the thought that her dear young captain would one day or other be master of the Hall, and when Leonard angrily asked her how she dared talk of any one's being master of the Hall where her lady lived, she replied that she dared talk so because Madam herself had told her so. "And where, my Monimia, is this good old friend of mine now?" asked Orlando. "Her evidence may be of great importance to us." "Alas," replied she, "I know not. I only heard from your sister that Dr. Hollyburn, who acted as executor to the only will that was produced, immediately discharged all the servants, giving to each of them a present above 2 years' wages, which Mrs. Rayland had in that will given to each of the inferior ones, and, with many good words, got as many as he could of them into other services at a distance from the country. But I recollect that the cook had relations in the neighbourhood of the Hall, of whom, I dare say, intelligence about her may be procured." "Ah, dear Orlando, if the account I have already given you of my unhappy life after your departure has affected you, what will you feel when I relate what passed afterwards, to which all my preceding sufferings were nothing? It is true that, as I lay listening of a night to the howling of the wind in the great melancholy room at the end of the north gallery, where I was locked up every night, I have frequently started at visions my fancy raised, and, as the dark green damask hanging swelled with the air behind them, I have been so much terrified as to be unable to move or to summon to my recollection all the arguments you were wont to use against superstitious fear. Then, too, I have been glad even to hear the rats as they raced around the skirting boards, because it convinced me there were some living creatures near me, and helped me to account for the strange noises I sometimes heard. As winter went on, my misery in this great room became worse and worse, and such was my terror that I could hardly ever sleep. I once contrived to get candles, and set up a light in my room, but this only served to show me the great grim picture over the chimney, one of the Rayland family in armour, with a sword in his hand, and I was indeed, besides this, effectually cured of wishing for a light on the second night I tried it, for a party of my friendly rats, perceiving the candle, which was to them a delicate treat, took it very composedly out of the socket, and began to eat the end of it, which was not a light. This compelled me to leave my bed to put it out, and then to flight, while the terror I suffered was only increased by this attempt to mitigate it. Good God, how weak I was to add imaginary horrors to the real calamities of my situation, rather than try to acquire strength of mind to bear the evils from which I could not escape. It was at this time that Sir John Belgrave, who, on finding his insulting proposals treated with the contempt they deserved, had left the country for some time, returned thither, and as Jacob, his confidant, could no longer find means to put his letters in my way, or to harass and alarm me by coming to the door of the turret, he changed his plan,
and pretended that his views were highly honourable. In a letter to my aunt he entreated her interest with me, and that she would prevail upon me to see him. And then it was, Orlando, that my sufferings were almost beyond the power of endurance. "What!" exclaimed Orlando, "was the infamous woman base enough then to betray you to this villain?" "Have patience, I entreat you, Orlando. She betrayed me then, so far as to insist upon my seeing Sir John and hearing what he had to say." "Eternal curses blast them both!" exclaimed Orlando. "But I terrify you, my angel." "You do indeed," answered Monimia, "and I shall never, Orlando, conclude my mournful narrative, if you will not be more calm." "I will," replied he, "at least I will try at it. Pray, go on." "I resisted this proposal of seeing Sir John Belgrave for many days, till my aunt, enraged at what she called my stupid idiotism, declared to me that, if I persisted to behave so senselessly, she would relate to Mrs Rayland all my clandestine meetings with you, and then turn me out of the house to take my own courses. I would willingly have left the house, and, rather than undergone one day longer the misery I hourly experienced, I would have begged my way to you in America." Orlando sighed and shuddered. "But when my cruel aunt threatened to take such means as I knew would ruin you, and blast all those hopes on which alone I lived, of seeing you return to happiness and independence, I own I could not bear to hazard it, and at length consented to see this detested suitor, not without some hope that my peremptory refusal repeated, for I had already given it him in writing, might put an end to all his hateful pretensions. A day therefore was fixed, but Sir John, either repenting that he had gone so far, or from some caprice, wrote to my aunt to say that he was that day sent for express to London to attend a dying relation, from whom he expected a great acquisition of fortune. This might be true, I cared not whether it was or no, but blessed the fortunate relief from persecution. In the interim your father, who was taken ill some time before, died. Oh, how much did I see Selina suffer during his illness! How much did I suffer myself! And all was aggravated to an indescribable degree of wretchedness by our believing that you, Orlando, were lost in your passage to America. If I thought my former condition insupportable, what was the increase of my sorrows now, when torn from the last consolation I had left, that of weeping sometimes with Selina? My aunt, almost as soon as Sir John Belgrave had left the country, informed me that she had found a person at Winchester willing to take me for a small premium, and that I was to go the following Thursday. I never knew how all this was settled, but very, very certain it is that it was arranged between her lover Mr Roker, and Sir John Belgrave. She was impatient to have me gone, and sent the old cook to take care of me as far as Havant, where Mrs Newill, to whom I was consigned, met me, and conducted me to a little miserable apartment, which, with a small bow-windowed shop, she inhabited at Winchester, and where she was to teach me a business which I soon found she did not know herself. Mrs Newill was said to have been well brought up, but, if she were, her having long associated with people in very inferior life had considerably obliterated the traces of good education, and the inconvenient circumstances to which she had been exposed, in consequence of having had a brutal and extravagant husband, seemed at once to have soured her temper and relaxed her morals. She had some remains of beauty, and was fonder of talking of its former power than I thought redounded much to her honour. Her husband had possessed a place in the dockyard at Portsmouth, from whence he had been dismissed for some heavy offences, and lived now upon the wide world, while his wife was, by the assistance of her friends, trying to get into business to support herself. Their only son, a young man of 20, was in the navy.
The greatest personal hardship I endured on this my change of abode was sleeping in the same bed with Mrs. Neville, which I did for the first week. But, fortunately for me, though it was probably much otherwise to her, her husband, believing she had money, for he had heard of her having taken an apprentice, came suddenly to her house, or rather lodging, and I was dismissed to a little closet in a garret with a truckle bed. But it was a paradise compared with my share of Mrs. Newill's, for now I could weep at liberty, and pray for you. End of Volume 4, Chapter 9, Part 1. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Volume 4, Chapter 9, Part 2 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 9, Part 2. The arrival of such a man as Mr. Newill did not much contribute to the prosperity of his wife's business. Those who, from their former knowledge of her, were willing to promote her welfare, grew cold when they found their bounty served only to support her husband in drunkenness, and her distress became very great, of which I was a sharer, but I endeavoured to do all I could to continue her business, which was now almost entirely neglected. This went on for 6 weeks, when a regiment came thither to assist in guarding the prisoners at the castle, and Sir John Belgrave suddenly made his appearance, protesting to me that he knew nothing of my being there, and only came down on a visit to some of his friends in the newly arrived corps. I did not believe this, and found every day more cause to suppose that Mrs. Newill's necessities had driven her to the inhuman expedient of betraying me to him. Though I had often ridiculed the stories in novels where young women are forcibly carried away, I saw great reason to believe some such adventure might happen to me, for I was totally unprotected, and I believe absolutely sold. Orlando, starting up, traversed the room, nor could for some time the soothing voice of Monimia restore him to sufficient composure to attend to her narrative. At length his anxiety to know what he yet trembled to hear obliged him to reassume his seat, and she thus proceeded. Surely, Orlando, you do not suppose that any distress, any misery, could have induced me to listen to Sir John Belgrave, though, instead of the advantages he affected to offer me, he could have laid empires at my feet. It is true that I now suffered every species of mortification, and even much personal inconvenience, but my heart felt only the horrid tidings I received from Selina. Mrs. Rayland's death, and the total disappointment of your family's hopes, were very melancholy. But when Perseus arrived, and your death, Orlando, was confirmed by the testimony of a man who had seen you fall, my wretchedness so much exceeded all that I believed it possible to bear, that I became stupefied and insensible to everything else, and walked about without hearing or seeing the objects around me. I never slept, but with the aid of laudanum. I could not shed a tear, and my heart seemed to be turned to marble. I had nobody to hear my complaints, and therefore I did not complain, and the only circumstance that roused me from this state of mind was the renewal of Sir John Belgrave's visits, who, after an absence of 7 or 8 days, returned with new proposals, and dared to triumph in the knowledge that his rival, as he insolently called you, was no longer in his way. It was now, Orlando, that a new method was pursued. He contrived, what was not indeed very difficult, to gain over Mr. Newill to his interest. I was now treated with great respect. A room was hired for me in the same house, and Mrs. Newill offered me credit for any clothes I chose to have. I, who was hardly conscious of my existence,
who mechanically performed the business of the day, and cared not whether I ever again saw the light of the sun, refused her offers, and desired nothing but that I might be protected from the affront of Sir John Belgrave's visits. If I sat at work in the shop, he was there. If I quitted it, he came into the workroom under the pretence of speaking to Mr. Newill. I found that Newill was a wretch who would have sacrificed a daughter of his own for a few guineas, with which to purchase his favourite indulgences. And Sir John Belgrave scrupled not to say that, since I had refused his honourable offers, he held it no dishonour to compel me, by any means, to exchange my present wretched dependence for affluence and prosperity. That I could not now have the pretence of constancy to you, and that his excessive love for me would in time induce me to return it. Such were the terms in which he pressed his suit, giving me at the same time to understand that I was in his power. But, liberal as I have reason to believe he was to Mr. Newill, his debts were too numerous and extensive to be so settled, and in consequence of one of these, to the amount of £500, he was arrested in London, and sent for his wife to attend him in the King's Bench. This the unhappy woman prepared to do in 2 or 3 days, and, in that time, made over the little stock for sale to one of her friends, who had advanced money for her. But what was to become of me? As she had no longer a business, she could have no occasion for an apprentice, and I could only be a burthen to her. But I soon found that it was her husband's directions that she should take me with her, and I determined at all events not to go. I now again wrote to my cruel aunt, who, though she almost immediately after Mrs. Rayland's death settled within 12 miles of the town whither she had sent me, had never taken any other notice of me than to send me a small supply of clothes and 2 guineas, together with a verbal message that the reason she had not answered any of my former, nor should answer any of my future letters, was that she would not encourage in her perverseness a person so blind to her own interests, and that, till I knew how to behave to Sir John Belgrave, I should find no friend in her. It was in vain I wrote to her, urging every plea that I thought might move her, and soliciting her pity and protection as the only friend I had in the world. She either hardened her heart against me, or perhaps never got my letters. The business that detained Mrs. Newill at Winchester could not be settled so expeditiously as she expected. In the meantime, what a situation was mine! I had nothing to hope for but death, and death only could deliver me from the fears of evils infinitely more insupportable. Orlando, how earnestly I did pray to join you in heaven! How often did I invoke you to hear me! And casting towards the west my swollen eyes, for I was now able to weep in repeating your name, how often have I addressed the setting sun, which, as it sunk away from our horizon, might illuminate, I thought, that spot in the wilderness of America where all my happiness was buried. Orlando kissed away the tears that now fell on her lovely cheeks, and mingled his own with them. When Monimia, after a little time, recovered her voice, and went on, "It was to indulge in such meditations, the only comfort I had, that I stole out whenever I could be secure that my persecutor was with his military friends, and as I dared not to go far, the churchyard on that side of the cathedral where the soldiers did not parade, or sometimes the cathedral itself, were the only places where there was a chance of my not being molested. And there, if I could ever procure quiet for a quarter of an hour, the daws that inhabited the old building, and who were now making their nests, for it was early spring, recalled to my mind, by the similarity of sounds, Rayland Hall. And when I compared my present condition with even the most comfortless hours I passed there, I reproached myself for my former discontent, and envied all who were at peace beneath the monumental stones around me. Later than usual one evening, I returned from this mournful walk, and making my way with some difficulty through the crowds who were assembled in the streets to celebrate some victory or advantage in America, and at the very name of America my heart sickened within me, I was overtaken near the door of Mrs. Nelwill's lodging by the person whom I most dreaded to meet, Sir John Belgrave, evidently in a state of intoxication, with 3 officers in the same situation, who insisted on seeing me home. I was within a few yards of the door, and hastened on to disengage myself from them, but they followed me on, talking to me in a style of which I was too much terrified to know more than it was most insulting and improper. In this way, however, while I remonstrated and trembled and entreated in vain, I was forced into a little room behind the shop where Mrs. Nelwill usually sat, where, instead of her, there sat by the side of a small fire, for the weather was yet cold, a young man in the naval uniform, who, starting up on the abrupt entrance of such a party, stood amazed a moment at the language of Sir John Belgrave and his friends, and then, fiercely demanding what business they had in that house, ordered them to leave it, and, taking my hand, he said, "I am ashamed, gentlemen, of your treatment of this young woman. Don't be alarmed, miss. I will protect you." I most willingly put myself into the protection he offered, when Belgrave, enraged at being thus addressed by a person whom he considered as so much his inferior, uttered a great oath, and said, "And pray, fellow, who are you, and what the devil have you to do with this girl?" "Master of my mother's apartment," replied the young sailor, who I now understood was Mrs. Nelwill's son, "and an Englishman. As the first, I shall prevent any ruffians insulting a woman here. As the second, I shall defend her from insult anywhere." "You be damned," cried Belgrave, "you impudent puppy. Do you think that Blackstock makes you on a footing with a gentleman?" Belgrave's companions had by this time wisely retired, for, as I was not their pursuit, they saw no occasion to incur the danger of a quarrel in it. The only answer the stranger gave to this additional insolence of Belgrave was a violent blow, which drove the aggressor against the side of the wainscot, that in so narrow a room prevented his falling. And then young Nelwill, seizing him by the collar with a sudden jerk, threw him out of the room and shut the door. The noise all this made brought Mrs. Nelwill downstairs, who demanded of her son what was the matter. He answered that some brutal officers, very drunk, had insulted a young lady who had taken shelter in that room, and whom he had rescued from their impertinence by turning them out of it. His mother, in additional consternation, then turned to me. "What?" said she. "It was you, miss, was it? And I suppose the gentleman was Sir John Belgrave. Fine doings. And so, William, is this the way you affront my friends?" "I care not whose friends I affront," replied he. "If they behave like brutes to a woman, I would affront them if they were emperors." His mother, who I am afraid had been solacing herself above stairs with some of those remedies to which she often applied for consolation, now began to cry and lament herself, and, in her pathetic complaints, bemoaned her ill luck that had given her an apprentice that, so far from being an assistant, was only a trouble to her, and did nothing but offend her customers. Young Nelwill then, for the first time, understood that I was this apprentice, and as I sat weeping in a corner, I saw he pitied me. "Come, come, madam," he said to his mother, "no more of this, if you please. Nobody has offended your customers, but on the contrary, your customers, as you call them, have offended me. Let us look a little after this good friend of yours. Perhaps he may have some farther commands for me. It is unhandsome to sink such a fine fair-weather jack without lending a hand to heave him up." He then, in despite of his mother's entreaties, opened the door, but no Sir John Belgrave appeared, and the sailor observed that he had set all his canvas and scudded off. "So now, dear mother," said he, Prithee, let's have no more foul weather, but let us sit down to supper, for I'm sure this young woman must be glad of something after her fright. Poor little soul, how she trembles still! And you should remember that I have rowed from Portsmouth since dinner, and a seaman just come from a 2 months' cruise must eat." Mrs. Newell still, however, appearing to think more of Sir John Belgrave than her son, he became presently impatient, and going out to a neighbouring inn, he ordered a supper and some kind of wine or punch, which being soon brought, Mrs. Newell consented to partake of it, though she still behaved to me with such rude reserve, that I would immediately have retired, if young Newell had not insisted on my sitting down to supper with them, and I was too much obliged to him to refuse. "You were certainly obliged to him," said Orlando in a hurried voice, "but after such a scene I wonder you were able to remain with these people. What sort of man is young Newell? Is he a well-looking man?" "Yes," replied Monimia, "rather so, but I hardly knew then how he looked, and in the scene I have described, I rather recollected it afterwards than attended to it at the time." "Pardon me," interrupted Orlando with quickness, "you must have attended to it at the time, or you could not have recollected it afterwards. Have you often seen this Mr. Newell since? What has become of him now?" "He is gone to sea," replied Monimia. "You have not seen him since?" "Yes, certainly I have. I saw him the next day." "Where?" cried Orlando impatiently. "I was obliged," answered Monimia, because Mrs. Newell was not going immediately to join her imprisoned husband, to be up early to pack some things in the shop for the person who had bought them. And while I did it, all my sorrows pressing with insupportable weight on my mind, and above all your loss, Orlando, I wept as I proceeded in my task of typing up bandboxes and parcels, and yet I hardly knew I wept, when young Newell entered the place where I was, and offered to help me. 'Good God!' said he, 'you are crying.' He took my hand, it was wet with tears. 'And he kissed them off,' cried Orlando, again wildly starting from his chair. 'I know he did. Yes, this stranger infinitely more dangerous than Belgrave.' 'Oh, dear Orlando,' said Monimia, with a deep and tremulous sigh, 'what is it you suspect me of? Do not, I beseech you, destroy me, as soon as we have met, by suspicion, which indeed, if you will hear me with patience—' 'Go on, Monimia,' said he, recovering himself, 'go on, and I will be as patient as I can. But this Newell—' 'Always,' said Monimia, 'behave to me like the tenderest brother, and it is to him alone I am indebted for the safety and protection I have found. Yet it is true, Orlando, and I will not attempt to conceal it from you, that young Newell in his first interview professed himself my lover. But when I assured him that all my affections were buried with you, that it was out of my power to make him any other return to the regard he expressed for me than gratitude, and if he would be so much my friend as to influence his mother, either to prevail upon my aunt to receive me, or to let me remain with any creditable person in the country, instead of taking me to London, where I had too much reason to believe that I was to be exposed anew to the persecutions of Sir John Belgrave, I should be eternally indebted to him. This he promised to undertake, and seemed to acquiesce in my refusal of his addresses, which, had I been capable of listening to them, it would have been very indiscreet on his part to have pursued. For he was possessed of nothing but the pay of a midshipman, and out of that little had often contributed to relieve the distresses of his parents, and now, on hearing of his father's confinement, immediately after his return from a cruise, in which the frigate he was on board had taken 2 small prizes, he hastened to their assistance, and bearing with sailor-like philosophy all present evils, and never considering those of the future, he was treating for the advance of his pay for the next half year, in order to enable his mother to discharge some of the debts of which her creditors were very clamorous before she left town. Yet did he,
under the circumstances, think very seriously of a wife. I believe that he supposed the dejection of my spirits was rather owing to my forlorn situation than to an attachment which he had no notion of his existing after the death of its object, and that I should gradually be induced to listen to his love.
Yet, cried Orlando warmly, yet you talk of the brotherly and the disinterested regard of this new friend of yours.
It was so in effect, Orlando, and I did not too minutely inquire into the motive of his conduct. Allow me to go on, and you will own that we are both much obliged to him. When he fully understood the nature of my situation, an invincible aversion to Sir John Belgrave, and my fears, which, mortifying as they must be to him, I could not help expressing, lest his father should prevail on Mrs. Newill to betray me entirely into his power, he expressed in his rough sea language so much pity for me, and so much indignation at the conduct of his family, that I became persuaded that I might trust him. But alas, I had nothing to entrust him with, no means of escape from the evils I dreaded to propose to him. Except Mrs. Roker, I had no friend or relation in the world. I had written 3 letters to Selina, but I received no answer, and she too had, I feared, by the troubles of her own family, been compelled to appear for a while unmindful of her unhappy Monimia. Young Mr. Neville desired a few hours to consider what he could do for me, and in that time he talked to his mother of her ungenerous and base conduct in regard to me with so much effect, that, after a struggle between her necessities and her conscience, she promised her son to receive no more the bribes of Sir John Belgrave, and even to let me quit her, if I insisted upon it. Having obtained thus much, he returned to me, and I was then to determine whither I would go. Oh, how gladly would I then have accepted of the lowest service! But who would take a creature apparently so slight as not to be able to do any kind of household work, and from such a woman as Mrs. Newill, who was but little esteemed either for her morals or her economy? In this distress I wrote again to Selina, entreating her to inquire a place for me, but no answer came in the usual course of the post, and Neville's leave of absence expiring in 3 days, it became necessary to determine on something. Fruitless as every written application had hitherto been to Mrs. Roker, I could think of nothing better than to address her in person, and as I dared not to go so far alone, being ever in apprehension of meeting Sir John Belgrave, Mr. Newill offered to go with me, and— "How did you go?" said Orlando, interrupting her. "In the stage to Alresford," replied Monimia, "and from thence we walked to the house, where, however, I was refused admittance by a sister of Roker's, who told me her poor dear sister-in-law was in a bad state of health, that nobody could be admitted to see her, and advised me by all means not to depend on anything she could do for me, since her condition put all attention to business out of the question. And Miss Roker was sorry indeed to remind me that my perverse undutiful behaviour had not a little contributed to derange the faculties of my worthy relation." I could have answered that her faculties were certainly deranged when she married Mr. Roker, but I had no opportunity to make this observation, if I had had courage enough, for the woman shut the door in my face, repeating in very rude terms that any visits there would be to no purpose. Thus driven from the habitation of my only relation, I returned more broken-hearted than I set out to Winchester. "And your protector, I suppose, renewed his solicitations by the way?" said Orlando. "No, indeed," answered Monimia. "He had too much sensibility, and whatever he might intend for the future, he too much respected the grief into which this cruel repulse had plunged me. The next day but one, he was to go back to his duty, with a young shipmate, who was visiting his mother then at Southampton, who was to call upon him, that they might return together. While I was yet undetermined what to do, time passed away, and this comrade of Mr. Newill's arrived. It was young Fleming, the eldest son of your friend, whom his mother's relation,
an old captain of a man of war, had taken from Winchester College at 18, and adopted at his father's death, upon condition of his becoming a sailor, a condition which Mrs. Fleming, who had so recently lost her husband, lamented, but dared not oppose. War had just deprived her of her first support, yet him on whom she next relied she was compelled to part with for the same dreadful trade, because her pension, as a lieutenant's widow, which was almost her sole dependence, was very insufficient for the support of her 4 other children. The 2 little girls you saw with me last night, another yet younger, and her second boy, whom her relation partly supports at an academy, intending him also for the sea, and who would have been so much offended, had she thwarted him in regard to taking the eldest son from college, that he would have renounced the whole family. To this young man, who was his most intimate friend, Newell communicated, but not without first asking my permission, the difficulties I was under, concealing, however, those circumstances that seemed to reflect so much disgrace on his mother. They consulted together what I could do. "Excellent and proper counsellors, truly," exclaimed Orlando impatiently. "Less improper than you imagine," replied Monimia. Fleming had not, like Newell, been so long at sea as to acquire that steadiness of mind which enables men of that profession to look on all personal danger with indifference, and on moral evil as a matter of course. But yet, recollecting not only his classics, but the romances he had delighted in at school, he had that natural and acquired tenderness of mind which made him sensible at once of all the discomforts of my situation. He saw in me a poor, deserted heroine of a novel, and nothing could be in his opinion so urgent as my relief. Accustomed in all emergencies to apply to his mother, to whom he is the most affectionate and dutiful of sons. "What has become of this Fleming?" inquired Orlando. "Is he often at home with his mother?" "No. He went almost immediately after my first becoming acquainted with her to the East Indies. But your impatience, Orlando, will not let me conclude my sad story. Fleming, seeing the affair in the light I have described, settled with his friend Newell that the latter should return alone to the ship, make some excuse for Fleming's being absent 2 days longer, while he would return to his mother, and endeavour by her means to find some proper asylum for me. The readiness with which Newell consented to this plan convinced me of his disinterestedness, though I own I had little hope of its success. I suppose that Mrs. Fleming would have suspected the zeal of so young a man for a woman of my age in distress, and would decline interfering for a person of whom she could know nothing. But the generosity of my young advocate rendered him eloquent, and she to whom he pleaded was not only naturally of the most candid and humane disposition, but her own sorrows had so softened her heart that calamity never pleaded to her in vain, though her circumstances are such as do not always enable her to relieve it, as her heart dictates. This excellent woman reflected that there must be something remarkable in the situation which had made so great an impression on her son, and that even if I was a young woman, whom necessity had reduced to a discreditable mode of life, her kindness might yet save me from deeper destruction. With this humane persuasion, and remembering always the maxim of doing as she would be done by, she came herself to Winchester to inquire what she could do for me, thinking, as she has since told me, that she ought to do this if she hoped for the mercy of heaven towards her own girls, who might, by so likely an event as her death, be as desolate and friendless as I was. I am too much exhausted, Orlando, to be particular now in relating our first interview. We shall, I hope, have frequent opportunities of admiring the simplicity of character, the goodness of heart, and the attractive manners of my benefactress, who, from your description of your mother, is almost her counterpart. It is sufficient if I tell you that Mrs. Fleming not only implicitly believed my melancholy story, but, as nothing immediately occurred to her for my permanent relief, determined to take me home with her, till some eligible situation could be found. When she had been a little accustomed to me, she would not part with me, and I have been so happy as to make myself useful to her and her children. And in acquitting myself as far as I could of my debt of gratitude, I have found the best and only defence against that regret and anguish which devoured me. She had sorrows enough of her own. I forbore therefore to oppress her with mine, and I tried to be calm when I could not be cheerful. But when the conversation turned to the loss she had sustained in her husband, I mingled my tears with hers, and wept for Orlando. Orlando, forgetting in this tender confession the little jealousies he had felt while he considered her liable to the addresses of a rival, now pressed her fondly to his heart, and seeing her quite overcome by the fatigue of relating so long a narrative, and the violence of those emotions she had so lately experienced, consented to leave her, and they parted for the night, though Orlando could not wish her good night without protesting to her that he would never again consent to be separated from her, even for a day, for that if ever he was absent from her again, the insolent Sir John Belgrave would incessantly pursue her in imagination, and he should believe her exposed again to dangers and insults which it almost drove him to madness to recollect she had already endured. End of Volume 4, Chapter 9, Part 2. Recording by Julia Lenarden.